Chapter 1 Game Bug. Lingcheng City, Dongling University, Male Dormitory Room 403. A young man covered in sweat suddenly sat up from his bed, clutching his chest. Huh? Didn't I die under the claws of the legendary boss Phantom Mantis? Rubbing his chest where a lingering ache remained, Yan Shu glanced around his surroundings. Instant noodle containers in the corner, clothes and socks strewn everywhere, and crumpled paper balls on the floor. The desk calendar showed July 2023, with the 7th circled in red. A feeling both strange and familiar. This is his own messy room from 10 years ago. Finally, he discovered a mark resembling the eye of a storm on his palm. This mark was identical to the patterns on the Chaos Stone. His rebirth might have been the doing of the Chaos Stone. No rush, let's sort this out first. Rubbing his temples, Yan Shu suddenly remembered that in his past life, he hadn't logged into the game immediately on its launch day. Instead, he had gone to celebrate Yang Lishu's birthday. Yang Lishu was the goddess Yan Shu had been simping for over 3 years. Back then, to celebrate her birthday, he had worked part-time for half a year to buy her a designer bag, planning to confess his feelings during the occasion. Little did he expect that upon arriving at the dinner, he would see the object of his longing sitting in the lap of Qin Fei, the rich second-generation heir. The outcome was predictable. 3 years of groveling only earned him a barrage of ridicule. His closest brother, Li Xiang, also died in a car accident while driving him home. This incident plunged him into prolonged despair, and by the time he entered the game, he had already fallen far behind. As for Qin Fei and Yang Lishu, after the game's descent into reality, they joined the Abyss faction like many others in pursuit of so-called power. At the same time, he faintly realized that in the game Apocalypse, the highest combat power actually included so-called gods. Since I've discovered that this game is far from ordinary, in this life, I won't let any trivial matters distract me. I'll gather all resources to stand at the pinnacle. Better to betray the world than let the world betray me. Yan Shu clenched his fist, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He then picked up his phone, found Li Xiang's number, and dialed it. My son, what brings you to your sworn father? Before long, a cheeky voice came through the phone. Despite being mentally prepared, hearing that voice again made Yan Shu's nose sting, and he nearly couldn't hold back his emotions. In his past life, when Li Xiang got into trouble, out of guilt, he would still often find ways to offer whatever help he could. In this life, giving Li Xiang a little guidance at the start is enough to benefit him immensely. Consider it repaying his kindness. Since I've decided to take a different path, I shouldn't invest too much energy in these aspects. As for my parents, once my strength grows, protecting them will be a piece of cake. Calming his emotions, Yan Shu took a deep breath and spoke in as composed a tone as possible. Nothing much. Isn't Apocalypse Epic about to launch its open beta? Just wanted to ask how your preparations are going. Huh? That doesn't sound like you. Isn't today your goddess's birthday? Shouldn't you be busy preparing instead of worrying about a game? Let's not talk about that woman anymore. Dad's had an epiphany. There are plenty of beautiful women out there. I'll find you a new mom later. In good spirits, Yan Shu started bantering with him. Enough with the nonsense, how's the game helmet coming along? 10 grand, I just wish I had deeper pockets. What? My dear son, are you planning to treat me? Stop, listen to me first. I'll transfer the money to you right away, buy the helmet, and be online on time tonight. With that, Yan Shu immediately hung up the phone. Now wasn't the time for catching up. He rolled out of bed, opened the wardrobe, and found an exquisitely packaged box inside. It was the birthday gift originally prepared for Yang Lishu. Yan Shu lifted the lid, snapped 2 quick photos of the handbag inside, immediately priced it at 8,000 yuan, and listed it on a second-hand website. Then, he downloaded 2 full pages of loan apps on his phone and began rapid-fire operations. An hour later, 300,000 yuan was deposited. Staring at the extra money in his account, Yan Shu's face revealed a trace of helplessness. Initial capital was necessary, but he couldn't rob or sell anything. This was the only method available. After all, in the later stages, real-world currency would depreciate to absurd levels. By the time the game world descends, equipment, skill books, and various in-game consumables will become the true hard currency. Yan Shu opened WeChat, clicked on Li Xiang's profile, and directly transferred 20,000 yuan over. Hurry up and buy a helmet. Use the remaining money to stock up on nutritious food and prepare for a long-term battle. The first month after the server launch is absolutely critical. Falling behind early means staying behind every second counts. Li Xiang didn't take the money but instead sent a voice message. Damn, where did you get this money? Don't tell me you've realized your advantages and taken a shortcut? Yanshu's mouth twitched. My advantages? Could I possibly be handsomer than all you guys in front of the screen? Seeing he wouldn't accept it, Yanshu directly sent a screenshot of the card balance. The lottery ticket won, hurry up and buy a gaming helmet. Once in the game, I'll give you an overwhelming fortune. After saying this, Yanshu checked the time 5 p.m. The game would officially launch at 8 p.m., so he needed to hurry. He immediately grabbed his ID card and rushed out. Over 2 hours later, Yanshu returned to the dormitory carrying a box. Damn, why is there traffic even on weekends? This should have been done in just an hour. Looking around, the others hadn't returned yet, probably off fooling around somewhere. Yanshu climbed onto the bed, pulled down the blackout curtain, and put on the helmet. First, everything went black before his eyes, then he found himself in a place shimmering with flowing lights. Ah, long time no see, this flashy login interface. Welcome to the world of Apocalypse Epic. The game will launch in 30 minutes. You may pre-create your character now. Standing before him was an exquisitely beautiful NPC clad in silver armor, her lips curled into a smile as she gazed at Yanshu. Yanshu glanced at the opponent, whose silver armor only covered the vital parts of their body, then immediately averted his gaze. This NPC was no mere digital decoration. Her name was Jinling. She was the war goddess who would appear in the late stages of the game, commanding countless warriors. If anyone took advantage of the freedom in the VR MMO to lay hands on her, not only would they be instantly killed, but they'd also face a 24-hour game ban. Create a character? Create. Please adjust the character's appearance. The appearance is already maxed out, how can it be adjusted further? In Apocalypse Epic, character appearances are initially set to match reality. There's bound to be mischief early on, so it's better to play it safe before the game merges with the real world. Reduce by 20%. Please name your character. Blank space. Please allocate your free attribute points. In Apocalypse Epic, each character starts with 25 free attribute points for self-allocation during creation. Every character has 5 primary attributes: strength, constitution, intelligence, agility, and spirit. The initial value for each is 1. At the same time, everyone will awaken a talent. Talents are graded into C, B, A, S, and SS levels, with the probability of awakening decreasing progressively. Most people possess C or B level talents, while A level talents already indicate the potential of elite players. S level talents are typically held by top experts in major guilds. As for the rare SS level talents, by the time the game merged with reality, only 3 individuals had awakened them, highlighting their extremely low probability. The initial attribute allocation affects the talent a character awakens. High initial strength attribute significantly increases the likelihood of awakening warrior-type talents. High agility attribute greatly raises the chance of awakening archer or assassin talents. However, according to past statistics, even if a single initial attribute is maxed out at 26 points, there remains a small probability of awakening other talents. Unless you can push a single attribute to 30 points, which guarantees a 100% awakening of the desired profession's talent. If Yanshu wants to continue playing as the familiar summoner class, the best approach is to push his spirit stat to 30 points. This would guarantee awakening a talent perfectly suited for a summoner. The initial spirit value must reach the true maximum cap. While this might be impossible for others, he happened to know a one-time exploitable bug. Chapter 2, Breaking Through Talent Level Barriers. Before Yanshu, the attribute allocation screen automatically popped up, with an N+ button behind each attribute. The difference was that the button was grayed out, while the plus button was red. Yanshu looked at the screen before him and raised his finger to point at the button behind each main attribute. Please help me click these gray buttons. As soon as the words were spoken, the formulaic smile on the face of the female war goddess Jinling vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. Are you sure? I'm sure. Receiving Yanshu's approval, Jinling hesitated no longer. Her fair, scallion-like fingers tapped lightly on the screen a few times. Immediately after, Yanshu noticed that all his initial attributes had been reset to 0, while his free attribute points had increased to 30. Just as I thought. This was a bug discovered by someone during the mid-game phase. Back then, that reckless rookie bragged about it on the forums, but for some reason, the guide NPC never exhibited this special reaction again afterward. At that very moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon Jinling, causing her smiling expression to drastically change. Yet, Yanshu before her remained completely unaware, his face beaming with joy as he immersed himself in the delight of allocating attribute points. All 30 free points were dumped into mental strength. Although allocating points this way might cause minor initial inconveniences despite the safety net of numerical values, Yanshu had already devised corresponding countermeasures. So no need to leave room for error, just go all out. Moreover, as one of the world's primordial divine artifacts in the game, the Chaos Divine Stone is said to have the ability to enhance talent levels. With the Divine Stone as backup, there's absolutely nothing to fear. Next, the talent awakening will commence. Here it comes. Yanshu couldn't help but rub his hands together in anticipation. In my previous life, I only awakened an A-grade talent. Hopefully, by redistributing my attributes this time, I can achieve a better outcome. A grade talent, Soul Resonance. 50% of the character's attributes will be amplified and reflected onto summoned creatures. In his previous life, it was this very talent that later made Yanshu a somewhat renowned summoner. However, an A-grade talent was still just an A-grade, with its limits firmly in place. Soon, streams of light began swirling around Yanshu. The differently colored light clusters represented talents of varying grades. Before long, an orange light cluster swiftly collided with Yanshu. Yanshu was instantly overjoyed, thinking to himself, "This is in the bag. At least an S rank this round. Congratulations, player has obtained an SS rank talent Symbiotic Warsoul." Yanshu's entire body trembled, a summoner skill, and an SS rank 1 at that. This wave is straight up taking off. As expected, with spirit being the summoner's primary attribute, a severe imbalance greatly increases the chance of awakening summoner skills. Hastily opening the talent description to check. Symbiotic Warsoul SS tier. Talent effect. 1. For every 2 enemy units of equal or higher level slain by a summoned creature, it gains 1 free attribute point. 2. The summoner receives a 30% bonus of the total attributes from all summoned creatures. Insanely OP. The most elite talents often require the simplest descriptions. Even Yanshu, reborn into a second life, couldn't help but marvel. No wonder SS tier talents were so rare in the previous life. The effect is simply outrageous. For every 2 units killed, you gain 1 free attribute point, essentially granting summoned creatures limitless growth potential. In Epic of Revelation, characters only receive 10 attribute points per level before reaching level 10. From levels 10 to 30, each level up grants 20 free attribute points. After that, the number of free attribute points doubles every 30 level tier. In the game, there are also many special items or quests that can increase attribute points. But with this skill, grinding monsters becomes as easy as grinding attribute points. Yanshu is confident in nurturing all summoned creatures into boss-level entities that dominate their respective territories. The additional 30% attribute boost may seem modest, but in the late game, summoners can possess multiple summoned beasts. In his previous life, by level 100, he already had 7 summoned creatures. Plus the summon's attributes can stack infinitely. At this thought, Yanshu could no longer suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He almost couldn't resist rushing forward, picking up the NPC in front of him, and spinning them around in celebration. Just then, a system notification tone sounded. Detected that the player possesses a divine tier item for talent advancement. Talent, Symbiotic Battle Soul, has evolved to SSS rank. There's more. As expected of the Chaos Divine Stone, Yanshu turned over his palm. The mark on it had already vanished without a trace. My most powerful cheat has finally expired. Symbiotic Warsoul SSS tier. 1. For every enemy unit of equal or higher level slain by a summoned creature, gain 1 free attribute point. 2. The summoner gains a 50% bonus to all attributes from their total summoned creatures. 3. Summoners will have their damage primarily absorbed by their summoned creatures first. After reading it, Yanshu froze on the spot. An SSS tier talent, he had never even heard of it in his previous life. Even in the official game materials, the highest talent tier was only SS. This was undoubtedly breaking through the ceiling. The first 2 skills, after evolving, had already become incredibly powerful. With this new skill effect, one could say it's nearly impossible to die. Yanshu, however, wiped the expression off his face, rubbing his hands over it, though his heart was pounding fiercely. Calm down, calm down. I'm a reborn individual after all. Please choose your profession? Was there even a choice? Without hesitation, Yanshu scrolled past all other classes and decisively clicked Confirm on the summoner interface. Many players wait until their innate talents are determined before deciding which class to choose. The basic classes in Epic of Revelation include Warrior, Knight, Mage, Priest, Archer, Assassin, and Summoner. After reaching level 10, each class can undergo a job change in the main city, selecting different specialization paths for advancement, such as warriors evolving into berserkers or spear kings. Different weapons are held after advancement, resulting in distinct combat styles. As for hidden classes, players must discover them in the game themselves. After character creation, Yenshu noticed the NPC War Goddess giving him a meaningful glance before her figure gradually faded away. War Goddess Jinling, who guides new players during character creation, likely won't be seen again until the late stages of the game. Glancing at the 10-minute countdown in the bottom right corner of the game, Yenshu opted for auto-login and switched to the official game forum. He noticed there were quite a few active users online. The forum had just been established, with only a limited number of sections available. The posts fell into just a few categories, some bragging about their talents, others seeking friends or teammates, guilds recruiting members, and complaints about being unjustly kicked out of the game and banned. After 10 minutes passed. You have been assigned to Novice Village. Crudely crafted Peachwood Staff. Spirit +1. Introduction, a standardized weapon used by every great summoner. Despite being mentally prepared, Yenshu still cursed under his breath, so stingy. Equip the staff and open the personal panel. Blank level, 1. Class, Summoner. Health points, 1. Mana points, 1. Constitution, 0. Strength, 0. Intelligence, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 31. Special attributes, none. Free attributes, 0. Luck, hidden. Talent, Symbiotic War Soul SSS tier. Skills. Mental Shock single target attack skill, deals magic damage equal to 120% of spirit stat, consumes 20 MP skill level, LV1, proficiency 0-1000. Summoning Wild Boar can summon a wild boar to join combat, consumes 20 MP, fixed skill level. Equipment, crudely crafted Peachwood Staff. Looking at this distorted panel, Yenshu wasn't the least bit surprised. When he maxed out his mental power, he had already anticipated this situation. TSK, just look at these health and mana values. If it weren't for the game mechanics keeping him alive, he'd probably have turned into flickering white light, constantly bouncing between resurrection and death. Fortunately, there's a minimum threshold for movement speed, so even with 0 agility, players won't be completely immobilized. In Apocalypse Epic, health points are influenced by Constitution and Strength, with Constitution providing the highest bonus followed by Strength. Meanwhile, mana is determined by Intelligence. Strength offers the greatest bonus to basic attacks, while attributes like Constitution for Knights, Intelligence for Mages, Spirit for Summoners, and Agility for Assassins, each corresponding to a class's primary stat, also contribute moderately to basic attacks. The most unique case is the Priest class, where both Intelligence and Spirit serve as primary attributes, albeit with slightly lower scaling coefficients. Agility affects attack speed and provides minor bonuses to casting speed and movement speed, while also enhancing a character's physical flexibility. The Spirit attribute is the most unique, primarily enhancing the skill effects of summoners and priests. It increases the control range of summons and reduces the burden of summon manipulation. Additionally, it weakens attacks from spirit-based skills and mitigates negative status effects. Unlike other games, Constitution here represents the combined total of physical defense and magical defense. With my current mana pool, I can't even cast basic skills. The game developers probably never expected someone to ignore the newbie stat allocation guide and pull off something like this. Thankfully, I had a backup plan, otherwise, with basic attacks dealing no damage and skills unusable, I wouldn't even be able to reach level 2. In his past life, that guy was lucky he wanted to play a warrior and maxed out strength. If he'd chosen a summoner instead, he probably would have had to quit the game. After all, even the experience points from killing monsters in this game are distributed based on individual contribution. Trying to rely on pay-to-win tactics as a last hitter simply doesn't work. The most urgent matter now is to resolve this mana issue. Yenshu ran toward the west side of the village and soon spotted a little girl rummaging through the grass for something. Yenshu approached and said gently, "Little girl, what are you looking for? Can I help you?" Upon seeing the newcomer, the little girl immediately burst into tears in distress. "I lost my mom's ring. Big brother, can you help me?" "Of course I can." Ding successfully accepted the quest, the lost wedding ring. Quest rewards, EXP +20, copper coins +20. Mission description: a playful little girl lost her parents' wedding rings while playing under the big tree at the village entrance. Seeing Yanshu accept the quest, several nearby players also approached. Without delay, Yanshu headed straight for the village entrance. The game has many such one-time mini-quests. Once someone retrieves the quest item, others can no longer complete it. Chapter 3: Climbing Trees for Scenery? What a country bumpkin! Upon reaching the large tree at the village entrance, Yanshu looked at the trunk covered with burls, removed his staff, and immediately began climbing up. The players heading out of the village started discussing the scene as soon as they saw it. Ha! Someone actually has time to spare instead of grinding monsters for levels. How leisurely! I have to say, holographic online games are truly amazing. Just look at this level of freedom. Some even turned on the recording function to gather video footage. As they watched, Yanshu climbed up the tree. Someone below asked again. Bro, are you doing this to unlock an achievement? Or did you get a quest? Spill the details. Hey man, how's the view up there in the tree? Yanshu turned a deaf ear to them, pushing aside the dense foliage with his hands to reveal a bird's nest adorned with colorful pebbles, among which lay a pale silver ring. So it's here after all. In my past life, many players had taken on this quest, practically plowing through the soil beneath the tree, yet no one could find this ring. It wasn't until a dedicated quest researcher, a gaming guru, finally discovered it and posted the walkthrough on the forum. Ordinary silver wedding ring. Health plus 30. Mana plus 30. The attributes are average, but they happen to solve my urgent need. Completing the quest isn't important right now, I'll just borrow this first. Yanshu directly slipped the wedding ring onto his finger, waved his hand toward the crowd below, then slid down the tree with flair and walked out of the village, leaving a group of people under the tree staring at each other in bewilderment. This is ridiculous. Didn't they say the drop rate for game equipment is low and hard to obtain? How come the rest summon a tree? And it's actually a ring, which is considered quite rare equipment in the early stages. Climbing trees to see the view? What a noob, this guy's actually a gaming legend. Hey legend, got any mission walkthroughs? Willing to pay. The game just started, there's no damn walkthrough yet. Someone posted the video on the forum, leading to a period where people frequently climbed trees at the village entrance, creating a unique sight in the beginner's village. Soon, Yanshu arrived at the level 1 monster spawn point. Mountain Chicken Common. Level 1. HP 100. MP 0. Strength 5. Skills, none. Utterly ordinary, perfectly fitting for a level 1 monster. But for Yanshu with less than 40 HP, it still poses some danger. Yanshu immediately summoned the Wild Boar. Wild Boar, level 1. Health, 200. Mana, 100. Constitution, 10. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Skill, Savage Charge, charges at the target, dealing 150% strength damage with a 10% chance to stun the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. These stats don't seem right. A standard warrior template with overpowered attributes almost double that of other summoners' wild boars. It doesn't lose out even when compared to current naked warriors. Could this be the effect of starting with maxed out mental power? Yanshu pondered for a moment and decided not to dwell on it further. He immediately issued the attack command. When the wild boar was within 5 meters of the target, it directly used its charge skill to ram into it. A 30 immediately popped up above the pheasant's head, simultaneously triggering a stun effect. Yanshu also raised his staff and unleashed a mental shock. 36. The wild boar followed up with 2 more basic attacks. 20. 16. The pheasant was killed before it could even fight back. Relying on his 30-point spirit stat, he could effortlessly farm monsters of the same level even before his summoned creature's attributes stacked up. Ding, you have slain a pheasant, gaining +1 EXP. The wild boar has gained +1 free attribute point. So smooth. It won't be long before my pet dominates the beginner's village. Yanshu allocated the free attribute points to the wild boar's strength. Then immediately led the wild boar to charge at the next mountain chicken. When the wild charge failed to trigger the stun effect, Yanshu controlled the wild boar to evade. Against level 1 monsters with poor attributes, under Yanshu's control, nearly 90% of attacks could be dodged. For summoners, controlling summoned creatures as effortlessly as moving one's own limbs relies on both skill and mental strength, neither can be lacking. Most summoners currently cannot multitask in controlling their summons and simply let their wild boars attack freely. Ding, you killed a pheasant, gained +1 EXP, and the wild boar received +1 free attribute point. Ding, you killed a pheasant, gained +1 EXP, and the wild boar received +1 free attribute point. Yan Shu allocated all the free attribute points obtained by the wild boar to the strength attribute. Because it grants a 50% bonus to the summon's total attributes, for every 2 points of strength the wild boar gains, the player receives 1 point of strength. As the strength attribute increases, the player's health gradually rises, slowly overcoming their anemic state. Before long, the wild boar could kill a mountain chicken with just 2 basic attacks, while the player leisurely followed behind, collecting the feathers dropped by the chickens. A skilled summoner doesn't need to lift a finger themselves. Chicken feathers, as bound dropped items, can be handed over to the village chief in exchange for a certain amount of experience points. But for Yan Shu, this seemingly insignificant item has another use. Although the beginner village isn't large, it has hundreds of NPCs, and more than half of them have tasks of varying sizes, even hidden quests. Many seemingly insignificant things can also be of great use. What Yan Shu needs to do now is first find a way to collect 1,000 bound materials dropped by all beginner monsters, after which he can obtain a certificate of patience. It is one of the items required to accept the hidden class quest after reaching the main city. After half an hour, Yan Shu and the wild boar finally reached level 2. Apart from the game's inherent design making leveling up quite challenging, another reason is the overcrowding of players, leading to fierce competition for monsters. Later on, the wild boar could basically one-shot a mountain chicken with just a normal attack. The surrounding players were astonished to see Yan Shu's wild boar being so formidable. Beyond their surprise, they merely assumed Yan Shu had awakened a talent for strengthening summon creatures. So it didn't attract much attention. Upon reaching level 2, Yan Shu gained 10 free attribute points, all allocated to spirit. Currently, the top priority is boosting damage output to increase leveling efficiency. Other attributes can be compensated for later through summon bonuses. Moreover, when the game merges with reality, commanding a massive summoner army will require extremely high spirit as a foundation. After allocating the wild boar's free attribute points, its strength immediately underwent a qualitative leap. Wild boar, level 2. Health points, 800. Mana points, 140. Constitution, 10. Strength, 130. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Now his summon creature is truly a pig-shaped tank in every sense, not only matching the current knight's health pool but also far surpassing them in strength. Killing mountain chickens no longer grants attribute points, but he's in no hurry. He'll first gather all the required quest items. With a talent that stacks attributes, he almost wishes he could deny himself the experience. At that moment, the game helmet suddenly emitted a notification sound. Left with no choice, Yan Shu had to log off. It seems that to game in peace, he'd need to move out sooner rather than later. Putting down the helmet, he realized someone was knocking on his bed. Old four, wake up. See what we brought you? The skinny guy nicknamed Glasses pointed at the paper box on the table. Your favorite Lou's roast duck. Glasses was the second oldest in their dorm, full name Zhang Yifan. He earned the nickname because he owned over 20 pairs of glasses and never wore the same pair twice in a day. The burly dorm leader Wang Shua, a muscular man with straight-line eyebrows, was stacking cans of beer one by one on the table. The third brother, Liu Yang, was unwrapping boxes of barbecue while glancing at the gaming helmet beside Yan Shu. Noticing Yan Shu's slightly dazed expression, he spoke up. You're really something else, kid. Here we were, worried you'd be heartbroken, so we split up to buy alcohol and snacks, rushing back to comfort you. And look at you acting like nothing happened, already playing games. Ha? What's the matter? Should I be feeling sad? Yan Shu was puzzled. Awakening an SSS tier talent in the game, there couldn't be anything more exhilarating than this. The bespectacled boy scratched his head. I just saw you rushing back to campus holding a cardboard box earlier, so I thought you were devastated and left Yang Lishu's birthday party early. Liu Yang added. Xin Fei and Yang Lishu officially announced they're together. The school forum is blowing up. Oh, you're one of the parties involved too. How can you react like this? Glasses looked surprised. What kind of reaction should I have? Should I prepare a wedding gift in advance? Just in time, I'm starving. Thanks to my 3 sworn brothers for preparing this feast. With that, Yenshu rolled off the bed. Are you really okay? I'm really fine. Why do I suddenly feel like you've become a different person? While pulling over a duck leg, Yenshu said vaguely, this isn't called change, it's called growth. At that moment, a notification sounded from his phone. Yenshu picked it up to see a message from Yang Lishu. As a friend, I was very disappointed you didn't come to the birthday party. Followed by a dejected emoji. Chapter 4: The Green Feathered Chest Mimic. Upon seeing this message, Yenshu couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha! He casually deleted Yang Lishu without a second thought. What a joke after being reborn, how could his heart still be hung up on this woman? And she even called herself a friend. Meanwhile, Yang Lishu, seeing that Yenshu wasn't replying, sent another emoji over. Then a system notification popped up. The recipient has enabled friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Please send a friend request first. Once verified, you can start chatting. Yang Lishu's eyes widened instantly upon seeing this message. How dare they block me? Wasn't I the goddess they'd been simping for 3 years? Suddenly changed your mind? Or was he disheartened after seeing Qin Xiao go public? It must be like this, one has to find an opportunity to fish for his appetite again. After all, having a licking dog with such a high face value is a very honorable thing. Lao Si, we can understand your feelings, but being addicted to games is always bad. Hey, what more do you need a woman when you have a game? Speechcraft said without lifting his head as he feasted. It's almost graduation, this game thing can't be more important than this. Besides, you didn't even play games before, didn't you always think that these are electronic garbage? Lu Yang couldn't help but feel curious as he watched Speechcraft's performance. I've come to my senses, with this game, what more bike? Speechcraft winds up sweeping through. Casually drew a piece of paper and wiped his mouth. You guys eat slowly, I'll treat you some other day. After saying this, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Li Rang, online plus me, nickname, Stay White. Then directly rolled over and jumped onto the bunk, putting on the helmet. This 1-2 action looked at the three people dumbfounded. Glasses scratched his head, this is turning grief and anger into game power? Eldest Wang Shua subconsciously nodded, then shook again. I think it's because we're overthinking it, looking at him there's literally no volatility. I do think that this game might really not be simple. You guys think about having seen the way he looked just now, either he was taken over, or he knows something about the inner workings of the game. Speechcraft came online and opened his eyes, and realized that the players brushing the mountain chickens around him had thinned out quite a bit. According to the game settings, the number of players assigned to each novice village at the beginning was a certain number. When the current novice village was saturated with players, it was then allocated to the next novice village, so the later the player entered the game, the further back the novice village's number was. Obviously, after rolling a mountain chicken for more than an hour, this level 1 monster area could no longer satisfy the needs of many people. Just in time, it'll be faster to brush up this way. Speechcraft summoned the boar and directly turned on free attack mode. Anyone within the boar's hate range could be targeted. On his own, he fired a spirit shock, hitting the other targets. When the mountain chicken ran in front of him, he directly swung his staff and smashed it. Thunk. A dull sound rang out. 55. With a 50% summoner power bonus, Speechcraft's attribute had currently come to 65 points. It was completely possible to guess warrior. Catch the moment when chicken's body leans forward to attack. Retreat half a step back. Miss. Then swung the staff out again. 9. The mountain chicken fell to the ground. And his own boar had already rushed towards the third target. Alas, habitually dodging, according to the current attributes, there was absolutely no need for one to dodge, directly hardening oneself would also increase the. At the same time, in addition to the boss, there is a special kind of monster, that is, the treasure chest monster. This kind of monster will definitely drop treasure chests after killing, and after opening the treasure chests, there is a certain chance to obtain equipment, skill books, or materials. The chances of treasure chest monsters appearing are extremely low. In his previous life until the game came to an end, Speechcraft also encountered 3 times. I never thought that I would be so lucky in the beginning. Leisurely Chicken Special. Level 2. Life value 300. Mana value 0. Skill, Evacuation, increases movement speed by 300% when life is below 100, fleeing the scene of battle. Treasure chest monsters generally don't have strong combat power, but have a variety of escape skills. Evacuation, this skill if other people encountered it, if they were not careful, it was really possible to be escaped by it, but unfortunately, in their own hands, they did not even have the opportunity to put the skill. Speechcraft commanded the boar to move forward and hit a normal attack. He himself raised his hand to follow suit. 120. 60. In just an instant, the green-furred chicken's blood level came to the skill threshold. It just turned around and wanted to run. The boar made a savage charge. 120. Ding! You kill the leisurely mountain chicken, gaining +2 experience points, and the boar gains +1 free attribute point. The damage from this hit completely overflowed that. As the green-furred chicken fell to the ground, a wooden box that shone with a shimmering light burst out. Speechcraft stepped forward to open it. Congratulations on obtaining Two-handed greatsword green, rank 5. Strength +20. Physique +10. Skill, heavy strike, after briefly storing power, inflicts 200% power damage, cooldown 50 seconds. Secret silver necklace green, level 5. Intelligence +20. Spellcasting speed +10. There were actually 2 pieces of green equipment. There were 8 grades of equipment: ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, and myth, and equipment of different grades would show a different light. These 2 pieces were precisely bronze equipment. For the current stage, these 2 pieces of equipment already belong to the transition of small extreme. This game explosion rate is extremely low, can be used to level 10 and then change. In addition, the chest also touched out 2 silver coins. And just now, Speechcraft had brushed the mountain chicken for so long only to explode 20 coins. It was a fat wave. Currently these 2 pieces of equipment, although the necklace can be used now, but now the cost effective is not high, you can just sell it. Get a quick fortune to do a hidden quest. The number of one's own summons is still too small. If you add another one, with the SSS level talent, the speed of fighting monsters and upgrading is going to be a lot faster. And with this hidden quest, you can just get a summoning skill in the early stages. Now most of the players are estimated to be only 2-3 levels, coupled with the current stage of the fight for money is a bit slow. First slow down, let the leaks grow again, waiting for most players to level 4, and then back to the village to sell. At present, the most important thing is to hurry up to brush the number of chicken feathers full. There are already 862 copies in the parcel of the speech art. After another 20 minutes of tedious brushing, the number of chicken feathers reached 1,000. Speechcraft immediately stopped and ran towards the level 2 monster area. Weren't that important to Speechcraft, as long as he kept brushing the monsters and stacking the. When Speechcraft arrived at this area, he realized that there weren't too many players brushing the monsters. At this stage, many were mainly focused on teaming up to kill monsters in the level 3 area, and only some of those with stronger talents chose to travel to higher places. Bobcat, common. Level 2. Life value, 250. Strength, 8. Agility, 15. Skills, none. Speechcraft struck out with a mental blast. 59. Spirit Shock had now risen to level 2, and the damage had increased significantly. The boar topped it off with a savage charge. The bobcat let out a strange cry. 170. With the bobcat's attack, a 5 damage emerged from the boar. It had only just broken defense. Ding successfully killed the bobcat, gained +2 experience points, the boar gained +1 free attribute point. The game was difficult to upgrade. At this point, level 2 to level 3 already required 600 experience points and 300 bobcats needed to be killed. What followed was another boring brush of monsters. The only thing that remained the same, and with that, the attributes of the boars became stronger and stronger. Later on, to kill a bobcat, only 2 normal attacks were needed. Later on, a single hit could directly kill it in seconds. DDT. At this moment, Speechcraft's communicator suddenly rang. Player Rattling Heaven and Earth has requested to add you as a friend. This is Lee Rang? Quite a tawdry name. But this time around, with his help, ringing the heavens and earth could definitely become a reality. Speechcraft clicked agree. A voice came over at once. Little Speech, guess what bullish talent Daddy has awakened? Speechcraft took a look at the player information. It had actually risen to level 4, and at this stage, this level was already considered relatively forward. But if he had brushed his experience normally, without brushing materials, he should be almost level 5 by now. Warrior, it should increase attack power, no lower than level A. Not bad, a little something, but not much. S-rank talent, born sword body. There are two effects. One is to obtain a bound sword blank, which can be used to increase attributes in grade by devouring sword-type weapons. The second is to double your attack with sword-type weapons and plus 100% bludgeoning rate. How's that? Is it awesome? You level 2 little chicken, you wouldn't have only awakened the lowest level C grade talent. I'm sorry, Dad awakened an SSS rank talent. Speechcraft quipped back. Just blow it off, the highest talent in the game is only SS rank? Speechcraft didn't argue with him. What, don't dare to send it in for a comparison? Afraid to scare you, whatever you say. Righteous father, didn't you want to send me a splash of riches, where is it? At this moment, Li Rong suddenly remembered what Speechcraft had said. After you have leveled up to 9, go to the grocery store and buy a bundle of ropes and a roasted chicken. Go to the cliff at the back of the mountain and put the roasted chicken down. There will be a monkey below that will eat the chicken and climb up to you. It will issue you a quest to buy wine. When that time comes, you don't need to pay attention to it and just kill it with a sword, after which it will drop a skill book on it. Before he could speak, Speechcraft directly interrupted with his words, don't ask anything, do as I say. Good. Over there, Li Rang was silent for 2 seconds, returned a word, and hurriedly went to upgrade. With this skill, Li Rang should be able to lead quite a few people in terms of leveling. It was indeed a bit unexpected that Li Rong could awaken an S-rank talent, and S-rank talents were already a rare existence in the game. As long as one finds a hidden profession that matches the talent, plus one's foreknowledge of some of the game's chances. At the end of the day, Li Rong's strength ceiling would have a great increase, and even if it wasn't comparable to an SS rank talent, it would still be able to come infinitely close. Speechcraft recalled inside his head the more famous hidden professions from his previous life. There really was one that was more suitable for him. However, he had to wait until he left the novice village and traveled to the main city before he could pick it up. Speechcraft brushed in place for a few more minutes, and with a flash of white light, he ascended to level 3. Adding all the attribute points to spirituality, at this point, Speechcraft's strength attribute skyrocketed by a hair. Whiteout level 3. Profession, Summoner. Life value, 1201. Mana value, 110. Physique, 5. Strength, 170. Intelligence, 3. Agility, 3. Spirit, 50. Special attributes, none. Free attributes, 0. Note again, when a summoner kills, it is the summoner that gains attribute points, and then inherits half of them to the protagonist, and there are no attribute points for brushing extra chickens in front of them. His own attributes had a 50% bonus from the boar's attributes, so he didn't have 0 after all. The boar's attributes were even more exaggerated, with a strength of up to 340 points and a life value of over 1600. This attribute was already properly a power boss. And this summoner's line of his own was completely off. With such high strength, shouldn't he have removed his staff and used his bare hands to feel more comfortable? The current Bobcat had no more experience points and the summoner had no more free attribute points. Speechcraft rushed off to brush level 3 monsters again. At this time the wild boar against level 3 monsters, attributes have been completely crushed, go up to a general attack, direct seconds. In order to quickly upgrade, Speech Arts originally wanted to act as the role of attracting monsters, but there are too many people in the level 3 area, simply cannot achieve the purpose of gathering monsters. There was no other way, so he directly gave the boar the command to attack freely, while Speechcraft laid down on the grass and began to recall some important game rewards from his past life. Thus, a magical scene appeared in the level 3 monster area. The summoner boar was tirelessly killing monsters, and the summoner was lying on the sidelines. Soon, this wave of maneuvering caught the attention of many people. This summoner is too cool, he can actually not use his hands at all. A warrior dropped the heavy sword in his hand and said with envy, "Look at people, this is what they call playing the game." In the early stages, due to the lack of strength, chopping monsters and hacking to the point where one's hands are starting to get sore and swollen. I should have known that I would also turn summoner. It doesn't matter if it's handsome or not, the main thing is that I like to lie. This is the awakening of what Kawhi talented. Capital is also a summoner. My boar is not as high as my output, but also distracted control, or brush a few monsters will have to die to re-summon. Only level 3, just rely on summons to lie flat. I'm going to go to the official website to report, this bastard's talent goes against the values of hard work. Envious ones, jealous ones, all sorts of murmurings and comments came. Speechcraft's heart had no ripples. He even wondered if he should prepare a set of tables, chairs, and tea sets in the future, so that when he was brushing monsters, he would not have anything to do. Ding, someone used scrying on your boar. Speechcraft was slightly stunned when he saw this prompt. Someone had actually mastered this skill at this stage, so it seemed that there were not a few people with strange encounters. In the age of apocalypse, scrying technique was one of the most useful generalized skills, and due to the low burst rate, it didn't manage to have a copy of it in hand until the late stages of the game. Attributes of monsters whose level was higher than their own, or hidden attributes, monster weaknesses, and information about player summons had to rely on scrying to see them. At this moment, an archer approached Spellcraft. The visitor had a shocked look on his face, as if he had not yet recovered from the scrying technique. Bro, can you give a friend bit? I want to invite you to join our club. Chapter 6, Auctioning Bronze Suit. The archer who came to the front, with a large and long body, even his looks were only slightly inferior to his own, with a kind smile on his face. Speechcraft took a look at the character attributes: nickname, Smoke and Rain Linphone, occupation, archer, level 4. Coincidentally, actually is still the person that he knew in his previous life. Smoke and Rain Linphone was the second-ranked archer in the Smoke and Rain Pavilion. To be able to have such a high ranking in the veteran guild Smoke and Rain Pavilion, there was no doubt about his strength. At the same time, this person was extremely famous, claiming to be the fastest man to shoot in the entire age of apocalypse. He had awakened the S-rank talent, Shooting Practitioner, which permanently increased his attack speed by 0.001 for every monster he killed. In the later stages of the game, when this guy attacked, his hands directly transformed into stumps, and the arrows he shot could be connected into a straight line. However, the drawbacks were also obvious, and it would be difficult to encounter a knight with the anti-injury talent. Brother, must have also heard of our Smoke and Rain Pavilion, the game elite gathering, good welfare. If I'm not wrong, your talent should be more than just strengthening this one summon. Come to our guild. With your strength you can definitely enter our elite group. Forget it, I currently have no intention of joining the guild. Think about it again, even if your summons are strong, but in the later stages, many of the gameplays require teamwork. Friends can be added, but forget about joining a guild. I'm a free roaming person, I'm not too used to it. In reality, what Speechcraft wanted to say was that by the time the game descended into reality, humanity was basically a united front, and the convenience that guilds brought to the individual basically disappeared, and individual strength was what mattered most. Quite a few examples in the previous life had shown that the trust brought by guilds was extremely cheap in front of personal interests. Now that he had an SSS ranked talent and could completely develop on his own, what could be more trustworthy than a summon that would never betray him? The advantage of being a lone wolf was that one didn't have to bother much elsewhere. Although this summon's attributes are bullish, it's not to the point where one must spend a lot of money to recruit it. Thinking of this, Smoky Rain Linphone did not advise more. If he had known that all of SpeechArt's summons could grow indefinitely, he would have definitely notified the president at the first opportunity and spent a large sum of money to pull SpeechArt into the fold. Due to the fact that the guild members were all broken up and split up in various newbie zones. In addition to practicing in the early stages to leave the novice village and head to the main city as soon as possible, there was also the task of collecting potential game scatterers. This was basically the intention of all the major gaming guilds currently entering the game. Speechcraft passed his friend request: these core members of the big guilds, it is still necessary to befriend, not to mention, sometimes you can glean, save yourself a lot of trouble. Brush an hour or so. During the period of SpeechArt just up from time to time, pick up a wave of dropped items. This also have to thank the game's settings. Ordinary monsters dropped items will be automatically caged together, convenient for players to pick up. Otherwise, just picking up items would be exhausting. After looking at the time, it was almost time to go deal with the 2 pieces of game equipment. Not long after, Speechcraft returned to the novice village. The inside of the village was still quite lively, and from time to time, there were players coming back for supplies. There were also some people who were preoccupied with digging quests and running around. Choosing a crossroads, Speechcraft opened the game's stall function and put up 2 green suits. The auction house function could not be used until after leaving the novice village, and it could only be taken this way for now. Selling 2 pieces of bronze level equipment, the highest bidder wins. This voice roared out, and the people around were suddenly quiet. Then unanimously surrounded them. I'm still running around naked right now, and someone actually got bronze equipment already. This attribute is good. There should be a big boost in upgrade speed on the equipment. This brother, sell me someone a face, tell me where you got this equipment. Isn't this brother lay flat? Did you rely on your board to single out the boss to pop the equipment? Silly you, the first kill boss surely must be the whole service notification. See, he is only level 3, should be traitor luck picked up the treasure chest. There are also people who directly went up and opened their mouths to ask for a price. I bagged it. How much is it? Can I trade it with Dragon Kingdom coins? Speechcraft directly cleared his throat. The sale will open in half an hour, please run for it. In addition, I am not short of money in reality, so I only accept. When these words came out, many people immediately cast a contemptuous gaze. It really was just to sell equipment and open their mouths, but after careful consideration, they felt that it was very possible. Many people communicators were used even more diligently. There were also people who directly started acquiring game coins right on the spot. One of the major selling points of Age of Apocalypse was that it had opened a deep cooperation with major banks, allowing for the transfer of Dragon Kingdom currency right in the game. Many casual players exchanged the game coins used to buy supplies for Dragon Kingdom coins on the spot. After all, in many people's minds, only real money clutched in the hand is the most real. Before half an hour had passed, Speechcraft slowly stood up as a group of players with familiar name prefixes appeared. The big green leaks have finally arrived. There were more than a dozen players on the right, all with names that began with the word, Bearing. The leader of the Bearing Bird King, a level 5 warrior, a mix of white clothes, looks a bit unorthodox, but at this stage is already rare, others will not be able to, basically is a half-naked state. This guy is the vice president of the world, the past life because often lead people to pack the field, blocking the door of the copy. The win rating is extremely poor. However, it is not possible for the world to have a lot of money, but in the early stages of the game still gathered a lot of good players. In the middle is the people of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion. The leader is precisely Smoke and Rain Linfoam. At this time I do not know where to get a bronze level leather armor to wear on the body, long body with a fair face, plus the back of the longbow. Surprising, there are a few points of resemblance to the Chapter 7, The First Bucket of Gold. This is the first mage of the GUA guild. Words and techniques to see have a little surprised. Actually in the previous life of this level of god assigned in the same novice village, I do not know whether to count as lucky or unfortunate. This woman don't look like a harmless look, a hand of fire magic play thief slip, also is the previous life 3 SS grade talent one of the strong. Alright, since everyone is here, let's get started. First up is this bronze grade longsword, starting at 30 silver coins, each increase shall not be less than 1 silver coin. After Speechcraft introduced the rules, the players next to him sucked in a breath of cool air even if they were mentally prepared. It was important to realize that due to the burst rate, at this stage, if you just rely on brushing monsters, it would be good for an average player to have 30 copper coins on them. In the game, 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper coins. At this time, Smoke and Rain Linfoam opened his mouth first, 35 silver coins. The Bearing Bird King on the side glanced at him. What's the point of you, an archer, coming to join in the fun? What an idle pain in the ass. 50 silver coins. The onlookers immediately murmured. Holy, this guy is really rich. Cannot be rich. You look at the prefix of the name of others. Bailing World and the entire Dragon Kingdom are considered the top 3 guilds. They have a specialized gold playing group. Smoke and Rain Linfoam is not angry, still the expression of a light smile. Bird brother, this is the first bronze level sword in the novice village. You bid this price? 51 silver coins. 60 silver coins. The Bearing Bird King looked like he was determined to win. 61 followed by Smoky Rain Linfang's unhurried voice. You, sure you want to go against me? The Bearing Bird King stared at Smoke Rain Linfoam dead in the face, his eyes narrowing slightly. Brother Bird, this is where you're wrong. The auction as well, how much strength there is, how much to bid. I just want to pay less while buying it. After all, in terms of financial strength our Smoke and Rain Pavilion can't compare to Bearing. Speechart face calmly looked at this gunpowder flavor thickening. Looking at this message, Speechcraft was speechless for a while. This person's face can be really big, $1,000 to make it look like how much face to give himself. Speechcraft pulled him black on the spot. You are good. The Bearing Bird King put down these words, and then directly left with his people. Smoke Rain Linfoam seemed to have guessed something, and his gaze flicked over the 2 men. Get someone to keep an eye on him, and when he leaves the village, notify me at the first opportunity. Bearing Bird King recruited a follower and instructed. Okay, Brother Bird. A district level 3 newcomer, don't know what kind of luck, give you the opportunity you don't cherish, then there is no way. Good, next is this necklace, everyone knows the necklace is. Sorry to interrupt, I'll pay 2 gold coins for this necklace. At this time a pleasant voice rang out, it is precisely love to eat grapes. No need to waste time, 2 gold coins is my bottom line, present if someone's bid is higher than 2 gold coins, I will leave immediately. After saying that and looking around, Love Eats Grapes' voice was not loud, but it was full of confidence. Once he saw that no one around him was looking at him, Love Eats Grapes turned his head to look at Speechcraft.
Can you trade with me now?
Yes, yes, yes. Originally, Speechcraft was still a bit dissatisfied. His own brewing half a day's words were directly interrupted. When he heard it was 2 gold coins, he directly changed his face in a second and smiled with joy.
Rich woman, domineering, I like.
Wordsmith, just with the transaction, immediately have to turn his head to leave to pick up the task. At this time Love to Eat Grapes opened his mouth to, you messed with the king of the domineering bird, be careful.
Thanks for the reminder. Speechcraft responded with a smile.
Seeing that Speechcraft didn't take it seriously, she didn't say anything more and turned around to go leveling. With this equipment, her own leveling speed would be a lot faster. Smoke and Rain Lin Foam also walked up. If there is any need for help, directly cue me. Others may be afraid of Ba Lin, I will not.
Okay, thanks.
Speechcraft also responded with a smile. Today was also thanks to the fact that Speech Rain Lin Foam raised the price. Both sides said their goodbyes. Speechcraft then headed deeper into the village. He couldn't wait to open his second pet.
Kind person, can you give me some money?
At this moment, Speechcraft stood in front of a beggar in rags.
Sure.
Speechcraft directly threw a silver coin into the broken bowl in his hand. At this moment, there happened to be a quest running player passing by next to him. Brother, this beggar's bowl is a bottomless pit, you can't fill it up. Someone on the forum has already given him 80 silver coins, still can't trigger the mission. You don't want to waste your money. If I say this NPC, this is the game company specially designed to pit people. Speechcraft smiled slightly.
It's fine, I have a lot of money.
That person froze, thinking that this wave is well pretended, but unfortunately, more money should not be able to hold people stupid, shook his head and then walked away. At this time, the beggar looked at the silver coins in the broken bowl, frowned, or put into his pocket.
Good people, do you still have extra money? Give some more? Wordsmith didn't say anything, and threw another 2 silver coins into the bowl.
Good-hearted man, you're a good person, give.
More. Speechcraft continued to throw coins into the bowl. 4 silver coins. 8 silver coins. 16 silver coins. 1 gold, 28 silver coins.
At this point, the beggar finally said something different. Good man, you are really rich and generous. I have nothing to repay you. This book you should use. Speechcraft took the book in the beggar's hand, and then looked at the dozens of silver coins left in the backpack. Fortunately he didn't misremember, and then another wave would not be able to top it. The function of this NPC, to put it bluntly, is to spend money to buy skill books. The player uses it, it will generate the corresponding skills according to the. In his previous life, this task, or a junior high school child tried out, the parents entered the game half a year before him, with the support of the game currency given by his parents, but also really by him to try out a few tasks in the novice village.
Unsealed skill book. Next, let yourself see what kind of skills you can activate. Chapter 8, Summoning Technique Falcon.
Summoning Technique Peregrine Falcon. Summon a falcon to participate in battle, current level 1, experience value required to upgrade 0-100.
It was actually a flying type summon.
Knowing that many people or monsters in the early stages do not have the ability to fly against the air, with this skill, as long as you control the frequency and timing of your attacks, many times it is completely possible to brush the monsters without injury.
Falcon, level 1. Life value, 400. Mana, 100. Physique, 10. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 20.
Skill, Eagle Strike, swoops down from the air and chisels the target's head, dealing agility 300% physical damage.
Well, it's okay, the initial attributes are quite a bit stronger than the boar.
In order to maximize the stacking of attributes, one had to go and brush down the level 1 mountain chicken first. Speechcraft took the falcon and headed outside the village. At this time, an assassin not far away, looking at the back of the speech arts, took out his communicator. Brother Bird, Lubai rushed towards the outside of the village. He seems to have gained a new skill to summon a bird.
Ha! No, Brother Bird, I'm not flirting with you, it is indeed a bird.
I saw him keep giving money to a beggar NPC and then gained a skill book. The coordinates are. Speechcraft came to the level 1 grouse refreshment area. At this time this area almost can't see other players, which undoubtedly increased the progress of the falcon stacking attributes.
Commanding the falcon with an eagle strike, the mountain chicken was immediately killed in seconds.
Ding, your falcon killed the mountain chicken, gaining experience value 1 and free attribute point 1. Speechcraft added the falcon's free attribute point to strength, and then slowly made up the other attributes when the normal attacks stacked up. Right now, he was able to second the mountain chicken with his bare hands, so he could only let the hunting falcon do it on its own. Ding, your falcon predator killed the mountain chicken, gaining experience value 1 and free attribute point 1. After brushing dozens of mountain chickens, Speechcraft realized that 7 or 8 players were slowly circling towards him. When the people got closer, the prefixes all started with bearing, and the leading bearing knife was the same little brother who was next to the bearing bird king during the auction just now. In addition to bearing dagger, the rest of them were all level 4. They were still considered relatively forward at this stage. Stay white right, give you a chance to join Hegemony Pro. You don't know what's good for you. If you return the gold coins, I can take the lead and just kill you this one time. Alas, a bronze suit is just a bronze suit. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. It's weirdly humiliating. Where's the bird king of bearing? Speechcraft had a helpless face. He didn't want to let these messy things, delaying his time, but unfortunately there were always people who weren't long-sighted. To deal with you, a level 3 rookie, why make our boss waste his time practicing? Speechcraft summoned the boar as well.
Come along, don't waste my time. Arrogant.
As an assassin, Bearing Dagger didn't even bother to use stealth, flirtatiously pulled a dagger flower and rushed up, arriving in front of Speechcraft in a few arrow steps. Looking at the unresponsive face of the speech arts, he thought that he had been stunned by his own aura. The corner of Bearing Dagger's mouth just hung a cruel smile. In the next moment, it felt like he had been hit hard by a truck and suddenly flew out. The person was transformed into a white light in the air. Inside the resurrection point of the novice village, Bearing Little Dagger looked around with a bewildered face and hurriedly looked through the system information. The boar used Savage Punch on you, life value 650. You are dead, level 1. He had actually been seconded? And was even ING seconded by a summoner's pet with a single skill? Just as he wanted to ask the people at the scene what was going on. Just then, he saw a white light light up around himself, clear of the members of Hegemony Pro, the very people he had brought with him. Why are you all dead? Brother Blade, that kid's summon is too evil. We went together to try to avenge you, and we didn't even touch the corner of his clothes before we were dead by the boar's normal attack. Several of you are like this? No, I was killed by that bird. Oh come on, this time, I've lost a lot of face, rounding up a level 3 rookie, but instead, I was sent back to the resurrection point by all of them. Isn't this Ba Lin's people? Why did they suddenly die several times? I don't know, I guess they encountered a boss. This should be the first batch of people to use the resurrection point in this novice village. Bearing Little Dagger glared fiercely towards the outside of the resurrection point, then turned his head with a black face. With trepidation, he opened his communicator and organized his words, that. Brother Bird. This side of Speechcraft picked up the 10 or so copper coins that had fallen on the ground. It's true that the drop rate is higher than that of brushing monsters. This time I should have stirred up a hornet's nest. I still hope that they come faster and don't make me wait too long. Brushing the mountain chickens in the same place again. The falcon had undoubtedly risen to level 2. In full power plus mode, the strength attribute had reached 120 points. Looking around, Bearing's people hadn't arrived yet. Don't wait, delaying me from stacking attributes. When Speechcraft reached the level 2 area, he just happened to encounter the Hegemony Pro Bird King heading back with more than 30 people. When the Bearing Bird King saw Speechcraft, he waved his big hand and everyone stopped immediately. Lubai, it turns out that you have awakened the talent of strengthening summons. No wonder you are emboldened. I will now give you another chance to join Hegemony Pro. I can forget about killing Little Dagger just now. My time is precious, or do you guys want to go together? Speechcraft had a helpless expression, facing 30 or so people. There was no feeling of fear at all. Instead, there was a bit of anticipation in his heart, just in time to try out the strength of his summons. Bearing Bird King was directly exasperated and laughed after hearing this. His own hallowed level 6 warrior, his talent has reached the S level, killing a level 3 child still need to be beaten in a group. Won't it make people laugh their asses off? Hee, of course people have to come together, but they are there to prevent you from escaping. Surround them! This group of Hegemony Pro members of various professions immediately spread out and formed a large circle, surrounding Speechcraft in the middle. Don't worry, I've specially found priests with the talent of resurrection this time. Killing you more than 10 times to get to level 0 will be quick. The Bearing Bird King had a grim smile on his face as he stared dead at Speechcraft, as if he wanted to find an expression of fear on his face. Speechcraft was speechless for a while. This bastard's brain was really problematic. At this level, would it be fun to kill back to level 0? What surprised Speechcraft was that the Bearing Bird King was actually able to find priests who could perform resurrection spells at this stage. In the apocalypse, after a character was resurrected by a priest, the body would remain where it was. Being revived by a priest afterward would retain a small portion of their life and lose 30% of their experience value. Unfortunately, after the game descended into reality, the revival technique, an unbelievable skill, could only be used once per person. Ordinary players might be bluffed when they encountered this formation, but it was still too naive to try to scare themselves. Having been relived in his own life, he had experienced countless battles, big and small. Even if he didn't have the superpower talent enchantment, his combat experience was not comparable to these newbies who had just entered the game. It was time to give everyone a lesson on how virtual online games were played. The Bird King of Bering drew his greatsword and rushed up with a few arrow steps, completely ignoring the boar and hunting falcon beside Speechcraft. Hegemony Pro's priest hurriedly put on a resurrection mark for Speechcraft. The Bird King of Bering's raised greatsword slashed down towards Speechcraft's face. One's S-rank talent, Power of Boiling Blood, allows one to gain an additional physical attack that is equal to 50% of one's life value. Currently, with 900 blood of his own, his physical attack was already as high as 500 points, and his skills were not even needed to graze a bit of skin to second a brittle summoner. Once the summoner himself died, by then even the strongest summons would dissipate with him. As the greatsword fell, it looked like Speech Art was still motionless. Suddenly Speech Art's maneuver startled everyone present. Chapter 9 Reunion Destruction. I didn't see it wrong, actually avoided it. His figure barely moved. The people around him all of a sudden exclaimed in shock. The Bering Bird King looked at the sword that cut through the air, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face as well. Just now, when the sword was about to fall on Speechcraft, he only saw Speechcraft slightly shake his body, and the tip of the sword almost grazed Speechcraft's nose as it fell. Those who didn't recognize it would have thought that they were playing along with the other party. It was simply outrageous. While the Bering Bird King was fuming, Speech Art had already commanded the boar to crash over from the side. Thud! There was a muffled sound. The Bering Bird King was knocked aside, and a stun mark appeared on his head. 670. The group of people immediately stared in disbelief. They thought that Hegemony Pro's little dagger had deliberately exaggerated the boar's attack power because he had lost the fight, but they couldn't imagine that it was actually true. Before Bering's priest could react, Speechcraft stepped forward and blasted a fist onto the Bering Bird King's nose. 230. The Bering Bird King instantly fell to the ground. The bronze-level greatsword also exploded out. Speechcraft picked it up with a smile. What a nice guy, sending the sword back again. The surrounding people were once again shocked. This exaggerated physical attack power, you say you're a summoner? It's also ing punched out with your fists. Come together for me, set fire on him and kill him back to level 0. The roar of the Bering Bird King came from the team channel. Since he wasn't even going to die on his own, the priest didn't put a mark on it. This time, he had played it off, dropping a level, not to mention that even his green greatsword had exploded. After resurrecting, the Bering Bird King rushed back. Go 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 go. Don't mind his summons. Hegemony Pro's knights and warriors closed in. In an instant, all sorts of long-range attacks followed. Speechcraft selected a direction, controlled the boar, and began to run quickly. The hunting falcon swooped from the air directly to the back row. Speechcraft sometimes advanced in a zigzag pattern, then stopped and retreated a step back in the next moment. The overall advance wasn't fast, but it dodged most of the attacks. Most of the fireballs and arrows almost grazed Speech Art's body and landed on the ground. The holographic virtual online game, which brought the player 100% real physical sensation, also led to the fact that only some of the special skills had a lock-on effect. Theoretically, as long as the player dodged in place, he could avoid almost all attacks. This requires players to play long-distance professional players, skills to throw accurate, but also need to have a certain degree of prejudgment ability. Currently in the novice village, most players were still only used to staking against monsters, and now faced with Speechcraft's irregular snakeskin positioning, their skills instantly fell short. There were 2 or 3 attacks that hit Speech Arts, but they were also completely crooked. However, with a faint flash of green light on the body of the Speech Arts, they were hit without any damage appearing. Instead, a few damage popped up on the boar and falcon. 25. 35. 15. The blood bars of the two dropped slightly by a hair. It's open and shut. It hit but did no damage. The summon took it for him, but why is this boar's life value so high? I saw the bird in the air drop blood, the damage he took made all the summons share it equally. Dodging a wave of attacks from long-range professions, Speechcraft had touched base with melee classes. The boar crashed into a knight. 550. Speechcraft's staff immediately replenished it. Duong. 360. This high body mass knight instantly fell to the ground. An ordinary warrior could be killed in seconds by a boar's normal attack. Speechcraft also transformed into a warrior, and while dodging skills, the staff in his hand kept knocking out. In just a few seconds, 4 people were killed. Bering's front row was immediately torn open by Speechcraft. And the cost was just the boar dropping a couple hundred blood. The hunting falcon in the back also kept flying up and down, killing 2 mages, and the holding effect was great, reducing the pressure on Speechcraft. Intercept. Stop it. How come you guys are so noobish, you can't even block a person? Seeing that Speechcraft broke through and went straight to the back row, the long-range professions of Bering instantly panicked. Originally, this guy was killing melee professions like a melon and chopping up vegetables. If it was against the back row professions it would be too much. The archers and mages in the back, seeing that Speechcraft brought the boar with them, subconsciously retreated. This retreat interrupted the rhythm of the original attack, making the skill accuracy even worse. Under the control of Speechcraft, the falcon was also always able to grasp the timing of its attacks. 120. 150. There was no place to hide. At this moment, a strange feeling unexpectedly arose in the hearts of the players of Bully Pro. A group of people on their side were actually surrounded by a summoner. As more and more people fell on Hegemony Pro, without having to spend too much time dodging attacks, the output efficiency of Speechcraft became more and more terrifying. After 3 minutes of time passed, there were 4 priests left on the field. Speechcraft flung the staff in his hand and walked over with a faint smile. Several priests reddened their faces, with a stifled expression of having eaten. Save your breath, how can this game have hanging? It must be awakening some kind of bull batch talent. At this time, the Bering Bird King panted and ran, looking at the scene where only the speech art himself was left, completely dumbfounded. He was busy rushing just now, it was only a few. This distance traveled had already eaten 7 normal attacks from Smoky Rain Lin Foam. Looking at which just rebuffed Smoky Rain Lin Fang's invitation for a bit. To be honest, right now, as long as one can solve the basic problems of life, any more Dragon Kingdom coins for oneself is just a number. After a boring night of brushing monsters, by the early morning, Speechcraft had reached level 7. Ever since the falcon had stacked the attributes given away by killing level 3 monsters. The boar, the falcon plus Speechcraft himself, even if they crossed levels to brush the monsters, they were all killed in seconds. Most of the time was actually wasted on brushing 1000 numbers. The good thing was that even if there was no group attack skill, it could be split into 3, and the efficiency was exactly 3 times that of a normal player. By the back of the summon's physical damage had overflowed too much, and Speechcraft also allocated attribute points to other attributes. Currently, with the boar and hunting falcon, Speechcraft's attributes had become extremely exaggerated. Whiteout level, 7. Profession, Summoner. Life value, 28221. Mana, 222. Physique, 570. Strength, 1592. Intelligence, 17. Agility, 332. Spirit, 340. Special attributes, none. Free attributes, 0. Luck, hidden. Talent, Symbiotic Battle Spirit SSS grade. Skills, Spirit Shock, Summoning Boar, Summoning Falcon. Equipment, Crude Mahogany Staff, Roughly Made Mahogany Staff. Now leveled up enough to go after a boss for trouble. There were a total of 7 bosses in the novice village known to himself, 1 special quest boss, 3 normal field bosses, and 3 copy bosses. According to the previous life game after the game descended, from the mouth of the NPC, he knew that if he was able to brush all of the novice village bosses, he would receive an extremely special reward, Voucher of Power. However, until after the game descended, the highest record was only 6 brushes, and this was still with the help of the Grand Guild's resources. The reason for this was that it was stuck on a special mission boss. Special mission bosses were disposable and could not be refreshed. This special mission boss can only be brushed by an individual, and has an extremely special skill mechanism, resulting in no one being able to complete it at all. If one's awakening was only an ordinary talent, then one could only give up. But with an SSS ranked talent, it was entirely possible to give it a try.
Speechcraft spent more than 10 minutes to return to the novice village first. Then he went all the way to the west and went to the door of an ordinary NPC farmer's house. At this time, a female NPC was sitting in front of the door with a sad face. There was a nickname, Ma Widow, on her head. "This lady, may I ask how I can help you?" When Widow Ma saw Speechcraft, she immediately lit up. "This little brother, you've come at a great time. I happen to have something that I need your help with. My family's duck died again. I don't know what kind of animal bit it. Can you help me find out who killed the duck?" Ding does it accept the quest, murderer who killed the duck. "No problem, please give me the duck that bit to death." As soon as Speechcraft said this, Widow Ma revealed a hesitant look. "Yes, but you have to pay me 2 silver coins." Without saying a word, Speechcraft paid the money, picked up the duck and left. In fact, many people in the game had taken this quest, but just by looking at the dead duck, coupled with the lack of any quest hints, the follow-up was completely unknown. Or maybe it was just a pre-quest that couldn't be completed at all, and buying the duck was the key to triggering the follow-up quest. Not long after, Speechcraft arrived at the village chief's house and directly threw the dead duck in front of the village chief. Upon seeing this duck, the village chief's formatted smile suddenly disappeared, picking up the duck's corpse and scrutinizing the 2 bloody holes on its neck. This can't be. How did this thing suddenly appear? Honorable adventurer, can you go to the church and complete a scouting quest?" Ding does it accept the quest, mysterious imprisoned object. Accept. The quest, murderer of the duck, has expired. Get the quest item, key to the basement. A few minutes later, Speechcraft arrived in front of a dilapidated stone masonry house, and other than the somewhat recognizable western-leaning style, it was impossible to tell that this was a church. Speechcraft entered directly through the hidden door, passed through the front hall, and came to the backyard. Finally, at the end of the corridor, he found the locked iron door. Open the iron door. The imagined dusty and disorganized scene did not appear. Instead, there was a pool of blood in the center of the small basement, with a humanoid creature immersed in it. The moment it saw Speechcraft, the humanoid creature opened its scarlet eyes, brought up blood all over its body, and lunged at Speechcraft. Gotta be, pretty cheesy scene setup, those broken chains on the ground, reminiscent of the fact that this thing was originally locked inside, and somehow managed to break free from its bonds in the back. Demonized Preacher Roger. Life, 50W. Strength, 452. Skill, Forbidden Demon Boundary, set up a forbidden area where no skills can be used, duration, 5 minutes. A level 8 boss, whose attributes weren't particularly exaggerated, could be ranked at the top of the novice village's boss difficulty list, purely because of the existence of this skill. Not being able to use skills meant that you could only rely on your own attributes and basic operations to kill it, and at this stage, no one in the novice village could do it at all. Many of the game's masters had the certainty to kill it later, and realized that there was no way to return to the novice village, an unsolvable dead cycle. As Roger pounced forward, the Forbidden Demon Boundary unfolded. Speechcraft looked at it, his skills had turned gray. But the talent effect had not disappeared, and his own attributes could directly cause crushing. Chapter 11 Boss First Kill. Without dodging or avoiding, Speechcraft pulled out his big stick, and it went up against Roger's sharp claws. 1,530. 470. The damage dealt by himself was almost 3 No. This strength, there is absolutely no need to deliberately hide, there are any obstacles, direct horizontal push can be. Besides, there will be a lot of service-wide announcements in the future, there is a need to bring a little bit of the shock of the reborn to everyone. System notice, congratulations to player Lubai, killed the only hidden boss, demonized Preacher Roger, get reward, free attribute points plus 30, unsealed skill book, plus 2, gold plus 20, game reputation plus 500. System notice. 3 announcements in a row caused players to clamor. I go, this guy is only level 7, how can he kill the boss? Look at the notice information, there are no other team members, it's completely a single brush. Stay white? Isn't this the one who killed Bully Pro in a group? If I had that powerful summon, I could have swiped it solo if I had it, there's no technical content at all. The only hidden boss, is it not possible to brush it in the future? Then I have to grab some time and hurry to find out the other boss. This novice village boss will not all be hidden, I have a buddy awakened advanced stealth. He ran through all the maps and didn't find any bosses, and wasted a lot of time practicing. At this moment, Bearing Bird King, looking at the system notice, his eyes turned red all of a sudden, and he didn't know whether he was angry or jealous. Arranging for the Bearing Small Knife on the side. Command down, everyone give me an all-out search for the novice village boss, those who provide valid information will be rewarded with 50,000 Dragon Kingdom coins.
Received, Brother Bird. Bearing Little Knife was also in a terrible mood. Seeing the system notice, it felt even worse than being seconded 7 or 8 times by the boar of Speechcraft. How was this bastard's luck so good that he could even find a hidden boss? Speechcraft added all of his free attribute points to spiritual strength. Under the premise that summons didn't add spiritual power, the current spiritual power had reached 380 points. If an ordinary summoner, the current spiritual power would only be able to break 100. But there was still a considerable gap with the strength attribute. Take your time, your goal is to become a hexagonal summoner anyway, attribute shortcomings are temporary. For Speechcraft, the most valuable thing at the moment was the 600 reputation points. Prestige value can be said to be a symbol of the player's status in the game. The higher the prestige value, the higher the privileges in the game. Buy things at a discount, increase the chances of triggering quests, hiring game NPCs, etc., and countless other things. Later, when the game reputation accumulated to a certain degree, can make many NPCs as the master in the game world after the descent is still valid. Speechcraft used the 2 skill books gifted by the system. Iron Wall Guard, summons gain an additional 10% constitution. Level 1 cannot be upgraded. The first skill was good. It might not seem like a large percentage increase, but when one summon's defense attributes were stacked up, the increase would be quite substantial. And it's a passive skill, very provincial. Skill duplication, a separate skill bar can be set up to duplicate a skill of the summoner, with the skill bonus effect remaining unchanged. Seeing this skill, a look of surprise surfaced on Speechcraft's face. The skill effects of some summons were quite explosive, and one could completely adjust the replicated skill at the right time according to the needs of the battle. Next, were the few pieces of equipment that dropped. Bloodthirsty Staff Silver Grade Rank 8. Intelligence plus 200. Mental Strength plus 100. Spellcasting Speed plus 10%. Skill, Bloodlust, plus 10% blood suck effect when dealing damage to the target. Bloodthirsty Robe Silver Grade Level 8. Life Value plus 500. Physique plus 100. Skill, Bloodlust, plus 10% blood sucking effect when dealing damage to the target. The item was good, it didn't feel quite right for himself. With the presence of the summon, one would not lose blood at all, and this 20% blood-sucking effect could not play a role. However, the attributes were okay, so it was used as a transitional equipment. What was left was a green helmet, a green dagger, and a white shield. Luck ran out? It was all equipment from other professions. In fact, the 2 blue law equipment were already popping out based on occupation. This was still the reason why the first kill of the boss made the fit of the equipment that was popped out increase. All that remained were 2 or 3 pieces of materials needed for life skills and a cross that was red with blood. Roger's necklace, proof of killing Roger, please give it to the village chief. Putting the items away, Speechcraft hoofed it to the village chief's house. The village chief looked at the necklace in his hand, surprised and at the same time revealing a palpitating look. Valiant adventurer, I thought that after you explored the church, you would first evacuate to inform me of the situation in the basement. I never imagined that you actually killed the evil Roger. Thank you for your contribution to the village. After hearing this, the corner of Speechcraft's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. What hypocrisy, to know that as long as a player stepped into the basement, apart from facing the boss straight on, there would be no chance of escape at all. Congratulations on completing the quest, Mysterious Imprisoned Object, experience value plus 2000. A white light lit up on Wordsmith's body and he successfully rose to level 8, putting the 2 blue suits on, while his attributes went up a notch. The whole person looked dusty. Well, there was finally a bit of a game master's look. Seeing that the other rewards will be gone, the speech technique is not entangled, the Apocalypse's quest reward setting is very strange. What rewards to get feel completely depends on the mood of the NPC. And the reason why the village chief is so petty is entirely because Roger is his captive demon. Chapter 12, A bridegroom and a woman are born for each other. According to the setting of this game of the Apocalypse, the main focus of the players in the late stage is to fight against the invading abyssal demons. After the game invades reality, in addition to some wild monsters, the abyss is also the biggest hostile force. In fact, in the early stages of the game, the abyss has already begun to infiltrate. The novice village is the player's birthplace. There is no high-level NPC stationed, naturally, cannot be spared. Some of the NPCs in the novice village have already been contaminated by the abyss breath. The village chief is the most seriously contaminated, can be said to be an abyssal demon in human skin, but also the most powerful boss in the novice village. Roger was originally a priest who preached in the village, and because he discovered the village chief's abnormality, he tried to purify him, and due to his lack of strength, he was instead imprisoned by him, and refined into an inhuman blood-sucking demonic creature. It was only in the later stages of the game that this information was slowly unearthed. With his current strength, the village chief belonged to the existence that could not be messed with, or had to be obscene for a while first. Leaving the village chief's house, Speechcraft went to return the ring to the little girl, completing the quest, Lost Wedding Ring. For many people, it was definitely a loss-making deal, but Speechcraft didn't like owing others anything, even if it was an NPC. Especially the quest bar hanging all day unfinished tips, look awkward, or submit the quest, now completely do not lack the wedding ring that little bit of attributes. After that, he sent a few pieces of equipment that he couldn't use to Smoke and Rain Linfoam. Over there immediately gave a reply, how much?
20,000 Dragon Kingdom coins.
Deal. Speechcraft sent his coordinates over and immediately received a prompt that the money had arrived. In fact, as far as the current market price was concerned, selling these pieces of equipment for 50,000 was no problem at all, and 20,000 was entirely to return Smoke Rain Linfeng's favor. After all, during the auction, because of Smoke and Rain Linfeng's price increase, the price of that big sword was inflated by a lot. After waiting in place for a few moments, an assassin from the Smoky Rain Pavilion arrived, completed the transaction and then left in a hurry, not saying a word throughout.
It's true that those who play assassins are more or less aloof. Speechcraft looked at the time, it was already 9 a.m. Phew, gotta get offline and rest. Although it was said that using a game helmet could somewhat replace sleeping, mentally one still needed to relax and eat something on the way. Exit the game. Taking off the helmet, Speechcraft lightly got out of bed. The three people in the dormitory were still sleeping. Today's task was to take care of the problem of living. It was inconvenient to stay in the dormitory all the time. Went out and made a call to Li Rang. Li Ling in other schools, the two are hair small, can be in the same city school, but also really is good luck. As soon as they met, before Li Rong opened his mouth to speak, he saw that Yen Shu walked straight over and gave him a big hug. Li Rong instantly froze in place. Speech arts, holy, what are you doing? Although the two of them were extremely close, as 24K pure steel straight men, they usually had little physical contact, and this action of Yen Shu made Li Rang's goosebumps fall all over the place. Speech arts pushed Li Rang away, his eyes slightly red as he punched at the other's chest. It's fine, it's just that it's been a long time since I've seen you, letting you feel the love from your father. Technically speaking, he hadn't seen Li Rong for 10 years, it was a completely subconscious move. Scared the laborer, I thought that after not seeing you for a week, you suddenly bent. Let's go, find a place to eat and chat. Yen Shu, to say. Got it, to say that this skill is really bola, the general attack comes with a splash effect, I am now brushing monsters or group brush, has risen to level 9, I think I can fight for a little bit out of the first person in the novice village. Speechcraft glanced at the surrounding several people who were also talking about the game, emotionally excited foam flying across the room, and did not notice this side, slightly lowered his voice. There's no need. I'll compile a list of quests for you, don't go to the main city first after you reach level 10, there's still a lot of good stuff in the novice village. As you wish. Since following Speechcraft's guidelines and getting the skill book, Li Rong had become extremely trusting of Speechcraft when it came to gaming. Don't you have a friend in a house agent, help me get in touch and rent a villa, the requirements are remote and quiet. In these 2 days, we'll move there together, don't worry about work or anything, hire an aunt to help cook, and focus on playing games later. Li Rang, after listening to the feeling that the speech art is floating, as a good brother more or less had to persuade a little. But before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by the speech arts. Yesterday to now light game equipment sold 50,000, this is just the beginning, the future will not lack of money. Once he thought about Yen Shu's current reputation in the game, Li Zhong instantly had no words to speak. Okay, if the price isn't a problem, it should be soon. After the two of them finished eating, Speechcraft explained a few more precautions in the pre-game. Dongling University. Yang Lishu stood at the entrance of the school dressed up in a flamboyant manner, and the students passing by all revealed stunning gazes. Worthy of being the school flower, this face value is no less compared to an actress. What's even better is this body, just look at it makes people think about it. Don't why, she has a girlfriend now. Who is it? Is it the speech technique? Did it really impress our Ms. Yang? That licking dog doesn't have a chance, she's now Qin Fei's girlfriend. At this time, a supercar came with a huge sound wave and steadily parked at the door. Qin Fei sat on the driver's seat and flirtatiously pushed his sunglasses. Coincidentally, Yen Shu just happened to come down from a cab, holding a bag full of snacks.
Seeing Yang Lishu on the car, the scene did not show any unusual expression. On the contrary, a slight smile twisted his head and walked towards the school. Surrounding the masses of eaters, already ready to watch the speech arts face, but did not expect the speech arts behave so calmly, have revealed a surprised look. Yan Shu and Yang Lishu are also considered to be celebrities in the school, one because of their beautiful looks, the other is considered to be the most handsome amongst the dog lickers. At this moment, a good person couldn't help but speak out. Yan Shu, your goddess got into someone else's car, why don't you react at all?
Isn't it a man?
Ha ha ha. When these words came out, the surrounding people laughed out loud. Speechcraft turned his head and looked at the person who spoke, still with that faintly smiling expression.
I don't have an opinion. Do you have an opinion?
Nope, people are talented and born for each other, it's your turn as a demon to object. After saying that, the scene suddenly became cheerful. Speechcraft didn't bother to look at that person's face and directly left. Playing the game is important, if it is not the stomach will be hungry, and now still struggling in the game, what women are just passing clouds. Besides, after the game descends, what stunning beauty does not have, looks temperament seconds Yang Lishu a few streets. Xin Fei looked at the departing back of the speech technique, pondered for a moment, and spoke to Yang Lishu on the passenger side. Baby, how do I feel that this speech technique is a bit similar to the Lu Bai in the game video?
Alas? Hearing you say that, it really is a bit similar.
But it shouldn't be the same person, there are so many people who upregulate their looks in the game, so I guess it's a collision. Well, indeed, after all, combat skills these are not something a wimp like him can master. Let's not talk about him, let's hurry up, we still have to get on the game and practice.
In the screams of Yang Lishu, the sports car whistled away. Chapter 13, Newbie Village Copy.
Speechcraft returned to the dormitory and realized that Lu Yan was the only one who was preparing his graduation thesis against the screen.
Lao Si, you're not preparing your graduation thesis? Not interested, I'm going to move out of school in the next few days and focus on.
This person's name was Malt Paste, and he was also the one who opened the copy in his previous life. Although the person was in Novice Village 854, this type of quest, as long as it was successfully completed, all of the novice villages would synchronize to open the copy. This copy is considered to be the only copy in the novice village. The copy has 4 difficulties, simple, normal, difficult and hell, but even at the simple level of difficulty, at this stage there is no one who can challenge it successfully. One remembers that in his previous life, Malt Paste also struck lucky and received the task of opening the replica in advance, otherwise, according to the normal progress, it would take 10 levels to receive this task. The monsters in the replica are at a minimum level 10, of which the highest level boss, but also reached level 15. To pass this copy, in addition to the character attributes to meet the standard, but also to figure out the skill mechanism of the 3 boss, a very test of the team's ability to cooperate, as well as the ability of the team command.
Successfully clearing the SSS ranked talent on his own was estimated to take quite a bit.
Well, I'm not anxious, I'm anxious for you, a great god with SSS level talent. If you can't get a copy of the first pass, wouldn't that be an exaggeration? Now the major guilds have organized experts to enter the copy, and have also opened a live stream on the forums to update the progress in real time. You can go and take a look.
Don't you not believe that I'm SSS talent?
Seeing how fierce the video of you killing people is, it's so much
stronger than me as an S rank, I guess SSS rank is just.
Moreover, since the monsters and the duplicates were all of a higher level than himself, he could also stack a wave of attributes while brushing the lower difficulties in preparation for brushing the hell level difficulty. After making his decision, Speechcraft rushed towards the level 8 monster area while choosing a live room with the highest number of viewers and embedded the live window into the game. It had to be said that this feature in Apocalypse was really convenient. After the video window was accessed, the transparency, size, and the distance between it and the character could be adjusted. It is simply customized for summoners like yourself who live flat stream. With this feature, Mom no longer need to worry about me brushing monsters boring. The owner of this live room, Zhou Qi, is a little-known game anchor, and was the first to enter the game after the Apocalypse opened. Now he has very thoughtfully moved the live feeds of all the major guilds over to make it easier for the audience to compare and understand the progress of all the parties. There were a total of 5 guilds that had been selected, which were Smoke and Rain Pavilion, Bearing the World, Clear Moon, Qing Dynasty, and Yaoshi. These guilds can be said to be the strength of the game world in the first echelon of the top guilds. Not only have a fixed guild members, at the same time the welfare treatment also dumped other small and medium-sized guilds a few streets. In order to increase exposure and popularity, many guilds are seizing the opportunity of the opening of the first copy of the game to select their strongest teams to broadcast live on the whole network. Speechcraft leaned under a large tree, gave the two summons the command to attack freely, and watched the live broadcast screen with interest. It wasn't that he was lazy, it was mainly all forced by his talent. Only summons killing monsters could gain free attribute points. At this time, there are not many people in the level 8 monster area. Many people have rushed to try the copy. After all, in many people's cognition, the copy is synonymous with high rewards. Whether it is the burst rate, the experience value is not comparable to the field brushing monsters. Even if you can't get through the level, go in and brush up on some ordinary monsters is also a good choice.
Chapter 14, Hell Difficulty Live Stream Flip. Alright, we see that several major guilds are currently assembled and have officially entered their copies. The guilds have undoubtedly chosen the Hell level difficulty, and it seems that they are quite confident in their own strength. Now let's open the first prize competition of this broadcast to see which team can be the first to complete 10% of the replica's progress. Jochi's incendiary voice rang out, and what followed was a flood of pop-ups. 666, it's true that it's worthy of being a super strong guild, it actually chose the Inferno level. Incomprehensible, shouldn't opening up the land try to come from a low difficulty? This is climbing up the ladder, either one refuses to concede. What do you guys know, they must have other teams choosing low difficulty to explore the path in front. Alas? No, how come it feels like none of them look good? I just went to try the Hell level, that perverted mechanism is really no less than Hell. Hell level difficulty, after going in there will be a negative buff on the character's attributes are halved, it's simply impossible to complete. More than that, it seems that the monsters inside this copy are all level 10 to start with, and their attributes alone are a headache for players at this stage. Several big guilds made such a big battle, it's not like the first stage can't be pushed down. Melon seeds and drinks are ready, waiting for the game masters to be defeated. Speechcraft looked at these comments and couldn't help but lose a smile. Getting deflated was inevitable, now it was up to which guild would hold out for a long time. The first to go out, losing face was a certainty. The reason why the Hell level is called Hell. Another point is that the attributes of the monsters inside the replica have become ridiculously strong. Basically the elite monsters inside have stronger attributes than the bosses outside, not to mention the final 3 bosses. Looking at the live broadcast screen, most of them were familiar faces, and when his eyes swept over the Qin Dynasty's live broadcast screen, Speechcraft suddenly paused. There were 2 people in Qin Dynasty's team that Speechcraft was quite familiar with. Qin Fei and Yang Lishu. This was where things became interesting. Qin Dynasty had the Qin Group's capital injection behind it, and Qin Fei, as the next heir of the Qin Group, was practically the de facto controller of the entire guild when it came to the game. Qin Fei was not good at managing the guild, and did not serve as the president, but instead hired an experienced game master Wang Qi as the president with a high salary, and Wang Qi was also able to afford the high salary, and managed the Qin Dynasty's plate with great success. What Yan Shu didn't expect was that at such a critical time, Qin Fei actually brought Yang Lishu to brush up his presence. Qin Fei game name, Qin Feng breaks the waves, has the A-rank talent, Lucky Strike. When attacking a target, there is a chance to inflict double damage, the chance increases with the character's level. Yang Lishu's game name, Empty Bottle of Oxygen, has a grade A talent, Repeat Healing. When using healing skills, it can trigger double casting. If the 2 of them were to look at their talents alone, they would definitely have surpassed most players, but there was one fatal drawback, which was that their game sense and operation were not up to par. In the past life is completely rely on the entire Qin Dynasty resources pile up, only to let the 2 strength barely reach the first line, but from the real game master there is still a great distance. Originally, Speechcraft couldn't guess who would go out first from these 5 teams, but after seeing these 2, it was basically certain that it had to be the Qin Dynasty. Looking at the other families, the Smoke and Rain Pavilion was led by President Smoke and Rain Ride the Wind, the Jiua was led by Love Grapes who possessed SS grade talent, and the 2 families of Bully Prosperity and Yashar also had past life experts as their main force. Interesting. Speechcraft immediately went and sent out a pop-up, Anchor, why don't we reopen the... At this time, there was also laughter in the live broadcast room. Qin Dynasty is also too unreliable, how to bring such a vase priest, even the most basic common sense of the game is not there. People's talent is strong, see the 2 consecutive healing spells, I would call it the game's #1 milk. The purpose is clear, here to feed you all dog food. Compared to the other guild's priests, it's true that the amount of milk is sufficient, but the healing is overflowing. Speechcraft was also amused by Yang Lishu, making this kind of low-level mistake only at the beginning, it was really the same as what he had guessed. Looking at the other guild's teams, they were now playing steadily, controlling the scene quite well, and this comparison made the difference between the highs and lows. The fastest was Jiu, Love Grapes was now a spell machine gun that could unleash a barrage of small fireballs.
Basically, a wave of concentrated fire from the team could clear a Vine Elf's bloodline. Right now it looks like GU's team should be the furthest along. Seems like I heard that Love of Grapes is a top-tier SS ranked talent, so it's normal to have this performance. Alas? How come this copy's monster hate range is so long? The Qin Dynasty side attracted 5 of them at once. As this started, the pressure on Qin Dynasty increased suddenly, and with a wave of mistakes from Yang Lishu, the knights in the team were the first to fall, and then the entire team came to a regimental end. In the next few minutes, the remaining teams were also killed one after another. The longest persistent GUA had only completed 5% of the copy's progress. Alas, this is embarrassing. Don't take the porcelain work if you don't have a diamond drill. The fun is big, several big guilds live to eat a defeat. Go go go, no fun to see, focus on upgrading early past simple difficulty it. I also blame this copy for being too perverted. It seems that even the first pass on easy difficulty hasn't appeared yet. Chapter 15, sorry, I'll single brush. The live room, which originally had a warm atmosphere, ended up shutting down as the live broadcasts of the guilds were interrupted one after another. Speechcraft turned off the video and looked at the time. 16 minutes had passed. If he hadn't guessed wrong, after this live broadcast, the several major guilds would next try a normal difficulty copy, not even having the courage to touch the difficulty. Look at their own now upgrade the experience needed, still need more than 30 minutes, this time other people simply cannot get the first pass, because this copy of some places needs some special skills. If you are not familiar with the situation, to waste a lot of time to see the final boss, their own peace of mind to brush the monsters can be. At this time, the game forum has been because of the difficulty of the copy of the uproar, because the first batch of people to enter the copy of the almost all of them are destroyed out of the game. Too difficult, this game planners are not playing the game, come up with such a copy of disgusting people. Simply disgusting, our squad per capita level 8 5 pieces of equipment, a simple this actually only pushed to 20% on the extinction. The main thing is that after 10% of the copy will appear level 11 monsters, that attribute is almost higher than level 10 by a large margin. I'll put my words down here, who can pass this copy at this stage, I'll live broadcast swallowing feces to kill myself. Upstairs can be talking our district, but at the same time there is love to eat grapes, stay white, smoke and rain Linfeng and several other experts, if they join forces, minutes to meet your wishes. Then the crowd opened the poll again. The first to pass through the copy was the team or the game master. At the same time, a player opened a betting board and set up a wager on the game currency. After 10 or so minutes of fermentation, the number of players participating in the betting had already exceeded several million. In the first places the Sky and Moon love to eat grapes, after all, his team in the hell copy of the best.
Intelligence, 34. Agility, 223. Spirit, 305. Peregrine Falcon, level, 9. Life value, 29072. Mana, 324. Physique, 1617. Strength, 4228. Intelligence, 28. Agility, 569. Spirit, 195. Whiteout level, 9. Life value, 32189. Mana, 1938. Physique, 1772. Strength, 4378. Intelligence, 231. Agility, 396. Spirit, 677. This attribute could completely walk sideways in the novice village. Due to the fact that there are fewer skills in the early stages, the two summonses also focus on general attacks, and their own attributes are also the highest in the strength attribute through the addition. Waiting for the latter to get 2 legal system summons, by then the 2 attributes of intelligence and spirituality will also follow the rise. Returning to the novice village, he purchased a few sets of potions and some miscellaneous tools. These things would be of great use in the replica. When Speechcraft rushed to the entrance of the replica. When he arrived at the entrance of the replica, there were groups of players huddled together, and the sound of recruiting teams was heard everywhere. At this time, Speechcraft's arrival also attracted the attention of many people. Lubai Big Brother, have you got a team? If you don't come to our team, the complete configuration is just missing you. Hee, you were just shouting that you don't want a summoner, why are you hitting yourself in the face now? Big Brother, come to our team, give you command, you say how to play. Many poor teams saw that Speechcraft was alone, and immediately began to invite. After all, Speechcraft was not the same as an ordinary summoner. Putting aside the outrageous attributes of the summoner, the light operation was a top-notch existence. Speechart smiled and waved his hand. Sorry, I'm brushing solo. At these words, the surroundings were instantly quiet, and after a few seconds, they cooed again. Big brother, you should have also seen the live broadcasts of the several major guilds. At this stage, not to mention single brush, the group of a team of experts will not necessarily get the first pass. Oh, it's really drifting. People are trying to hit all the guilds in the face with their own strength. It's probably because he saw his own odds and his head was confused with anger. For a while, there were persuasive, mocking, and all sorts of voices. At this time, a flash of light at the entrance of the replica, bearing Bird King was teleported out with a team of people with black faces. Because of the hegemony in this novice village, players are not many. To take the hand of the man is also one person, so the replica began. It is very self-conscious to choose a simple difficulty. Who knows, stuck in the first boss was. Oh, a proving ground. It was a good place to brush up on attribute points in one's own eyes. Speechcraft summoned the boar and falcon, and a spirit shock hit the bark sentinel not far away, instantly startling the 3 vine elves around it as well. The 4 monsters wowed and ran up with strange cries. Chapter 16, Eating Fungus to Fight Poison with Poison. Speech Art and Summoner each attack. Afterwards, Speechcraft stepped into the dense forest and immediately found some bouncing monsters. Mushroom Demon, rank 11. Life value? Mana value? Intelligence? Spirit? Skills? Level 11, the Mushroom Demon's life value was not as high as the previous 2, but it had a nasty skill, Psychedelic Spore, which would reduce the player's movement speed, and at the same time, it would make people hallucinate, and after being hit, the player would feel that his character had shrunk, and the Mushroom Demon would be the size of a house, which would cause people to misjudge the distance of the attack, and greatly reduce the efficiency of the output. Speechcraft took out the red mushroom with poison, at this time, and swallowed it together with the summon. A poison state appeared immediately, 5 life value per second for 3 minutes. With this poison status, it was possible to cancel out the effects of the Psychedelic Spore skill. Speechcraft then began to run around, constantly attracting the mushroom demons, while the boar and falcon followed behind to output. A group of mushroom demons released psychedelic spores, and immediately a light green spore gray fog covered the entire battlefield. The 2980. 7. 164. 7,164. 7,164. Got, even the poison mushrooms were taken by the 2 summons. A few moments later, the mushroom demon all fell to the ground. Under the operation of the speech art, the 2 summons' blood quantity was always on the safe line. Throwing a red vial to each of the 2 summons, they pulled their blood levels up and headed to the next level without stopping. This level was very special, and a lot of people who swiped the book were stuck in this level. Because inside was the first time players faced flying monsters. Flying Flower Elf, level 11. Couldn't see the attribute skills, but possessed a flying trait, and its only weakness was a low body mass and attack. This kind of monster didn't move too slowly in the air, and would greatly test the attack hit rate of the team's long-range professions. However, when encountering the speech art, you can directly let the falcon fly up and get in your face for output. 421. The pummel was okay, within acceptable limits. The staff swings out and picks up the falcon's attack. 4,523. 4,762. As far as this attack of the boss is concerned, there is no pressure at the moment, as long as you pay attention to interrupting its big moves. Extrapolating from the percentage of blood drop, El Blue's blood level was just around 500,000, aiming for a minute and a half or so to get it done. A few moments later, El Blue's blood level dropped to 80%, all the branches began to retract. Speechcraft and Wild Boar immediately used Savage Rush. Skills have been kept, waiting for this moment. Once the stun sign came out, the skill was successfully interrupted. According to the output rhythm, when El Blue blood dropped to 30%, the body suddenly became trembling, like a headless fly in the surrounding circle a few times or cannot find a large tree can be attached, and ultimately collapsed. To this point, the time has passed 10 minutes. Speaking of which, killing the boss is faster than cleaning up the small monsters. Ding, you have completed the first kill of the novice village copy, Tree Spirit Guardian El Blue. A service-wide notification is about to take place, whether or not to hide your name. No. Then Speechcraft opened the settings and cancelled the service-wide notification every time it was asked. System notice, congratulations to player Lu Bai, killing the novice village copy boss, Tree Spirit Guardian El Blue, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 20, silver level professional equipment plus 1, gold coins plus 10, game reputation plus 400. 3 announcements in a row caused all the players to explode. I'm going to stay white again in single brush. Are we playing the same game?
I don't understand the world of the great god, I'm just heartbroken for the game currency.
Hanging, absolutely hanging, the game official does not give a reasonable explanation, I quit the game.
I think of the game currency I bet, God gave me the opportunity to get rich overnight I did not cherish. Only the first booze, from the pass is still early.
Chapter 17 First Kill Number 2 Boss.
At this time, the most complex mood than love to eat grapes, in front of the tree spirit guardian Blue, has only 50% of the blood. The system's 3 notifications immediately let the team members of the Dao Heart collapse. Under the operation error directly hang 2 people. Love Grapes was definitely considered to be a level-headed commander in the several guild teams, and when the attempt at the hell level difficulty failed, he had a clear perception of the overall difficulty of the replica. Therefore, he directly led the team to try to take the first pass of the easy difficulty, and along the way, he was careful and steady, and it took more than 40 minutes to finally grind the first boss to 50% blood.
At a time when everyone was full of hope, suddenly heard such a news. The fighting spirit was suddenly struck down.
Love Eats Grapes took a deep breath. Everyone cheer up, even if we can't beat Stay White, we're definitely ahead of the other teams.
After saying that, he led the other 2 out of the battle and waited for the resurrected 2 to come over to join them. There was only one resurrection opportunity in the copy, and after using it up once, the chances of clearing the level were already slim.
Love Eats Grapes thought about it and contacted the members outside the copy, and after learning that Speechcraft had entered the copy in less than 10 minutes, he immediately changed his strategy. Staying White alone is no longer strong, it's impossible to solve the first boss in less than 10 minutes, he should have discovered some tricky methods. Next we focus on meticulously inspecting the copy to see if there's anything we haven't noticed, to lay a good foundation for entering the copy again. At the same time, this idea was also passed on to all of the guild's teams that were opening up the area. Love Eats Grapes knew very well that if the conventional method was used, it would be impossible for Lubai to have this speed, and Mushroom Demon and Flying Flower Elf would simply not be able to speed up with strong attributes. The most important thing to remember is that it's not easy to get the best out of the world, but it's the best way to get the best out of the world, and it's the best way to get the best out of the world. This side of the speech art added the attribute points and checked the equipment rewarded by the system.
Watcher's Belt Silver Grade Rank 10. Occupation Requirement, Summoner. Physical Strength plus 150. Mental Strength plus 50.
Skill, Guardian Light, use it on a summoner to restore 20% of its maximum life value, cooldown 1 minute.
Not bad, currently one did not have a summoner healing class skill. The appearance of this equipment was considered to fill the gap. It was a pity that one had to wait until level 10 to be able to use it. The items dropped by the monsters and the duplicate would be calculated uniformly based on the score when passing the level. Therefore the boss fell to the ground with nothing. Next up were 5 third-rank moss pythons. Attributes between normal monsters and bosses.
Covered in green markings, they creep on the moss-covered rocks, blending in with the environment, and when players pass by, they will rise up to make a strangulation skill.
Teams entering the replica for the first time will often be wiped out here.
More than 10 meters away from the rocky area, Speechcraft pulled out a fire-folding device from his package, lit the torch, and threw it forward. This thing was afraid of fire, and nothing else could change their voodoo characteristics. Not knowing fire magic himself, he could only take this method. The torch landed and immediately startled the 2 nearest pythons, and Speechcraft struck first with a mental shock.
732.
The damage wasn't enough to see, it was mainly to attract hate. Wait for the pythons to get close, and directly set fire to them.
7,526. 7,526. 7,210.
The python's blood quantity of more than 100,000 was directly resisted by Speechcraft with the strangulation skill, and a few waves of poo attack killed on the ground, and the rest of the pythons were killed one by one using the same method. Crossing over the rocky ground, he came in front of a pool of water. At this time a translucent humanoid creature was frolicking in the water.
Water Elemental Alphurus, rank 13.
As the second boss in the Novice Village copy, in addition to the regular ice picks and other water magic, it also possessed an extremely disgusting move, Elemental Draw. After receiving fatal damage, it would draw on the surrounding air and the water elements within the creature's body, restoring its own blood while dealing a large amount of real damage to the surrounding targets. The good thing about this skill is that the forward swing is relatively long, more than 10 seconds, and there is a great possibility that players will interrupt it if they set fire to it. Yuri's in the water was attacked by the skill of speech art, and immediately leapt out of the water pool. A pillar of water held his body under his feet, and in a very cool way, he lunged towards speech art. Speech art took a few steps back slightly, and the 2 summons met at first.
Fighting this boss could not be clustered together. 4,323. 4,762. 750. After the boar ate a normal attack, it saw imperceptible broken ice appear under its feet, and Speechcraft immediately maneuvered the 2 summons to dodge it. The next moment, 3 sharp ice cones appeared out of nowhere. Swish swish swish. Inserted in the boar's original position. The defense was comparable to that of the first boss, L Blue, but the normal skills were cast quickly. Taking advantage of this gap, Speechcraft also immediately stepped forward to attack. 4,796. Since Yuri's was a law boss, his life value was quite a bit lower than Tree Spirit Guardian L Blue. Soon the bloodline was pressed down to 10%. At this time, Yuri's body was filled with blue light, and with his arms encircling his knees, he floated in midair and began to cast a big move. Speechcraft took this opportunity to frantically output 2,150. 2,541. 2,323. Since Yuri's would have a 50% damage immunity status during the build-up phase, the output dropped quite a bit. However, it was successfully interrupted by 2 savage rush attacks. In the end, it took 1 minute and 20 seconds to successfully kill Yuri's. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai, killing the novice village copy boss, water elemental elf Yuri's, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 30, silver level professional equipment plus 1, gold coins plus 20, game reputation plus 500. Another wave of system triplets. I'm going to this big guy brushing copies. How come it's still getting faster and faster? Isn't it getting more difficult the further back you go? It seems that people say that single brushes really have this strength. Give Big Brother Neil. This first kill continue to take down. Big Brother's silver equipment is estimated to be set. I still even a rags have not come together. This progress, even if you can't get the first pass, it's also considered to send the slap out, hitting the face of the various masters popping. Hearing this wave of system announcements, Love Eats Grape's hand shook, and the fireball in his hand grazed the boss's scalp and smashed into the big tree at the back. Love Eats Grapes couldn't help but want to explode with foul language. Is this ING still human? Only a few minutes had passed, and actually the second boss was put down. His own side had managed to revitalize his morale, grinding more than half of the Tree Spirit Guardian's second tube of blood, and now he received another blow. Taking a deep breath, Love Eats Grapes stroked his heaving chest. Steady, steady. If one were to mess up at this point, there would be no point in brushing behind. Everyone, first block the system notices, don't be affected, every extra step we push is accumulating experience for the later passes. Yes. And Smoky Rain Linfong received another message from his own chairman at this time. 100 million. The words were concise and the meaning couldn't be more obvious, but Smoke Rain Linfong still didn't have confidence. It could only organize the language. Chairman, why don't I beg him to pass your friend application, and you guys talk amongst yourselves? Good. Chapter 18 First Pass of the Sidebook. The strength displayed by Speechcraft had already exceeded everyone's imagination, and all the forces had begun to tightly formulate a plan to bring them together. It was just a headache that at the moment, they couldn't even add Yen Shu's friends. Within the copy, Yenard had just briefly replied to Li Ron's message. For the request of Smoky Rain Rising Wind, he himself had agreed to add Smoky Rain Rising Wind's friend after he finished brushing the copy. Scanning through the equipment that had just been rewarded. By Bow Ring Silver Grade Level 10. Occupation Requirement, Summoner. Physical Strength plus 150. Spiritual Strength plus 50. Skill, Spirit Movement, all summons gain a 5% chance of evasion after use, duration 30 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Not bad, improves survivability to a certain extent. Speechcraft put away his equipment and rushed to the last area of the copy. This place, a valley surrounded by craggy cliffs, was filled with large trees with lush branches and leaves that blocked out the sunlight. Shrubs and grass were mixed under the trees, and the plants utilized the space to the extreme. There were only 2 types of monsters left inside, the Valley Assassin and the final boss, Valley Lord Silas. After entering the valley, Speechcraft ran directly towards the depths of the valley. There was where the boss Silas was located. The Gloom Valley Assassins weren't bunched up like the small monsters in front of them, but were scattered all over the valley, and also had stealth skills. Under this dark environment, the effect of the Ghost Valley Assassin's stealth skill would be greatly enhanced, making it especially difficult to detect. When Yuri sensed danger, he would summon the Ghost Valley Assassins scattered throughout the jungle.
The Ghost Valley assassins will prioritize attacking the back row. This skill was known as the group kill move of the novice village copy in the previous generation, and countless teams have fallen at this level. Therefore, the general team to here are flares to open the way. First, the assassins are cleaned up before going to surround the kill Yuris, so that the success rate will be much higher. But now one is in a hurry and pushes directly and hard. In the process of advancing, there are a few Yuri's assassins showed up to raid. When the first one appeared, Speechcraft intentionally took the damage hard, and after that directly killed it in seconds. The others were just approaching, and were detected by Speechcraft, and were directly blasted out when they were in a stealthy state. When the assassin moved stealthily, his figure would still cause changes in the surroundings, such as indentations on the grass and swaying tree branches.
Wordsmith's high mental power, coupled with his previous life's gaming experience, recognizing a novice village's assassin-type monster could be considered a piece of cake.
Not long after, a 3-meter-tall creature appeared in front of him. The upper body was a human, the lower body was a horse, clad in rattan armor, holding a long sword, and the strange thing was the antlers growing on its head, which were directly 2 sparsely leafed tree branches.
An incestuous centaur. Valley Juggernaut Sarah's, rank 15.
The other attributes were a question mark as usual. Waiting to go to the main city can use the auction house function to be the first time to grab a book of appraisal skill, otherwise it is too inconvenient. After all, with their own strength, in the future, over the level of the monsters will be the norm. Celis saw the human who invaded his territory, and directly dragged his long sword to run over, extremely fast. Speechcraft looked at the charging Celis and also commanded the boar to use its skills to ram into it. At this stage, in addition to their own summons not keeping up with their blood, their strength attributes were quite a bit more than the current stage boss, so they directly disliked it.
5,754. 1,041.
Damage values popped up on Silas and the boar's heads respectively.
3,587. 3,587. 1,041. That's a high damage comparison, but the normal attack damage is much weaker. Still had to top myself next. Outputting a few waves.
Sarah's blood level dropped to 90%, a green aura flashed on his longsword, and he started swinging his longsword in place, coming. Speechcraft's gaze was slightly condensed. This next skill, the damage was completely linked to the amount of blood it had already lost. It was extremely powerful and could not be carried hard. Moreover, after the skill was released, Silas would drag the blade to rotate and attack in one direction, with a large attack range and a great difficulty in dodging. This skill was originally in the boss blood level 90%, 60%, 30% will be released once, skill damage with the life value will be enhanced in turn. Moreover, it was currently in the hegemony stage and could not be interrupted. Speech art immediately and the boar split and ran away, in order to maximize the distance, directly even the savage dash were used. Then avoided behind the big tree. When releasing the skill, Silas would launch an attack towards the closest target, and at this time, it was best to use the fastest falcon to attract hatred. With the end of the power buildup, Sarah's immediately rushed towards the nearest falcon in a spin, and the distant speech art directly commanded the falcon to lift off and fly in the opposite direction. Silas lost his target and could only impact down in the original direction. His greatsword rotated and chopped on the tree trunk, and suddenly branches and leaves flew across the ground. When it finished its skills, Speech Art's 1 person and 2 pets surrounded it again and gave it a burst of output. This was repeated 3 times. Soon, Silas' blood level came to 10%, only to see it raise its head and let out a deer cry, a circle of strange sound waves spreading out to the surroundings. It wasn't long before a rustling sound came from the jungle. Speechcraft commanded the peregrine falcon to continue its attack, while he himself brought the boar to meet the arriving phantom assassin. 5,120. 4,875. Speechcraft brought the boar with him and attacked while moving. Due to the assassin's skill trait, there was an extremely high attack bonus when attacking the target's back. Therefore, as long as you kept facing the assassin throughout the entire process and didn't expose your back, the damage received could be almost negligible. An assassin couldn't even withstand a single normal attack. It was cleaned up in a few dozen seconds. By the time Speechcraft returned with the boar for support, the hunting falcon only had 1/3 of its blood left. And Silas still had 5% left. In the end, as Speechcraft landed his final blow, Silas fell to the ground unwillingly. A settlement page immediately appeared in front of Speechcraft. Number of deaths, 0. Time to clear, 16 minutes and 32 seconds. Copy score, SSS grade. Acquired. Experience value +5 W equipment +21 skill book +2. System announcement. Congratulations to players staying white, killing the novice village copy boss, Celas, master of the Spectre Valley, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 50, silver level professional equipment plus 2, gold coins plus 40, game reputation plus 700. System notice. Congratulations to players stay white, killing the novice village copy boss, Spectral Valley juggernaut Silas, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 50, silver level professional equipment plus 2, gold coins plus 40, and game reputation plus 700. System announcement. Congratulations to players stay white, first time clearing the novice village copy, secret forest of the valley, simple level difficulty, comprehensive score, SSS level, successfully opened the simple level difficulty clearance list, obtaining gold level treasure chest 1, free attribute points plus 100, skill level enhancement stone 4. System announcement. Congratulations to player Lubai, first time to pass the novice village copy, the secret forest of the valley, simple level difficulty, comprehensive score, SSS level, successfully opened the simple level difficulty pass list, obtaining gold level treasure chest 1, free attribute points plus 100, skill level enhancement stone 4.
A series of 6 system voice announcements completely subdued all the players while completely brushing the messaging interface. Chapter 19, A Wave of Fat. Outside the copy, everyone was stunned. It had only been a few minutes since the last boss was killed, right, and the first kill of the final boss of the replica had actually been accomplished again. Are we playing the same game? It's a case of people being more angry. Generally speaking, the simple level copy, the clearance settlement reward has 10 or so pieces of equipment has been considered good, completely SSS level rating directly pull the reward full. Unfortunately, as a copy of the settlement of the 2 skill books are all other professions, but also useful, first stay. Speechcraft rubbed his hands. The next is to open the golden treasure chest. I vaguely remember that in my previous life, I first opened the gold level treasure chest, or when I reached level 40, I was lucky to get one. Treasure chest is also the same as equipment, divided into ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, myth 8 levels. The quality of the treasure chest also determines the quality of the items inside. This gold level treasure chest in front of me, if it opens out equipment, its quality will most likely be gold level as well. Whether or not to open the treasure chest, after opening the item will be bound untradeable. The system rewarded things as this trouble, but bound or not bound, for oneself it does not matter. Open. Speechcraft took out all the items inside. An equipment, a tattered piece of paper, and an orb made of glass-like material. Wood Spirit Guardian, Gold Grade Rank 10. Type, Talisman. Occupation requirement, Summoner. Physical Strength plus 200. Mental Strength plus 300. Intelligence plus 50. Skill, Healing Aura, comes with a 50m healing aura. Summons that are within the aura return 2% of their life value every 5 seconds. Worthy of being a gold level equipment, this self-contained skill is just superb. Aura type skills had no CD and no consumption, and 2% recovery didn't seem like much, but it couldn't be helped by the fact that one's summons had a high blood count. When he rose to level 10, the safety of his summons will be greatly guaranteed, and at the same time, he will no longer need to spend too much effort to maneuver his summons to avoid attacks. Mutilated Treasure Map 1-4. This seems to be the mutilated part of a certain map, which can be collected to obtain clues to the treasure. Digging for treasure is something that depends entirely on luck. There is a possibility of obtaining unbelievable equipment or some trash materials. It can be the upper and lower limits or at their limits. After collecting them all, you can go and take your chances. Anyway, you have dug a few in your own previous life and didn't obtain any good stuff. After reading the introduction of the upper facade item, Speechcraft held up the glass orb again. Divination Crystal one-time consumable. After saying the target's name, it can inquire about the opponent's current location, and it is automatically destroyed after use. This is a special item. For many players, it may not be of much use, and its effectiveness is equivalent to the previous endgame kill order, used to check the coordinates of the character or something like that. But in fact, if this thing is used properly, it definitely has a miraculous effect. It can query more than just players. As long as you can accurately say the other side of the full name, even god-level NPCs can be obtained location information. Put it away, it will be of great use in the future. The last 4 skill enhancement stones, in Speechcraft's opinion, this was the most valuable thing. Ordinary skills only needed to brush up on their proficiency, and there would always be a time when the skills would be full, as in the case of Speechcraft's current only attack skill, Spirit Shock. However, for some of the subsequent powerful skills, upgrading would have to use skill enhancement stones. And due to the skill enhancement stones acquisition channel is less, wait for the back basically will be speculated to a very high price. Now first reserved, wait for later used in those special skills above.
The next task was to brush all the difficulties in one go. Normal, hard, and hell would cut the character attributes by 10%, 30%, and 50% respectively. Monster attributes were also enhanced in that order. And one's attributes will also increase with the number of kills, and the operation will be more skillful. Ordinary difficulty copies of the small monsters can still be done in seconds, and the damage is still in the overflow state, so the time can still be controlled in about 16 minutes. Difficulty, the time should be about 19 minutes. Hell level, you can pass by yourself. But the time couldn't be pressed below 20 minutes, which would require venturing out to try a special method. At this moment, the system prompt sounded once again. Ding, you received 200,000 gold coins. Oh, exempt, the gold coins that he had bet in won arrived. 200,000 gold coins in the early stages of the game was a huge amount of money. When the handicap was closed, the players who had placed bets appeared to have amounted to more than 20 million, and now that he had completed the first pass, it could be said that he had mowed down the wave. Holy, I should have known that I would have pressed all on you, a mistake made me miss out on a few thousand gold coins. Li Rang was pained, although he said that he had also harvested 2,000 gold coins, but that feeling of passing by the jackpot made him unhappy. I've long said that some people will slap their thighs and swell them. Speechcraft was in a happy mood. With this amount of money, his strength would soar after leaving the novice village. Do you have any suitable equipment for me on hand? I think I can go and brush copies as well? You can't send mail between different novice villages, so just do the quests I gave you at ease, and when you get to level 10, replenish your equipment, and group up a wave of people who are still strong enough to go. For Li Rong, he had shielded himself from system messages, and in the end, he actually knew the news that he had passed the level in this way. Afterwards, Love Eats Grapes packed up his complicated mood and silently opened the system message again. Chapter 20, The Plug-in. When Speechcraft came out of the copy, he was immediately recognized by some players. Lu Bai, big brother, can take me into this once, the price is negotiable. Lu Bai, brother, people, beautiful voice suite, as long as you take me to upgrade, can offline about it won't be the biochemical mother, don't get in the way, big brother, I beg you to point out the skills, paid. The crowd only saw Speechcraft raise his hand and wave, turning around and entering the copy again. This time, the normal level was chosen. Big brother Lu Bai has entered the copy again. This is the rhythm of continuous swiping. It's more than that, I think he'll go for the normal level challenge. After all, the easy level difficulty has achieved such a high rating. Wordsmith entered the normal level copy and continued to push his way across. The copy settlement rewarded 24 pieces of equipment, and apart from the 5 silver grade pieces, other than that, Speechcraft could no longer look at them. The silver grade ones will be kept for now, and will be put up in the auction house after level 10. The other copies are finished, directly a package to the Smoke and Rain Linphone. The skill book is 3 books. Finally touched a book that I can use. Painful Touch Occupation Restriction Summoner. Skill effect, summons a doppelganger of the pain demon to attach itself to the target, causing it to continuously bleed out for 1 minute, dealing spirit power 200% damage and weakening the healing effect the target receives by 50%. Consumes 100 points of magic value and has a cooldown of 2 minutes. Speech Art immediately chose to use it. Curse system skills were relatively rare, especially those that could be learned by summoners, and there was only one of these types of skills himself in his previous life. In the future, when he encountered a boss with a stronger recovery ability, he would have a means of restraint. Opened the golden treasure chest. Surprisingly, this time did not obtain game equipment, just a few gold level herbs. Although there is value, but one does not have the effort to learn to refine those, can only exchange money. There is also the crippled treasure map, which is also a quarter. Could it be that taking all 4 difficulty first passes would be just enough to put together a complete one? The bottom of the box is empty as disappearing treasure box. Speech Art once doubt the system is not rewarded a fake, on this or gold level? Speech Art's just out of the copy, directly turned around and chose to enter the difficult level again. As the system notice was issued, many people could not sit still. Just now, Speech Arts entered the copy again. Many people thought that Speech Arts just repeat brush simple level. How do you know that ordinary level also passed the success as usual, but also obtained the SSS grade rating? The most unbelievable thing was that the time was actually about the same as the first time, which was simply illogical. The Bearing Bird King was the first to jump out, counting down a bunch of illogical places above Speechcraft's character on the forums. 1. As a summoner, Speechcraft's own physical output is frighteningly high. 2. The attributes of the summons are too unbelievable, almost indistinguishable from a boss. 3. If it's a gap brought about by talent, why is it that Love Grape,
who possesses the top SS rank talent, can't do anything to clear a copy. For .y is the clearance time for both normal level and simple level copies about the same? Is it a plugin that uses second monsters? As the vice president of the Bering Bird King of the Bering Guild, as well as someone who had fought with Speechcraft, the credibility of his words was certainly not comparable to that of an average player. Once this post was released, it immediately burst into flames and rushed to the top of the list in no time. As a result, many of the people who had originally supported SpeechArt also issued voices of skepticism. The wind direction was almost one-sided. Plugin, definitely a plugin. I'm going to report it on the official website and demand a thorough official investigation. Yes, support, punish the hanging wall and purify the game environment. Demanding to stay white to show its character attributes. I just don't believe that the gap between people at this stage will be that big. In just a few minutes, a large number of people flooded into the forums, furiously brushing the posts about Speechcraft's hanging. Some of the so-called big names in the game began to come out with some data analysis posts, stating that according to such a speed, if there was no hanging, the total attribute points of Speechcraft in each of the two pets would have to be at least nearly 10,000 points, something that was simply impossible in the early stages. There are also people who are frantically playing the game company's customer service phone number, asking for a thorough investigation of the SpeechArt hanging situation. Otherwise, they will collectively withdraw from the game. It was important to realize that the apocalypse was different from other games, and the flow of information was simply unprecedentedly fast. Now only at the early stage of the game, there is such a big gap in strength between players, so that the majority of players immediately have an illusion that they are here to accompany the game. It was almost like dreaming back to the kryptonite-encrusted endgame era, and even more unacceptable than that. After all, the current apocalypse want to rely on crazy kryptonite, short time to pull open the gap with ordinary players, almost impossible. The most helpless person right now was Chin Bo, the owner of the game company. At this moment, he was rubbing his temples and listening to his subordinates' reports. Boss, the customer service phones are all busted right now. How are we going to respond to the outside? Stall it for a while, wait for me to think of something. Sending the people away, Chin Bo couldn't help but knock on his fuzzy head. What could be done but to send out some instructions that the game was guaranteed to be hangless? The current gaming equipment was still in continuous production, and many people still had gaming needs. He had just built 2 more production lines. A large amount of money is still waiting behind to earn it, cannot be affected because of this matter. But the problem was that his company could not intervene in the operation of the game at all, and he was only responsible for publicizing and selling equipment. At that time, his company wanted to develop in the direction of virtual online games, just made a batch of helmet access equipment, ready to do preliminary experiments. The game suddenly appeared. The test technicians were scared to death. And supporting game-related forums, the official website also appeared, available devices to log in. At the same time, the official website also appeared related to the background of the game, career introduction, public beta time these contents. At first he received the news, but also do not believe, after all, too magical, novels do not dare to write this way. Until he went into the game to personally try to enter the game, and immediately found himself in a picturesque valley, that 100% real experience, suddenly let himself firmly believe. Regrettably, the system prompted the game has not been tested, they cannot leave the valley, in addition to blindly wandering inside, cannot do anything. At that time, he realized that he had a chance to get rich, so he began to publicize the momentum, while mass production of game helmets. So this game appeared strangely, its technology content is also far from the present human can master. How can there be plugins and other things? Chapter 21 Game Company Boss's Bastard Son. At this time in the difficult level copy, Speechcraft had already started killing the first boss. The communicator blinked in an inopportune manner. While attacking the boss, Yen Shu connected and Li Rang's exaggerated voice came through. My son, you can't hide your SSS rank talent anymore, now the entire forum is talking about you swiping a copy, many people think that you're hanging, and are demanding that the game company conduct a thorough investigation and block your number. Well, then what? Then it's a lot of people going to put pressure on the game company. By the way, this thing seems to be the Bering Bird King guy who started it. It's fine, did the game company not have any positive response, just emphasized that the game didn't have hangings? The corner of Speechcraft's mouth curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. He himself had thought from the beginning that there would definitely be someone making a demonic move, but he had never imagined that it would be this bastard, Bata Bird King. He was so active to instigate, presumably because he didn't want to fulfill the bet. After all, a guild that big, bowing down to a casual like himself would be too big of a blow to the reputation. Ha! How do you know? there are still some people who think you're the bastard son of the game company's owner. No more, I'm brushing the difficult book, the boss is going to zoom in. After that, Speechcraft hung up his voice. It was strange that the game company would respond, because even they themselves were not sure what was going on with this game, whether there was a hang-up or not. On the other end, Li Rang, hearing that SpeechArt had already started brushing the difficult levels, and then associating it with the game guide he had given himself, a bold thought appeared in his mind. Sizzle, this bastard can't really be a bastard, right, just placed by his biological father to live in an ordinary family. Li Rong instantly felt that he had discovered the truth. It's better not to take advantage of him verbally in the future. The kid of Speechcraft already has. I will go tomorrow to the helmet back, this game bad situation who finished. Alas, I thought that Lu Bai was just strong in talent and good in technique to have this achievement, but to get 3 SSS ratings in a row, this is too much to say. In the copy, Speechcraft swept a glance at the settlement rewards, all sorts of miscellaneous equipment, amounting to 30 pieces, of which there were no bright goods, and the 4 skill books did not have any that he could use. Unable to open the treasure chest to check. First of all, it is still the crippled treasure map, just like what he expected, the hell level should be gathered once he brushes it. After that were the 2 Muppet dolls. Substitute doll immediately recovers 30% of blood after taking fatal damage, randomly teleports to 50m. Place in parcel and use automatically when conditions are met. Ha! Luck has returned, this is a good thing, although he has a summon to take damage, but some items or talents, restraining himself may be possible, 2 more lives is always good. Speechcraft did not choose to exit the copy first. Sitting in place and stretching, he entered the forums. Look at the hustle and bustle, and relax in the meantime. Oh, as far as the eye can see, the posts that I saw were all related to myself. A collection of evidence of staying whites hanging. Requested the game official to stay white to seal number processing, to create a clean and righteous game environment. Various evidences show that Lu Bai is most likely Chen Bo's illegitimate son. According to the brush book pastime, projecting the specific attributes of Lu Bai. There are all kinds of posts. Some of the so-called evidence posts were so richly imaginative that they directly made Speechcraft gasp in amazement. And several data analysis postings that said it all. In Speechcraft's opinion, these so-called game gods were still something, actually guessing out their attributes. But many players would rather believe that Speechcraft was open, than believe that such outrageous attributes would appear in the early stages of the game. The most disturbed is probably Chen Bo, watching the players open their mouths. His game company cannot even delete the post, can only watch everyone's mouth high. One of the most joyful is the people of Ba Lin Guild, as long as the existence of other voices are found, immediately incited other players to attack. After all, if this opportunity wasn't utilized properly, if they didn't tell the truth about the matter of Speechcraft's hanging, then their own guild wouldn't be able to hold their heads up in bolded field. What, you say you don't have money and want to whore yourself out? Sorry, this live room does not welcome poor pussy. When this post came out, it was immediately noticed, and the number of hits rose with the naked eye. Many people took a look at the fact that it was posted by Lu Bai himself and flocked in. After all, the forums were bound to the character, and other people simply couldn't impersonate them. Scratch that, you wall hangers really want money like crazy. Also speed pass skill, I see you are a stinky cell hanging. Still dare to live broadcast, laborers do not lack of money, just want to go to see how you perform live to be blocked. See you in the live broadcast, I've seen his operation video, the technology is nothing to talk about, first class. In just a few minutes, the number of comments went up to 100,000 and is still rising. Chapter 22 Straightforward Single Brush Inferno Level. The mocking ones were in the majority, while some were genuinely curious and wanted to find out what was going on. There were also some who were trolling the overpricing. After all, many people didn't have much money in the early stages of the game. However, none of these things were within the scope of Speechcraft's considerations. Since he suspected that he was hanging, well, he was now live streaming it for you to see. There was no obligation for me to testify against myself, so wasn't it normal to charge a bit of a fee? If you really don't have money, just stay on the side to go, give you the opportunity to personally hammer, you are not useful To put it another way, for people who really want to learn something, 88 silver coins has been worth it. After all, their 10 years of experiences here, casually show some skillful things, for the current stage is very valuable. If it wasn't for the fact that there were fewer rich people at the beginning, this price would have to go up a few times. Words of Art is not worried about the live broadcast was recorded and resold or something. As long as they do not let go of the authority, curious people can only honestly Calculating the time is almost, SpeechArt directly opened a live room. Just set the relevant conditions, there are already people pouring in, and the number of viewers is growing at an extremely fast rate. Looking at the growing number of people, SpeechArts can't help but secretly look forward to, these can be money For the game currency himself would not be too much, after all, after arriving at the main city, there was something that required a lot of gold coins to be invested, and it was vital to his plan. Where's the white space? So many people are still not satisfied. Quickly start the broadcast early. Old hanging wall won't be a scam, only 10 minutes left. It's fine, so many people are watching, forgive him for not daring to roll up the money and run away. At this time the screen is still dark, looking at a variety of pop-ups. Speechcraft wasn't in the mood to be spoiled, and immediately released a rule. There are still a few minutes to start the broadcast, those in a hurry can leave on their own. This live broadcast room has set up a system administrator, from now on the mouth is not clean, recognized by the system will be kicked out directly. If you leave the live broadcast room in the above two ways, the tickets will not be returned. This time, the entire pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was suddenly much cleaner. A look at the time is almost up. At this time the number of people in the live broadcast room has been as high as more than 8 million, this is already the limit at this stage. It is estimated that a lot of people are still trying to find ways to get money together to come in. In this live broadcast alone, Wordsmith had more than 7 million gold coins in his account, which was truly a huge amount of money. Well, this amount was basically enough. Speechcraft cut back into the game and set up the live discussion forum with transparency embedded in the game. After checking the items needed in the package, although he was confident that he could pass the level within the planned time, he still had to show off in front of everyone. After that, select the hell level copy to enter. The environment and types of monsters in the copy were not much different from the previous difficulty. It was just that right after entering, the speech arts and summons had a weakened, negative buff applied to them, weakening their attributes by 50%. Apocalypse. The entire game ended up with only 25 copies, and there were a few high-level copies of Hell difficulty, until after the game descended, no one was able to make the first pass, so it was evident that the difficulty was high. So generally speaking, over the Hell level copies, can only wait for the basic high after the character attribute over plus the necessary skills, only have the possibility of pass. The previous 3 copies of different difficulties had accumulated quite a few free attribute points for himself, so the 50% attribute weakening wasn't much of a problem, and he could push through as usual. Looking at the bark sentinels and vine elves in front of him, Speechcraft directly commanded the hunting falcon to fly forward, maintaining a relatively safe flying altitude on the way. Due to the Hell level copies, the monster hate range increased. As soon as the 2 types of small monsters saw the falcon overhead, they were instantly attracted, and after only 7 or 8 seconds, they drew the 2 types of monsters together and dragged them along. At this time, Speechcraft and Boar went forward, and when the monsters came in front of them, 1 person and 1 pet directly sent out 2 normal attacks. 3,754. 3,652. Directly put over a bark sentinel. After that, they hang on to the end of the group and repeat the same maneuver. The outrageous damage values of the speech arts and Boar's normal attacks directly detonated the live broadcast. Holy, putting aside the extremely fast flying pets, what kind of damage is this? See, this is still the damage that weakened 50% of the attributes, official fast forensic seal. Outrageous, outrageous. When did summoners start relying on normal attacks to eat? After exterminating more than 30 of them, Speechcraft silently calculated the monster density and directly let the falcon drag the monsters back. He himself danced his staff and charged forward, his weapon touched the monsters with a single blow, and directly did not stay in the same place. At once attracted most of the monster hatred. This action immediately let a lot of people think that speech arts drifted, want to commit suicide. The live broadcast was again a variety of discussion. Who knows, the next moment, Speechcraft made a savage charge, rushed to the front of the monster group, moved a few steps to the side, and then turned back. At the same time, the Boar was also controlled by Speechcraft, making the same maneuver. In this way, due to a part of the monster hatred on the falcon, a part on speechart, and the rest was pulled by the Boar, the whole group of monsters was suddenly crowded together and in a mess. And during the entire process, the attack frequency of 1 person and 2 pets was almost unaffected, and had been steadily outputting. Due to the monsters pushing and blocking each other, they simply couldn't do any effective attacks. The 1 person and 2 pets just kept outputting around, basically touching each monster only once and immediately dodging towards the next target. This kind of operation seemed to be dodging attacks, but in fact, it increased the frequency of output.
The use of different angles of sweeping strikes while moving effectively circumvents the problem of the aftershock of the general attack.
3754. 3652. 3721.
A series of damage values floated up, directly without interruption, giving the impression that it was as if the monster itself had crashed up to offer blood. This scene immediately made the crowd watching dumbfounded.
Am I blinking? Does he have another profession, Berserker? This game can still be played like this? 10,086. Convinced.
Only summoners know the gold content of his maneuvers. Isn't he afraid of blowing his brains out, controlling 2 summoners in one place? More than that, did you guys see his movement speed? It's almost faster than a normal assassin.
Simply a collection of warriors and assassins.
The monsters lay down one by one under the speech art attack technique.
It eventually took 2 minutes and 30 seconds to clean up.
All of a sudden, the entire pop-up screen was full of exclamations, and at the same time, they began to look forward to speech art's next performance. If the psychedelic spores were hit in the back and didn't hit the target, it would almost look like hitting the air to outsiders, and it would definitely make a big fool of himself. Speechcraft ran forward as he used a blood vial on his summon. He stopped in front of a bush, then crouched down in front of everyone in the broadcast room and started picking mushrooms.
What is this, picking mushrooms? Isn't this a waste of time?
This should be useful in the later levels. Who else would do it more often? Love Eats Grapes was also in the live broadcast room at this time, and when he saw Speechcraft's posture at this moment, he guessed that Speechcraft must have known about the poisonous mushroom's efficacy, and his mood was a bit complicated. The members of their own guild had spent a lot of effort to discover the mushrooms hidden underneath and try out their effects. Why did it feel as if this Lubai had known from the beginning?
Chapter 23, Not a Drop Left.
After taking the poison mushroom to resist the psychedelic spores, the next mushroom demon was easier to brush. After all, after the mushroom demon's most troublesome skill was resolved, its blood level wasn't as high as the previous 2. This time Speechcraft used a different way to kill it that was more efficient. The peregrine falcon flew directly to the side, utilizing its speed to its advantage, drawing the monster towards the boar with each attack. The 2 pets cooperated with each other to kill it. The Speechcraft pulled a few of them at the same time and began to show extreme dodging.
Not long after, all the mushroom imps fell to the ground.
I'll go, I was waiting for it to make a fool of itself. I can't imagine it's actually that easy. It seems that there are also many props that can be utilized inside the copy. This wave is not a loss, it opens up the mind. Ha, using mushrooms against mushrooms, brilliant. The way the speech art that followed killed the flying flower elf, even more so, made many people say straight out that they chose the wrong profession. Just seeing the hunting falcon in the air, its only task was to destroy the flying flowers spinning above the monster's head.
Once the flying flowers that spun like bamboo dragonflies were shattered,
the flying flower elves lost their ability to fly and fell down one by one. The speaking technique in the boar followed below, stepping forward to kill each one that fell. Some hadn't even landed yet, and were directly slapped to death in the air. That sight was almost like going to catch fruit falling from the sky. At this moment, the crowd actually had an extremely absurd feeling. Speechcraft wasn't brushing his book, but rather, he was taking a leisurely stroll, casually slapping away the leaves that floated by.
Long time no see, didn't someone suggest in the forum earlier that flying monsters are newbie killers? Is that dude ever in the live room? Big Brother Lubai told us with practical actions that the best way to deal with flying monsters is to have a stronger flying pet. Do you guys think there's a possibility that he still has summons that are in the water, so that the air, land, and sea are all together? Makes sense, after all, looking at the game introduction, there's also the existence of seas.
In the end, Speechcraft left a flying flower elf behind and let the falcon guide it around in circles.
He went to cut down the trees.
This action looked at Love Grape for a moment, then suddenly realized. Tree Spirit Guardian L-Blue's skill was attached to these large trees when it was released, and he himself had fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking. With the freedom of this game, it was perfectly possible to cut down the trees. Looking at the pop-up screen was full of puzzling messages. Love Eating Grapes couldn't help but to popularize a sentence. The boss will hide in these big trees in the back, at this time will be in an invincible state and completely restore the lost life value. Many players hadn't seen the boss yet, and even if they hadn't pushed the boss below 30% blood, so many didn't know about it. Love Grapes, thanks for the beautiful woman's explanation. Captured one Big Brother alive. Big Brother, can I join your club? Don't look at my name as a guy, but I'm actually a girl. As soon as Love Eats Grapes spoke, the entire live broadcast room immediately changed abruptly. Speechcraft finished chopping down the trees and ordered the flying flower elves to be killed. The tree spirit guardian El Blue then came out of the ground. Compared to other ordinary monsters, killing this boss was a lot weaker in terms of spectacle. Speechcraft and the two summons, each standing directly on one side, forming a triangle, directly surrounded the boss in the center of the hard kill. In the middle of the time, the use of Savage Dash to interrupt the boss skills several times. Control the output rhythm. Under the meticulous observation of the Speechcraft, the boss was interrupted almost as soon as it started. Boss's last life-saving skill, due to the unattached tree, still failed to release. Eventually fell to the ground with hatred. Next, a screen full of 666 flew by. This boss is not going to release skills, there is no big brother who has played to come out to tell. Ordinary small monsters have skills, how could the boss not have? It was interrupted by Lubai Big Brother. Looking at the Big Brother's wave of operation, I actually produced a feeling that the boss is a thick-blooded sandbag. It's quite fast, but it's now up to 10 minutes, there are still 2 bosses behind us, and it seems like there's a bit of a lack of time in order to get an SSS score. Next, Speechcraft used a firebolt to startle the moss python, spending a minute to get it done. Afterwards, he came in front of the water pool. Looking at the water elemental elf Eurus, that was playing in the water. Speechcraft then went straight up to start the monster. A mental blast hit Yuri's. At that moment, Yuri's rushed in with a similar appearance. Speechcraft stepped back with one hit and guided him around the pool of water to the front. Ugh. Where is Big Brother Lubai going to cause to go if he doesn't kill the boss where he is? There must be a special intention for Big Brother to do so. I have a hunch that this is the secret to Big Brother being able to speed through the boss. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room, almost all of them had their eyes wide open, carefully observing Speech Art's maneuvers. Only to see that Speech Art controlled the frequency of his attacks, firmly hanging on to Eurus's hatred all the way. He didn't even try to dodge Yuri's skills. In the crowd's eyes, it was almost like burying his head in the road and holding a boss by the way. Speechcraft pulled it straight to the final valley, stopping in a clearing after entering the dense forest. The main reason why he did this was because Speechcraft realized that he couldn't actually spend much time brushing the monsters, and was mainly wasting it on rushing. And from this location to the final boss, there was still the pesky valley assassin interfering, which was quite a waste of time. In order to save time and effort, it would have to be a matter of gathering monsters in one pot. This used the elemental draw special effect that high-level players had discovered after entering a copy after the game came to reality in their previous lives. Speechcraft stood in place and exchanged 2 sets of blood with Eurus, successfully pressing its blood level to below 10%. At this moment, Eurus began to release elemental draw. The critical moment came, and Speechcraft directly ordered the summon to stay in place, then quietly waited. Stay white, what's the big guy doing, not interrupting this obvious move? Can't see it, this is too much of a trust. This skill storing power for so long, at a glance it's fierce. Oh, don't roll over, millions of people watching? Speechcraft waited in place for a full 10 seconds, and Yuri's skill casting was finally completed. When it was holding its big move, it had a 70% damage-free status, it was almost impossible to take advantage of the opportunity to kill it, but it was completely possible to use control skills to interrupt it. Eurus' body stretched out, and a terrifying suction force erupted in the next moment. Blood began to fall from Speech Art. 500. 500. At the same time Yuri's blood level started to rise. Plus 11,000. 3,682. 3,857. 3,849. Taking advantage of the fact that Yuri's was unable to move at this point, 1 person and 2 pets rushed forward to output, and under the suppression of the attacks, the effect of blood recovery was greatly reduced. Due to the distance from the pool of water, elemental draw was unable to take in enough water elements. The surrounding plants became withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time Eurus's skill stopped, all the surrounding plants became completely dry and the soil became loose. The entire valley was drained dry with not a single drop left. Chapter 24: The Worst Boss in History. At this time, Yuri's blood bar had gone through a blood return move and had instead dropped to 5%. There was still more than 20,000 life points left in Speaking Arts and the 2 pets. I'll go, it's really hard to eat a big move. This boss, I guess it has to be depressed to death, a blood-sucking move ended, and its own blood level was reduced instead. You guys pay attention to see, stay white Big Brother and the two pets blood bars, how exaggerated this physique has to be. Once again shocked by the game's freedom, actually sucked the tree dry. While the crowd was discussing, Speechcraft made a new move. He only saw him take a few steps back and directly lit two torches. The boar picked up one in its mouth and flew away, and the falcon grabbed the other and flew into the air, targeting the depths of the valley. The two arsonists, one was responsible for lighting the dry grass and shrubs on the ground, while the other targeted the branches and leaves of the large trees. Speechcraft, on the other hand, continued to stall Yuri's in place, and began to dodge in one fell swoop when Yuri's had 1% of his blood left, stopping outright and no longer attacking. Actually manipulating a summon to set a mountain on fire? Trying to burn all the monsters at the end, this can't be possible. The monsters in this game seem to have a little bit of intelligence, surely they won't stay where they are and get burned by fire. These aren't the point, the intelligence of the summons at this stage isn't high. How much mental power does the summoner need to control it to make these maneuvers? It's simply perverted. What I can't figure out is that the big man who stays white clearly has the strength to easily solve the boss, so why keep the boss? Knowing that cats play with mice, that's probably the mentality of the big brother right now. Not long after, the two summons of Speech Arc returned. And a sea of fire accompanied by crackling sounds swept in from the distance. A mournful roar also came from the distance. A single spectral assassin ran out of the forest. Speechcraft and the two summons met them directly. The Ghost Valley assassins left the dense forest, their stealth effect weakened, and in Speechcraft's eyes, they were almost like a living target. The crowd in the live broadcast watched as Speech Art and the summons struck the air, and one by one, the spectral assassins were spiked out, and by the time they showed themselves, they had already turned into a corpse. Stealthy monsters can be easily identified. What kind of distinguishing ability is this? As an assassin, I'm already feeling sweaty, the sense of security that stealth brought me is gone. The number of assassins seems to be a bit too many. Will Big Brother Liubai's hands get sore? Look at boss number 2, those ice spikes are actually empty. Big Brother is afraid that he doesn't have eyes in his back. Due to the extreme dryness, the plants in the valley burned extremely fast, and in just a moment the entire area was burning, and the eyes were all a fiery red. It didn't take long for the flames to encircle this open space. Due to Yuri's water skill, the temperature dropped greatly, and this open space became the safest place. At this time, there were already players in the live broadcast who had reacted. Holy, I know, Big Brother is keeping the second boss to use as an air conditioner. The moment these words came out, a group of players were directly dumbfounded. This was followed by a screen full of pop-ups. Kneeling to Big Brother, what divine operation? What is called a card face? This is called a card face. Urus card air conditioner, spokesperson, stay white. When I'm still thinking about how to pass the level, Big Brother is already thinking about how to pass the level comfortably. It's me who is narrow-minded. At this moment, Speechcraft, on the contrary, was puzzled. It shouldn't be, where's the final boss? It's reasonable to run away from the fire and not get lost. Could it be that the boar accidentally ignited the trees on its way past, and the fire surrounded it inside instead? Just then a rush of footsteps came, interrupting Speechcraft's thoughts. The centaur appeared. At this time, its horns had already been set on fire, the end of the fire red, is emerging wisps of black smoke burst wounds in the smoky black body is particularly eye-catching. Just looking at this selling appearance, Speechcraft almost didn't react. In his own impression, the Valley Sovereign Saras was a domineering centaur with long antlers, and now there wasn't even a single intact hair on its body. Although he couldn't see the overall attributes, he could see that the blood bar was already 1/3 empty. Looking at the boss's reddened eyes, this fire of his was obviously burning into its heart. Smelling the smell of roasted meat in the air, Speechcraft unconsciously inhaled his nose. This action was seen in the eyes of Silas, who could no longer hold back and directly copied the long sword in his hand and rushed over. Speechcraft directly touched a hard blow. 4,587. 795. The hell level Silas shouldn't be this weak. Speechcraft then looked at the negative status icons on his body and instantly reacted. Originally, Silas's various attributes were quite a bit stronger, but he had a fatal weakness, which was a fear of light, and when there was enough light, a weakening effect would be placed on his body, reducing his full attributes by 30%. When dealing with it in the previous generation, many teams would often use some special props or skills to create a light source, thus reducing the difficulty of killing it. But now that a fire had burned the leaves that covered the sky, the sunlight that was originally blocking it had managed to shine on it. Under the shade, killing it was even easier. A few moments later, Sarah's blood level dropped to 60%, and he immediately swung his greatsword and came. Speechcraft took the same approach again. But this time, it directly hid behind the second boss with the boar. The in-game mechanic where monsters in the same copy were immune to each other's damage. This skill of Silas's, due to the directional lock, the greatsword spun and immediately chopped on Eurus, and there was a splash, a spectacular scene.
This is probably the worst boss in the history of the game, bar none. This acting as an air conditioner and a meat shield is simply outrageous. Shocking, a boss in a hell-level copy is actually a player's undercover agent. I can't even look at it anymore, please beg the big brother to give it a hard time. Waiting for its skills to end, Speechcraft's one person and two pets surrounded it again for a burst of output. After two identical operations, Silas' blood level rapidly dropped. At the same time, Yuri's, who had lost its use, was directly killed by Speechcraft, turning into a cloud of vapor that dissipated directly into the air. Soon, Silas' blood level came to 10%, only to see it raise its head and let out a roar, a circle of strange sound waves spreading out to. The hell-level copy was officially cleared, basically in about the same amount of time as he had expected. Speechcraft had to organize his gains from the copy and directly closed the live room. Now that his name was at the top of the 4 difficulty lists, he would generate a fixed amount of prestige every day. In the short term, there is certainly no one who can surpass him or her, and when he or she leaves the novice village, he or she will press the time to a level that is difficult to surpass. Hell level difficulty, in addition to the experience value to let yourself rise to level 10, there are 35 pieces of equipment of various professions, which is worth mentioning. The settlement reward for the first time appeared in the gold level equipment. Twilight, gold grade level 10. Type, staff. Occupation requirements, summoner. Spirit plus 600. Intelligence plus 200. Spellcasting speed plus 10. Skill, blood-sucking aura, comes with a 50m 50m blood-sucking aura. Summons that are within the aura gain 15% blood-sucking effect. This was actually the same type of equipment as the amulet in front of it, and it also came with a light wyvern type skill. And it was an extremely rare blood absorption effect. The current self-summons were not worried about their output. With this aura effect, the renewal was now keeping up. Now that himself and his 2 summons had risen to level 10, adding up his free attribute points and replacing all of his equipment with silver level, his mental power attribute was almost 4 times that of level 9. Remaining white, level 10. Life value, 53,289. Mana value, 3046. Physique, 3,472. Strength, 5,878. Intelligence, 245. Agility, 1,108. Spirit, 2,737. Talent, Symbiotic Battle Spirit SSS grade. Skills, Spiritual Shock, Summoning Boar, Summoning Falcon. Iron Wall Guard, Skill Replication, Guardian Light, Spiritual Movement, Healing Aura, Touch of Pain, Blood. Plus the various first pass rewards have already been gotten. There basically won't be any good stuff if you continue to brush the rewards next. Checking the skill book again, there was actually only one. However, from the silver light that faintly flowed on the book cover, it was not difficult to see that it was rarer than the ordinary skill books obtained earlier. To acquire skills in Apocalypse, one either had to learn from a profession tutor or use a skill book. And there were only 3 types of skill books in total. The first category was ordinary general skills. For example, appraisal skills belong to this category, not limited to occupation, is an individual can learn. The second category of each occupation's ordinary skill book. The third category is some rare skills. These skills are unique. Currently this book belongs to the third category, the entire game in the future. Summoning technique Fire Elemental Elf rare summons a Fire Elemental Elf to participate in battle, current level 1, experience value required to upgrade 0-100. It's actually a spell summoner, and it's also a relatively rare elemental type pet. This summon not only makes up for his shortcomings of not being able to output, but after stacking free attribute points, he can easily pull up his intelligence attribute. Speechcraft immediately used the skill book. Fire Elemental Spirit, level 1. Life value, 500. Mana, 1000. Physique, 20. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 200. Agility, 5. Spirit, 20. Skills, Fire Elemental Absorption. When receiving a Fire Elemental skill attack, the damage taken is reduced by 30% and converted into life value.
Meteor Fire Rain. Summon a wave of fireballs to attack the target area. Each fireball deals intelligence 40% damage.
Skill covers a range of 50-50, consumes 250 mana, cooldown time 1 minute. Skill level, LV1, proficiency 0-1000. 2 skills at level 1? Not bad for a rare skill book.
Summons had a certain chance of comprehending skills every time they reached a level 10 level. By the late game, most summons only possessed 5 or 6 skills, those with 7-8 skills were already. Would it trigger a higher level hidden profession? According to one's own understanding, the quests that the 4 credentials had already taken on had 3 different outcomes, corresponding to 3 different summon or hidden professions. Could it be that there was a more advanced existence above the hidden professions? Then Speechcraft looked towards the diamond-level treasure chest, something that he seemed to have obtained only once in all of his previous lives, and it was the team's loot, which was divided equally amongst everyone after it was opened. The first time you pass the Novice Village Hell level copy, you can directly skip the Platinum level and obtain a diamond-level treasure chest.
This was something that even he hadn't thought of. Chapter 26 Recruitment from the Guild. After opening it, there was still a tattered treasure map, 1-4. Speechcraft combined it with the previous 3 copies. A sentence suddenly appeared on the complete treasure map. At the edge of the Novice Village, there is an ancient forgotten castle that legend has it was once the residence of a dark mage. This castle is hidden between reality and illusion, and only players who fulfill certain conditions can discover and enter it. Looking at the vague introduction, Speechcraft frowned. Where was there any ancient castle in the Novice Village? He had no impression at all. However, the clues that required 4 difficulty first passes to be assembled were estimated to be even more difficult than the current copy, and would be explored later. Fruit of Enlightenment, 2, can greatly increase a pet's spiritual intelligence. The description was simple, but it was something extremely valuable to many people. Pets in the apocalypse included summons, mounts, and some small ornamental pets. As a pet's level increased, its spiritual intelligence would increase to a certain extent, but there was a certain upper limit. If there was no enlightenment fruit, the pet would only be able to understand some simple commands even after rising to 100 levels. Therefore, this was something that almost everyone could use. Especially for summoners, if the summoned object had a high spiritual intelligence, it could greatly reduce the pressure of their own control. In the middle of the game, it can almost be said that this thing is priceless. A good thing to give directly to the falcon to use. Ding, your peregrine falcon successfully used the enlightenment fruit, spiritual intelligence value +2, opening hidden attributes, current spiritual intelligence value 3, can still use 8 spiritual intelligence fruits. The usage limit was 10, currently the falcon could already think simply and could complete some simple tasks independently. The reason why it was given priority was because among the 3 summons, the falcon was the fastest and highly maneuverable, so it could be used to its greatest advantage. The remaining item was a blasting pearl. Blast bead light rank 20, inflicts a large amount of light attribute damage on the target after use. The damage class consumables, this level of blasting beads, basically can kill level 10 boss. Better than nothing, with their current damage, can be easily abused. Then this treasure chest actually has no other things. It's not right, it feels like other than the Fruit of Enlightenment, the other 2 things don't match the diamond level treasure chest. Speechcraft thought for a moment that the game had only begun a short while ago, and the harvest he had already gained already far exceeded everyone else's, so he no longer dwelled on it. Immediately out of the copy. Outside the replica, Yen Shu's figure only appeared. It was immediately surrounded by players in 3 layers. Big brother, can you bring brush copies? It's paid. I don't lack money in reality, 1 million at a time, consider it. Brother Lubai, take me with you, I'm good and obedient, the cheering I shout out is especially good. Brother, people in reality in the 18 martial arts all kinds of skill, if you can take me to brush the words, how can I do? Looking at the densely packed crowd, Speechcraft had a helpless HM? What did I hide from you? Speechcraft had a confused look on his face. You actually really are Chen Bo's illegitimate son. Scram. You go look at the forum, people analyze the head, you attribute perversion is not to say, see you brush the book, always feel that you know a lot of information in advance as if, and you organize to give me a strategy guide. And the most bizarre thing is that the game company actually does not come forward to speak, this is not a default as what. This time even the speech arts do not know what to say, how can Chen Bo stand out? The more this thing is smeared, the more black, by the time the false are said to be true. You don't soak the forums all day long, have the tasks been cleared?
Fast, 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 there is another thing, now you can be famous. The 5 major guilds seem to want to pull you together, due to the fact that you cannot add your friends, are posting in the forum, that open the price, a family than an outrageous. I'll go take a look. These words did indeed arouse Speechcraft's curiosity. In fact, when he first entered the game, he had already thought of not joining any guilds or organizations. However, some of the resources needed in the game, it was obvious that collecting them by oneself would not be cost-effective and would be a great waste of one's time. The best way was to establish a long-term relationship with these guilds in exchange for what one needed. Now through the matter of the live broadcast, his own strength had already been proven, for a few large guilds could try to make contact. Speechcraft gave Inferno the command to attack freely and entered the game forum. Immediately saw several eye-catching titles. Bearing the World Guild, willing to offer 50 million as an apology to resolve the conflict with Lubai, while adding another 100 million as an annual salary, sincerely inviting Lubai to join. Qin Dynasty Guild, sincerely invite Lubai Big Brother, annual salary can be negotiated, in principle, not lower than the hegemony of the world, at the same time to give up the vice president of the post. The Sky and the Moon Guild, sincerely invited to stay White Big Brother, as long as the guild can talk about it. Smoke and Rain Pavilion, welcome to stay White Big Brother to join, annual salary can be negotiated. After the late game descended, it was also rumored from time to time that they colluded with the Abyss to kill humans. Just make sure to keep the blood level from being killed by the boss at this stage, and that the movement speed was enough. Ding, congratulations on obtaining Voucher of Patience. The most time-wasting credentials for Speechcraft had already arrived, and the next one was Credentials of Strength. And the leader was the Bird King of Bearing. As Speechcraft approached, a few juniors at the Speechcraft swept a glance at the 30 or so people present. These could basically already be considered the elite of the Overlord, and the equipment on their bodies had already been put together. But there were only a few who had reached level 9. Currently, the boss's blood level was still around 80%, and now it hadn't even released its big move yet. According to their own speculation, this group of people will soon have come to the end of the group. Thinking of this, Speechcraft opened his mouth. I won't do things like robbing the boss, but it's okay for me to spectate. Don't worry, I'll never make a move. But if you guys get yourselves seconded back by the boss, then I can only reluctantly accept it. Chapter 28, Destroying Wild Bosses in a Row. After saying that, Speechcraft no longer cared about the ugly face of the Bearing Bird King and directly walked in with the 3 summons. Then finding a more comfortable position around them, he directly sat down and watched with interest as they fought the boss. Ba Lin's big reputation was all made famous by various packages and blocking copies of this type of acting style. But this time, when they encountered Speechcraft, for the first time, they experienced the feeling of not daring to speak out. All the members of Badu also glared at Speechcraft, and in the end, the Bird King of Bailing had no choice but to continue to command and kill the boss. Sirius didn't say anything either and just watched with a light smile on his face. All cheer up, the big name Lubai Big Brother is watching the battle, so don't lose face. The Bearing Bird King didn't forget to pretend to roar on. During the process of surrounding the boss, Hegemony Pros players always had an unusually twisted feeling, very uncomfortable. The careful maneuvering of his own group of people felt as if they were performing for the Speechcraft to see. Affected by this feeling, the concentration also began to be a bit unfocused. When the boss swung both fists and used the skill to smash on the upper ground, the 2 warriors were directly killed in seconds when they couldn't dodge in time. The Hegemony Pro Bird King immediately made adjustments, and the knights promptly topped them off, leaving the battle almost unaffected. Although the members of Hegemony Pro had an extremely bad reputation, the operation and awareness they deserved still had the appearance of a large guild, and they immediately stabilized the situation. Seeing their cooperation, Speechcraft couldn't help but clap his hands a few times, which were sincere and without the slightest intention to be sarcastic. However, the crowd that was killing the boss looked on. Speechcraft's action was completely applauding the boss for killing their members. They were immediately infuriated. Level 10 bosses were indeed strong, but field bosses were most afraid of a sea of people. After a few minutes passed, the boss's blood level was pressed down to 60%. Speechcraft looked at the boss's movements of leaning up to the sky and pounding his chest. He immediately smiled and sat up straight, his mouth faintly spat out 2 words. Here it comes. The Bearing Bird King also looked grave at this time, and directly spoke out to remind the crowd to prepare for evasion in the back of the sky. Immediately following the next second, countless shoot-like stone thorns drilled out from the ground. With that outrageous damage, it directly made the brittle-skinned professions of Bearing kneel down. Looking at the crowd that was toppled into flight. The Bearing Bird King immediately felt his buttocks tighten. Although he had brought members who knew appraisal and had seen the introduction of this move. But he didn't expect that this skill release would actually be so swift and dense that there weren't many places to dodge. Right now the 30 or so people that he had brought with him, the brittle professions had hung up 10 or so in one wave, and now the priests were only left with 2. And the overall blood level of the front row professions wasn't optimistic either. All of a sudden, the Bird King of Bearing lost the mood to continue the challenge. Originally, there weren't many people from the Bearing Guild that were assigned to be sent to this novice village, so they couldn't gather too many experts. After 2 failed attempts at duplicates, he brought people to brush this field boss. Unexpectedly, it was still impossible to take. What made it unacceptable for the Bearing Bird King was that Speechcraft was still watching from the sidelines. Let's go! Knowing that there was no hope, the Bearing Bird King directly brought the remaining people to leave. At this time, Speechcraft stood up and stretched. At this time, the boss still had 60% of its blood, so if he killed it now, the system would directly determine that the right of ownership was his. Watching the Bearing Bird King leave the line of sight, Speechart directly controlled the Fire Elemental Elf to release a group attack skill. A bunch of fireballs smashed down. The range of the skill was large, yet it only managed to envelop the boss. But in the next moment, 3 assassins were directly spiked out and turned into white light. Still really think you don't know this kind of small tactics? Wild bosses had one of the greatest features: other than the person who killed them, other people could also pick up the loot. Only a moment ago, he himself had appeared and noticed that a few assassins had hidden themselves. The battling Bird King thought that he couldn't notice and laid down this so-called backhand. As long as he waited for himself to kill the boss, the several assassins swarmed to lick the bag, and in the end, it would be earned if he was killed by all of them, as it was impossible for the equipment to explode all the way out. Not far away from the Bearing Bird King, received the information that the assassin was killed in seconds. No longer report a fluke, speed up the departure. The plan had failed, and if remaining white came to ask for an explanation, he would say that it was the autonomous behavior of a few assassins, and admitting it would be impossible. At this time, Speechcraft brought 3 summoned beasts and directly fought hard. Speechcraft and the boar were at the front. The elemental elves, on the other hand, attacked from afar. 8,976. 7,876. 7,577. 9,475. One by one, high amounts of damage burst out, and the boss's blood bar dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye. During this time, Speechcraft dodged the boss's ground spike once, which could have been resisted hard, but the skill was just too disgusting. Finally interrupting its big move for no more than 50 seconds. The stone man fell to the ground. System announcement: congratulations to player Stay White, killing the boss, White Rock Troll, rewarded with free attribute points plus 50, unsealed skill book, plus 2, gold coins plus 40, game reputation plus 500. The heat from Speechcraft's passage through the hell level copy had only slowed down a little, and now the news of another boss first kill instantly triggered another heated discussion among players. Convinced, another boss first kill, Big Brother is really a big brother. It feels like the rewards for the field boss aren't as high as the rewards for the copy boss, so let's just leave the big guy to us. Brothers to work harder. This goes on, all the game first kill is afraid to stay white one person. The boss only popped out 3 pieces of silver level equipment and 6 pieces of bronze equipment. After the high scoring rewards of the copy, with this amount of equipment, Speechcraft was already a little bit unwatchable. The unsealed skill book wasn't bad, it was just that the skills were basically enough at this stage. Save it for later to unlock new skills after transferring to a hidden profession. Then he rushed to the swamp to kill the poisonous arrow frogs. Poison arrow frog, level 10. Life, 102W. Magic, 12W. Strength, 452. Intelligence, 1050. Skill, Venom Spray. Still using the same method used to kill the stoner, straight up strong kill. When the boss sprayed venom, Speechcraft maneuvered the summon to dodge it, putting aside the damage and whatnot. The slimy venom looked disgusting. It didn't take long for the entire swamp to be dyed green. The rising green mist caused one person and 3 favorites, all of whom appeared to be poisoned, to 200. 200. They received white real damage once every second. At this stage, there was absolutely no knight that could carry it. However, due to the presence of the blood-sucking aura, the summon's blood level almost immediately returned to full after just dropping a little. Since the poison arrow frog's physique was considerably weaker than that of the stone man, in less than a minute, it was killed in place by the speech art. System announcement: congratulations to player Lubai, killing the boss, poisonous arrow frog, and obtaining the rewards, plus 50 free attribute points, plus 2, unsealed skill books, plus 50 gold coins, and plus 500 game reputation.
Chapter 29 Following tree climbing, digging again.
At this moment, the players were in an uproar. Many people didn't even know where the boss was yet, and Speechcraft had already completed 2 boss first kills. Which big brother is this, actually getting the first kill? Oh, Lubai, it's okay then. Lubai big brother, this is a fight with the boss. Ordinary monsters can't get into the big brother's eyes anymore. After counting the equipment that had popped out, Speechcraft contacted Smoke and Rain. He directly packed up the copies and the 2 bosses that popped out equipment. When Smoke and Rain Lin Feng saw this pile of equipment, the first reaction was shock. This kind of equipment big brother cannot see, that he is now using what equipment? But it was time to buy it. With this batch of equipment, Smoke Rain Lin Feng believes that in this novice area, his family's strength can definitely exceed the other guilds by a long shot. And this batch of equipment, level 10-15 have, quality is very high, after leaving the novice village can still continue to use. But one could not put together that many gold coins on one's hands at the moment. Big brother, how about 20 million Dragon Kingdom coins for this batch of equipment? Speechcraft thought about it and agreed. 20 million for this batch of equipment was a relatively it was an ordinary small courtyard. The courtyard was not big, and due to the owner's leg problems, things were arranged in a slightly messy manner. In the center of the courtyard, there was an old man sitting with the words, "Grandma Son," on his head. Seeing the arrival of Yen Shu, he directly opened his mouth to inquire. "Young man, you've come at the right time, can you help pick up some water?" "Happy to oblige." Ding successfully picked up the task, help Granny Son pick water. Speechcraft glanced at the quest reward, only a meager amount of experience value. This one was equivalent to successfully opening the quest chain. For the next hour, Speechcraft did all the tasks she had set up. This included picking water, cleaning the yard, and trimming the flowers and plants. To put it in perspective, Speechcraft hadn't even cleaned up her own doghouse like this. If it was an ordinary person who saw the kind of meager rewards behind the tasks, they would have given up long ago. After all, there were a lot of small quests like this in the novice village, with minimal rewards for the quests, and it felt like it was intentionally consuming the player's time. When the speech art made it to the 30th ring, Grandma Son spoke up, "Young man, thank you for your help, this is your reward, you can leave now." Looking at the pitiful few coins. Task description: help to find out about Sun Daqiang. It seems like someone inside the village in front has seen him. A standard open-ended quest, not even the quest reward was labeled. Speechcraft opened the letter and glanced at it. The content inside was very simple. A paragraph was written in a crooked manner. The general meaning was that Sun Daqiang, as an ordinary soldier of the Empire, killed a lot of demons in the battle with the abyssal demons at the front line and made a lot of achievements, but his leg fell into a disability, so he retired and returned to his hometown to recuperate. Although it was a letter from home, this third-person letter, at first glance, was written on behalf of others. If an ordinary person receives this task, according to the online task prompts, is certainly to go to the village to find the relevant witnesses, one by one to ask the investigation. But Yen Shu didn't have that much time, directly skipping these tedious steps. Because Yen Shu knew the culprit who caused his son to disappear. That was the novice village chief. Although Sun Daqiang was only an ordinary soldier, his strength could not be underestimated. After all, he was someone who could be on the front line of defense against the abyssal demons. The novice village chief had managed to degenerate into an abyssal demon due to being contaminated by the abyssal breath. After learning that Sun Daqiang was about to return, he was afraid that his identity would be exposed and directly designed a pitfall to kill him. One of the key quest items, Badge of Honor. This was the most valuable item that Sun Daqiang had carried with him after he retired. Not only did it record the number of demons killed, but it was indestructible and sensitive to the abyssal aura, while at the same time, against the abyssal low-rank demons, it had a certain restraining effect. If based on the original mission clues, the player will lock sight on the village head, slowly advancing the task can also find Sun Daqiang, Badge of Honor, and ultimately submitted to complete the task, to obtain the credentials of justice. And the current speech arts need to do is, directly, to find the village chief hidden, Badge of Honor. Out of the badge's abhorrence, the village chief had directly buried the badge under the stone slabs at the entrance of the village, and its purpose was to let the badge be trampled on by everyone all the time. Thinking about this,
Speechcraft went directly to the blacksmith store and bought a pickaxe. Coming to the village entrance, he directly pried open the first tile in front of the incoming players. Then underneath, he took out a badge that shone with golden light. This scene directly stunned the players' jaws. Chapter 30 Vouchers of Justice. I'll go, there's still something hidden underneath the stone tiles of this game. Big Brother has started digging again after climbing trees. It seems like we haven't explored enough, not to mention I'll also go buy a hoe and start digging. Trying to avoid eating it, stay white. Big Brother must have grasped the quest clues to do so. Look at the big tree over there, the leaves are all gripped bald, so far no one has found the second ring. Although many players are still sensible, but there are still people who have since started professional treasure hunting, determined to turn over every inch of the game. Not to mention, there were some professional treasure hunting players who had found a lot of opportunities in their previous lives. After Speechcraft took out the badge, he immediately received a quest prompt. Ding, you have obtained the key quest item, Badge of Honor. Please make the following choices. Choice 1, give the Yi Badge of Honor to Grandma's son to obtain 2 silver coins, experience value plus 300, mission success. Choice 2, give the Yi Badge of Honor to the village chief to obtain 100 gold coins, mission failure. At this point, as long as it was a normal person, would all choose the 100 gold coins from the village chief. Because this amount of money was already a huge sum of money in the novice village. A lot of people in the previous life, that is, chose to give it to the village chief, but so that the next quest would. Its triggering conditions were rather harsh, and one had to risk being killed to level 1 to reveal the true face of the village chief. How strong the village chief of the novice village was, he himself was still a bit uncertain now. After all, he hadn't gone head to head in his previous life, and by the time this quest was explored, he had already left the novice village for a. Looking at Speechcraft's departing back, the pharmacy owner smiled again and took out a set from under the counter and placed it on the shelf. After that, the pharmacy owner issued a quest to the other players who entered the store. Please help me deliver this letter to the village chief. This should be the most likely area. Speechcraft pulled out a bottle of True Sight potion and took a sip. A little sour. Looking around again, the field of vision looked like it was covered in a light gray filter. A single translucent shadow appeared. Wandering Lone Soul, rank 10. Life value, 9521. Intelligence, 410. Mental strength, 235. Characteristics, concealment. Skill, Soul Flame. Not far away, there was a half-virtual, half-real light door. Sure enough, there was not an inch of grass or any monsters in this place, it was completely deserted next door. In his previous life, many people were too busy this ascending to level 10 to head to the main city to purposely explore this area. Speechcraft ignored these floating soul bodies and directly walked towards the light door. As he got closer, he immediately received a system prompt. You have discovered the Dark Mage's castle, do you want to use the treasure map? Use. In the next moment, the treasure map in the package automatically flew out, rising against the wind and directly pouncing on this light door. As the treasure map melted, the light door was slowly solidifying. Looking at the castle behind the light door, as if it was in another world, Speechcraft couldn't help but feel some excitement in his heart. A secret realm-type treasure place. In his previous life, he had only heard about it, but this time, he had seen it with his own eyes. This kind of place definitely has a lot of good things, and basically there is no difficulty in exploring it, it is almost like giving away treasure for players. Speechcraft was about to step in. Ding, lack of key items. There were actually other things needed. Speechcraft glanced thoughtfully at the wandering lone soul. Commanding the fire elf, a fireball slammed up, instantly killing it in seconds. Ding, you have killed the wandering lone soul. The fire elemental elf has gained +1 free attribute point and +1 soul fragment. You have reached level 10, please head to the main city as soon as possible to advance your profession, otherwise you will no longer gain experience points during that time. He himself had only reached level 10 because he had passed 4 difficulty copies in a row, and with so much time having passed, everyone else should be about the same. It wasn't cost-effective to keep nestling in the novice village and stacking attribute points, so when he got the relevant stuff, he himself would have to head to the main city. Chapter 31 Rare Quest Scroll. Soul Fragment. After collecting 100 of them, you can synthesize a soul bead. Could it be that this is needed? There are estimated to be a few hundred wandering lone souls here, even if all of them are brushed, it won't take too much time, they're just a bit scattered. According to the old rules, the troops were divided into several directions, and Speechcraft brought his 3 favorites to start killing them. However, they found that only every 4 or 5 of them would drop a soul fragment,
undoubtedly stretching the time out quite a bit again. At this time, even Speechcraft didn't notice that just after he left the light door by himself for some distance, a wandering soul quietly wandered into the light door. Almost 10 minutes had passed when Yenshu took the synthesized soul bead and came to the light door. At this time, he was not hindered in any way and easily entered it. Ding, you have consumed a soul pearl. This key is simply superfluous. The castle inside the door wasn't that big, counting the garden it only covered a few acres. The overall appearance of the castle was brown, and in the dim light, it resembled a hideous beast sprawled on the ground. Speechcraft carefully searched it inch by inch. But his face slowly sank. There was nothing outside, and logically, the treasure chests of this type of secret realm should be distributed everywhere. Go straight to the center of the castle. Speechcraft, let's go straight to the village chief now. It just so happens that he needs to get the voucher of courage. The village chief seems to be too much fiercer than the copy boss. Lubai may not even be able to withstand it. The village chief's gaze had been firmly locked onto Speechcraft, not putting those few players in his eyes at all. Lubai, I appreciate you. As the first player to reach level 10 in the entire novice village, it shows that you have a high potential, but why are you lagging behind? As the first adventurer to front 10 to the main city, there should be a not so small reward. There's no rush, you know, there are a lot of good things in the novice village. Now I'll give you one more chance to choose the hidden profession I've prepared for you. Otherwise you'll just be at level 1 forever and stay in the novice village. Sounds good, but I refuse. Don't waste your time. Do the abyssal demons' attacks pile up with batches of words? The few people beside them pricked up their ears when they heard the two conversing. Everyone's mind was basically thinking the same thing. Hidden profession. There was actually news of hidden professions. When the village chief kills Lubai later, he can go on and ask for relevant clues himself. Ding, risk alert, current target's strength far exceeds the average level of current players. It is recommended to avoid. The moment this system prompt came out, it meant that the condition had been successfully triggered. After finishing his speech technique, he directly commanded the fire elemental elf to release meteor fire rain. At this time, this skill had already been stacked to level 7, and each fireball could inflict 120% of the magic damage value. 8,651. 8,451. 8,751. A series of damage jumped out from the village chief's head. The boar and falcon followed suit. 6,524. 6,251. Holy, what kind of damage is this? It seems like the attacks of his summons. How come they all have a blood-sucking effect and the bloodline doesn't even drop? A few people's eyes reddened as they watched. Liubai's summons were acting as beaters and meat shields. How could they be so cool? Deep jealousy instantly filled everyone's hearts. The village chief's damage was high, but spread evenly over the 3 summons. It was completely resistant for a long time. However, the damage received by the village chief wasn't low either, dropping nearly 50,000 life points in just one exchange. From the magnitude of the drop in the blood bar, it could be deduced that its total life value was around 2 million. Chapter 32, I set up a mission to kill myself. What followed was almost a blood-for-blood exchange, no dodging, anyway, except for the other party releasing their group attack skills, this side of the group of 4-1, a steady profit. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the village chief was killed. With the village chief of a wide range of skills released, a few players watching the scene was immediately seconds back to the resurrection point. Speechcraft watched the village chief's blood level come to about 60%, and immediately pulled out the blasting pearl without slowing down. Originally wanted to use conventional means to kill the village chief, but the location of this place is a bit special. Often people come to submit the task, in order to avoid being surrounded by the crowd, or a quick battle. Blasting bead, light level 20, inflicts a large amount of light attribute damage on the target after use. This was just the thing that would come in handy, and it wouldn't be of much use in the later stages anyway. Speechcraft smashed towards the village chief. The blasting pearl was extremely fast, as the white light flashed. At the same time a huge damage burst out. 114-8457. Originally, this level of blasting pearl didn't have that much damage, but the light attribute just happened to form an extremely strong restraining effect on the demonized village chief, amplifying the damage. Extremely strong restraining effect, amplifying the damage. This blow directly blinded the village chief in place, and his blood bar was almost empty. At this time, the village chief's complexion suddenly became a bit confused, as if he had just woken up from sleep. After seeing the current situation clearly, his face suddenly changed drastically. The attack of the art of speaking had already arrived, instantly emptying the last bit of the village chief's blood's life value.
Magic value? Attack? Intelligence? Skills?
Abyssal demons are generally divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, with each level further divided into 5 stages.
Further up are the most powerful demon monarchs.
Generally speaking, and Demon Elf belonged to the intermediate 2-stage demons, which were basically around level 100. But this was only level 30, so it should have been suppressed for some reason.
Jia. Finally breaking free and starting to fuse this body.
Speechcraft frowned as he listened to the somewhat familiar laughter.
Lubai, I also have to thank you for helping me kill that other guy. Now I already feel my strength slowly growing. Now Speechcraft probably understood.
So the village chief wasn't contaminated, it was just a dirty thing that ran in his body and tried to take its place, but it had been suppressed by the village chief's will. Is that what you mean?
Heh, what are you talking about?
I am the village chief, and the one you just killed is also the village chief. Speaking here, this demonized village chief's expression suddenly became agitated, and his face looked more and more hideous.
But I'm tired of living like this. I feel the call of the abyss, I feel the mission on me.
When I heard the adventurers say that you passed the hell level copy, I knew that the opportunity had come. Your strength is good enough to help me.
Wait.
Speechcraft directly interrupted the other party's speech when he heard this.
So that quest scroll was set up by you, huh? You're setting up a quest to kill yourself?
Yes.
So the Destiny Double Weave Talisman was originally an item in the secret realm, and the other things inside were also taken by you?
You're very smart.
Sure enough, then there's no way out. Spit it out with interest.
Speechcraft didn't wait for the other party to finish, the skill directly smashed up. At that time, the secret realm was almost in a state of being emptied. One had guessed that if it was taken by other players, it would be impossible to leave behind an extremely important quest scroll.
Then, there was only one possibility that this was an NPC's trick.
In that case, the quest to kill the village chief was set up suspiciously. However, since the fateful double weave talisman was used as a rewarded quest item, there were system rules restricting it. One only needed to complete the quest and would always meet the quest publisher behind the scenes, and when the time came, one would directly kill and retrieve the item. There was no one who could take away one's own things, not even NPCs. Now one had to let the other party know what kind of consequences it was to mess with oneself. This time, Speech Art could be said to be using all of its means. At the beginning, he threw out Touch of Pain, and after the fire elemental's meteor fire rain smashed down, he used skill replication to use it again. The fireballs that smashed down at once almost reached an airtight state. After that, he directly swung his staff and smashed it. Although it was said that the current intelligence and mental power attributes were already not low, at this time, only this kind of rough attack hit with a great feeling and a high enough frequency.
956. 4214. 3584. 962. 4235. 2585. 821. 2879. The village chief's thoroughly demonized state had increased his level by 10, and his physique had increased quite a bit, causing his party's single output to plummet. However, in these short seconds alone, a round of skills thrown, combined with normal attacks, had dealt 7W plus damage. Lubai, don't mistake yourself, hurry up and stop, don't consume this king's love of talent. You level 30 ghost elf dare to call yourself this king, you don't know how to die, you won't be able to carry this several million life value for long. Well, let you see the power from the abyss. The village chief roared, his body glowing red as he entered a berserk state. The first stage just now was the mage class, the second stage of fully demonized state was the warrior class occupation collection. Sucking blood right, this king can do it too. The berserk state village chief's defense was all but reduced, but the frequency of attacks was increased, and there was also a blood-sucking effect. As soon as this skill came out, the village chief's blood drop rate was immediately weakened. Chapter 33, New Experience, Becoming a Quest Boss. Of the 3 summons, the one with the highest output was the Fire Elemental Elf. With Speechcraft bringing the boar and falcon to hold it back in the front, it had maintained an extremely stable attack frequency in the back. There were several times when the village chief tried to break through to kill the Fire Elemental Elf, but he was intercepted by Speechcraft and the boar with savage charge. Soon the village chief realized a terrible truth. At this rate he would be killed by a level 10 summoner. There was no other reason, it was mainly because Speechcraft was too difficult to deal with.
First of all, Speechcraft was extremely familiar with the skills of the warrior department, and he had also fought with other ghost elves in his previous life, so whenever the village chief was about to unleash a skill, it would basically be guessed by Speechcraft. Skills can be avoided to avoid, cannot avoid the speech art directly up as a knight to carry. Then the damage was shared among the 3 pets, and it didn't take long for the falling blood to be sucked back. Lubai, stop, I'll give you the fateful double weave talisman, it was supposed to be a quest reward for you. Speechcraft turned a deaf ear and just attacked hard enough. There are other items in the secret realm, give them all to you. Don't bother, killing you will naturally explode them. The village chief was now a bit flustered. After all, now that he was only level 30, many of his powerful skills were still unable to be cast, and this blood could be dropping every moment. No, he can't die here, it's not easy to have this opportunity. When one's strength is restored, it can be completely said that one has inserted a sharp knife in the back of the human camp. Due to the special nature of the novice village, high-level NPCs were unable to intervene, and at that time, he himself could completely pull a large number of adventurers into the abyssal camp and grow his strength. Good, you forced me to do this, let's show you the village chief's calling power. Speechcraft wasn't the least bit flustered. Now that the demonized village chief was in this state, if he dared to summon other NPCs to come, he would die even faster. Ding, the village chief has issued a quest for all players to go to the village chief's house 124,468 to kill Lubai, who has defected to the abyssal camp. Players who complete the quest will receive a quest reward, a copy of the hidden profession transfer quest. Note, this quest can be completed multiple times. Seeing the village chief's maneuver, Speechcraft froze. Now I'd become a quest boss myself. A brand new experience that I've never had before. The moment this piece of news came out, the entire novice village was abuzz with players. This was the first news of a hidden profession since the opening of the game. It was important to realize that hidden professions were a great opportunity for ordinary players to reach heaven in almost one step. Especially for players with mediocre talent and no advantages, it could greatly shorten the gap between them and the top players. Staying right, actually heartless in killing the village chief, for the hidden profession rushed. There are so many of us, one of us can easily smash him to death by throwing a skill. The entire novice village is afraid of tens of thousands of people, this will stay white hard to escape a death. I told you how this guy is so strong, no wonder he joined the Abyss camp. This quest can be submitted multiple times, then I'll go directly to the resurrection point to block it. Sister Grape, are we going too? Love Eats Grapes was unusually calm. Would a quest that the entire novice village posted together be that easy to complete? Don't forget that remaining white is now even more terrifying than a hell-level copy boss, so don't get together and focus on upgrading and leaving the novice village as soon as possible. Okay. In reality, what Love Eats Grapes was thinking in his heart was that this kind of hidden profession that could be openly released to the public was probably not very. Speechcraft laughed coldly. Even if he used the hidden profession as a temptation, it would only slow down the speed of his death. Putting hopes on players was completely trying to eat. The players nowadays had a few pounds and a few tails, and he himself was more than clear. However, it was still necessary to intercept them. Speechcraft directly maneuvered the boar to block the of. Chapter 34 Village Chief explodes. Which animal shoots laborers in the brain? Aim a little. Who threw the cannonball? This won't work, don't crowd the back, retreat one after another, let the long-range professions set fire. The ones in front can't even charge up, if it doesn't work, retreat. The scene was chaotic, there were a few slightly sensible voices, and they were quickly drowned out by the tide of people. Many people inflicted only a mere 10 points of damage on the boar, not enough for the boar to draw blood with a single universal attack. At this time in the inside of the village chief anxious, he did not expect the players to come as coming, actually so waste, even the gate cannot enter. So he had been trying to rush outside to make it easier for the players to surround and kill Speechcraft. But was always firmly entangled by Speechcraft. Village Chief left 2 surge skills, find the right opportunity a charge plus a 2-stage chop successfully used, all of a sudden rushed to the back of the boar. He could clearly see the black bristles on the boar's back himself, as well as the densely packed adventurers outside. Opportunity. Just then the boar suddenly backfired and crashed over, instantly sending it solidly in front of Speechcraft again. The players outside saw the opportunity and instantly flooded in 20 to 30 people. Before the crowd could rejoice, a wave of fireballs descended from the sky, a 50-meter diameter circle that directly enveloped a large area of the entrance. A large white light flooded the scene. Looking down from above, it was as if a circle had been drawn with the gate as its center, clearing out the players inside. This one skill killed hundreds of people to say the least. Looking at the fireball that was still falling, as well as the boar that slowly walked back to the gate from the flames, the crowd that rushed forward directly froze in place. How can this still be played? It felt like the speech art had not been firing and suddenly waved its hand impatiently, swatting a bunch of flies. Looking from the outside, there were still falcons roaming quickly over the fence, spotting and killing the players climbing the wall. Not playing, can't fight, I can kind of see why the village chief would use a hidden profession as a reward.
That's it, this is totally ING coming to kill a boss, and it's the strongest boss in the novice village.
It's not easy to practice leveling, I'm self-aware, you guys continue, I wish you success. A single skill caused many of the players present to have their Dao broken, and they immediately lost the courage to continue the challenge. Many players left, but many more were still on their way. The Bearing Bird King took a look at the situation and directly stepped forward.
Everyone, all of you have come here to complete the mission, so don't give up halfway.
Liu Bai's summons are indeed very strong, but we haven't been able to break through. In reality, it's because we've been fighting individually without forming an effective attack. If you all believe in me, just listen to my command, and whoever is able to kill Liu Bai after we enter the courtyard will be based on their own luck.
No one could carry that skill just now.
Yeah, the difference in strength is too great. In front of absolute strength, any tactics are fake, right? At this moment, a player offered an opinion. That kind of wide-range spell output skill, the cooldown time can't be short. Outside, the Bearing Bird King was still organizing his manpower, and the village chief's blood level in the courtyard had already come to 20%. Stay white, you have to think clearly, I don't have much of a conflict of interest with you adventurers, must you rush to the end? Speechcraft still didn't make any response. Anyway, the village chief was bound to be killed, just the item of daring to take something from his secret realm was enough to die several times. Stop. I have a clue to a Yuan Shou artifact spirit in my hand. If you get it, your strength will increase greatly. Ha! This time, Speechcraft was a bit surprised. This thing, the Yuanshu weapon spirit, had only appeared once in its previous life, and it could generate a corresponding piece of equipment based on the player's occupation after use, and this piece of equipment had a very bullish characteristic, which was that it could be grown. As long as there were enough resources, it wasn't difficult to cultivate it to the divine artifact level.
You're a novice village NPC, why should I trust you?
By virtue of my special identity, as the fastest growing abyssal member amongst the countless novice villages, Lord Demon Sovereign spent a great deal of money to send the Yuanshu artifact spirit just so that it could accelerate my strength growth so that I could use the novice village as a stronghold to prepare for cultivating the abyssal reserve force, and right now the artifact spirit is hidden in a hidden location in the novice village. Oh, then I'll send you to meet him first, and thank Lord Demon Sovereign for me for sending the artifact spirit. Speechcraft couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth directly after hearing this, unexpected joy. But getting this news, then one can't stop. Even more idiots know that this kind of important item is usually carried on one's body. After this village chief completely demonized, the brain is also a little bad, actually used this kind of lowly slow tactics. At this time, Speechcraft suddenly felt the boars slam down a notch, and instantly guessed what was going on. It seemed that someone had already organized a long-range fire attack by the player. Now that we have initially won, next, the melee warriors will form a team of 5 and enter the courtyard directly. For fairness, Bearing, will also send 2 people to participate. Speechcraft looked at the few people who felt their way in and directly lazed about, still attacking the village chief non-stop. This operation made the few players who came in a bit confused. They were completely ignored to directly attack? Moreover, looking at this village chief's strange appearance, it is obvious that this bastard is more like joining the abyssal team. Even if you kill the Stay White will not be cheated. At this time, the village chief's blood level had come to 5%. Stay White, it seems like you really think I can't help you. Next, prepare to taste the wrath from the abyss. Only to see the village chief leaping high into the air and floating in the air, at the same time a slightly smaller green-skinned monster quickly burrowed out of it. The original body rapidly expanded, followed by a loud bang, and countless blood and flesh flew across the sky. That tremendous power instantly leveled houses and fences to the ground. It actually blew itself up. Speechart stepped out from behind the boar. Since this was an undifferentiated damage skill, his own 3 summons also blocked the damage for him. The fire elemental elf was already bloodied, and the boar and the hunting falcon had lost nearly 30,000 blood. If it wasn't for the fact that the fire elemental elf was a certain distance away from the center, this one would have to be sent back to the pet space. The dust dispersed, and the battle circle had been completely exposed to the eyes of all the players. Speechcraft took a glance and saw that the entire street was packed with people, so densely packed that they could barely see their heads. At this time, the village chief's figure had shrunk several times, living like a goblin warrior. Looking at the players who froze a bit, opened his mouth and roared loudly, "All adventurers, quickly click to kill, stay white. There are the rules of the main god, the mission rewards can't be faked. If I die, everyone's mission can be a failure."
Chapter 35 Destiny's Double Weaving Talisman.
This sound instantly brought all the players back to their senses. It turned out that the village chief had turned into this, and if they didn't look at the nickname that was held above their heads, they wouldn't have recognized it at all. The Bearing Bird King saw that the blood bars of the 3 summons of Speechcraft were all quite empty, with the Fire Elemental Elf's blood bar not seeing a bit of red, and it almost looked like it would have to hang if it touched it. At once, he was ecstatic. "Brothers, here's your chance, Liubai summons don't have much blood left. Together!" Speechcraft was almost amused. This was a blood replenishment pack delivered to the door. Just now, when the Bearing Bird King was about to open his mouth, Speechart commanded the fire elemental to throw down a meteor fire rain towards the densest part of the crowd. This skill almost cleared out an area of players, not to mention that fire elemental's blood level began to rise at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just one move, the blood level was pulled up to 80%. The thick-blooded knight player within the circle of fire became even more of a mainstay in the blood replenishment pack. The other 2 summons also quickly rushed towards these players and, directly carrying everyone's output, they began to aspect spike. There was a double boost from the healing aura and the blood-sucking aura. Now, the boar and falcon's blood levels also began to rise rapidly. If it wasn't for the fact that the player's life value was too low at this stage, and the damage of each hit was in an overflow state, affecting the amount of blood absorption, in a few moments it was estimated that both the boar and the falcon were full of blood. When the village chief saw this scene, his face, which was originally light green, was now so green that it started to turn black. Originally thought he a big move can create output opportunities for all players, which no more convenient to stay white summons sucked blood. Waste. All of them are wastes. Hasn't anyone awakened a curse-type talent? Quickly suppress the blood recovery effect. The Bearing Bird King also had an ironic face, thinking that the opportunity had come and gone, but to think that it was immediately reversed. All players, join the temporary team, don't injure your own people by mistake. At this time, Bearing Bird King also figured out that most of the players on the scene were casual players. Even if they all listened to their own commands, they would still not be able to work together because of their operational awareness and other reasons, so it would be better to figure out a way to avoid accidental injuries, and directly cover them with firepower. Many players also reacted and joined the team. Although the output efficiency had increased a lot, the damage inflicted was still miserable. Many of them had just broken through single digits, and only a few with complete equipment or outstanding talent could hit dozens of damage values. Due to the current stage of long-range professional attack, distance is also limited. A few hundred people attack at the same time has been the limit. More players are still in the periphery to watch the show. If the melee profession to go forward to surround the squeeze circle, ranged skills can be cleaned up this batch of players cleanly. No matter where the 3 summons attacked, there was an immediate flash of white light, and every normal attack was a second kill. This terrifying output immediately scared off a group of players. No, it's not useful at all, even the knights can't withstand a single hit, it's just that brushing a boss isn't like this. That's right, I feel that these 3 summons can go and single-handedly challenge the final boss of the replica if they casually pull one out. Some of the players who had climbed onto the roofs of the surrounding houses and looked from high above were even more shocked by the scene. Completely as the player brazenly rushed forward, 3 summons unilateral slaughter, a deep sense of powerlessness filled in everyone's heart. At this time, Speechcraft himself was frantically outputting against the village chief. The damage was taken by the summons, and the summons attacked the other players to recover their blood, directly becoming a perfect closed loop. Due to its high mobility, the falcon was manipulated by Speechcraft to target players with complete equipment. Due to the dense crowd, those who were targeted had almost no chance to dodge, and were directly killed in a second. Soon the Bearing Bird King was also targeted, and after holding on for 2 or 3 seconds, he was also successfully sent back to the resurrection point. After releasing his big move, the village chief fell into a weakened state, his defense greatly reduced. Speechart could deal over 10,000 damage with each hit, combined with the continuous blood drop from Touch of Pain. After more than 10 seconds, the village chief was killed. Looking at the players who were still agitated, Speechcraft directly let the 3 summons clear out a space. The village chief is dead, should we continue fighting? At this moment, there was the village chief's corpse lying by Speechcraft's feet. The 3 majestic summons surrounded him in the center. The surrounding densely packed players surrounded it, but no one dared to go forward, matching with Speechcraft's smile if nothing else. The image of the 10,000 enemies was deeply rooted in people's hearts from then on. This image was captured on camera and was later used as a promotional advertisement by the game company as well. System announcement: congratulations to player Lubai, killing the demonized novice village chief, and obtaining rewards: free attribute points plus 100, gold coins plus 50, game reputation plus 1000, and military service plus 1. System notice: due to the fact that the village chief of novice village number 7259 has been killed before the successful election of the new village chief, his corresponding functions will be assumed by other NPCs. Players who have village chief tasks should check the task change information by themselves. The system message immediately caused a sensation. So the real demon is the novice village chief, actually being teased by an NPC. Just kidding, is this village chief so useless? How long has this passed before he was killed? Alas, the hidden profession is gone. The system has prompted me to fail the quest. I am still on the road. How to be killed? Someone killed Lubai to complete the task. People stay white. Even the summons did not die. Originally the village chief all his summons disabled, but instead went to kill stay white people because of the blood-sucking effect, became a healing blood bank. Lubai really damned. If I directly charge for everyone to kill, what a good opportunity to transfer. Big brother cowhide. We are still killing monsters. People even killed NPCs. What is the military credit? It feels like it will be of great use later. There were also a whole bunch of people who hurriedly arrived and made a trip for nothing. It gave many people a feeling of being teased. Sure enough, it's the same as one's guess. So many people still can't stop it. Stay white, you should have more than just SS talent. Love Eats Grape said as he looked in the direction of the novice village. Smoke and Rain Linfong also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to their own clear-headed, did not go to join in the fun, or now is estimated to have been in the resurrection point to slap the thighs of the. Speechcraft put the Yi voucher of courage into the package. Now the 5 major vouchers are only short of the Yi voucher of strength, waiting for the last boss to be refreshed. The village chief burst out a bunch of gold coins, and 10 or so pieces of equipment, as well as 2 items with a colorful glow. God-level items. All of them were first collected in the parcel. At this time, the players also dispersed one after another. The mission had failed, and they had lost the reason to go against Speechcraft. Speechcraft checked the loot piece by piece. Dual Weaving Talisman of Destiny. Using this will open up a second profession. Level restriction, 10th level. Steady. Sure enough, there was this thing. When he received the quest he thought that it must exist. Because of the system rules governing it, as long as this was used as a quest reward, no matter who issued the quest, it meant that the rewarded thing was real. Chapter 36 Yuanshu Weapon Spirit arrives. Dual profession. One hadn't even thought about it before. This should be the most valuable thing inside the secret realm. But this was only right for the World 4 difficulty copy first pass that was completed before level 10. Speechcraft looked at the second item again. Yuan Primordial Artifact Spirit Weapon. After using it, it can generate an exclusive weapon of the corresponding profession. The level increases with the character and has a rank growth function. Even though he was mentally prepared, after reading the introduction, he was still in a state of ecstasy. This is a great wave of bull. With this thing, it can be said that one's weapon will not have to worry in the future, and one has the confidence to cultivate it to the divine weapon level. Speechcraft was just about to use it when he thought of a possibility and held back hard. If he were to use it when he changed his dual hidden professions, wouldn't that be an exclusive weapon that would be generated to fit both professions? Hold back, wait a little longer. The rest of the pile of equipment were all ordinary silver outfits except for one that glowed with a faint purple color. It was actually a platinum level equipment. Spectral trousers, platinum grade rank 15. Life value plus 3. If an ordinary player messed with himself, he wouldn't be able to get close to him. The last item, 10,000 Phase Space Stone, can carry plus 1 number of summons. Occupation restriction, summoner. This thing was second only to a god tier item in Speechcraft's mind, and he had only obtained one himself in his previous life. For summoners, the number of summons equals strength. It was that simple and crude. Self possessed the SSS talent Symbiotic Battle Spirit, and with each additional summoner, there would also be a qualitative increase in strength. The speech art was used directly. Ding number of summons plus 1. Next, Self would need to get another summoning art. Military merits were the exclusive reward for killing abyssal demons, and having a certain amount of military merits would automatically grant one a military rank. Consuming military merits could be exchanged for rare items, skill arts, equipment, and so on. This little bit of military merit gained by speech arts might not seem like much, but in reality, the purchasing power was already equivalent to 100 gold coins. And at that moment, in the depths of the abyssal world, in a dark and chaotic space, a low voice full of anger came out. "Stay white. My things are not so easy to take." The happiest ones now were instead a few assassins who had been harboring behind to record the video. Although they were finally killed by Speechcraft in seconds, a few of them had turned on the recording function from the very beginning outside, to the back when the fence was blown down, and finally recorded the video of Speechcraft killing the village chief. The video of the big brother killing the village chief is in their hands. If they put it on the forum and charge to watch it, then the money will still come rolling in. A few people at this moment had already put the matter of leveling down behind them. Immediately went to the forum to post, due to several people have video in hand, pricing a lower than one, and finally one of the players in a rage, directly to everyone to watch for free. Speech Arts killed the news of the village chief of the novice village. The first to know is the novice village players. After all, the system notification is only spread in the village area. As the video of Speechcraft killing the village chief came out, it quickly spread to the point where everyone knew about it. It could be said to have triggered the entire forum, which was filled with discussions about this matter. Amazing, actually killed the novice village chief. That guy is at least a level 20 NPC. The novice village chief actually has a hidden profession task. Brothers, I'll go and try to trigger the task first, and come back to tell everyone when I've succeeded. I went directly to say that the village chief is an abyssal demon and then was seconded. Is there any predecessor task that was not triggered? Stay white, big brother ought to solve the confusion. Statistic: every novice village NPC seems to have different names and looks, besides some generic quests. Would it be possible that the quests in their respective hands are? Thinking of this, Speechcraft directly contacted Smoke and Rain Ride the Wind. Older brother Ride the Wind, I'm free right now. You can arrange a team in this novice village. I'll take them through the difficult book and hell book. You can go through the materials needed first. As for the simple and ordinary books, the difficulty was relatively low, and one didn't have the time to waste on it. Especially the simple book now had a team that had successfully cleared it, including GG Moon Guild's grape-loving team and Smoke and Rain Ride the Wind's team, but the time was more than 40 minutes, and there was still a great distance away from the SSS grade rating. Afterwards, Speech Arts organized a list to send to Smoke Rain Rides the Wind, which includes the summoner's skill books, especially the various categories of summoning skills. There are also some relatively rare materials, such as enlightenment fruits, the cultivation materials of summons, and so on. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind's reply was quick, and the message came immediately. Big brother, I don't mean to intentionally suppress the price. It's just that these things, I haven't even heard of them, so don't make it difficult for people by putting god-level items on the list. No, these things are just relatively rare at this stage. There are still some later on. Just think of it as owing it first. Anyway, you big guilds have a lot of manpower. Collecting these things is too much better than me being a retailer. The things listed in the speech arts will start to spawn one after another as soon as one after another people leave the novice village and go to the main city. He himself didn't have the time to keep an eye on the auction house all the time or browse the ground stalls at that time, so leaving it to them to help him collect was the best. Alright then, I'll have Lin Feng bring 3 people to wait at the entrance of the replica. What professions are needed? Any occupation, the others are just mixing experience anyway. Okay. Waiting for Speechcraft to arrive at the entrance of the replica, Smoke and Rain Prosperity brought 3 people to wait at the entrance of the replica. At this time, the number of people at the entrance of the replica was rather sparse compared to the first day, and many people felt that the difficulty was too great after trying, so they basically gave up and went to do other things. Chapter 37: Gathering monster groups to brush copies. As soon as he saw Speechcraft, Smoke and Rain immediately greeted him. Big brother Lu Bai, this is the person we're preparing to go on the list. I'm troubling you. Speechcraft glanced at the remaining 3, a knight, a mage, and a priest girl, a standard team configuration. Pull me into the group. Smoke and Rain Linfeng pulled Speechcraft into the group, and the remaining few people immediately started speaking in the group channel. Welcome big brother. Welcome great god Lu Bai. Thank you brother Lu Bai for taking us to brush the books. Can you give a friend spot? Speechcraft smiled faintly at the trio. You're welcome, even if you're a friend. If there's anything you can let Smoke and Rain contact you. As soon as these words were said, the girl in the group immediately beamed in aggravation. Not to mention, this girl was pure and cute looking, and when this small mouth was pouting, the killing power was directly pulled full. Unfortunately, it had no effect on speech arts. Speechcraft treated it as if he didn't see it, and directly chose a difficult level copy. The next moment, a few people came to the copy. Smoke and Rain Linfeng, these few people are also elites. After entering the copy did not act rashly, just waiting for speech arts to command. You guys don't do anything the whole time, just follow me and run. Smoke and Rain Linfeng froze for a moment. These few people in their own team, their talents are all a rank or above, and their equipment is also used with the silver suit bought by Speechcraft, so it can be said that in this novice village are the top of the line, and actually asked us to paddle? The other 3 people are also a bit puzzled. Although you stay white Big Brother is very strong, but each additional person output is not more compressed copy of the time? Speechcraft can't explain more, directly running forward. The rain and wind at this time to open, follow, listen to stay white Big Brothers. His own guild was paying to let Lubai work, since the other party had asked for this, then he was content to paddle. Faster than the speech art was the peregrine falcon. It flew at the front, and in only a few seconds, it was already pulling the hatred of all the bark sentinels and vine elves. Is Big Brother going to use the method he used on live? The knight in the group voiced out. No, we should be gathering monsters and swarming them. That fire elemental elf of his has a group attack skill.
Smoke Rain Linfeng spoke out while running.
Just as several people thought that the fire elemental elf was already going to start releasing group attack skills. The hunting falcon, however, didn't stop and pulled the hordes of monsters to continue flying forward.
Is this too small a gathering of monsters? Big Brother Lubai wouldn't be trying to pull together all the monsters in the entire copy, right? Brother Lubai, that's awesome. Keep up, don't fall behind.
Smoke and Rain Linfeng voiced out a reminder.
It was unknown how much agility Lubai had added, running faster than even himself, an archer.
In fact, if it wasn't for Speechcraft deliberately slowing down and waiting for the monster to move, it would have already pulled a few people off the ground by now. Soon arrived at the mushroom demon's territory, a few people thought that Speechcraft would lower his head to pick mushrooms, who knew that he directly crossed the bushes and continued forward.
A few people were puzzled and could only follow.
Due to the characteristics of the mushroom demon, it was no longer suitable to continue pulling forward, and the falcon directly made a fold after pulling. The 3 types of monsters were brought together to the maximum extent. The fire elemental small hand waved, and immediately countless small fireballs fell from the sky, smashing into the monsters with sparks flying everywhere.
A slice of high damage skyrocketed. 8,415. 7,985. 8,312.
As soon as the group attack skill was thrown, Speechcraft directly didn't bother to look at the result. Real men never look back at explosions. Then directly ran forward again. Anyway, as long as they were in the copy, everyone in the team could gain experience. After this one skill was released, the mushroom demon didn't even have a chance to release a skill, and the 3 kinds of monsters were directly cleaned up. Even though they were mentally prepared, the 4 of them were still shocked by this scene. It's really a group rush. People are so much stronger than people. I haven't had any group attack skills until now, and Big Brother's summons are all too much stronger than me. The mage in the group mumbled as he looked at the scorched ground.
Big Brother has run far away, keep following. Smoke and Rain Linfeng was a bit helpless, just a little bit stunned. The back of this white remaining Big Brother was almost invisible. Was this his ultimate speed? When a few people caught up, they found that Speechart with his 3 favorites was already killing the number 1 boss. At this time, Speecharts changed his previous habit of melee combat and only threw skills from a distance, looking exceptionally leisurely. With the addition of the fire elemental elf, the efficiency of 1 person and 2 pets was much higher than at that time, and the fire attack also had an obvious restraining effect on the monsters of the copy. Not long after the tree spirit guardian Elrond fell to the ground, at this time the time has only passed 2 minutes. Continuing forward, Speechart left the boar in place to kill the python. He personally went to pull the number 2 boss Yuris. At the same time, the falcon went directly to the final boss Silas, with the aim of pulling him towards the entrance of the valley. After taking the fruit of enlightenment, the peregrine falcon's intelligence had improved greatly, and now it didn't need Speechcraft to spend too much energy on maneuvering, and was already able to complete some simple tasks on its own. At this time, the boar had also followed. Smoke and Rain Linfeng 4 people watched the Speecharts pulling the second boss to go inside. At this time has not published any language, just silently follow. It felt like being quiet and being a little transparent had been the only thing a few people could do. The previous time the 2 bosses were gathered together, it was still because of the hell level difficulty Speechart that required the use of fire. This time, it was completely to save trouble. After the 2 bosses gathered together, because of the existence of the healing aura and the blood-sucking aura, a few people just watched as Speechart's summons were exchanging blood with the boss. The outrageous thing was surprisingly the blood level stayed above the safety line. On the forums there have been people discussing that the strength of Big Brother's summons can already be compared to a copy boss. Only by seeing it with my own eyes can I realize that, which is comparable, it's clearly already surpassed alright.
That's right, it feels like Big Brother Lubai alone is carrying the banner of the summoner. There are just two kinds of summoners in the apocalypse, one is called Stay White, and one is called the other summoner. Smoke and Rain Linfong didn't join their discussion, just looking at the damage values emerging from the boss's head fell into deep thought. Earlier, when Lubai live-streamed brushing the book, he himself was watching the whole time, and the output of the two summons at that time, the Wild Boar and the Hunting Falcon, was definitely not that high. It would be reasonable to say that Lubai himself had improved because of the new equipment he had harvested from the copy. But the summons tips were exaggerated, and it felt like a sudden increase in attribute value. From the videos of each of Liubai's battles, even though he was crushing his opponents, the summons input seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, as if they weren't limited, which made Smoky Rain Linfong think of a word, stronger and stronger the more they fought. Liubai's talent wouldn't be that the summons are getting stronger with every target killed, right? Impossible, this was too perverse, the game wasn't run by his family. Smoky Rain Linfong shook his head and shook this crazy thought away. Chapter 38, Quick Pass Copy. The first to fall was boss number 2 Yuri's. The water elemental elf still hadn't been able to withstand the fire elemental elf's insane output. Sarah's blood level reached 10% and immediately began to gather all of the Yuli's assassins. The four of them looked at the assassins that were densely packed coming up from all around, and still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The main reason was that they had been killed too many times in this place, and they had all developed psychological shadows. Looking at the number of people gathered almost, the fire elemental elf and speech technique respectively threw out a meteor fire rain, enveloping all the assassins. In just one shot, they all were killed in seconds. Quick, too fast. Big Brother Linfong, Big Brother Liubai's output is too much faster than yours. The number one fast man will have to give way. Smoke Rain Linfong had a helpless expression on his face, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Speechcraft took a look at the fact that Silas's blood level had been pressed below 1% and immediately stopped, then directly withdrew from the team. You guys patch up at speed. Oh, good. The several people almost didn't react and threw all of their output skills in a brainstorm. Successfully killing Silas on the ground. The copy settlement page popped up. Number of deaths, 0. Time to clear, 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Copy score, SSS grade. This rating could be said that Speechcraft had broken their own records. The first place on the difficulty book pass list immediately changed to the four of them, Smoky Rain Linfong. Big Brother, you've become number 2 on the list. It's fine, I'll brush up once more before leaving the novice village. Go on, this time go for hell grade. The change in the difficulty level copy clearance list quickly caught the attention of many people. I'll go, how did the top of the copy difficulty list change? Paying a little price to let the guild name dominate the list for a long period of time was definitely a profitable business. In the hell level copy, Speechcraft was operating through the copy in the same manner. At this moment, suddenly the communicator flashed. Speechcraft opened it and saw that the president of the GUA guild, Dream Whispering, had sent a message. I want it too. Speechcraft was confused and directly threw 3 question marks over. But the other party then withdrew this message and resent one over. Our guild also wants to be on the list. Speechcraft immediately forwarded a copy of the list of materials given to Smoke and Rain. There was an immediate reply over there. Good. Dreamlight Speech was also in the copy at this time and covered her head in anger. It was over, the image of one's president was all ruined. Since she didn't want to give Lubai the opportunity to hear her voice, she sent it over in the form of a text. I can't imagine that during the battle, I didn't read the message carefully and sent it over with a shaky hand. Originally, I was praying that Lubai didn't see it, but once I looked at the content of the other party's reply, I knew that this face would be lost. Dream Lightning thought about it and sent another message to Love Eats Grapes. Have asked to Stay White to bring brush copies. Speechcraft's side of the Hellbook, in addition to the Hell level copy weakening the character attributes, making the movement speed drop, there was not the slightest impact, still all the way to the second. In the end, 9 minutes and 5 seconds to pass the Hell level copy. Speechcraft's single brush record was still squeezed into second place. The change in the Inferno ranking list caused players to talk again. It's solid, it's definitely Big Brother Lubai who brought the brush. That's right, the time difference between the difficulty level and the Hell level are not that big, it looks like it's Stay White's handiwork. No, Lubai Big Brother was level 10 earlier, he didn't have any experience brushing monsters in the novice village, why isn't he still going? With my guess, there must be better rewards in the novice village, Lubai is waiting for his chance, maybe he received some hidden quest again. At this moment, Speechcraft received another message from Dream Lightning. Big brother, do you still have the number of copies left for today? Dream Whispering is now a little anxious. After all, this thing is late. After all, Lubai is already level 10. If Speechcraft wants to grab the system rewards, and suddenly have to go to the main city, without bringing a brush of the book itself is no way.
There are 2 more times, both for you.
Okay, I've asked someone to wait at the entrance of your copy. The person leading the team is called Love Pineapple. Speechcraft was suddenly a bit puzzled that it wasn't actually Love Eating Grapes leading the team this time. Lubai Big Brother, can I make another small request?
Yes, the customer is God.
Finally, just stay in our team without having to quit.
And can you be that many seconds faster than Smoky Pavilion?
Speechcraft smiled slightly. This woman was quite smart. With the current situation, it was indeed better to greatly publicize that it was you who brought the brush. At the same time, due to these 2 copies, one summons had stacked another wave of attributes. The output was definitely higher, and one was more skillful. Being faster than helping Smoky Rain Pavilion was also a must. However, since the other party made this request, one still had to glean a wave.
Yes, it's possible, have to add money.
Speechcraft's side had just joined Love Pineapple's team at the entrance. Suddenly a service-wide announcement was heard.
System announcement, congratulations to player Love Eats Grapes, for being the first player in the game to leave the novice village and head to the main city. Received reward, plus 60 free attribute points, plus 2 skill books of this profession, plus 1 silver grade equipment, and plus 300 game reputation. System notice, congratulations to player Love Grapes, for being the first player in the game to leave the novice village for the main city. Received rewards, free attribute points plus 60, skill book of this profession plus 2, silver level equipment plus 1, game reputation plus 300. 3 game announcements in a row immediately agitated the gamers. It's so hard to upgrade in this crappy game. Finally someone has left the village. I go, this girl can power over a bunch of big old men. The first to go out of the village mustn't be bad. I heard that in reality, or a stunning beauty, this all kinds of buff are.
In the last life, many people after level 10 out of the novice village, even the equipment on the body has not been put together, just to brush the monsters of the replenishment potion cannot top. He was now just short of the last boss to get the voucher of power. There was no hurry at all. It was a key item for his hidden profession, so he could only wait slowly.
Why don't you enter the copy? Speechcraft took a look at the team's lack of movement and couldn't help but ask.
He saw the 4 girls in the team looking at him with a guilty face. Stay white Big Brother, we know that the first person to actually leave the village should be you. That's right, you're a person who keeps his word. If it wasn't for you promising to take us to brush the copy record, the system reward wouldn't have been Sister Grape's turn.
Speechcraft took a look at their expressions and it didn't look like they were pretending. At once, he burst out laughing. It's fine, I can't look at this system reward. Let's pick the difficult book to enter first.
Hearing Speechcraft say this, the few people became even more upset. In the next copy, Speechcraft spent his time amidst the several people's gasps of amazement. The final copy records were also similar to what Speechcraft expected. The 2 records of GUA were 20 seconds and 25 seconds more than Smoke and Rain Pavilions.
It immediately squeezed Smoke Rain Pavilion into the 2nd position.
Smoke and Rain Linphone looked at this copy of the record, their own just that guess, appeared in the mind again, lingering. As soon as the 2 copy records of GUA came out, Qing Dynasty and Bailing also couldn't sit still. After all, are the strength of the old guilds, you two have a long-term advertisement hanging there, their guild has been nothing, in the hearts of the players the sense of existence will only get weaker and weaker. The president of the Qing Dynasty, Wang Qi, has been trying to contact Lubai but cannot contact, posting in the forum also cannot get any response. He is now curious about the Smoke and Rain Pavilion and how to stay on the line with the white. To say that GUA himself still understand, after all, this guild is full of some beautiful girls, men, all understand.
But the Smoke and Rain Pavilion is how? Can't be because the name of the guild sultry it.
He also specifically contacted and Stay White in a newbie village members, specifically asked whether he had a conflict, after all, while in example in that. However, the replies received were all the same. Nothing had been done to offend Stay White.
This was strange, could it be that his own guild name was too tacky? Can't figure it out.
Bailing, knowing that there was no hope of contacting Speechcraft, began to hire water armies to spam the forums. Shame on the big guild for actually hiring someone to bring brush records. When the copy list loses its proper incentive, is there any meaning to whose name is on the list?
The time to pass the copy of the exaggerated, detailing the 2 big guilds and Stay White between the unknown deal. A variety of posts, some people specialize in devaluing the list, some people specialize in discrediting the two major guilds.
Some even made up a twisted love story between Dream Whisper and Speechcraft in order to be vivid and realistic.
Even Yen Shu couldn't help but clap his hands when he read it.
Balin this water army, hired professional female frequency writers write, these contents can be directly copied to go to the novel site Sacks of Money.
Then the next interesting thing came.
Smoke Rain Rides the Wind and Dreamlight Language personally came down to respond.
Smoke and Rain ride the wind, no way, some people haven't stayed white. Big Brother's friend.
This is a villa in the suburbs. The little brother outside heard the commotion and immediately ran in. Seeing their own boss get so angry, they instantly didn't dare to get out of breath and stood in place with their heads lowered.
Have you gotten any results from asking you guys to find out the reality of Liu Bai's identity? Boss, there is no news yet.
A few people's heads lowered even more, not daring to look directly at their own boss's gaze at all.
Rubbish. Asking out the game company executives, do you need me to teach you such a simple thing?
But the game companies said that they don't have player information either. Just after the sentence was said, a few bottles worth a lot of money were suddenly smashed in front of the several people.
Roll. All roll. After venting, Bering Tsungdao had a gloomy face.
Liu Bai is it? No one dares to not give me Lu Tsangxiong face yet, never let me know your realistic identity. If Speechcraft knew the reaction of Bailing Song Cheong at this moment, he would definitely think that this person had a brain problem, not going to those two guilds, but instead complaining about himself. Immediately after Bering Tsungdao came online, he contacted Bering Bird King.
Remove those water armies, don't use your money in those places, it's useless. Increase your investment to find the white space in reality. Also hurry up and practice leveling. As the vice president, how can you convince the public if your level can't keep up?
President, I suspect that Stay White has been staying in the novice village, there must be some special quest clue. The Bering Bird King was also annoyed for a while, but seeing that his own president was getting angry, he wanted to digress a bit. It's damn well up to you to be skeptical, don't mess with him again until you find out his real-life identity, or else when will you get to level 10?
Good. Just as Speechcraft wanted to go brush level 10 monsters to stack attributes.
Smoky Rain Lin Phone suddenly came with a message. Big brother, you're really a god, a boss appeared in the level 7 monster area without any warning, and it's actually a level 12.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Closing the communicator, Speechcraft couldn't help but look forward to it. After this boss was brushed, it was also time for him to leave the novice village.
Chapter 40, Boss I'm going to eat it, who's for it? Who is against?
Speechcraft rushed straight to the level 7 monster area. This last field boss was the most special, it would be refreshed to any area in the field of the novice village. If it hasn't been killed after 2 hours, the boss will disappear and will appear again in another area a day later. At the same time, it also has a special escape skill. If it is successfully escaped, reappearance will also be a day later.
The news from Smoke and Rain should not be too late, and the time left for himself should be enough.
As for the boss not being able to defeat the other players, this point had never occurred to him. There were also quite a few players rushing in that direction along the way. Speed up, I heard my friend say that someone has already opened the boss, so many people, will the soup not be able to grab a bite? Thinking too much, that's a level 12 boss, how can it be killed in a moment? It's hard to say now most of the players are up to level 9, if we all set fire together, the chances are still big, it's not like the copies only have a small team. At this time, Speech Art ran past these few players, and the distance immediately grew larger and larger. I'll go, this person seems to be a summoner, right, why is he running so fast? Stay White. It's really him, he wouldn't be trying to brush the boss as well. Nonsense, who doesn't know that Big Brother Liu Bai's greatest interest is to get the first kill of the boss? Since he's gone, then I'm not going. I'm not going either, wasting time being a backdrop. Speechcraft arrived at the target location, where quite a few people had already gathered, and many more players were on their way.
Wilderness Thief, level 12. Life value? Magic value? Strength? Agility? Skills?
The Wilderness Thief was nearly 3 meters tall, with a black cloth wrapped around his head, a dirty cloth bag on his hunched back, and a crescent-shaped curved sword in each of his.
Plus 514. Plus 368. Plus 462.
This maneuver not only disgusted Speechcraft, but even the other players looked stunned. Taking advantage of this, 5 knights from Bailing's team came out and taunted the Wilderness Thief, and as the Wilderness Thief's attack landed, 300 popped up on all 5 of their heads. Seeing this situation, Yanjutsu raised his eyebrows. Bering's gang actually found a skill to spread the damage evenly. Their luck was really good, so that the boss was temporarily pulled back. Everyone, I am the Bird King of Bering. Putting aside the previous special mission for the whole village, it's reasonable that where there's a stay white presence, we Bering people should walk away. But we can't go away now, because the white rock troll that the great god of staying white first killed was precisely the one that was taken from us. When these words came out, the surrounding players immediately pricked up their ears. Many players had now recognized their own strength and that it was simply impossible to snatch the boss, and after withdrawing from a safe distance, they directly ate their melon at ease at the scene. I'll admit that I'm not as skilled as others, and I'll admit that the boss was snatched, but this time I've decided to stand up and reason with Big Brother Lu Bai. You've already reached level 10, you don't head to the main city, there's no more experience in killing the boss, and you've already gotten so many system rewards, it's reasonable to say that the equipment that this boss exploded won't be able to get into your eyes. Are you going to pocket the resources of the entire novice village because of your personal fetish? After Bering Bird King finished speaking, he directly looked around the circle, and seeing that everyone's emotions were mobilized, he continued. Does everyone think I'm making sense? Lu Bai 10 level does not go out of the village, kill the village chief, so that many friends cannot receive the task, at that time also kill thousands of players at the same time, there are various field boss, all kinds of behavior is completely want to dominate the resources of this novice village. I think a lot of friends this should be the first time to see what the field boss looks like, right? It's a pity that you can only look at it, because the real boss of this novice village, Lu Bai Big Brother, is here. These words from the Overlord Bird King completely incited the emotions of the surrounding players. Lu Bai is indeed too overbearing, level 10 and still keeps occupying the resources of the novice village without leaving. Indeed, without the appearance of a game master. This novice village, because of the existence of Stay White, I'm afraid that the overall strength is going to be a lot weaker. Big Brother Lu Bai, just let this boss out. That's right, this level 12 field boss, the reward is probably not as high as a copy boss. Love Eats Grapes has gone to the main city, why aren't you there yet? Are you purposely giving it up to her? Speechcraft looked at this comical scene and instantly couldn't help but giggle. This Bering Bird King as the vice president really had two brushes, other than that, just this ability to incite the masses was indeed possible. The psychology of these passerby players was pinpointed to death, just as there were people who hated the rich in reality, then there were people in the game who held the same mentality. This wave of maneuvering was obviously trying to stand on the moral high ground and push himself to the opposite side of all players. Unfortunately, one does not eat this set. At this moment, Speechcraft laughed and walked forward, while also applauding for the Bering Bird King. Well, the Bird King is so eloquent, he speaks so well. However, this boss I will eat it. At this time, Speechcraft's face turned cold, and his eyes stared at the Bering Bird King. Who is in favor? Who's against it? Chapter 41, Leaving the Novice Village. As soon as Speechart said this, the three summoners also cooperated with the stupidity. The crowd was also subdued, and the hot blood in their heads calmed down. To say who was the most terrifying here, it was definitely this one person and three favorites, and the wilderness thief was estimated to last no more than 2 minutes under the full output of the others. The expression of the Bering Bird King also became extremely wonderful at this time. He had spoken spitefully for half a day, but instead, he had provoked the other party's temper. Now that Yen Shu had directly lifted the table, the most awkward person was him, the leader, who was uncomfortable standing there. There are also many players who have been killed by the language arts, immediately remembered the horror of the three summons, and could not help but take a few steps back. Speechcraft at this point saw that the effect had been achieved and directly opened his mouth. If everyone wants to be reasonable, then I will also be reasonable. Next, I will directly switch to normal field sparring mode. If anyone attacks me first and their name turns red, then sorry, I will have to fight back. As for the boss can be attacked together, I did not think of clearing the field at first. After all, the field boss is used to grab, who if you can speak from my hands boss grabbed hand, then I have nothing to say. But if someone messes up, such as adding blood to the boss, set status and so on, I will regard him as a small monster summoned by the boss, and can only clean up together. After saying that, Speechcraft directly commanded the summons to charge up. Before the several priests of Bering could react, they were directly killed in place in seconds. Under the summon siege, a high amount of damage emerged from the wilderness thief's head. 9,856. 7,845. 8,265. Watching the boss's blood bar falling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding players once again felt the huge gap. This damage, I'm afraid no one can grab it. A few dozen and nearly 10,000, such a huge gap. I'm afraid that even if we are allowed to kill it, we won't be able to kill it. Now that I think about it, I'm also overestimating myself, actually wanting Big Brother Lubai to let out the boss. The Bering Bird King watched as Speechcraft's gaze kept wandering over his own camp. His face was so gloomy that it was on the verge of dripping blood, then remembering the words that Bering Sangdao had explained, his clenched hands slowly loosened. Go! In the next moment, he directly led his people away. To snatch the boss from Stay White's hands, he thought to himself that he couldn't do it yet. Many of the players who stayed behind chose to spectate outside. Some were staring at the boss's rapidly descending blood bar, wanting to throw out their highest damage skills at the last moment to see if they could have a burst of luck to grab the final blow. Although there wasn't much damage to contribute and there wouldn't be much experience, the system first kill reward was real. The Wilderness Thief's blood level dropped to 5%, and suddenly his body shook and transformed into more than a dozen doppelgangers, running off in different directions. Speechcraft swept a glance, letting the falcon catch up with the leftmost one. An eagle strike stomped on the top of the Wilderness Thief's head, directly bursting out with 15,970 damage. Killed it! Originally, the boss's life value was not much left. After using this escape skill, it was even weaker, and was directly killed by a single skill from the falcon. As the main body died, the other doppelgangers also turned into fragments and slowly dissipated into the air. How did Lubai discover the boss's true body? It feels like they all look exactly the same. It should be some special skill. Let's go, no more messing around. The surrounding players had no choice but to leave when they saw that the boss was gone. System announcement: congratulations to player Lubai, killing boss, Wilderness Thief, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 60, unsealed skill book, plus 3, gold coins plus 100, game reputation plus 500. A wave of system trifecta. At this point, the players felt that they had gotten used to Speechcraft's appearance in the announcement interface. Another boss first kill, soothing. It feels like I can't be bothered without hearing a notice from the Big Brother Lubai once a day. I thought it was a powerful character, but it's just a novice village field boss. There's actually a boss in the novice village. How many things are hidden in this palm-sized place? Speechcraft picked up the items dropped by the boss. Suddenly a system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Voucher of Power. Speech Arts directly put the 5 major vouchers in his hands and played with them for a while. The novice village vouchers were finally collected and it was time for him to leave the novice village. The equipment dropped by the Wilderness Thief were all above level 10, in addition to the 4 pieces of silver equipment, there was also a piece of gold equipment, which was exactly the weapon in his hand. Crescent Twin Blades, Gold Grade Rank 12. Limited Profession, Assassin. Physique plus 200. Strength plus 300. Agility plus 500. Movement speed plus 20. Skill, Tear. Normal attacks have a 50% chance of causing a bleeding effect on the target, causing 30% damage to the target's agility value per second for 1 minute. Dual-wielding daggers, belonging to the assassin class of the small extreme, but can only be used after the player reaches level 10 and transfers to the main city. When one after another people leave the novice village, directly throw the auction house, should be able to sell a good price. Speechcraft added all the attribute points rewarded by the system. The attributes of himself and his summons in the novice village had reached an extremely exaggerated point. Whiteout level, 10. Life value, 66087. Mana value, 38314. Physique, 4820. Strength, 6380. Intelligence, 4653. Agility, 1808. Spirit, 3784. Talent, Symbiotic Battle Spirit SSS grade. Skills, Spiritual Shock, Summoning Boar, Summoning Falcon, Summoning Fire Elemental Elf. Iron Wall Guard, Skill Replication, Guardian Light, Spiritual Movement, Healing Aura, Touch of Pain, Blood-Sucking Aura. Boar, Level, 10. Life Value, 53128. Mana, 472. Physique, 2827. Strength, 7528. Intelligence, 34. Agility, 648. Spirit, 305. Skills, Savage Punch. Peregrine Falcon, Level, 10. Life Value, 43048. Mana, 540. Physique, 2717. Strength, 5228. Intelligence, 55.
Agility, 2569. Spirit, 969. Skills, Eagle strikes the sky. Fire Elemental Elf, level 10. Life, 21,036. Mana, 70,580. Physique, 2,697. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 8,817. Agility, 400. Spirit, 100. Skills, Meteor Fire Rain, Fire Elemental Absorption. With the current attributes, there was no problem at all in killing level 30 bosses. The most important thing now was to head to the main city to transfer the hidden profession. He had prepared himself for so long in the novice village, and now was the time to reap the rewards. A look at the time, almost to 12 p.m., the number of copies of speech arts and other things to be refreshed. Spending half an hour to rebrush the 4 difficulties again, returning to the position of first on the list. The difference between the third and first daily prestige value gained was 100 points, which was a sizable number when accumulated over time. Afterwards, Speechcraft arrived at the square in the center of the novice village, where there was a teleportation array that flickered with a ghostly blue light. Speechcraft thought back one last time and realized that he hadn't missed anything, and directly stepped into the teleportation array. Chapter 42 Divine Hidden Profession. Ding! Player level has reached level 10, meeting the conditions for teleportation. Please select the main city you need to travel to. Silver Moon City, Falling Star City, Blazing Sun City. Looking at the 3 main cities in front of him, Speechcraft chose Falling Star City without hesitation. There were a total of 3 main cities in the game, all of which belonged to the Apocalypse Empire. The Empire's Imperial City was much smaller in size than the 3 main cities. What was more special was that the Empire's Imperial City was not open to players. Unless they received some special quests, players would have the opportunity to enter it. Although the game resources of the 3 main cities were basically the same, only the surrounding monsters, copies, and NPCs differed. However, Falling Star City had a summoner NPC with a relatively special profession, and in his own plans, it was the target mentor for the second hidden profession, so in order to facilitate the next operation, choosing Falling Star City was the best. In the next moment, Speechcraft had appeared in a large square. The first thing that caught his eyes was a huge statue in the middle of the square. A robust man swung the sharp blade in his hand and beheaded the head of a demon dragon. Symbolizing the first lord of Falling Star City, he led his people to defeat the demon dragon and built the city on the land of Falling Star. Surrounding the city is a masonry building of different styles, with several intersecting wide roads dividing it symmetrically. As far as the eye could see, at the end of the houses stretching out was a towering wall, only that it had become very small in the field of vision. The 3 main cities in the Apocalypse, which had to serve almost all the players before the player guild's residences were developed, had a large area that didn't need to be mentioned. Speechcraft looked around, and it was still the same. However, since players had not yet flooded in large numbers, the streets looked a bit cold. There were only a few patrolling soldiers and a sparse crowd. All of them were some NPC characters. Speechcraft ran towards the career hall. When he entered, he saw a few profession tutors gathering together to play cards. One of the warrior tutors in light armor froze when he saw Speechcraft and hurriedly ripped off the note attached to his face and stood up. "Adventurer, are you in need of a transfer?" Speechcraft looked at this scene and couldn't help but be a little amused, but on second thought, these mentors don't have many free days left, and there are countless people queuing up behind them to transfer their professions. "May I ask if the summoner profession tutor is here?" Speechcraft scanned the room and didn't find the target person. "I'll go upstairs and call out to her, wait a moment." Watching the warrior mentor run upstairs, several other mentors also curiously sized up Speechcraft. "Lubai, you are the first adventurer to come here to transfer. It seems that the talent is indeed good. Are you interested in abandoning the darkness and retransferring to a mage? This is a treatment only available to the first 10 people." No. What's so good about a mage? It's better to switch to an archer. How refreshing it is to brush and shoot arrows." At this time a cold female voice came. "Several of you are enough, can't afford to lose, is it?" Speechcraft looked at the visitor, early 30s appearance, wonderful figure with a cold face, walking waist swaying, very imperial sister model. It was the familiar summoner tutor. Sharon, Falling Star City Summoner Profession Tutor, rank 100. Shaolin looked up and down at Speechcraft. "Come with me." The two came to the house where the transfer took place. Shaolin directly extended her hand. "Bring it, I sense the aura of several great credentials on you." Looking at Speechcraft's surprised expression, Charlene added another sentence.
Otherwise you think those guys would shamelessly rob people.
To be able to serve as a mentor, one's strength was indeed extraordinary. Speech Arts secretly sighed.
At that moment, he directly took out all 5 major credentials.
Surprisingly, there are 5.
At this moment, it was Shaolin's turn to be surprised. She just felt the breath of the vouchers and didn't expect there to be so many.
Mentor, may I ask what occupation I can choose?
Originally I thought that no one could fulfill this requirement. I never imagined that the first adventurer to come would give me such a big surprise. Charlene looked to be in a good mood, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned, her temperament changed, and her whole person brightened up a lot. In her hand at some point there was an additional ancient scroll.
Take it, lucky little one. Speechcraft took it with an expectant face. Divine grade hidden profession, Lord of 10,000 spirits, transfer scroll. Limited initial. An All Souls pilgrimage was simply an addition to the first skill.
In one's own impression, summoners had less than 20 types of summons, and some of them were relatively rare, such as one's own fire elemental elf belonging to this category. Without this skill, one would face the embarrassing situation of having no summons available in the later stages even if one had so many locations. With this skill, one could completely go and challenge some of the more powerful bosses, directly a set of virtue to get bloodied, and then sensitize the other party into a summon. Just think about it.
Combined with his SSS talent, the boss army was just around the corner. Stay white?
Charlene's voice came out.
It instantly pulled Speechcraft's thoughts back to reality.
With this profession of yours, I don't have any relevant profession skills that I can pass on to you. You can only comprehend them yourself through the unsealed skill books. This speech art also had some understanding. Generally speaking, the stronger the hidden profession, the fewer the vocational skills, and the harder it was to comprehend them, the more skill books were needed. Although unsealed skills could generate the skills of the corresponding profession, the fewer skills in that profession's skill library, the higher the chance of generating duplicate skills. However, he mainly relied on his summons as his main means of output, and having his own equipment, additional skills and initial profession generalized skills was already enough.
I hope this profession can regain its glory in your hands.
Charlene waved her hand as she finished speaking, clearly giving an expulsion order. But at this moment, Speechcraft didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. Charlene here still had an important clue to a hidden profession. After all, he himself had a divine item like the Destiny Double Weaving Talisman.
A single hidden profession alone would not satisfy his appetite. Chapter 43, Choices are for children. I want them all. Do you have any more questions?
Seeing that Yenshu did not have the slightest intention to leave, Shaolin became a little impatient.
Knowing this mentor's temperament, Yenshu directly opened the door and took out the fateful double weave talisman. I want to know about legendary summoner Shea.
Seeing the Destiny Double Weave Talisman, Charlene was so surprised that her red lips slightly opened. You actually obtained this kind of divine rank item but has disappeared for a long time. Shaolin was truly shocked at this time. This adventurer in front of her had already exceeded her own expectations by being able to gather the 5 major credentials, and she could not imagine that she even had this kind of item.
How do you know about this Shea person?
Shaolin adjusted her demeanor, her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Speechcraft. It was reasonable to say that an adventurer of this rank wouldn't have access to this kind of information at all.
I've read some biographies about him.
Speechcraft told a lie without blushing or skipping a beat. At the same time, he added in his heart, he not only knows Shea, but also knows that you are Shea's granddaughter. Greedy brat, do you know that Shea has never had a disciple? Even when I wanted to worship him, I was rejected for having mediocre talent and was turned away. What makes you think you can obtain his inheritance? By virtue of me possessing top-notch talent. Charlene suddenly spread a smile at this moment. So it's a lucky kid with SS talent. Since you're so persistent, I can write you a letter of recommendation, all as a reward for you winning the bet for me. But whether or not you'll be seen, that's up to you. Charlene went to her desk and sat down, and in no time at all, she wrote the letter of recommendation and handed it to Speechcraft. Good luck. Also, I forgot to remind you that old guy is godforsaken. All I know is that he's been in Falling Star City lately, so you'll have to find out exactly where he is on your own. Okay, thanks. Speechcraft left the career hall. The grumbling of the career instructors came faintly from behind. I heard that the first adventurer to come from Silvermoon City was a mage. She actually didn't pick Falling Star City, causing me to lose so much. What I can't figure out is that warriors and archers don't actually upgrade as fast as summoners. It's outrageous. The next goal was to take care of the second profession. When Speechcraft first entered the game, he was thinking,
What kind of hidden profession should he choose? Based on the nature of the talent, it must be a hidden profession that boosted the number of summons. When the time came to turn in the 4 credentials, one would first see if there was a suitable one among the 3 hidden professions provided by the mentor. If there was no suitable one would go to Shea to take a chance. In his previous life, there was a summoner who didn't know through what conditions he triggered a quest and got a letter of introduction from Charlene, but after finding Shea, he didn't pass the test and missed out on a great opportunity. It was important to realize that Shea was arguably one of the 2 best summoner NPCs in the game world. His means of cultivating summons could be said to be unique, with only a handful of 4 summons in his hand, each of which was so strong that it could single-handedly challenge the existence of high-level demons, taking the route of elite cultivation. If all 4 of them were together, they could directly resist the demon monarch for a period of time, quite heaven-defying. If one could obtain his profession, the upper limit of one's summons would also be infinitely elevated. For summoners, who was more important, the quantity or quality of the summons? It was a rather controversial topic among both the player and NPC community. But now with the fateful double weave talisman, Speechcraft only wanted to say, "Children only make choices, I want them all." He himself still didn't believe that an SSS ranked talent wouldn't be able to pass Shea's test. Thinking of this, Speechcraft directly took out the divination crystal in his backpack and chose to use it. God-level summoner Shea. To be on the safe side, Speechcraft still shortened the range. Who knew if there would be any player who had a brain fart and took the name Shea? When the time came to give himself the coordinates of a newbie village, the joke would be on him. At this time, the crystal ball disappeared. A coordinate slowly appeared: 5215, 6284. Speechcraft pulled open the map to compare. This is Colosseum? The Colosseum was a very popular place for players in the previous world, especially summoner players. Many people just liked to specialize in having their summons go down to the arena to fight against each other and set up bets. Inside, one could register their summons and challenge other players' summons or wild monsters bred by the Colosseum. Victory will earn you points, which can be exchanged for items to train your summon. It also allows you to work on your summoner's maneuvering skills. Shea's presence in the Colosseum gave Speechcraft the feeling that he was like an NBA star coming to watch an elementary school student play a game, purely for the sake of having fun. Speechcraft didn't dare to delay, and directly ran towards the Colosseum. If this big brother changed his position again, he wouldn't be able to find him in the short term. Just entered the arena, Speechart was infected by the warm atmosphere of the scene. Only to see the ring-shaped audience seating 200 to 300 NPCs, were shouting and cheering for the 2 beasts in the arena. In the arena was a green-eyed black bear and the other was a 2-headed demon wolf. At this moment, the 2 beasts were wrestling together, frantically tearing each other apart. Speechcraft looked around. In the left corner of the uppermost level, there was a gray-robed old man sitting quietly. His appearance was plain and unimpressive, no different from the other NPCs. It was only that kind of ancient and unperturbed temperament that made Speechcraft notice it at once. That's him. He had the honor of seeing him strike in his own previous life, and was extremely impressed. Speechcraft came directly to the edge of the field and summoned the boar. The NPC spectators on the field were originally puzzled when they saw the 2 monsters that were fighting quiet down, not knowing what was happening. At this moment, when they saw Speechcraft's boar, they burst into laughter. "If I'm not wrong, this boar should be a summoner's primary skill." "That's right, that's the one. My son is also a summoner, and boars are usually the first summons to be eliminated. To actually want to use this kind of summoner to challenge the green-eyed black bear and the 2-headed demon wolf, this adventurer has eaten the wrong medicine. He should have received some kind of quest and a strong person helped set this up, but he's too reckless." 2-headed demon wolf, go on. Tear that pig apart. Shea couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at the boar of Speechcraft. There was no other reason. The main reason was that this boar was also the first summon that he had eliminated at that time. But it was just strange that that boar's body was quite a bit larger than normal. If it wasn't for the face of Shaolin, he directly lazily ignored it. Really think that his inheritance is so easy to obtain. The attributes of the summon are also protected by the system planning just like the players. Therefore even someone as strong as Shea couldn't see through it. Shea nodded to the administrator of the Colosseum. That administrator immediately made a salute with an excited look in his eyes. The next moment the 2 beasts looked like they had suddenly regained their ferocity, pouncing on the boar left and right. Under the command of the Speechart, the boar did not move at all. Only until the 2-headed demon wolf leaped high in front of it, the boar suddenly made a savage charge against the body of the green-eyed black bear. 13,452. A huge damage burst out. The additional acceleration effect of the skill just happened to also allow the boar to dodge the two-headed demon wolf's attack. What the hell? This is the damage that a level 10 boar could possibly deal? Am I blind? Just now, I felt that this boar's size seemed a bit abnormal, and it was really surprising. At this moment, the scene was in an uproar as the audience stood up. Shea was originally playing with his beard. When he saw the scene, he was also shocked. His hand unconsciously exerted force and pulled off the beard that was wrapped around his fingers, grimacing in pain. At this time, Shea's gaze was serious, staring at the wild boar with a deadly stare, his heart filled with doubts. What is the situation of this kid's boar? It's still only level 10, even if he switched himself to cultivate it, level 20 wouldn't be able to hit this kind of output. Really hell. The wild boar in the field was not relentless, directly carrying the attack of the two-headed demon wolf and deadlocking the green-eyed black bear. In just a few hits, the green-eyed black bear was killed on the ground. A few seconds later, the two-headed demon wolf also stepped into the dust. With the two beasts killed, the boar's performance completely detonated the scene. A large group of people stood directly on their chairs, waving their hands and cheering. Too strong. I actually felt the word powerful in a level 10 summoned beast. You have to know that it's only level 10, if it continues to improve it's unimaginable what heights it will reach in the future. I seem to have seen the future of the Colosseum being killed through by this boar. I think its owner is the one who is truly powerful, able to cultivate an initial summon to such a strong point. Maybe, his other summons are even more powerful. This is probably just the beginning. The Colosseum should become even more lively in the future with the addition of adventurers. Wordsmith had just put away the boar when he realized that Shea had come to his side at some point. Then, a beast's claw seemed to slice through the void in front of him, and a teleportation portal appeared in front of him. Shea grabbed Speechart's shoulder with his left hand and stepped through the doorway. In the next moment, the two arrived in a simple courtyard. Speecharts had just stood still when Shea impatiently shook its shoulder. Kid, tell me, what is your talent? Seeing that Speecharts was unresponsive, Shea glared at once. As your master, you actually want to hide it from me. Are you still afraid that I will harm you? Speechcraft only spoke indifferently. My boar one, please fulfill your promise. So what if he was a god-level powerhouse? His purpose was not only to train his summons to god level, but also to be able to reach the point of deicide. At the same time, he didn't really want to create too many bonds with these NPCs. Shea froze. He himself was a god-level powerhouse. If he showed his willingness to take on disciples, many people would not be able to be thankful enough. You Lubai actually acted this way. Speechcraft didn't care what was in the other party's heart and continued to speak. You're a god-level powerhouse, can you also play tricks? Shea was instantly furious, his face reddening. A sudden urge to crush the other party arose, but these adventurers could all be resurrected indefinitely, and there was no point in striking them down, instead appearing to be too small in temperament. Good. Come in front of me and use your faithful double-weave talisman, I'll transfer you next. Speechcraft approached and used the Fateful Path double-weaving talisman at the same time. Ding, congratulations on successfully opening a dual profession. The current number of professions you can transfer is 1. In the next moment, Shea's hand was directly placed on Speechcraft's forehead. Instantly a faint sense of coolness came and spread throughout the body. Congratulations. Occupation characteristic skills. Spirit Enlightenment active, borrows divine power to open the spirit for the summoned object, giving it an autonomous consciousness. Cooldown, 7 days. Unbinding passive, the summoned object can act autonomously from the summoner, ignoring the distance between the two sides. Strong. Too strong. Speechcraft finally realized at this moment why Shea's summons were outrageous to such an extent. These two career skills, at first glance, looked plain and ordinary, but what they represented behind them was definitely not simple. First was the Enlightenment skill, which seemed to have the same effect as the Enlightenment fruit, both increasing the intelligence of the summon. However, the effects of the two were worlds apart. The Enlightenment fruit, even if one used all 10 of them and reached the upper limit, was at best only equivalent to implanting an AI into the summon's brain, and it was the type with a low level, focusing more on the effects of assistance. While opening spiritual intelligence, it possessed an autonomous consciousness, which was truly having a life and could think independently. After using this skill, the summoned objects no longer needed to be manipulated by the summoner in distraction. They could accumulate experience on their own, learn combat skills, and make judgments based on specific situations during battle.
Combined with the second skill, unbinding, it was now impossible to not be a lay flat-stream summoner himself. Generally speaking, the higher the summoner's spiritual power, the greater the distance range of the summon. For example, in the novice copy, one's control range over the summon had already enveloped 1/3 of the entire copy. Now this skill was already lengthening that control distance infinitely. In the future, one's summons would be able to go out into the wilderness and brush monsters by themselves. Lying down and actually earning the experience value was simply outrageous. At this time, a sudden system prompt interrupted Speechcraft's thoughts. Chapter 45. He's in a hurry. Ding is the only player in the apocalypse to open a dual profession. The system rewards the dual profession fit skill draw opportunity once. Do you want to use it? Speechcraft froze. There was this kind of benefit? Use. In the next moment, a virtual roulette wheel appeared in front of Speechcraft and began to spin non-stop. As the pointer slowly came to a stop, it eventually pointed to an extremely small area. If he didn't take a closer look, Speechcraft would have thought that this location was the dividing line between two areas, so the chances of hitting it were so low. Absolutely brilliant. Congratulations on obtaining the occupational skill, Pointing the Way. Pointing the Way active, you can check the advancement conditions of the summoned object you belong to, and after meeting the advancement requirements, you can actively use the skill to upgrade the summoned object. Cooldown, none. Summoner advancement? Speechcraft suddenly had the feeling that he had mixed up in his previous life for nothing. As a summoner, he actually didn't know that summons could be advanced. The strength of a summoned object was generally determined by the rarity of the skill book. Subsequently, it could be cultivated through some items to increase its attributes or comprehend skills, which could be said to be the consensus of all summoners. Now actually telling himself that summons could be advanced? Speechcraft immediately checked the summoner panel, and with this skill, the boar's attribute panel already had an advancement button. Boar, level 10. Path of advancement, Wild Boar beginner level Red Purple Pig King middle level next stage not unlocked next stage not unlocked next stage not unlocked. Current conditions required for advancement. 1. Boar level reaches level 30. Not reached. 2. Strength attribute reaches 1000, total attribute reaches 4000. Reached. 3. Boss Mountain Boar King Tusks pair. Not reached. 4. Boiling Blood Crystal 100. P.S. After the summoner has advanced the Red Purple Pig King, all attributes will receive a 30% increase, as well as +1 to skills. 30% attribute increase. His own boar's attributes were already so perverse now, and 30% was almost considered a 1/3 increase. And as the boar's base attributes stacked, the total attributes after the bonus would also rise. The increase in the number of skills was equally exaggerated. The boar could comprehend at least 2 skills on its own in its own conception, and if it could comprehend skills every time it advanced, in the end, the skills would most likely reach a full value of 10. This was only one advancement, and it could be raised that much. It was hard to imagine what kind of height the boar would reach when it completed its last advancement. The point was that one could have more than just this one summon. When the time came to pull out a group of summons, each and every one of them would be a god-level existence, and the aura alone would be able to scare the opponent into submission. This is what is called a divine technique. The first 3 conditions boar is relatively easy to reach, is the boiling blood crystal stone can only rely on the acquisition, this thing only open the secret treasure chest, there is a chance to obtain, want to rush cannot rush. The other 3 summons, the conditions required for advancement are not too dissimilar, 1 or 2 or level and attributes. For other summoners, the attribute requirement was definitely the most difficult to meet, because in addition to upgrading to obtain free attribute points, in order to additionally increase the attribute points, one could only go to acquire or exchange for items that increase the attributes of the summoner. These things usually had a market without a price, the demand was too great. But when it came to Speechcraft instead, it became the easiest condition to reach. Shea looked at Speechcraft's shocked expression and thought that he was shocked by the profession of spirit granter, so he couldn't help but feel a little smug. How about it, isn't it too much stronger than that Lord of all souls of yours? That's what you call a true god-level occupation. Speechcraft spoke indifferently, general. Although this occupation was indeed strong, it was really a bit hard to hear the other party's words of stepping on one and praising the other. At the same time, an idea suddenly arose in his heart: if the next operation is successful, not only can use this to shade the other party wave, he will also gain a huge harvest. General? Shea once again had the urge to kill someone, but on second thought, he felt that the other party was too capable of pretending. This was a god-level hidden profession.
The spirit grantor is strong, it's just that it relies too much on the summons, and the summoner himself doesn't seem to have gotten much reinforcement. When Speechcraft said this, Shea was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and immediately exploded. What do you know, the skills of this profession are all about cultivating truly powerful summons. Summoner autonomy is the most important thing. As the summoner's combat experience accumulates, their combat awareness increases, and their combat style is formed, the summoner will also comprehend the skills that suit them on their own. The skills of the summoner itself are completely irrelevant, and if you overly focus on the strength of the summoner itself, you're completely going off the path. Oh, he was in a hurry, he was in a hurry. Speechcraft laughed in his heart. It was true that as long as the battle of genres was involved, these top powerhouses couldn't be stabilized. Shea had an old rival, that was another divine summoner in the Apocalypse, Giles. That person's style was completely different from Shea's. He believed that summons were always just an appendage of the summoner, and that one should not overly rely on their power. Therefore, Giles' summons were mostly of the type, and when necessary, he would also attach the power of the summons to himself through a way similar. In reality, the two men represented the two main schools of summoners in the Apocalypse, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. Speech Art's words were undoubtedly a denial of Shea's beliefs, not very damaging and extremely insulting. Watching Shea break his defense, Speechcraft continued to strike while the iron was hot. You don't have to rush. I'm not denying the benefits that come from having a strong summon, I just think that relying on the autonomy of the summon to accumulate combat experience, enhance awareness and whatnot, the enhancement is too slow. You see, my boar is strong without combat awareness, so I'm confident that I can clear the summoner trial tower in Falling Star City at level 30. After hearing Speechcraft's words, Shea laughed in anger. This was completely trying to punch himself in the face. Arrogant. If you can pass, then I wouldn't have been in the business for nothing. If only he knew that the summoner's trial tower in Falling Star City was completely self-designed. There were a total of 10 floors in the tower, with a huge difference in difficulty between each floor, and the one stationed at the last level was the doppelganger of his own summon, the Cold Snow Witch Demon. Although the split is only 50% of the body's strength, it is not something that a level 30 summoner can touch. Really think that their talent has reached the SS level, they are floating. At this time, Shea no longer had the mentality of accepting discipleship that he had started with for the speech art, and was completely disgusted to the point of being unable to do so. Master Shea, how about we make a bet? If I can pass the level, how about you give me 2 yuan primordial artifact spirits? Whimsical, do you really think? What? 2 yuan cho artifact spirits? Do you think this thing is street cabbage? Halfway through his words, Shea suddenly reacted and almost cursed. Speechcraft looked at Shea's blown-out expression and deliberately put on a puzzled look. Chapter 46 Growable Weapons. You, as a god-level powerhouse, don't even have 2 genjutsu weapon spirits? Speechcraft knew that among the known god-level powerhouses, Shea was notoriously poor. It was mainly his 4 summons that were simply gold-swallowing beasts. Growing to the point where they were now, they had consumed an unknown number of heavenly materials and treasures, and even owed a lot of favors to other powerhouses, so it could be seen how costly the profession of a spirit grantor was. You. As soon as he saw Shea showing signs of wanting to lift the table, Speechcraft hurriedly spoke again. So you also think I can pass, right? Shea seemed to have thought of something and instead smiled faintly. Good. Since you even have this confidence, I'll give you this chance as well, but on a different condition. Hearing these words, Speechcraft's heart was greatly relieved. Since he was going to exchange what he had, it meant that Shea had decided to bet against himself in the form of a mission, so that with the existence of the system's rules, he would also be able to punish himself through the rules. It's fine, then when the time comes for your summons, I'll choose any one of them and recognize me as my master. This was the real purpose of Speechcraft, pointing directly at the summon that had just cut through the void and brought itself here. The only space-based summon in the Apocalypse, Starry Sky Beast. Shea's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared into Speechcraft's eyes, before finally nodding slowly. Yes. Ding Divine Summoner Shea has issued a quest to you, past the Summoner Trial Tower. Task content, please clear the Summoner's Trial Tower in Falling Star City before level 30 including level 30. Task reward, Shea's Summoner of your choice. Penalty for failing the quest, permanent 99% reduction in the attributes of the character and his or her summon. Whether to accept the quest. After reading the mission introduction, Speechcraft secretly spat. It seems like he really made the other party angry. This quest punishment is so toxic that he completely wants to waste himself. Shea looked at Speechcraft's appearance and immediately sneered. What? Don't dare to take it?
Riches and riches, ah child, you have to know that the value of my summons, any one of them is far more than 2 yuan show artifact spirits. I accept. Ding successfully accepted the quest, past the summoner trial tower. Good, courageous, I won't keep you now, I hope I won't be disappointed, huh? Another portal appeared in front of Speechcraft. Just as Speechcraft was about to walk in on his own, he felt a huge beast's leg kick him and slam into the door. In the next moment, Speechcraft had appeared in the central square of Falling Star City. Good, good, good. Doing this to your future master, huh? I'm very vindictive. Speechcraft looked at the sky with a cold smile. Now that there is an official mission, you can't run away from the starry sky beast. This trip can be said to have earned himself a lot. 2 hidden professions successfully arrived, and cheated another mission. At this time, he felt a sense of weakness coming from him, accompanied by the sound of his stomach protesting. Ugh, it's better to eat properly to carry the hunger. This cannot go on, the body will not be able to eat. After all, there is still some time before the game affects reality. Speechcraft went offline, just ready to give Li Rang a call, which knew that the other party sent a message over first. Speech Arts, the house found, completely according to your requirements, directly can turnkey, but a year on hundreds of thousands of rent will not be too expensive. Not too expensive, not too expensive, then I'll pack my bags now and directly move. After saying that, regardless of the sleepy-eyed trio, he directly left. He will not force lick his face to force stuff to them, everything to see or look at their own. After all, he should persuade has persuaded. Half an hour later, the 2 people met at the entrance of the neighborhood. How about it, the environment is okay enough, right? Li rang with a smug face. Not bad. Speechcraft nodded. The location was more suitable, quiet but not too remote, still more in line with their needs. Li Rang's intermediary friend has already waited at the entrance of the neighborhood, saw the 2 people with a happy face to welcome up. After all, this single negotiated, the commission alone is quite a lot. The next 3 people looked at the house. The size of the area, the layout of the rooms are more satisfied, directly signed a 3-year contract. After the speech arts invited 2 people to eat a meal, during which Li Rang to point up the dish is not soft, he is aware of the speech arts as the first person in the apocalypse of the economic strength. In the way of other people present, the 2 did not talk more about things in the game. By the time Yan Shu contacted the door-to-door cooking chef, it was already in the afternoon. Yan Shu and his parents talked on the phone, reported the recent situation, or to hide the game situation. After all, in the parents' mind they are still a college student. At the same time, the speech arts heart plan, and so the game began to affect the reality of the 2 old men to pick them up. Now the game has just begun, one of their own is also more convenient. After that, the front of the jerk of the net loan also all pay back, regardless of the platform is not formal. Speech art is ultimately not like the feeling of owing money. At that time, I just think that the early stage to enhance the strength of the main, money things did not think so much. I didn't expect to not have to worry about money so soon. Regrettably, after Li Zhong proposed to come and live together, he was strongly opposed by his parents, so he could only talk about it later. Everything was arranged, and speech arts returned to the game. Now that the 2 professions have been completed, there is no need to keep the Yuanchu Spirit Speechcraft. It directly took it out and clicked to use it. Ding, you are using the divine item, Yuanchu Weapon Spirit, weapon, exclusive growth equipment is being generated. Occupation information being read. Equipment skills being generated. After a moment, the artifact spirit disappeared, and a staff appeared in Speechcraft's hand. Imperial Spirit Staff, Silver Grade Rank 10. Exclusive to player Lu Bai, cannot be dropped. Physique plus 50. Intelligence plus 50. Spiritual Strength plus 150. Characteristics, can devour staff type equipment of the same grade. Experience value required to upgrade to the next quality 1000. Skill, Call of the Wild, attack power of summons increased by 10%. It was currently only silver ranked, and the additional attributes were similar to other silver ranked equipment, but Speechcraft believed that as the rank increased, the attributes and skills would increase with it. Instead, there was only one additional skill. One had originally envisioned that the equipment that fit the dual professions would be awesome if it had 2 skills initially corresponding to the professions. Now it seems that he was too greedy, but as he went down the path of the summoning stream, the Call of the Wild skill was also considered to fulfill the requirements of both professions. Speechcraft immediately took the 2 remaining silver staffs in his bag and fed them as materials. Let's first try how much experience value can be added to each piece of equipment. Chapter 47, officially starting the road to laying down. With the disappearance of the 2 fodder staffs, the experience value required for the Imperial Spirit Staff became 1000. It's really true that one piece of equipment increases the experience value by 1 point. Upgrading to gold level requires 1000 silver level staffs. This is damn near bottomless. However, in order to evolve to the final artifact, this time could only be hard. Now in the hands of this gold level staff has a key skill, blood-sucking aura, cannot be changed, first stay behind and then equipped. Then there are the 7 unsealed skill books in the backpack. He had kept them for himself until now, just waiting to use them after transferring. At this time, in addition to the initial summoner's general skills, there was also a chance of opening the exclusive skills of the 2 hidden professions. However, because the 2 hidden professions were both god tier, there were very few skills in the skill library, and the chances of opening the corresponding skills were slim to none. 7 books were used in bulk. A wave of system prompts rang out. Ding skill duplicated, use failed. Ding skill duplicated, use failed. Ding congratulations on obtaining the skill, soul revival. Ding skill repeated, use failed. Ding skill repeated, use failed. Ding congratulations on obtaining the skill, vision sharing. Ding congratulations on obtaining the skill, battle transformation. 3 skills, these odds made Yin Shu frown slightly. The success rate was actually less than half, indicating that there weren't many skills left in the skill bank. Soul resurrection, summons can be quickly resurrected once after death, all summons share the number of times. Cooldown, 24 hours. Vision sharing, summoner's vision can be shared directly to the summoner. Bucket shift, the loot from the summoner's kill target will be automatically transferred to the summoner's backpack. All 3 skills were good. Soul revival belonged to the summoner's general skill, but it wasn't very useful for himself. More practical is the vision sharing skill. This skill in his previous life he had not heard of. It should be the spirit granter profession skill. Used in conjunction with unbinding, it was equivalent to the fact that one's summons could all become one's eyes, making it more convenient to manipulate the summons from a distance. In a sense, one could take over the body of one's summons, making it one's own doppelganger. One day when I'm free I can share the Falcon's vision and try the feeling of going to heaven. And Dojo belonged to the auxiliary skill, belonging to the Lord of All Souls profession. Himself at first thought it was some bullish damage skill with such a dangling name. Tap to see the skill introduction. The effect is actually this, really unexpected. But it was also true that it solved a big problem. After all, in the future, one's summons were going to go out and mix on their own. One couldn't possibly hire a group of people to specifically follow and transport things. This time, the use of skill books was equivalent to a probe of the current professional skill pool, and the result was similar to what Speechcraft had expected. There weren't many skills that he could activate. The total number of generalized skills was just over 10, and the total number of skills for each of the 2 hidden professions was estimated to be around 5, and Speechcraft had not chosen to advance into the subsequent summoner profession, so he could not learn the relevant skills from the profession tutor. The skills are a bit less, but with the addition of some subsequent special skills, it's enough. Speechcraft also no longer dwelled on it. Anyway, this thing of skills, it's not the more the better. Practicality is the first priority. The following should try enlightenment. This skill, due to the cooldown time is 7 days, Speechart's first thought is still falcon hunting. There is no other reason, is fast, high mobility. Summoning the falcon, Speechcraft used the skill on it. The next moment, the falcon was wrapped in a soft beam of light. Slowly the beam became smaller, and finally seemed to shrink into its body, and finally disappeared. When the skill ended, the falcon gave Speechcraft a completely different feeling, especially its eyes were unusually animated. Can you understand my speech? Speechcraft asked tentatively. The peregrine falcon immediately nodded, after which it affectionately flew over Speechcraft's shoulder. Seeing this, Speechcraft was overjoyed. What a bullseye! A batch of never-rebellious henchmen was just around the corner. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Hei. Remember that you must work hard. Your master's experience value, your advancement materials and attribute points, all of these will have to be earned by yourself. Speechcraft stroked the peregrine falcon with a serious look. The peregrine falcon seemed to understand and nodded, actually possessing an anthropomorphic expression. Go on, earn your own labor points now. Speechart gave the order to the falcon to fly directly towards the city gates. Outside is the level 10 wild monster area. At this time the experience suppression has been lifted, and at the same time can start stacking attribute points, 2 birds with 1 stone. Due to the falcon black belongs to their own summons, in addition to some special areas, in the major NPC gathering point can be unimpeded, will not cause hostility. Not a moment later. A message began to refresh in the system prompt bar. Ding, you have killed the hyena, gaining 500 experience points, and the falcon has gained +1 free attribute point. Ding, you killed the hyena, gaining experience value 500, and the falcon gains +1 free attribute point.
It was done. The path of the lying summoner was officially opened, only the experience value of the normal monsters was a bit low. If the players in the back arrived at the main city and realized that the experience value of monsters of the same level wasn't as high as the novice copies, I don't know how they would feel. Arranging for the hunting falcon, he himself had to start planning to obtain an item that concerned whether or not the summoner's free attribute points could be maximized. That was the famous assistive artifact from his previous life, Moore's Hourglass of Time. The name of this item made it seem like it had a time function. In reality, it was able to increase the experience value needed for upgrading, and accordingly, the free attribute points gained from each level would also increase. The user could set the multiplication rate of the upgrade experience value by himself, up to a maximum of 10 times, at which time every level up would gain an additional 100 free attribute points. Its original owner was the #1 expert of the U2 Union, the Counting Head. This person is also one of the 3 SS class gifted. To this level of experts, practicing to obtain experience value is never difficult, so in the early stage after obtaining Moore's Hourglass of Time, counting on the head is like a tiger to add wings, the strength of the growth of the rapid. However, this person is a fault, although usually silent, but like to drink, more like to drink to show off their gains, to obtain this art of the method. Thinking of this, Speechcraft rushed towards the City Lord's mansion. The trigger location for this quest was at the City Lord's mansion. The plan had gained a clue to inform the City Lord, thus receiving the entire quest chain. Now that he remembered some of the key quest nodes, completing the quest shouldn't be much of a problem. Speechcraft had just arrived outside the City Lord's mansion when he froze in place. At this moment, a person was walking out of the City Lord's mansion, with 4 big words on his head planning. Chapter 48, Stealing the Chance. I'll go, actually being ahead. Speechcraft came back to his senses and looked at walking out on the meter. His heart suddenly felt helpless. He clearly remembered that although he said that he had obtained this item in the early stage, but at that time, it had been almost a month since the game opened. Could it be that after he was reborn and came back, a series of actions such as live streaming and brushing the book flapped the butterfly's wings? Speechcraft fixed his mind, and no longer dwell on this thing. Anyway, this special artifact, he must get his hands on it. After the planner came out, he also looked a little surprised after seeing Speechcraft. Lubai, big brother, what a coincidence, are you here to take the quest as well? Just wandering around and taking my chances, got any quest clues to share? Sorry, I just found a unique one, it's already been taken by me, look again to see if there are any more. The calculator looked to be a young man in his 20s, with thick eyebrows and an honest look. At this moment, coupled with a polite smile, he gave people a rather comfortable feeling. Speechcraft wouldn't be fooled by this appearance of his, although this man's heart wasn't bad, it was just like his ID, full of heart. Since there's no more quests, I'll go look elsewhere. Speechcraft turned around and left after saying that. Big brother, wait, can you give a friend bit? Our boss is very interested in you but hasn't been able to contact you. After hearing this, Speechcraft suddenly wanted to laugh a little. This thing called fate was really marvelous. The guild he wanted to join the most in his previous life was UWorld. There was a time when he encountered Counting On by chance, and he had said the same thing to ask the other party for a friend bit, but unfortunately at that time, he, a little transparent person, was ignored. Yeah, very happy to. Speechcraft took the initiative to make a friend request. The next large amount of resources he needed, relying on himself alone was too much of an effort. Now there was a plan to have several large guilds working for him, and Utri certainly couldn't let go. The two of them pulled a few more sentences, each with a smile on their faces, and waved goodbye. Speechcraft carefully recalled the method of obtaining this artifact. In his previous life, after picking up a quest, he first completed dozens of rings, then obtained a secret realm key. After killing the secret realm guardian, he obtained its token and used it together with the key to successfully enter the secret realm, and finally found Moore's Hourglass of Time. The current situation is indeed a bit tricky. It's not like this thing can be obtained by killing the opponent forcefully. After all, the key to enter the secret realm needs to complete the quest chain first. Moreover, the entrance to the secret realm and its guardian were only refreshed after the quest was completed. Headache. Wordsmith rubbed his temples, remembering his own scenario when he was in the novice village secret realm, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He himself could also follow the example of the novice village guardian. As long as the timing was stuck right, he could completely take the artifact before the other party entered the secret realm. However, the guardian wasn't a particularly powerful boss,
it was just a small test for a strong SS rank talent, it couldn't be delayed for too long.
The safest way would be to have one's boar make a guest appearance as a guardian.
Feasible, let's do it. You can't blame me for the plan, after all, the treasure is for those who can do it. Speechcraft went over the plan in his head again, felt that there were no mistakes, and immediately began to take action. First came to the south of Falling Star City, a small store in the middle of nowhere. This store is ragged, outside directly even a signboard or not, but in the past life for many players, but a hidden treasure, a lot of strange and weird things can be bought, is the price of the items is a little high. Speechcraft entered the store, miscellaneous items were thrown all over the place, there was not even a place to land.
Boss, here comes business.
As soon as he saw that there was no one in the store, Speechcraft directly raised his voice and roared out. As this voice went down, someone immediately drilled out from under the counter. You adventurer took the wrong medicine and dared to yell in the old man's store. The owner was a dwarf with white hair and his name was Carl. His height was just about 1 meter, and at this moment, he was staring at Speechcraft with two green bean-like eyes. Without further ado, here comes the big deal. A boundary-breaking cone, a bottle of extraordinary stealth potion, and an illusion Dan. Carl's eyes narrowed slightly, this time looking even smaller. You're an adventurer who actually knows these things, not simple. 200,000 gold coins for the boundary-breaking cone, 5,000 gold coins for the special grade stealth potion, and 10,000 gold coins for the illusion Dan, a total of 220,000 gold coins, come pick up the goods at this point tomorrow. After saying that, he walked behind the counter. The total is, this thing hadn't been used by himself before, mainly because of the high price, but also because it was a bit of a chicken rib. Generally speaking, the secret realm needed some treasure map or special mission to open, during which the items that entered the secret realm would also be obtained synchronously. There was absolutely no need to use the boundary-breaking cone thing. Moreover, after the secret realm is opened, there is a certain time limit. If you don't enter within the specified time, the secret realm will disappear, wasting the opportunity for nothing. The most important point, the things inside the secret realm have good and bad, some take all the things inside and discount them, also far less than the price of the boundary-breaking cone. So trying to carry it around and steal other people's chances often didn't work. After all, even if you stalled the secret realm opener, you wouldn't necessarily get your money back after successfully entering. The next time, Speechcraft took the skill books he couldn't use inside his backpack and directly threw them at the auction house. Then anonymously released some acquisition information, and now a small number of people had already entered the main city and could start focusing on what they needed. After that, Speechcraft brought the summon to the wilderness to start brushing monsters. At this time, the hunting falcon was in the north of Falling Star City, and its attribute points were constantly rising. He himself brought the boar and the fire elemental elf to the east side. After all, he couldn't be idle now. Before the CD of the skill enlightenment was ready, the two summons also had to start brushing monsters to stack up their free attribute points, so they couldn't fall behind too much. After coming to the main city, there was a slight change in the mechanics of the wild monsters. In addition to some fixed bosses, an excessive number of kills of ordinary monsters would also refresh bosses of the same type. One's aim was to get more first kills of various bosses. After all, most of the unsealed skill books came from the boss first kill system rewards. In front of them are some level 10 flower demons, whose attributes are similar to those of the monsters in the Novice Village normal book.
Flower Demon, level 10. Life value, 6851. Physique, 142. Attack, 354. Skill, Vine Scourge. At this time, ordinary monsters, encountering two summons are basically the end of being killed in seconds, living walking attribute points. Due to Speechcraft's super high popularity, this post was immediately topped on the first page. There were also a lot of people replying, but most of them came to join in the fun. Lubai Big Brother, I can pinch feet, skill thief, as long as you take me to upgrade, your feet are all wrapped up in the future. Big Brother, can there be any other needs, and said ah. From this posting analysis, Big Brother should be harvested some kind of powerful skills, urgent need to refresh the CD. Speechcraft didn't pay too much attention and cut back to the game. And at this moment, Speechcraft suddenly noticed that the Falcon's system alert message had suddenly stalled. The last kill message had been a minute ago. At the current refresh rate of the monsters, it's impossible that they've completely cleared out, they should have encountered some kind of situation. Speechcraft was just about to use vision sharing to check. Suddenly a service-wide announcement rang out. System notice, congratulations to players Stay White, killing the boss, Hyena King, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 50, unsealed skill book, plus 2, gold coins plus 50, game reputation plus 500. No way,
it's only been 2 days since Big Brother Lubai subsided, how come it's starting again? There doesn't seem to be any hyenas in the newbie village. Did Lubai go to the main city? I just saw Lubai in Falling Star City, but he seems to have gone to the East Flower Demon area. Good news, Big Brother Lubai is no longer plaguing the novice village. Bad news, Big Brother Lubai has started brushing bosses in the main city. It's gone too far. Brothers, I recorded the whole thing. At first I thought it was 2 bosses at each other's throats, but now the truth is out. Lubai Big Brother's summons are actually brushing monsters on their own. Also brushing the boss. Once this person's message was sent out in Falling Star City's channel, it was immediately followed by clear exclamation marks. Can someone tell me if it's possible to delete a character and start over in this game? Ditto, I feel like the summoner profession, it's calling me. There's a way to find the hidden profession of the summoner lineage, man, come on. Speechcraft was currently checking the loot that had appeared in his backpack. 5 pieces of normal silver equipment, and 6 pieces of bronze. Level 10 normal bosses really don't have any good stuff. After thinking about it, Speechcraft put a few pieces of equipment all up on the auction house, including a silver rank staff. The current price of the equipment was very high, so he didn't need to give the sentinel staff to devour it first, and later, when the price dropped back down a bit, he would directly buy it in bulk, pulling up his experience and after thinking about it, he didn't say anything more. When he was online yesterday, he had already sent him the information of the hidden profession, Sword Saint. After the specific how to play or look at his own, the game while happy on good. Anyway, his own life to fight against the game descended, did not want to rely on anyone. System notice, please be ready to go offline within 5 minutes, the game version will be updated, update time 12 hours. During this period the game cannot be logged in, but the forum function can be used normally. After the update is over, players can go to the official website on their own and check the updated content. System notice, please be ready to go offline within 5 minutes, the game version will be updated, the update time is 12 hours. During this period, the game cannot be logged in, and the forum function can be used normally. After the update is over, players can go to the official website on their own and check the updated content. 5 system announcements in a row, and a 5-minute countdown appeared in front of everyone's perspective. Don't, how can I live without the game? 12 hours, it's worse than killing me. After the game is updated, I guess it will add a lot of features, after all, it's the first time. Staying white is finished, I guess the system fixes the bugs that appeared on him. What the upstairs said is really possible, after all, an important role of the game update is balance adjustment. Looking at these remarks, Speechcraft was a bit speechless. There were actually people who didn't die, this wasn't a bug at all on its own, even if the version was updated 100 times, it didn't work. This update, in his previous life, due to his late entry into the game, he had not experienced it. But according to the usual practice, it should open some activities or something. At this moment, Speechcraft suddenly remembered something. In his own impression, every time the game was updated, it would gradually affect the real world. Then this update, would it be the beginning of affecting reality? Chapter 50 Game Update. Coinciding with the game update, Speechcraft also had a rare normal sleep, which should be the first time since being reborn that he didn't spend the night in the game world. During his sleep, Speechcraft had a dream that he had enemies all over the world, and his summons died horribly one by one in front of him. It wasn't until the enemy's sharp blade was plunged into his chest that Speechcraft awoke with a jolt. Sunlight outside the window was already shining on the quilt, and as he watched the tiny motes of dust flutter in the light, Speechcraft's heart slowly. The content discussed inside the forum is also basically related to the content of this update. The guild system is open, Bailing World is sending out heroes invitations, we welcome all strong game masters to join us and dominate the apocalypse world together. Battle Power List opens, Battle Power List expert ranking guessing officially begins, by fixed away from the hand. Farewell to the era of walking on 2 legs, about the mount system speculation. You are still worried about practicing leveling ground is chartered, boss is monopolized, copies are blocked door? If you are a brother, come to Smoke and Rain Pavilion, together we will remove the tumor of the game. Disappointed that there is no fix for the bug on staying white. Speechcraft looked at these posts, clicked into the guessing post with interest, and looked at 95% of the people who voted for themselves to be in the first place, and immediately lost interest in placing bets. No more money to be made, disappointed. Several of the newly opened features this time around were known to himself. The mount thing was actually a big pit. A good mount was able to increase the character's attributes, strength and skills, move extremely fast, and come and go like the wind. But poor mounts to the other extreme, running slow not to mention, there will be some strange negative buffs. So for a long time to come, according to the ratio of good and bad, it is estimated that many players get a very crotch mount. He himself did know of a good quality mount that had additional statuses that were quite fitting for a layabout summoner like himself. However, one had to wait until after level 30 to obtain it, so there was no hurry at this time. After browsing for a while, and the time was almost up, Speechcraft came to the login page and waited. As the countdown to enter the game ended, the next moment came the location of the wild brush. Ding, you have entered the game's battle list. Do you hide your name and character occupation information? Ding, you have entered the game's wealth list. Do you want to hide your name and character's occupation information? 2 system prompts rang out in a row. Speechcraft thought about it and still hid the occupation. After all, he was already high profile enough, and exposing the double hidden occupation didn't have any other benefits besides attracting hatred. As for the name, there is no need to hide, everyone can basically guess. Speechcrafts clicked on the battle rankings, and sure enough, he was in the first place. 1. Stay White, rank 10 occupation, hidden. Comprehensive battle power, 460,000. 2. Love Grapes, rank 10 occupation, elemental mage. Combined battle power, 70k. 3. Plan on the Heart, rank 10 occupation, spectral shadow assassin. Combined battle power, 69k. 4. Hidden, rank 10 occupation, hidden. Combined battle power, 66k. 5. Covered in Waste, rank 10 occupation, Holy Shield Knight. Combined battle power, 53k. 6. Smoke and Rain, rank 10 occupation, Berserker. Combined battle power, 48.8k. 7. Panting Sound Engineer, rank 10 occupation, Priest. Combined battle power, 47.5k. 8. Overlord of the Vault, rank 10 occupation, Inquisitor. Combined battle power, 46k. 9. Smoke and Rain, rank 10 occupation, Ranger. Combined battle power, 36k. 10. Resounding Heaven and Earth, rank 10 occupation, Warrior. Comprehensive strength, 30,000. The top 10 were basically all familiar names from their previous lives, except for themselves and Li Rang. The current battle power rankings felt like they were ordered by the strength of their pre-existing talents. At the same time, the only hidden professions on the list are yourself and Counting On, and the others probably haven't found a way to switch to a hidden profession yet. Otherwise, in the late stage of this list is basically the hidden profession dominate the list. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the best out of it, but I'm going to be able to get the best out of it. And this is still the system scoring, deliberately will be summoned to score bonus coefficient depressed effect. Otherwise, with the character's own attributes, and then completely attached to all the summons, the summoner's combat power will be too much higher than other professions at the same level and with the same equipment. Let a person a little surprised is, just ordinary mage advanced profession of Love to Eat Grapes, battle strength is actually higher than already have a hidden profession of Counting on the Heart. This woman is really bull. Opening the wealth list, he himself was still in the first place with more than 7.2 million gold coins, and the second place behind him was only more than 10,000, again leading by a cliff. How does this Lubai have so much money? The gap is also too big. The top 100 combined don't have as much money as him. People earn from a paid live broadcast, you can do the same if you have that skill. 666, no wonder everyone says live streaming is the fastest way to make money. Speechcraft, did you see that? I actually made it into the battle rankings, isn't that awesome? Now my girlfriend worships me to no end. Speechcraft clicked on the message and thought, sure enough. According to Li Rong's nature, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist fooling around. Why don't you shift your gaze up a bit and see who the first place is? That kind of pervert should be on a separate list, there's nothing to see. Right now everyone is discussing who Resounding Heaven and Earth is, and you said that if I succeeded in transferring to a hidden profession, it would be a big deal. Speechcraft took a look, and it took half a day to find a single discussion about Li Rang, and then it was immediately drowned out in the countless scrolling messages. What do you call this? Everyone is talking. Instead, there were more messages about himself. Whiteout is a real cowboy, so far ahead that I feel like I'm entering the next version of the game. I listened to my friend's bull, saying that the game is so big that there must be hidden masters. Let me rest assured that under the other item, a few hundred gold coins blood money. The road to Stay White's domination has begun. Chapter 51 Tainted Artifacts. Love Eats Grapes, who had just received the hidden profession quest, was first shocked to see the list, and then the corners of his mouth turned up to release a smile. I imagine that the gap with you is that much, but that's what makes it a challenge. Half an hour later, SpeechArt looked at this round-faced girl with snowy skin, and directly came to a sentence.
This is also not black ah.
At this time, pitch black snow looked. This time even the SpeechArt had its way. It seemed that the ranked talent ceiling was just there, it couldn't be pushed too far. After the dark snow left, Speechcraft didn't contact anyone else. One was that the boar's spirit was now open, and it was already enough to deal with the next big plan of intercepting the boar. Secondly, the effects of other people's natural skills weren't that good, either proportionally shortened or overdrawn in advance of the skill to extend the cooldown time behind it, not as worry-free as double happiness. Looking at the time, it was almost time. The next thing was to go to Carl to pick up something. Although the game was updated and players couldn't log in, the NPC's activities were unaffected, and by now the things they needed should already be ready. In Carl's store, Speechcraft received the 3 items, and the system decided that the transaction was complete, and 220,000 gold coins were directly deducted.
Boundary breaking cone used to temporarily break space barriers.
Extraordinary stealth potion. After use, it enters a state of invisibility, and mental power lower than the user's cannot be perceived. Additional effect, movement speed plus 100%.
Duration, 10 minutes.
Illusion potion, you can turn into any target you have killed.
Duration, 30 minutes.
All consumables at once. One had never fought a battle that rich in one's life. But 200,000 for a divine artifact, it was worth it. At this time, Carl looked at the SpeechArt and his small eyes rolled. Stay white adventurer, you are one of the few rich people I've seen among summoners. I have something here that is perfect for you. It only costs 10 million gold coins.
What is it? Speechcraft's curiosity was piqued. What was actually so expensive?
Carl took out a rusty ring and showed it to Speechcraft. Ring of the Imperial Spirit, tainted state rank 30.
Intelligence plus 500. Spiritual strength plus 1,200. Agility plus 200.
Skill, mark of weakness, when a summon deals damage to a target, it reduces the target's attack power by 10%.
Synopsis, the seemingly ordinary ring once possessed the glory of a divine artifact.
Speechcraft was stunned when he saw the ring. This ring and his own staff actually belonged to a series of sets. How was this possible? His own staff was automatically generated by the Yuanchu artifact spirit based on his occupation.
Or is it that the summoner's divine equipment is all Imperial Spirit kits? Good stuff, although it was in a polluted state, but there should be a way to purify it later.
This ring had to be gotten by himself, but not now. No need, a level 30 ring and you dare to sell it for 10 million, you really want money like crazy.
This is the summoner's ultimate artifact, it's just in the wrong state, otherwise you wouldn't be able to buy it with money. How about this, 7 million you take it, just as a friend.
Speechcraft burst into a sneer. Is it true that I have 8 million in my backpack and you're shouting for 8 million? Carl smiled sarcastically.
Anyway, the artifact is real. See you again.
Speechcraft no longer said more, turned around and left, although he wanted it very much, but this money had a big use later, and could not be smashed here.
This ring will find a way to get it later.
Next, it was time to send the Falcon to squat at the target location. According to the complexity of that quest chain, it would take more than a day to complete it on its own, not to mention counting on it. Still, one couldn't be careless. He would immediately rush to the secret location after the completion of his quest, leaving little time for himself. Behind, it was time to watch the boar perform after opening its spirit.
Chapter 52. What scraping damage?
North of Falling Star City, level 13 Wild Monster Area. In order to be able to grasp the situation of the secret realm in the first place, Falcon Little Black had not continued to brush the monsters at this time, but was instead hovering high in the sky. The superb eyesight of the Falcon class after the opening of spiritual intelligence was put to good use at this time. Speechcraft only knew roughly this place, the specifics still had to rely on squatting.
The boar and fire elemental elves were on the side, still tirelessly brushing attribute points.
There were summons that were independently brushing the monsters, and in combination with their super high attributes, the efficiency was several times that of an ordinary solo brushing player. So at this time, his own experience value had also passed the halfway mark.
No way, it's at least an SS rank talent, why is this guy on the meter so slow?
After waiting for so long, Speechcraft himself was a bit skeptical that he hadn't remembered the wrong place. Just at this time, Speechcraft suddenly felt something in his heart and looked up in the direction of the Falcon.
It finally appeared.
Putting the table, chair, and tea set towards his backpack, he rushed towards his destination with his 2 summons. At this moment, the counting head was probably also rushing towards this place, and at the speed of his hidden profession phantom assassin, he would be able to reach the target location in a few minutes, so he himself had to hurry up. The secret realm was refreshed in a small valley. Without the falcon's overhead view, it would be hard to be discovered. An oval-shaped space gate, emitting a faint colored light, was vertically erected in the middle of the valley. On the grass in front of it, a huge python was coiling its body, lazily basking in the sun. The black scales, under the sunlight, actually took on a colorful hue.
What an unsatisfied snake! Black Rock Python, Secret Realm Guardian level, 15. Life value? Attack power? Skills?
The python immediately raised its head when it saw Speechcraft charging in with the boar. It opened its mouth to speak. "Strange adventurer, the secret realm does not belong to." Before the words were finished, they were directly interrupted by a charge from the boar.
20,562.
Looking at the burst of damage, Speechcraft immediately deduced that its blood volume was roughly around 700,000 or so. Secret trialists belong to special monsters that were quite a bit stronger than normal wild monsters, but not as strong as bosses of the same level. It simply couldn't last more than a few rounds under its own hands. At this time, the falcon also joined the battle. Under the siege of Speechcraft's one man and three favorites, the Black Rock Python collapsed directly to the ground in 20 seconds. In the end, it was because of the control of the output to the boar's complementary knife, otherwise the Python 20 seconds cannot top. Speechcraft picked up the items it dropped. Guardian's token, proof of the treasure hunter's strength, a pass to enter the secret realm of hidden treasures.
Something in hand. Next, Speechcraft took out the illusion elixir and gave it to the boar. The boar's body shape changed and immediately transformed into an identical Black Rock Python. The most outrageous thing was that it actually even had the same name. It's true that you get what you pay for. Speechcraft looked at the effect with great satisfaction, then spoke to the boar. Your next task is to stall the upcoming person. Pay attention to mimicking the python's attack style, and don't use your skills so as not to reveal your cracks. The big snake in front of him nodded with seeming understanding. Speechcraft couldn't care less, and directly put away the falcon and fire elemental elf, then came to the space gate. Use boundary breaking cone. In the next moment, the door of space shuddered and cracked open a one-person high opening. Speechcraft hurriedly burrowed into it, and as expected, with the Guardian's token on his body, he did not receive any blockage. After Speechcraft entered, the crack in the door of space slowly closed again. The scenery in front of his eyes changed, and when Speechcraft stood still, he had already arrived in a dense forest. What luck, actually encountering such a complicated environment. None of the terrain environments in the hidden treasure secret realm were fixed. If one was lucky, it was likely that after entering it would be a plain with treasure chests scattered on it. If one's luck was not good, one would come across these. The last time the secret realm guardian was completely quiet, this python gave itself the feeling of having ADHD, and was full of eccentricities. At this time, the giant python also realized the plan, directly raised its head, spitting out letters, making a provocative gesture. Yo, the momentum is not bad. With a face of K Shang Xin2 drew his dagger flower and.
Looking at the sluggish movements of the python in front of him, the calculating mind was even more certain of its own conjecture. This thing was a meat shield streamer, and maybe the boar would also roll over. After all, the other party was considered a top expert in the apocalypse. Snap. At this time a treasure chest fell from the sky and smashed in front of Speechcraft.
Blackie, you want to commit regicide. Opening it, inside was a necklace.
Oath, quest item, handed over to the Lord of Falling Star City, there will be unexpected gains.
Should I take it away and complete the quest myself?
Speechcraft thought about it, but eventually closed the lid. With the upright and deadpan look of the city Lord of Falling Star City, not having the quest on himself but having the quest item, there might be some kind of trouble. It was better to concentrate and get Moore's hourglass of time. Outside of the secret territory, the calculator had calmed down quite a bit. Not teasing you, how can you, this stupid snake, not be able to teach? It's simply a pig, which snake attacks someone with its head to arch. After saying that, the calculating head clenched his hands and two identical doppelgangers appeared next to him.
It's time to end this, thanks for making me laugh. The three figures sped towards the giant snake.
The giant python at this time shook its head, its blood-red eyes burning with rage as if it had made some decision. Lowering its head down, it made a strange gesture. Immediately, it slammed into the counting head at an extremely fast speed.
What?
K Shangshin's head was filled with shock. A thought immediately appeared in his mind.
Careless, didn't flash. A feeling of being hit came.
Kei Shang's heart instantly recalled the feeling of his skinny self being rammed on the court when he was a child.
Nope.
This feeling of impact was simply more than 10 times stronger.
6,524.
The blood bar was instantly emptied. The next moment, counting on head's consciousness appeared in the left detachment.
Good. Hiding quite deeply. Kei Shang Xan2 was really angry at this moment. His own doppelganger had lost another one.
This doppelganger was different from other assassin skills. After it was broken, it was necessary to collect materials to recreate it by oneself, at a great cost. This was the only way to exert the same strength as the main body. At this point of time, the counting no longer hesitated and walked towards the space door. It was finally time to reap the rewards, not to mention that there was a little excitement in his heart. A few hundred meters away from here, Speech Art lifted his stealth and revealed his form. Looking at Moore's hourglass of time in his backpack, he couldn't help but put on a smile. Finally, there were no mistakes. One thought that the boar couldn't top it. What made Speechcraft a bit strange was that for a long time in the beginning, the boar's blood level didn't drop fast, but when one got the artifact, the blood level started to drop rapidly. It should be that this guy in the back of the plan sensed something. It's impossible to be so stupid as to let go of the water in the beginning and then power up in the back. Speechcraft took out Moore's hourglass of time and chose to use it. A prompt box immediately appeared in front of him. Below it was a scroll bar with 1 on one end and 10 on the other. Please select the Upgrade Experience Compression Multiplier.
What's the point of choosing?
Of course, it was directly pulled full. The next moment, Speechcraft watched as his existing experience value rapidly fell back. Ding, upgrade experience reset successful. The current experience value required for upgrading has been increased by 10 times, and the free attribute points gained from upgrading has been increased by 100 points. Previous levels are unaffected. It was done. The free attribute points that he and his summons would gain from each level next would stack to a terrifying degree.
I just don't know what the expression of the kid who was counting on it is right now.
Chapter 54, Garbage Man plans in mind.
Bronze outfit, it's not bad, it should be an appetizer. Counting on it, he put the equipment into his backpack and walked towards the next treasure chest.
The terrain of this secret realm is probably hiding quite a few treasure chests, so I have to look for them myself and not leave them behind. At this time, Speechcraft had already returned to Falling Star City. Now that the matter of compressing the upgrade experience value had been resolved, it was time to fill up the 2 summons. Originally, one's plan was to acquire skill books and use skills to harvest bosses at the same time. After all, it was currently unknown if the skill All Souls Pilgrimage, after collecting monsters as summons, would see different changes, such as adjustments in skills and attributes. After that, Speechcraft thought about it. The Lord of All Souls, a god-tier hidden profession, seemed to still have details that he had overlooked, and it couldn't possibly be at the current intensity. Speechcraft then took a closer look at the skills of the Lord of All Souls. Endless Summoning Passive, +1 to the number of summons, and +1 to the number of summons for every 10 levels the summoner raises. Although this skill was strong, in the later stages one's summons could reach dozens of them. However, I feel that there is still a big gap between the word endless and the word endless. Apocalypse this game, although some skill names have the suspicion of bragging, but most of them are still more suitable for the effect of the skill.
Could it be that there is something that I have overlooked?
Speechcraft looked at the boar that was arching the earth in front of him for a while and thought.
Are you preparing to make a hole for your litter?
Suddenly Speechcraft had a flash of light and heavily knocked on his head.
Silly, my previous life's gaming experience has led me into the wrong zone. If my own summoner summons another minion, isn't it still my own summoner? There were basically just a few types of regular summons for summoners. Half-meat physical outputs like boars, corresponding to the warrior profession.
The falcon could barely be considered an assassin class.
The fire elemental elf corresponded to the mage profession.
Of course, there were also meat shield class and auxiliary healing class summons, corresponding to knights and priests respectively. Even the rare archer class summons were available, only there were none that corresponded to the summoner profession. In his previous life, this issue had once sparked a heated debate within the summoner community. In the end, everyone came to the same conclusion. If there really exists a kind of summons, such a set of children continue, will seriously break the balance of the game, then the summons can really be called a person into the army. Other professions do not have to play. The game indeed does not exist such a summon. However, this type of boss existed, and it would not be enough to directly grab it yourself with the skill All Souls Pilgrimage. I just don't know if the summoning skill that comes with this type of boss itself is still there after making it into one's own summon. Let's try it first. The first target was the level 15 Wilderness Wolf King. This boss, in his own impression, was that he would summon ordinary wolves. But one had to brush the normal monsters to a certain number before the boss would appear. Saying that he would do it, Speechcraft immediately rushed towards his destination with great excitement. It was reasonable to let the hunting falcons and boars go on a free-for-all, and they could be brushed out as well. However, Speechcraft wanted to see the results as soon as possible, or bring the fire elemental elf there as well. After all, it had group attack skills. At this time in the secret realm, the meter had already opened the 7th treasure chest. It shouldn't be. How come it feels like they're all ordinary goods? At this time, Counting on Head looked at the harvest in his backpack and was filled with question marks. 3 bronze outfits, 2 bundles of recovery potions, and 2 exquisite leather. The equipment and recovery potions were fine, but the leather was something that was a crafting material for the living profession tailor. The calculator is also not interested in learning the living profession. This thing now no one wants. Hoarding and occupying the grid feel very chicken rib. These things, if they were ordinary players, it is estimated that there will not be any loss of ideas. But in front of the leaderboard experts, it was obviously not enough to look at. Could it be that all the good stuff was concentrated at the back? But judging from the small map, he had already searched over half of it. Thinking of this, the calculator couldn't help but speed up his progress. Soon, the quest item, Oath, was found in the treasure chest under the tree in front. This eased the Counting Head's face quite a bit. But next, as the remaining treasure chests were opened one by one, the premonition in the heart of Counting on the Heart grew stronger and stronger. It was as if a voice in his head was telling him that this was all the stuff there was. Impossible, for a mission of that high difficulty, how could there be only this little reward? It was clearly stated within the quest description that the rewards of the entire quest chain were almost concentrated in the secret realm. After the quest items were submitted, only some experience value and gold coins would be gained. Even the city lord implicitly stated that this secret realm was not simple and would likely have unexpected rewards. No, there must be somewhere else I haven't noticed. At this moment, the Counting Head suddenly reacted as he looked at the large trees around him. Right, there are still trees that he didn't check. According to the secret realm that he opened earlier in the novice village, the treasure chest will appear in any corner. Today, even if he digs into the ground and turns over the entire secret realm, he will also find the real quest rewards. Thinking of this, with his agile hands, the plan immediately flew towards the tree and climbed. Half an hour later. Counting on the head of the whole person disheveled sitting under a tree, the surrounding grass there are still some traces of vaguely overturned. At this time, Kei Shangxian looked at the countdown that appeared in front of him, and his eyes had already lost focus. The secret realm time was almost up, and one had only fished out a bunch of trash. Since receiving this task, I have not rested for a moment. Even the precious split has lost 2, but in the end it is such a result. The calculations in the head to think through the head did not find where the problem appeared. After all, the game began not long ago. Do not know there are boundary-breaking cone, illusion dan, and these things. Time cleared. Sitting on the ground, Counting on the Head returned to the small valley. Suddenly he grabbed a small handful of scorched earth on the ground in front of him. There are no fire-type monsters nearby either, and the secret realm guardian didn't use any fire-type skills during the battle. Who left these battle traces? Suddenly an image appeared in the mind of the Count. That figure who was chilling with himself outside the city lord's mansion and waving goodbye. Staying white. Speechcraft over here was scrolling through the forums, trying to find some different information. Indeed it's strange. According to reason this kind of place is not a remote mountainous area. Shouldn't the power company send a blackout notice? I have a friend who was a member of the power company. They were all confused, they couldn't find the cause at all, and the phone was busted at that time. The call came in half an hour later, or else what a mess it would. With a wave of his hand, Speechcraft directly surrounded the Wild Wolf King in the center and began to burst the hammer. 17,840. 18,422. 22,411. The Wilderness Wolf King's bloodline rapidly dropped, and in no time it came to 50%. At this moment, the Wolf King let out a long whistle, and nearly 50 wild wolves appeared in the surroundings. The wild wolves just rushed forward, wanting to protect the driver, and the fire elemental elf directly smashed down with a meteor fire shower. In an instant, they were cleared out, and the remaining few were also killed by the falcon flying forward, 1 point at a time. Speechcraft looked at the damage values bursting out from the coyotes and couldn't help but be a little disappointed.
The strength of these wild wolves is just the same as ordinary monsters. I wonder if they are subject to the Wolf King's attribute bonus.
The current Wolf King was directly being rubbed on the ground, covered in blood, without the slightest hint of the majestic look he had at the beginning.
Stop! Xiao Hei, hold it down!
At this time, the peregrine falcon, whose size was almost the same size as this Wolf King, under the suppression of its power, a pair of claws directly pressed the Wolf King's head to the ground in death.
Speech Art walked up,
directly using All Spirits Pilgrimage on it. A blue ray of light shot out from the top of the staff and didn't enter the Wolf King's eyes. The Wolf King stopped struggling at once.
But it only lasted for 2 seconds before its eyes regained their clarity. Ding, skill judgment failure. Still not convinced? Keep punching. In the next moment, the boar's tusks directly stabbed the Wolf King's ass.
The Wolf King's eyes immediately turned red, while 2 clear tears slowly flowed out. This hit was too vicious, directly causing over 30,000 damage.
Speechcraft's eyelids jumped and he hurriedly spoke. Take your time, don't mess it up all at once.
If he accidentally killed it, he was afraid that it would take a long time for the normal wild wolves to be brushed before the Wolf King would be refreshed. The cooldown of All Souls Pilgrimage finished.
Speechcraft walked forward again and threw out the skill. Ding's skill decision failed. No way, the chance was that low? Blackie, 2 blows towards its brain, control the strength.
The eagle's beak knotted up, and the coyote's head was instantly skinned. At this point, the coyote's blood level was all but 3%, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to use torture next. His own bare hands were doing a lot of damage. Speechcraft directly moved out a stool, sitting in front of the wild wolf.
As soon as the skill cooldown time arrived, it was immediately thrown up.
A few times in a row were all ruled a failure. Speech arts are beginning to doubt this chance of success is not the same as a certain end-game company settings, a self-contained system.
With the last skill thrown out, finally came a different sound. Ding, skill determination successful, obtaining summoned item, Wilderness Wolf King.
At the same time, the corresponding skill icon appeared in Speechcraft's skill bar. Ding, the level of the summoner is higher than the summoner, it is automatically reduced to level 10, and the summoner's attributes have been regenerated.
Speechcraft immediately checked its attributes. Wilderness Wolf King, level 10. Life value, 120,000. Mana, 20,000. Physical strength, 254. Strength, 451. Intelligence, 64. Agility, 638. Spirit, 541.
Skills, Berserking, Blood Excitation, Summoning Wolves. As one would expect, all the attributes were cut to varying degrees after they were regenerated. Especially the life value, which was directly reduced by more than 90%. But it was still the highest of the several summons. Speechcraft could also understand that from a field boss becoming a summon, the system would definitely make adjustments, and the various attributes would change accordingly.
Directly click on the skill introduction.
Berserk, sacrifice 10% of your current life value to enter a berserk state.
Defense is lowered by 20%, strength is increased by 20%, agility is increased by 20%, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown time 10 minutes.
Blood Excitation, motivate the summon to increase its power by 30% for 50 seconds.
Cooldown, 3 minutes. Summon Wolves, summons 50 wild wolves to participate in battle.
Each attribute of the wild wolves equals base value plus spiritual strength of the Wolf King 30%. For every 100 points of spiritual strength of the Wolf King, the number of wild wolves will increase by +1.
Skill cooldown time 0.5 hours.
The first 2 skills were expected by Speechcraft.
But the Summon Wolves skill, in just 2 sentences, directly made Yen Art's eyes widen. Cow, big deal, no wonder this type of summon hadn't appeared before.
If this were to stack up the spiritual power of the Wolf King, it would be a big deal. Not only would the attributes of the wolves become stronger and stronger, their numbers would also reach an astonishing level. It was as if Speechcraft was seeing the scene of wolves running wild across the sky.
A divine technique of human warfare.
Moreover, as the Wolf King's spiritual power stacked up, his own spiritual power would follow suit. When the time came, the skills that added damage to spiritual power would also increase in power. Although he himself was a lay flatstream summoner, it wasn't a bad thing for his skills to have high damage. Just like a nuclear bomb, one could not use it, but one must have it. Speech Art directly asked the Wolf King to summon its little brother, then used the scrying technique to check its information. The current attributes were mediocre, all within the normal range. But what surprised Speechcraft was that these wolves also possessed skills. Sprint, Tear Bite, a speed boost skill and a damage skill.
Both enjoyed attribute bonuses.
Now since the idea of catching the summoning stream boss was completely valid, moreover, its summons had a rather difficult characteristic, which was its small size. Level 20 Field Boss Purple Winged Bee King. Chapter 56 Rank Talent, Forbidden Flying Feather. Speechcraft carefully recalled the information in his head. In the game Apocalypse, there were quite a few bosses that could summon skills. But the ones that counted as summoners among bosses and took the route of the summoning stream weren't that many. It seemed like there were only 4 or 5 in total. Most of the bosses were not summoning types at all, judging from their attributes and skill analysis. They were all just randomly pulling in a few to save the day when they were on the verge of a death-defying counterattack.
This type of boss's main combat power doesn't come from its summons. Their summons will not receive attribute bonuses either.
Even if this type was successfully subdued, no matter how the attributes were optimized, but the skill characteristics would not change.
It's not its own target.
And among the several summoned stream bosses, the Purple Winged Bee King is considered the most special one. First of all, it was automatically refreshed in the wild, and from the setting, a bunch of bee-type monsters around it were its pups. Secondly, it didn't have any output skills of its own, and all of its skills were basically for its summons, which could attach various statuses to its own swarm. Most importantly, the summons of other summoning stream bosses were relatively limited in number. Dozens of them were considered more than enough. This one's summons could be said to be in the hundreds, and the cooldown time of the summoning skill was relatively short, making it difficult to deal with. In terms of the number of players killed, it could be ranked in the top 10 for a level 20 boss. One remembers that many guilds targeted it at the time, and the Sea of Men tactic was useless, and they were directly killed to the point of losing their armor. I'll mess with it for the next target, but this thing can fly. It's not good to use torture. The Purple Winged Bee King wasn't like a wild wolf. If the situation wasn't right and too many of its own men died or were injured all at once, there was a high chance that it would choose to escape.
Directly let Xiao Hei go to catch it over?
It didn't seem to be safe either. There were a few elite level guards beside it, which usually acted as a shield at critical times. If it misses, it will activate its skills to escape immediately, so it's not easy to catch it. Speechcraft was recalling if there were any props that could trap it so that he could slowly throw skills. But so many things were rejected by Speechcraft one by one. Either the statute of limitations is too short, or there is a distance limit. Not good. After thinking about it, Speechcraft decided to use the old method. Hire people. He himself was now the game's #1 tycoon. As long as the money was in place, he could completely let all the players in the entire service work for him. After all, the Apocalypse players had 1,000 different talents, too much more versatile than the game items. And the cost effectiveness was extremely high. Like the 2 props in Carl's store, which amounted to tens of thousands of gold coins, could only trap the boss for a few minutes. That much gold coins was enough to hire 2 players by themselves to release their skills alternately, and 2 more people specializing in pinching the feet would be fine.
Say do it. Speechart immediately ran to post again.
Recruitment of helpers. The requirements of natural skills have the effect of trapping the enemy, the skill effect of strong priority. Reimbursement of teleportation expenses, first come first served.
Big Brother Lubai is recruiting again. I envy people with the talent of enemy trapping efficacy. Big Brother lacks foot pinchers. I'm adding points at full strength. My hands are especially strong.
What can escape under Big Brother actually need this kind of talent?
It's probably some special boss, but don't Big Brothers brush bosses in minutes and seconds?
Blazing Sun City, on the plains to the east, a small team of 5 was brushing monsters. Chairman, let's switch to a different kind of monster, this digging beast thing. It's too ugly looking. At this time, a young girl with a petite figure was drawing a bow and shooting arrows, a tight-fitting leather armor lined with an extraordinarily upright posture, paired with a standard shooting posture, appearing valiant. This thing is experienced and all the attributes are not high. It's a rare monster at this level.
Didn't I call you and Shao Chi here to deal with the monster escaping?
The one who spoke at this moment was a middle-aged knight, with a slab-sided figure, paired with a wide-open stance, whose temperament was different from ordinary people at a glance.
Little demon, stop talking.
Shao Chi on the other side still had the same wooden expression, without any reaction. Folding Jian sinking sand glanced at Shao Chi. If he let this guy go, it would probably backfire. He had no choice but to open his mouth. Little demon, obey orders. Shao Chi can't even squeeze out a word with a stranger for half a day. Do you think it's appropriate for him?
There is another task for you to go, find a chance to record his battle video, compare his attribute changes to that group of old men, and analyze his talent. Alright. Chairman, but I don't even have the expenses to falling. When Sheen Little Demon arrived, Speechcraft was buying tea at the system store. Lu Bai? What are you doing? Chapter 57 One-Way Second Kill. Sheen Little Demon rushed over based on the coordinates given by the other party. It was then that she saw this strange scene. Speechcraft turned around and motionless sized up the level 12 monsters killed in seconds. Level 15 monsters killed in seconds. Level 17 monsters still kill in seconds. Along the way Speechcraft didn't hesitate at all, just rushing along with his head down, determining the direction from time to time. As if all of this had nothing to do with him. Sheen Xiao Demon looked at the monster's bright red names and was a bit alarmed. This was a hint from the system to the player: the redder the color of the monster's name, the greater the gap in strength with the player. Although Sheen Little Demon was an S-rank talent possessor, her attacking means were not outstanding, not too different from an ordinary archer, and in the system's judgment, it was obvious that she would be killed by these monsters. At this point, the monster's name had turned dark red. Sheen Little Demon could no longer hold back and spoke directly. That. Big brother Lu Bai, where are we going? These monsters seem a bit dangerous. Almost there. Oh yeah, you don't have to be shy, you can speak more. I see you've been bored all the way, this is a game, I won't do anything to you. Sheen Xiao Demon directly had a black line on her face after hearing this. I'm shy? I'm afraid of what you'll do to me? Wanted to retort, but still closed her mouth. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Speechcraft thought that he had gotten himself right and directly started looking for a topic. How is your bow and arrow accuracy? Don't fail to hit the target later. Don't pay if you can't shoot. Two people after that again fell into silence. It's a good thing that Speechcraft has stopped walking at this point. Sheen Xiao Demon looked ahead. The monsters here were actually some fist-sized wasps. Tiger-spotted poison wasp, level 20. Life value? Mana value? Attack? The tiger-spotted venomous wasp immediately froze and fell to the ground. The confinement effect took effect. With this set of actions completed, Sheen Little Demon immediately raised her chin proudly. Speechcraft looked in his eyes and directly extended his right hand to give him a thumbs up. Good archery technique, right? Let me pull you into the team. Just touch the monsters randomly so that you can more or less share some experience. Sheen Xiao Demon froze. This is a level 20 monster. The more 10 levels the experience bonus will be very high, actually willing to share himself as a tool person. In her heart, she instantly changed her opinion of speech arts. If she knew that speech arts can't wait to have no experience, conveniently stacking attributes, what would be the expression? Only to see the hunting falcon fly straight forward, a dashing flip back, the back immediately pulled hundreds of hornets. Sheen Xiao Demon looked stunned. This is to gather monsters? Gathering monsters only pulls in a straight line? This is a level 20 monster. According to the law of the apocalypse of 10 levels, level 20 monsters can be brushed like this? Before Sheen Little Demon could return to her senses, Speech Art summoned the fire elemental elf and threw out a shot of meteor fire rain. In an instant, a large reddish damage value burst out. 45,621. 44,765. 46,412. In the next moment, the system prompts in Sheen Little Demon's message bar began to scroll frantically. Your team killed the tiger-spotted poison bee. You gained experience value of 14,221 points. Your team killed the tiger-spotted poison bee. You gained experience value of 14,221 points. Sheen Little Demon directly froze as her experience value rose by a fraction of an inch visible to the naked eye. Suddenly remembering the scene an hour ago when the president had led the team to brush the monsters, for a moment she didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. His own guild's top team was still trying to adapt to the strength of the monsters around the main city, and in order to reduce the consumption of medicines, he had to use some tricks to hit an ordinary monster. Look at what Staying White was doing. He was swarming level 20 monsters. And he's still killing them in seconds. What's even worse is that this guy didn't do anything at all. He just watched the summons perform, almost sitting down to make tea and watch the show. Was this playing the same game? Many people thought that Stay White was strong, surely because of the awakening of a pre-super perverted strengthening talent. After leaving the novice village, the gap between him and everyone else would only get smaller and smaller. As it turns out, it's the complete opposite. Right, T.
Xin Xiao Demon suddenly reacted. This person buying tea wouldn't really be taking it out to sip it because he was bored of brushing monsters. At first, she wondered if the tea had any special strengthening effects. Sure enough, the thinking of a true god, one still can't keep up with Hey, don't freeze still have to continue deeper. Speechcraft took one look at Qin Xiaodian's frozen in place and immediately spoke out to remind him. At the same time in his heart, he thought, doesn't like to talk, likes to stare, proper social fear it's normal that he didn't know in his previous life. Xin Xiao Demon blushed and immediately followed. The same few waves of operations followed, and Xin Little Demon had already slowed down from her shock. Looking at the rising experience in a cut, her heart began to get excited. This is the right trip, I've earned a lot from these experience values alone. But so far there doesn't seem to be any use for his place, he couldn't have known about me in advance and wanted to use this method to bring me upgraded right. Thinking of this, Xin Little Demon's eyes began to look at Speechcraft oddly. Speechcraft looked at the huge hive in front of him and stopped in his tracks. The critical moment had arrived. The tiger-spotted venomous wasps here and the hate mechanism in the periphery were already completely different. As long as one was messed with, all of them would gather around. At this moment, dozens of tiger-spotted venomous wasps hovered in the air, twitching their wings at a high frequency and emitting a demonstrative buzzing sound. The corner of Speechcraft's mouth curled up slightly. The first time he had ever burned such a large hive of bees since he grew up, he was still a little excited just thinking about it. Chapter 58 Experience Maker. Xin Little Demon, come closer to me, the main event is coming. Xin Little Demon froze, but still obediently walked a little closer. I'll destroy the hive later, there's a boss purple wing bee king inside, your task is to keep an eye on it, and don't break your confinement skill. By the way, its agility value shouldn't be low, and there are a few elite level guards next to it, I'll create opportunities for you, so grasp them yourself. Xin Little Demon originally wanted to say no, she would find the opportunities and whatnot herself. But looking at Speechcraft's serious expression. Still, she gently nodded. The Fire Elemental Elf's group attack skill was thrown out, and countless fireballs spread out and smashed onto the hive, immediately setting it ablaze. In the next moment, densely packed tiger-spotted poisonous wasps drilled out of the hive. Looking at Xin Little Demon, he had goosebumps, and his phobia of denseness was offended. At this time, the wild boar was also pulled out by the speech art, and directly crashed towards the two-story small building tall hive. The huge impact directly toppled the hive. The peregrine falcon wasn't idle either and kept attacking the hive. As Xin Little Demon looked at the overwhelming number of tiger-spotted venomous wasps in horror. Even she herself didn't notice when a wolf king appeared beside her. The wolf king let out a long whistle, and more than 50 wild wolves immediately appeared around her, and under the effect of the wolf king's skill blood excitement, they were all covered in a red halo. At this time, most of the tiger-spotted poisonous wasp's hatred was attracted by the other three summons. This batch of wolves rushed towards the hive to destroy it and were not hindered much. However, since the Wolf King's attributes hadn't stacked up yet, at this time, its little brother's body was brittle, and it was almost suicidal to dislike the hive. As long as it was targeted by the poisonous wasps, it was a case of being killed in seconds. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Speechcraft immediately put away the Wolf King. Now that its attributes weren't working yet, after releasing the skill it was considered to have completed its mission. At this time, the boar and falcon's blood began to drop at a rate visible to the naked eye. This was still under the healing aura, blood-sucking aura, 2 recovery skills, otherwise it would be even more dangerous. Mainly because the tiger-spotted poisonous wasps are too many in number and have the ability to fly, the angle of attack is very wide. Speechcraft saw that the timing was almost right, most of the poisonous bees had been exposed, and the meteor fire rain that had been reproduced in his hand long ago smashed out again. 47,621. 47,765. 46,332. Large swathes of damage exploded in the field. The replica skill, according to the summoner skill damage consistent, the bonus is unchanged, otherwise if according to the wisdom value of the speech art itself, it is estimated that the damage will have to be cut in half. This one skill alone, almost enveloped most of the poisonous bees. Xin Xiao Demon at this time again found his experience value rising by the minute. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll have to upgrade in 2 more waves. Attention, the purple-winged wasp king has appeared. As the hive was destroyed, a poisonous wasp the size of a faceplate flew out, surrounded by 4 slightly smaller guarding poisonous wasps. Its wings were purple in color, with yellow and black tiger spots on its body, glowing with the metallic luster unique to crustacean insects.
and surrounded by the 4 elite-level poisonous wasps, it looked quite.
Purple Winged Wasp King, level 20. Life value, 510W. Magic value, 15W. Agility, 1021. Spirit, 3514. Skills, Summon Poisonous Wasp, Loyal Guard, Escape from Battle, Enemies Together, Beehive. Speechcraft probed out and threw it out, looking at the information instantly came to life.
At this moment, a green light flashed on the king bee's body. Speechcraft's gaze was condensed. This should be to release the life-saving skill, Prodigious Escape. But as the king bee's skill was released, the golden netting on its body instead became thicker. This bastard's skill effect wouldn't be a temporary increase in agility value, would it? This is really...
It immediately stopped. Not fighting anymore? Let it summon. Speechcraft was worried about the success rate of the All Souls Pilgrimage skill. If it didn't work dozens of times in a row, and the bastard kept using the skill, wouldn't he be annoyed to death? Chapter 59 King Bee. Compared to the King Bee's 5 million or so blood, its blue amount was much less, so it would be easier for it to operate later. When the time comes, there is no blue, it can't release skills, and it can't move. Even if you throw it on the boar's back and carry it along the way, you can slowly use your skills to subdue it. Without being interfered by the attacks, the Bee King's skill was successfully cast. Hundreds of ordinary poisonous bees appeared in the surroundings all of a sudden. Accompanying them was a mass of fireballs that descended from there. In an instant, they were killed in seconds again. Your team killed the tiger-spotted poison wasp, you gained 14,221 experience points. Your team killed the tiger-spotted poison bee, you gained 14,221 experience points. The system prompt started scrolling in the message bar of the two of them again. Continue. With the experience from last time, the speech arts and fire elemental elves did not attack again. It was just enough to keep Cheen Little Demon and the two summons from releasing their skills. Speechcraft also used All Souls Pilgrimage once at this time. The system prompted a ruling of failure. The fire elemental skill cooled down, and Speechcraft spoke out again. Stop. The same scene played out again after that. At this point, Cheen Little Demon no longer knew what to say. Someone was actually using the boss to summon monsters to brush their experience value. Were these players themselves and Stay White really playing the same game? The first time Lubai had utilized a boss was the last time he had live-streamed brushing a copy of the Novice Village, and at that time, the second boss had acted as a pumping machine and a cooling air conditioner. The current King Bee felt like it was being held captive and used as an experience babymaker. Cheen Little Demon was already able to guess the expressions of the guild's gang when they saw this video. Thinking about it, even she was getting a Shin Shao Demon at this moment cannot help but sigh, this person's body how so many mysteries, so auto one by one dial. Just after arriving at Falling Star City, Speechcraft transferred 3,000 gold coins to Cheen Little Demon. Tough job, 1,000 gold coins for the round-trip traveling expenses, the rest is the payment for this time. Big brother Lubai, didn't we agree on 1,500 for using the skill, 500 more? Oh, just now let you out to help fight the boss is not within the scope of our agreement, is considered to give you compensation. No, you have taken me to upgrade, just a few times, how can I be ashamed to ask for money? Speechcraft was happy, thinking that he couldn't wait to give you all his experience so that he could conveniently pile up his attribute points to the limit. It's fine, I don't lack money. See you later, we'll work together again when we have the chance. After saying that, Speechcraft directly turned around and left without the slightest intention of staying. Where a beautiful woman has the fragrance of a queen bee, one's own now go to find a quiet place and see the effect of the skill is the first goal. Shin Shao Demon watched as speech arts directly walked away like this, and stomped her foot in anger. But as soon as she thought that she might be in a guild in the future, she immediately put on a smiling expression again. This time, there was enough information to analyze, and with Staying White's strength being recognized, it was expected that the guild would find a way to absorb Staying White in any way. Cheen Little Demon believed that if Lubai knew the background of his guild, he would also choose to join without hesitation. Speechcraft's side arrived at the tea house and sat down, immediately checking the Purple Winged Bee King's attributes. Purple Winged Bee King, level 10. Life, 320,000. Mana, 40,000. Physical strength, 412. Strength, 52. Intelligence, 325. Agility, 451. Spirit, 956. Skills, Summoning Poisonous Wasp, Loyal Guard, Escape from Front, Same Enemy, Hive. At this point, the purple-winged bee king turned into a summoned object, and all of its attributes were regenerated, still drastically reduced. However, what surprised Speechcraft was that all 5 skills were retained. Could it be that all the field bosses that rely on skills to be collected, the skills can be retained? I'll find out when I try a few more times later. What Speechcraft was more curious about now was However, the flaw was the relatively high consumption of magic value, and having to make up some of the intelligence value. These would not be a problem later. Loyal Guard summons 4 tiger-spotted poison bee guards to participate in combat. The poison bee guards have no active attack ability, but can defend the purple-winged bee king against attacks, and when the bee king is subjected to a designated skill, it will be prioritized to take the skill effect and damage. Poison bee guard attributes equals base value plus purple-winged bee king's essence 30%, skill release time, 3 seconds magical value consumption, 0.5 W. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Speechcraft looked at the effect of this skill and instantly felt grateful. Fortunately, Xianxiao Demon's Forbidden Arrow Feather wasn't a designated skill, and the accuracy depended entirely on her skill, or else it wouldn't have gone so smoothly just now. The Loyal Guard skill, apart from the point of resisting designated skills, the other aspects were more crotch-pulling in his own opinion. From these 2 skills, one could completely see the difference between the purple-winged bee king and the wilderness wolf king. The wolf king's summons had high attribute bonuses and instantaneous skills. The bee king's summons are more numerous, but the attribute bonus is low, and the skill needs to be read and guided. Prodigal Escape, active release of own agility value 10, duration 1 minute, consumes 1 W of magic value, cooldown 10 minutes. Same enemy, designate attack targets for all tiger-spotted venomous bees, and increase the swarm's movement speed by 20% and attack power by 20%. Consumed magic value, 0.5 W. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. The effect of this escape skill really let itself be guessed. At that time, the bee king was trapped even more to death after being hit by the imprisoning arrow. Now it seemed like it had purely encountered a skill restraint. As for same enemy, it had a miraculous effect when focusing on a target, but Speechcraft valued the additional effect given to the swarm more. Designating an attack target for the swarm should also be possible after the purple-winged bee king was given spiritual intelligence. Next, Speechcraft tapped on the off beat. Seeing this skill effect, Speechcraft's heart skipped a beat. This was a true God Slayer divine skill. If it created an opportunity for the tiger-spotted poison bee, not even a god could top it. Ignoring defense true damage and stackable, after the number of swarms in the back came up, it could cause massive amounts of damage in just a short minute. Encountering a tricky target, the task of each future tiger venom bee is to go up and sting it. It was completely a flesh and blood self-exploding drone. The next major task is to upgrade and advance. Speechcraft sent the boar and falcon out to develop and brush monsters on their own, stacking attribute points. Now that Falling Star City was already bustling with activity, in order to not be recognized by passers-by and to reduce pestering, Speechcraft directly bought a mask from the system store and put it on his face. The next step was to head to a special leveling spot while going to open a hidden treasure chest. At this moment, in the U-Guild headquarters, in a 100 square feet room on the top floor, a group of people were watching a video of Speechcraft brushing monsters. Everyone, be careful. After this comparison, try to lock down its talent information. The people here were not only some internal researchers, but also the backbone of the guild such as Folded Sands and Sheen Little Demon. The video started with the 2 of them, Speechcraft and Sheen Little Demon, leaving the city, and continued until the 2 of them returned to Falling Star City at the end of their mission. At first, everyone was in a relatively relaxed state, but as the video played, they basically sat up straight, their eyes staring at the video with dead eyes. During this time, the most relaxed was Qin Xiaodian. The entire time, she was looking at the others with a smug expression. That expression was close to directly saying, "Look at you guys with your unseen looks. Something's not right, his summon is weird, like it possesses self-consciousness, human manipulation simply can't reach such a point." From the last time he struck out at the novice village until now, his overall strength feels like it has increased quite a bit, but the equipment on his body doesn't. Corrupted Giant Rat, level 10. Life, 8,451. Physique, 215. Attack, 412. Skill, Multiple Claw Strike. This was the only type of monster on the first level, but it included level 10 and 11. Speechcraft pulled out the 2 summons, and then the Wolf King and the Bee King continued to summon them. Immediately, half of the vertical space of the cave was taken up. It advanced directly.
Currently, neither the ordinary wolf king nor the tiger-spotted venomous bee could kill monsters in seconds.
However, it was completely possible to crush it in numbers. Basically, several, or even 10 or so killed a target at the same time. Although it couldn't do the job of killing the opponent in seconds, the killing speed was still not slow. Dingyu killed the corrupted giant rat, gaining 500 experience points, and the wilderness wolf king gained +1 free attribute point. Dingyu have killed the corrupted giant rat, gaining experience value 500, and the purple winged bee king gains +1 free attribute point. The free attribute points gained by the two summons, Speechcraft directly added all of them to his spiritual power. Since he had decided to let these two take the summoning stream route, it would be sufficient to keep piling up spiritual power. The passageway in the fallen demon cave had forks in the road from time to time, and Speechcraft always chose the left path, eventually stopping within a huge space. This was the intersection of the entire first floor of the cave, and it was also the place where the monsters were densest. Next, SpeechArt gave the two summons the command to attack freely, and began to look around the area. But after looking at almost the entire area, there was still no sign of that hidden treasure chest.
No, does it still need some special triggering conditions?
Speechcraft muttered to himself. The treasure chests in the game were all unique and would disappear after being discovered and opened.
So the items inside were all special items that were not too common, if not valuable. And not all places had the existence of treasure chests. Deliberately looking for them was completely thankless behavior. The treasure chest in this place, which he seemed to have heard people talk about in his previous life, contained a summoner's special skill book. Corpse explosion, the summon will explode itself when it dies, dealing real damage to nearby enemies. At that time, when he had successfully tamed the king bee, he had already thought of this skill, and if the ordinary poisonous bees it summoned also had this skill effect, then it would be even more anticlimactic. A steady stream of drones tracking the self-destruction, it was exciting to think about. There's nothing on the ground, could it be above? Speechcraft looked up, the roof of the cave was some sharp stalactites. There was absolutely no place for a treasure chest. The only possibility was in those hollows in the stone walls. Although on the whole, it was possible to see the monsters and the terrain in the cave, some areas were still rather claustrophobic. It seems that the preparation is not enough, we have to go back and buy a little something for lighting. At this moment the communicator suddenly rang. Speechcraft opened it to see that it was actually from Chin Little Demon. Our president wants to meet you. To show his sincerity, he will personally come to Falling Star City. Feel free to bring a little something that interests you. Speechcraft flipped down the page and was slightly stunned. It was actually boiling blood crystals and wind spirit grass. These were the items that he had re-given to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion and GUA's material list after he knew the requirements for the summons advancement. It was the very same materials that were used to advance the wild boar in Peregrine Falcon. Interesting, it seems that the energy of the Folding Sands is not small. The main reason why Speechcraft had yearned for Utide in his previous life was that this guild style was completely different from the others. First of all, the members of the guild were extremely low-key but strong, and by the late stage 1/3 of the battle power list were from their guild. At the same time, their way of recruiting people was also different from other guilds, first contacting them in reality before absorbing them into the guild. Moreover, U-World was also recognized as the guild with strongest cohesion. Their people never took the initiative to cause trouble, but if they bullied their way to the head, the entire guild would become vengeful hungry wolves, thinking of the other party from time. When Speechcraft took a look at the other party, he was still the same as he remembered, his strong body standing straight. However, this was also the first time he had been in close contact, and that calm and steady temperament became more and more prominent. President, please sit down. The Folding Sands had just taken his seat at this time, when suddenly a system notice rang out, causing both of them to be stunned. System notice: congratulations to player Love Eats Grapes, killing boss, Flower Demon Princess, obtaining rewards, free attribute points +50, unsealed skill book, +2, gold coins +50, game reputation +500. System notice: congratulations to player Love Eating Grapes, killing boss, Flower Demon Princess, reward, free attribute points +50, unsealed skill book, +2, gold coins +50, game reputation +500. Chapter 62 Double Kill arrives. Hearing the system prompt of Love Grape's first boss kill, Speechcraft returned to normal in an instant. With just a faint smile, he pushed a cup of tea in front of Folding Sands. Brother Lubai, it seems like you're not too surprised. Someone finally got the boss first kill before you. Folding Halberd Sinking Sand took the cup of tea, lifted it up and took a sip, seemingly saying with a sigh of relief. Oh, old brother said where words, the game is not my family open, this resource can let me alone not.
Boss first kill this thing, speech art from the beginning to see very clearly, want all the packages completely unrealistic. After all, the area of the three main cities was so large that there were not a few players who had strange encounters and strength. The first kill reward was also just one of the ways to improve one's strength, just try to fight for it as much as possible. Stay white, old brother, I don't like to beat around the bush either, come on today. System notice, congratulations to player Stay White, killing the boss, Giant Tooth Rat King, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 50, unsealed skill book, plus 2, gold coins plus 50, game reputation plus 500. System announcement, congratulations to player Stay White, killing boss, Bloodthirsty Spotted Bull, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 50, unsealed skill book, plus 2, gold coins plus 50, game reputation plus 500. Folded Sans words were instantly interrupted, his eyes widening as he stared blankly at Speechcraft. Is this what you mean by the game not being run by your family? What's with the 2 consecutive boss first kills? Folding Sand was truly stunned this time. The previous Falcon single brush boss that video, he also saw, at that time just thought that the players exaggerated. Stay White, this guy must be somewhere in the manipulation, after all, there is the example of the novice village copy in front, this thing's spiritual power is strong, is there for all to see. Finding a place with a better view and commanding was completely doable. Or just set the summons in free attack mode, it was also possible. After all, his summon slight attack could crush a boss of the same level. Right now, Lu Bai was sitting across from himself, drinking tea, and the speculation that the summons possessed an autonomous consciousness was basically a reality. What was even more outrageous was killing 2 different bosses. This already shows that the other party's summons split into 2, short-term boss brush out, but also easily resolved. To know that Qin Li, Demon and it separately, also only passed more than a day, this efficiency is also too high. At this time outside, it was even more of a mess. What is the situation? A minute ago also said, finally someone realized the breakthrough to get the first kill. The face comes so fast, just said that the guy who can't stay white? Partake love to eat grapes for 3 minutes, it's hard to last TV, but it's a padding for Stay White. You guys didn't catch the point at all, 2 bosses killed at the same time. Or bosses in different places, know what that means? It means that Lu Bai killed 2 bosses at the same time. Liu Bai's summons went out and swiped the bosses on their own, now that they've killed 2, is the day of killing 3 or 4 still far away? As the number of this guy's summons increases, I can't imagine what it will be like in the future. Brothers, I'm going to gather money and run away, the resources of Falling Star City will all be left blank in the future, a different place to develop is the way to go. Let's just say, is there a possibility that Lu Bai has plenty of money, and it's just as easy for people to change places and brush bosses? At this moment, Qin Fei looked at the players' discussion, and his intestines repented. He shouldn't have listened to Yang Lishu at that time and chose to come to Falling Star City to develop. This stupid woman, saying that she liked the stars and that Falling Star City had a good name, preferred to come over here. At that time, I didn't think much about it, thinking that it would be the same wherever I went, and that the 3 main cities had similar total resources anyway, but each had their own special characteristics. If I had known, I should have listened to Wang Qi and gone to Blazing Sun City. Now it's good that there are so many people in the guild, it's not realistic to think of changing places, after all, the light teleportation fee is a huge amount. Honey, why are you suddenly moping? After arriving at the main city, the first boss first kill was also taken by the other party. This time to complete the boss first kill, finally raised his eyebrows, but immediately handed 2 big slaps in the air. Love Eats Grapes immediately felt that his mindset had collapsed. Stay White. You guy, are you your own nemesis? Why are you so annoying? After saying that, ignoring the expressions of the other people in the team, he directly went back to the city. What's wrong with Sister Grape? First time I've seen her like this. Alas. Let's go back and comfort her too, someone that's strong, always getting her mind messed with, it's hard for anyone else. In the restaurant, Folding Sands brewed for a long time, gave a bitter smile, and finally reopened his mouth. Lu Bai, old brother, good means it seems that I am outdated. For the first time to know the game can also play like this, now I doubt that this game is not your family opened. Speechcraft was also crying and laughing at this time, this situation was not intentionally designed by himself, it was completely by chance. The 2 summons brushed out the boss and killed it at the same time. What else could one say now? Thanking the 2 summons for giving himself this opportunity to pretend. Older brother, continue where you left off, this is the way summoners of my school brush and practice, nothing to be surprised about. Folded Sands was speechless for a while. In the end, he still had to force a wave of pretense. Right, it seems that even the top masters are not exempt from this. Stay white, old brother. I'll be honest, the purpose of looking for you is to want to pull you into the gang. I do not know how you consider it. After the system message was so messed up, the Folded Sands themselves felt less confident. However, come what may, the attitude should still be taken out. Maybe staying white suddenly changed his previous thoughts and had the will to join the guild. Older brother, I appreciate the good intentions, I have no thoughts of joining any guild. Speechcraft gave an apologetic smile. His own reaction was definitely expected by the other party. The next step was to see how the other party would play their cards, speaking of which he was still. When these words came out, waves went straight to Speechcraft's heart. In one's own conjecture, the game's abnormality should have been discovered long ago. After all, to put it on the Lubai, old brother, don't be nervous, I'm telling you all of this, except for the changes in the human body that have been confirmed. The rest is still just speculation, but it can also illustrate the special features of this game from the side. Folding the halberd at this time faintly smiled, the atmosphere eased a lot. Saying these things is also to let you see the true strength of our guild. We have a specialized research team that keeps analyzing and researching every day. Moreover, our purpose of entering the game is also different from the entertainment nature of other guilds. It's to further explore the mysteries of this game in order to deal with the variables that may arise in the future. As the first person in the game, your understanding of the game far exceeds that of all players, so if you can join us, you can just cooperate with us in doing some data testing on the game when necessary. Accordingly, you will receive the support of the technical team and the tilt of the game guild's resources. This is definitely a win-win situation. After saying that, Folding Sands looked at Speechcraft with a smile. Having shown so much sincerity himself, having said everything that should be said and shouldn't be said, he didn't believe that remaining white would continue to persist. Speechcraft did not speak, only gently sipping a mouthful of tea. Just now, he had almost been sidetracked by the other party. Even if the U Guild had an official background, it was impossible to obtain enough information about the game. For the game world to be real and the two worlds to merge, these were all still just the other party's guesses. To be honest, this kind of speculation after many players experience the game, thinking more or less will go in this direction. Never underestimate the human imagination, especially if the game brings people such a real experience. President Folded Sands, I thought about it and still stick to my initial thoughts. Thank you for telling me so many things. The opposite side of the folding trident directly froze at this time. To actually fail, the mind of this game's first person was too difficult to figure out. To know that he had made great preparations before he came, first looking for the two guilds that had crossed paths with him and understanding them. Then after much deliberation he devised this discourse. The idea at the time was that since Lubai didn't accept recruitment from other guilds, it meant that ordinary things wouldn't attract him. Well then, it was straightforward to enlarge the pattern and tie the game to the safety and security of the real world. Thinking differently, if he were to encounter such a situation, even he wouldn't be able to refuse. One must know that for someone his age, a passionate heart can be easily triggered. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Speechcraft continued to add. As for the stuff just now, I can guarantee that I won't tell anyone about it. Just think of it as you showing me a rich imagination, old brother. At this point, there was no way out for Folding Sands. Since the other party had spoken to this point, he was definitely ironclad. Alas, since this is the case, then I won't force it, but the doors of U-World will always be open for you. This is the thing you demanded, and it's also a sort of meet and greet gift for you, old brother. Speechcraft clicked agree on the transaction screen. Ding, you have obtained Boiling Blood Crystals 3, Wind Spirit Grass 2. It wasn't easy to collect these things at this stage. Thank you, old brother, I won't take your things for nothing. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me directly. Guaranteed fair price. Folded Sands heard the first half of the sentence, was still a bit touched, but the second half of the sentence directly made its face twitch. Okay, although I'm very confident in our guild's strength, but it's still not enough to look at in front of the great god of staying white. I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Happy cooperation. The two sides added each other's friends and looked at the list of material requirements passed over by Speechcraft. Folded Sands seemed to have figured it out at this point. This guy didn't join any guilds, he was afraid that he wanted to do everyone's business. I just don't know where his confidence comes from. For example, like brushing the replica leaderboards, that kind of thing. Their own guilds don't have that kind. Come all the way here, ask this guy from Counting On, what's the situation lately? This guy didn't live with the group, and it seemed like he hadn't been offline for a long time. Folded Sands opened his communicator and dialed over the other end. At this moment, the counting head was staring at Speechcraft's back in a deadly manner.
Hee, actually wearing a mask, looks like he's done a lot of bad things.
The previous hidden mission pants were lost. Later on, the calculating mind properly reviewed the entire mission. First of all, the secret realm guardian python, that behaved like a pig everywhere through the strange, and the attack was ridiculously high. The whole time just touched it, let himself lose a split body. In the end, when he was about to kill, he directly disappeared. In addition, there is a pile of rags left in the secret realm, simply does not match the difficulty of the task. Lastly, there were the traces of the battle outside the secret realm, the scorched earth left behind. That snake's behavior of arching over the ground in the beginning was clearly an attempt to destroy these traces. All the clues pointed to one truth, and that was one had been intercepted. There was only one person who had this kind of ability in this game, and that was Stay White. It was absolutely impossible for anyone else. As a top expert with SS talent, this point of confidence was still there. After associating it with the fact that he had also gone to the city lord's mansion and tried to take on a quest, the summon was a bore, and there was also the fire elemental elf who possessed the fire skill. It all directly matched up. He had first killed the secret realm guardian, and then unknown to him, he had used some weird method to make the boar take its place, and he himself had entered the secret realms to take away all the really good stuff. After figuring all of this out, Kei Shangxin was almost so depressed that he spat out 3 liters of blood. This matter was so humiliating that it had been buried in his own heart, and even when people from the guild asked about the situation of Staying White, he casually dealt with it. When he learned from Qin Shao Demon that the president and Lu Bai had met. "I know that I've got a chance," he said. "This is not to get back, are fast becoming their own heart not, the thoughts so not through, how to progress in the future." He had to do the same thing to others. "I don't believe it, I have a hidden profession shadow assassin, stealth ability in the whole apocalypse can't find the second. Isn't it easy to intercept this kind of thing? I don't want to do anything next, just stare at him for a while, I don't believe I can't find an opportunity." Counting on the heart is very clear, like this level of experts, the priority must be to look for all kinds of chances in. I know that the spiritual power of the speech art is high, but I don't dare to get too close at this time. If you are caught out early, it would be embarrassing. Next, Speechcraft put back the falcon and resummoned it to facilitate the next action. Then he left Falling Star City and rushed in the direction of the Fallen Demon Cave. At first, he thought that he would try to keep a certain distance, as long as he didn't lose them. Who would have thought that only a short while after leaving the city, he was surprised by the movement speed of the speech art. Holy, is this really a summoner, evil? Under the acceleration of Speechcraft, the meter almost lost him. Thanks to the fact that speech art was walking in a straight line, after Kei Shang Xan2 gritted his teeth and increased his speed, speech art's back reappeared, which caused Kei Shang Xan2 to breathe a sigh of relief. As the two of them went deeper, Kei Shang Xan2 became even more certain of his suspicions. This wave is solid, if there isn't something to earn, how would this guy cross a level 15 area? What surprised Counting on the Heart the most during this period was that apart from a peregrine falcon that was driving the path in front of them, Wordsmith had a new pet by his side, summoning wolves that kept protecting the surroundings and kept besieging the monsters along the way. I'll go, this bastard summons can actually be summoned again, it's too rogue. Counting on it, he also didn't bother to look at the video that Qin Shao Demon had taken back, not being aware of the latest information yet. Seeing this scene, Counting On, who had always thought that his profession was the strongest, actually developed a slight feeling of envy in his heart. There's actually a cave entrance, this guy definitely found something good. Counting on his heart, he suppressed his excitement and waited for Speechcraft to disappear for a few seconds before following him in. As Speechcraft continued to use the same method as before, relying on the wolves and poisonous bees to push all the way across, leaving behind a lot of battle traces, which was convenient for Counting On head in the back. In the end, Speechcraft came into the huge stone cave space, still giving free attack orders, letting the wolves and wasps kill the monsters. The targets that they succeeded in killing were also counted towards the Wolf King and the Bee King. As a result, the accumulated free attribute points of the two were also gradually rising. The entire space was filled with cluttered sounds of monsters killing each other, with the vibration of the wings of the tiger-spotted venomous bee being the most prominent. What's that sound? Buzzing like a drone? Calculated carefully poked out half of his head. It didn't matter if he didn't look, he was startled at first glance. What the hell is this scene? Chapter 65 Raising eyebrows just today. However, when his eyes looked in the direction that Yanjutsu was looking, he saw the hunting falcon flying around the rock wall,
with a glowing bead in its huge beak, illuminating all those dark depressions in the rock wall with open light. At that moment, a flash of a different color flashed by. The peregrine falcon that had darted forward turned back. Under the light, an ancient treasure chest was presented in front of the two. Complex patterns covered the entire box, and beads and jades of various colors dotted it. It was not a mortal product at a glance. When Yen Shu saw the shape of this treasure chest, he suddenly froze. This was not an ordinary treasure chest. The things that appeared inside were either rare special skills or all sorts of strange items with special effects. Things like the divination pearl also belonged to this category. Harry, it was estimated that there would be other things inside besides the corpse explosion skill book. Little Black lifted off. The counting head at the corner also had his eyes glowing. This was the real treasure chest. Look at this fancy selling look, which was comparable to those broken wooden chests in the secret realm. The things inside are definitely worth a lot of money. The plan took a glance at the poisonous bees that were surrounding the giant rats in all directions, and directly clenched his teeth. Put up a fight. Wealth and riches, raise your eyebrows as this day. He directly used the skill that he had kept until now, Body of Shadow. Phantom Body, enter the phantom state, movement speed plus 300%, damage reduction plus 90%, during which attacks deal double real damage, and attacks are not visible. After receiving damage, you will randomly flash to a location 5 meters away and enter the invisible state again. After using the skill, one's own aura is converged to the extreme, undetectable below God level. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 1 day. Originally this skill is their own to stay to kill the strong enemy. I cannot imagine the first time to use, actually used to do sneak dog line. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but laugh at myself, but I immediately threw these chaotic thoughts to the back of my mind. You're the one who made things happen first by staying white, you yourself are just returning the favor. The skill was used, and the meter was at its peak of confidence at this point. Don't look at the short duration of 1 minute, but with one's own speed, it was enough to sweep away the contents of the treasure chest the moment it was opened. At this time, the corner of the eye of the speech art swept, suddenly the corner of the mouth upturned, revealing a faintly imperceptible smile. A bit interesting, that sneaky figure actually can't perceive it. It seems that those who can follow themselves here are all with 2 brushes. However, even the most bullish stealth skill would reveal itself after taking damage. This nearly 10,000 intelligence bonus skill, I wonder if you can withstand it. Speechcraft's mind was racing, and the skill was already cupped in his hand, ready to be thrown out at any time. The falcon at this time had already yanked the treasure chest and threw it down. Bang! The treasure chest landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Speechcraft stepped forward with a look of delight and began to guide the unlock. Seeing this scene, the plan came straight to him at an extremely fast speed, and the adrenaline spike feeling made every cell of his body tremble and hiss. Closer. At this moment, it was as if the counting head had already seen the expression of Speechcraft as he froze at the empty box. LOL. Right at this moment, Speechcraft suddenly moved back a step, interrupting the unlocking progress bar. A shot of meteor fire rain was then thrown out with himself at the center. Almost at the same time, the fire elemental elf also appeared beside Speechcraft, still throwing out the same skill. Before he could react, he felt himself crashing into a hot fireball. The feeling was like running in the rain, one's high-speed movement taking more rain instead. 1674. 1571. Flashback. 1478. 1652. The second time he appeared, counting on head had already turned into white light, and that excited expression still seemed to be hanging on his face. In the Falling Star City resurrection point, counting on the heart watched his level drop back to level 10. He also looked at his SS rank talent and hidden profession. In his heart, he didn't know what to feel. There was confusion, helplessness, shame, self-blame, but more than anything else, there was anger. He had actually lost so completely in front of Lu Bai. Was the gap really that big? If it wasn't for the blinking that triggered the skill protection mechanism. With those few fireballs that smashed on his body, he would have been seconded in a single glance. No, it's impossible for his strength to reach the god level. It must be that he's too cautious. That's why he cleared the field with a group attack skill at the critical moment. He himself is just unlucky. Thinking of this, the negativity in his mind dispersed quite a bit. Taking out his address book, he sent a message to Speechcraft. Always be alert to your surroundings. I will follow you like a shadow. Anyway, he had already been seen in the face, and he himself had greatly indirectly picked it out.
Even if he couldn't beat the other party, he still had to be disgusted by a wave. The speech technique inside the cave was helpless for a while. It seems that the things in front were discovered by this guy, and purposely followed up to take revenge on himself. But what you can't guard yourself means that it doesn't belong to you. What's there to dwell on? Brother, what are you doing? You just had a friendly meeting with your president in the morning, and now you're making such a mess. Calculus took a look. Actually pretending. You intercepted my quest reward. This matter is not over. Don't let me find an opportunity. What are you talking about? I don't understand. If you want to find me to spar, you are always welcome. But still, I have to advise you, it's not easy to practice leveling in this game. Don't make a mistake for yourself. Speechcraft directly turned off the communicator after saying that, and couldn't help but spit out. What's your quest reward? It didn't even make it to your backpack. How can it be counted as your stuff? Your own 200,000 or so gold coins don't count as payment? Looking at the current treasure chest, Speechcraft couldn't help but rub his hands together. The critical moment had arrived. To really use a phrase to describe the mood at this moment. Opening the treasure chest thing, like lifting the bride's cover, every time there is a different surprise, it's simply not possible. Chapter 66, Corpse Explosion. The unlocking readout was complete, and the items in the treasure chest were presented in front of Speechcraft. First was the expected, Corpse Explosion, skill book. Speechcraft immediately chose to use it. Corpse Explosion special skill: the body of the summoned creature will explode on its own when it dies, inflicting total attribute points 20% true damage to nearby enemies. Current skill level 1. Upgrading to the next level requires a skill enhancement stone 3. Nice one! Now the Wolf Kings and Bee King summons can also deal damage when they are killed. It could be said that their value was utilized to the extreme. If the tiger spotted venomous bee, the minions generated damage from self-destructing as grenades. Then the several main pets with higher total attributes were missile level, and the power when they self-detonated was absolutely amazing. It's just that I don't know if the soul revival skill will still take effect after the summoner self-explosion skill is used. I'll experiment with it later. Since it was a special skill, the skill enhancement stone rewarded by the previous novice village copy also had a use. Speech Art took it out. Dingyu used the skill enhancement stone 3, Corpse Explosion, was raised to rank 2. Dingyu have used skill boost stone 6, Corpse Explosion, is raised to rank 3. Dingyu have used skill boost stone 12, Corpse Explosion, is raised to rank 4. The damage of the skill had been increased drastically now. Corpse Explosion, special skill: the body of the summoner will explode itself when it dies, inflicting total attribute points 50% true damage to nearby enemies. Currently skill level 4. Ascending to the next level requires a skill enhancement stone 24. At this point, skill leveling to 5 already required 24 pieces, and this consumption had become extremely exaggerated. There was still one boost stone left in the bag, so I would need to continue. Within a short time, a neat aerial square formation was successfully assembled. Scared me. You guys at least give a little reaction. I thought. Life value, 470W. Magic value, 25W. Agility, 1221. Strength, 2114. Spirit, 2514. Skills: Poison Fong, Phantom Frenzy, Breath of Decay, Rat Infestation. As soon as Speechcraft threw out a scrying spell, he was immediately taken aback. First, there were the 3 main attributes, which had basically gone straight after a level 20 boss. The first 2 skills were relatively ordinary. Breath of Decay, on the other hand, was a group curse skill. The target within the range of the skill will be set with a poison state, continuously dropping blood, while the defense, attack power, attack speed, and movement speed will be reduced. Quite disgusting. What was unexpected was the 4th skill: Rat Infestation. The entire rat population of the first floor of the Fallen Demon Cave could be summoned to participate in the battle. Although it was said that the scrying technique could only see the description of the skill and the specific data could not be seen. However, since the word huge was used in the description, the number of rats was definitely far beyond imagination, and it was very likely that the number of rats summoned was even greater than the number summoned by the purple-winged bee king. Unfortunately, the rats summoned were a layer of rats, and their growth was not strong. Actually is still a boss that can summon minions, but even if there is still a summoning position, then you can't stay. In your next life, let your mom give birth to you to be prettier. It's too ugly, it's unappetizing. Speech Art directly gave the 4 summons present the order to attack. The Hunting Falcon and the Fire Elemental Elf were still bearing the main force. 15,040. 16,422.
15,421. High amounts of damage exploded out directly, instantly hitting all the demon rats with a squeak. The sound wasn't big, but it was sharp and ear-piercing, making Speechcraft unable to help but think of the sound of fingernails scratching across a blackboard, and his heart gave a hard beat. The damage inflicted by the Wolf King and the Bee King's minions was a bit less than impressive. Although it was said that thousands of giant rats were brushed in the cave and all the points were spent on spiritual power, the bonuses of the two summons were not considered high, and the power was currently not visible. 561. 423. 648. 235. 324. 289. The damage dealt by the tiger-spotted poison bees was obviously a notch lower than the coyotes due to its lesser attribute. I don't know if it was because of Speechcraft's blurry eyes, but I actually saw the emotion of disgust in the boss's ink. It seemed that each hidden boss had its own difficult part. Once the skill passed, the remaining rats surrounded some more, but they were quite a bit sparser than earlier. At this time, Speechart also began to walk, constantly killing the surrounding rats. This move of the boss made the ordinary coyotes almost wiped out. The venomous bees, however, weren't affected too much because of their flight ability, and immediately went into the action of cleaning up the rats. Unfortunately, killing the rats summoned by the rat infestation skill didn't earn experience values and attribute points like the king bee. Otherwise, Speechcraft would have wanted to trap it and brush it for a few waves before doing so. As the remaining rats were cleaned up, the boss no longer had any other means of standing out and was finally killed on the ground with 0 blood. System notice: congratulations to player Lubai, killing the only hidden boss, Fallen Abyssal Demon Rat, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 200, unsealed skill book, plus 4, gold coins plus 200, game reputation plus 1000. System notice: congratulations to player Lubai, killing the only hidden boss, Fallen Abyssal Demon Rat, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 200, unsealed skill book, plus 4, gold coins plus 200, game reputation plus 1000. The announcement about Speechcraft was something everyone was used to. However, upon taking a closer look, it was actually a hidden boss, and immediately became nonplussed. I'll go, again, the only hidden boss, kill it and it's gone, it's fallen into the hands of great god Lubai again. Lubai big brother mercy this thing has become a protected animal, kill a less one, you are closed up to collect tickets for us to visit is also willing to That's right, we still know what the boss looks like and then it's gone. It is highly recommended that Big Brother Lubai take precious image data before killing the hidden boss. In Silver Moon City, Bearing Bird King looked at this system message and couldn't help but curse. Can't this dog system come up with a message filtering function to help the laborers block all the messages about stay white? It's really trash to the extreme. Ding player detected using uncivilized language will be punished with a 10-hour ban. The Bearing Bird King froze and opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. In his heart, he immediately cursed even more vigorously. Dog system. Usually players talk trash to each other, you don't care, so you can't curse you, it's really rotten to the core. The rewards of the hidden boss should be extremely generous, since Falling Star City has it, it must exist on our side as well. Instruct the brothers below to keep a close eye on it, in addition to going to the forums and posting a bounty to the casual players for the relevant information. After seeing the system notice, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind immediately made arrangements in the guild management's group. The other guilds were also making actions at this time. In fact, all the guilds had a guess, since after the system update, killing ordinary bosses had a chance of popping out gang building orders. Then on the hidden boss, the chances of shipping it would only be higher. If any of the guilds were lucky enough to get the order to build a gang, they would be ahead of the rest. Then the next development will be ahead of the other guilds of a large cut, and even from then on to open the gap. In the official website's introduction, after using the gang building order, the guild was truly recognized by the system. Have their own message channel, guild premises, various battle buff bonus, etc., can be said to be feature-rich, everything. When the time comes, it will be more conducive to absorbing strong casual players, and the residents will also bring considerable income. If the development is good, the resident can keep expanding, theoretically the last can be comparable to the main city. However, in the past life, until the game came, no guild could achieve this level, and there was still a huge gap between the main city and the guild. Inside the cave, Speechcraft added the attribute points. Walking towards the fallen boss, it was time for the long-awaited corpse touching session. Ever since the summoner had gone to kill the boss by himself, the items that fell had all landed in his backpack through the dojo. Although it saved time, the traditional part of touching the corpse was missing, and the feeling of exhilaration was reduced by quite a bit.
Speechcraft checked the dropped items, most of which were gold coins and equipment. Suddenly a strangely shaped item caught Speechcraft's attention. It made Speechcraft's heart jump directly. Oh wow, the opportunity to make money is here. Chapter 68 Gang Building Order. It was an ancient token with double dragons entwined around it, inscribed with 3 big, glittering words. Gang Building Order. Gang Building Order, submitted at the guild envoys of the 3 major main cities to formally establish a guild. A short synopsis, the meaning represented behind it was not simple at all. After the system update, although it is said that as long as you kill the boss, you will have a chance to get the order to build a gang. However, the so-called chance is very clear to Speechcraft. In his previous life, when he entered the game, there were only 2 pieces. This is still the big guilds riveted, everywhere looking for boss to kill the situation, can be seen in the explosion rate of low. Originally in their own anticipation, such as their own 5 summons, all open spirit, split into 5, non-stop killing field boss to reach hundreds, how to say can also get a piece of it. Now it seems to be the hidden boss, greatly increasing the explosion rate. Although it was said that he was now at the top of the wealth list. But before that future plan was implemented, the more game currency the better. This gang building order came at the right time. Putting away the more than 10 pieces of equipment that the boss had popped out. Among them were 5 pieces of gold equipment, the rest were silver, and some miscellaneous materials. The other thing was 3 skill books. One of them was also a mage's special skill, Fire Dragon Impact. This skill, which formed a straight line of flame shockwaves, calling on Big Brother Lubai to build his own gang, I'll definitely be the first to join. Several large guilds received this news and immediately held an emergency meeting. The first piece of the gang building order was so significant that it wasn't too much to call it a strategic item. Whichever one obtained this piece of the gang building order would undoubtedly be able to stand out amongst the several guilds and further distance themselves from each other. How high does everyone think this gang building order will be jacked up to? In the guild management group, Smoke and Rain was the first to speak up, bringing up the key issue. Chairman, I think the top price will depend entirely on the total stock of gold coins in players' hands. Continue. Right now, those who have the strength to fight for this token are only our 5 guilds, and the stock of gold coins of each is estimated to be roughly the same, with the remainder clutched in the hands of casual players. Judging from our guild's situation, each person averages out to around 20 gold coins, and due to various factors affecting ordinary players, this number has to be pushed down a bit, estimated at around 15 gold coins. Smoke and Rain nodded and spoke. At the moment, our guild members, we can gather just about 1.5 million, and the other 4 I estimate to be about the same. The key now is still to gather up the money from the casual players. Players from All Day Enlightenment, right now it's estimated that there are still 30% in the novice village, these people can be disregarded. Other throw in the reality of not lacking money, have long-term plans and so on, this part of the people should also be excluded. Coupled with the competition from the remaining 4 guilds, I estimate that the final amount of gold that can be acquired will only be around 2 million, and that's still the ideal state achieved. At the final stage of the auction, some guilds that are self-conscious of their hopelessness will also throw their gold coins back into the bloodstream, and the final gold coins are estimated to converge into the hands of 2-3 families. To sum, inside the Fallen Demon Cave, Speechcraft took care of all the items. Straight away, he left the Purple Winged Bee King here. For a period of time in the future, this place will be your chassis, have your little brother clean up the rats at all times. After saying that, the Purple Winged Bee King had the same look as usual without the slightest fluctuation. Speechcraft looked on and couldn't help but sigh, forget it, it's still too much of a stretch to get an insect to make an expression, you just have to understand. Then he left the Fallen Demon Cave. Chapter 69, Still waiting? Gotta add more fire. The monsters on the second level were still dense, but they were already level 13-14. Due to the rules of summoner attribute stacking, it was still better to kill monsters of the same level in order to maximize the attribute points stacked at each level. Next, as the king bee's essence power increased, the number and strength of the tiger-spotted venomous bees would explode, and the complete occupation of the first floor of the Fallen Demon Cave would be just around the corner. The increase in the strength of the king bee would play a crucial role in the next plan. On his own, he took the wild wolf to the next place to brush the monsters and stack attribute points. Brother Vault, are we really not going to do reality industries from now on? It's really risky to throw our weight around like this. The Bering Bird King appeared sensible at this time, and was constantly admonishing Bering Song Dome. Alright, don't say anymore, just do as I say. May a chicken. Do you know why you're just a vice president while I get to be the president? Vision. Pattern.
Which of these are you better than me? If you get this gang building order, you won't need to collect protection money in the future. You won't be short of money at all. A trace of anger flashed in the bottom of Bearing Bird King's eyes. But in the end, he still replied with 2 words, okay. Although he agreed on the surface, but after thinking about it, the Overlord Bird King decided to keep his hand in the game. The main reason was that ever since entering this game, nowadays, as long as something was tied to staying white, one's guild would never be able to curry any half-assed favor. This time, as long as a normal person can see that this piece of order to build a gang is to stay white, a desperate bet is very easy to blood money. At the time when all the guilds started to prepare, the word art began to start the boring life of sipping tea and flipping through the forums again. The Wolf King and the Fire Elemental Elves are not far away, tirelessly brushing monsters in the... This time, the building order is actually spent on whoever, from the economic strength of each big guild to analyze. Speed into. Exclusive revelation of the reason why Stay White doesn't establish a guild on his own. Brothers, just now someone contacted me to buy gold coins. Do you think it's time to throw it out, or wait a little longer? The City of the Falling Star is shocked to see a giant boar dominated the western level 10 leveling area, suspected of staying white summons. Balin World Unlimited collection of game coins, the price is fair, children and old men. How come it feels like there are still guilds on the sidelines? One needs to add fire to the fire. Speechcraft's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Immediately, he made a post. Title, Popularization, 2 or 3 things you don't know about the first guild to build a gang. Content, I, Lubai, as everyone guessed, am the owner of the first gang building order. In taking the gang building order to the guild messenger, I got some unknown information, specifically the following 3 points. 1. The available guild sites in the apocalypse are limited, and the first guild has a lot of options. As for the later guilds, there was no choice but to pick what others had left. 2. The first guild's location will be rewarded by the system, and the initial level is 2, which will save a huge amount of resources for upgrading. 3. All members of the first guild will be blessed by the gods of the apocalypse, with a 30% increase in experience value for 1 month. As soon as Speechcraft's post was sent out, a large number of players immediately flooded in. Seriously, are the first guild's benefits that much? With Big Brother Liubai's reputation here, it's impossible to talk nonsense with your eyes open. Once Big Brother's post comes out, the guilds are even going to fight to the death. Eat melon, sit and wait for the establishment of the first official guild of the apocalypse. Leave your name, I am a ranked talent, reserved the position of the first official guild member of the apocalypse, the bright people do not say the dark words, is rushing that 30% experience bonus. The heat of the post continued to climb, and soon drew the attention of various guilds. Stay White's move is really ruthless, but with his own understanding of him, this information should be true, a proper Yang conspiracy. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind burst into bitter laughter, but there was no other way but to try to prepare as much as possible. This dog thing, simply sinister. Brother Volt, we can't fall for it. According to the original plan, we don't have much left of our real-life industry, we can't raise the stakes any further. There is no turning back from the bow. Little bird, we are all people who plan big things, looking ahead doesn't work. After knowing this information, Bailing Sangdao became even more excited. If he took this gang building order, he would really be way ahead of the game. In reality, Qin Fei went directly to see his father Qin Hong, the real controller of the Qin group. After a lot of persuasion, finally got another 1 billion dragon country money. Looking at the money that arrived, Qin Fei's confidence swelled to the extreme at this time. The gang building order, I'll take it. Unlike the other guilds was GUA. The guild was basically Dream Whisper and Love Grapes who had the final say, and the 2 of them were well aware of their own guild's financial strength, which was clearly inferior to the other ones. After discussing the matter, they came to the conclusion that in order— Alas, originally, even if you guys didn't take the initiative to come to me, I was going to take the initiative to remind you. Speechcraft didn't say anything, just posted the content of the post and reminded the 2 to go see it. Wool gathering, of course, is to gather all the fat sheep together. Chapter 70 Loan. Dreamlight Speech and Smoke and Rain Ride the Wind were by the speech technique, and also, if it was overdue, the specific penalties would be quite severe. Is this the legendary capital? Give Big Brother kneel. No, Stay White. Big Brother is true conscience, after all, not forced, voluntary. After Bearing Sangdao learned of this news, he first stunk up Speechcraft. But this first gang building order, no matter what, must be taken, and then the hegemonic Bird King, a gang of management personnel, all concentrated in the main city together meeting.
There was only one purpose, and that was to divide up the tasks and raise funds. I won't talk too much about nonsense, I'll go and find Lu Bai to borrow money. The agreement is signed by all of us, just follow the maximum amount of $50,000. As soon as Bering Sangdao's words fell, many opposing voices sounded from below. President, it's not that I don't think about the guild, it's just that I'll have to pay back $75,000 with interest when it's due, so I really don't have the heart to do it. Right, I'm a real-life loan shark for people, now you're asking me to borrow from a loan shark, how else will the brothers below look at me when they know? That system's punishment is too exaggerated, otherwise, not to mention just giving a loan of 50,000, I would be willing to borrow all the gold coins in his hand. As soon as Bailingvold took a look at these people's faces, his eyes instantly became unkind. Although he said that he had expected that there would definitely be people jumping out against him, he didn't expect that there would actually be that many. Taking a deep breath and pressing the fire in his heart, Ba Lin Song Xiong continued to speak. Brothers, you guys are just not trusting the guild, you don't trust me, Bering Song Dome, letting you guys step up is just to make full use of the quota given by staying white. You guys are contributing to the guild, the final payback is definitely the guild to help you pay back. We are a group of people out to mix, pay attention to the word of righteousness, do you think I will deliberately pit you? Not waiting for the crowd to open their mouths, Ba Ling Song Dome then continued, everyone should be clear in their hearts, among several guilds, our relationship with Lu Bai is undoubtedly the worst, and this time, since he doesn't set a threshold, every guild can borrow money from him, then we can't let go of such a good opportunity. This bastard's true purpose is to slaughter all guilds as if they were fat sheep, in that case, let's also let him see the true guts of our hegemony prosperity, as long as he dares to give it, then I'll dare to ask for it. As Hegemony Pro's speech finished, scene went cold for the next step was to bring the Wolf King and Fire Elemental to keep brushing monsters and stacking attribute points. The other three summons were also in free play, and the one with the fastest progress was the Bee King. This guy directly made a hive out of the first floor of the fallen demon cave, producing tirelessly almost every moment to replenish the depleted tiger-spotted venomous bees, and the free attribute points could be said to have been going up all the time without stopping. Chapter 71 Big Order. Yan Shu had spent half a day at the leveling point, and the first person to come to his door was actually Qin Fei. This guy got the news from somewhere, found Speechcraft's practice point, and visited in person. Big brother Lu Bai, hello. As soon as Qin Fei saw Speechcraft, he immediately had a warm smile on his face. Qin Feng breaking waves, I've heard a lot about you. Speechcraft replied with a smile as well, no matter how much he loathed it in his heart, but business was business, and the proper appearance was still necessary. You've heard of me? Qin Fei was delighted, and immediately felt a light on his face. After all, the opposite party was the number one person in the game. At this time, the speech arts instead do not know what to say, thinking that this cargo is not afraid of a pit in the brain, their own polite a bit, how do you still take it seriously? I have seen your live broadcast. Qin Fei smiled awkwardly, still deciding not to waste any more time. Lu Bai big brother, I'll be blunt, I'm here for those game coins of yours. Oh, how much are you going to borrow? It's not borrowing, it's buying, I'm willing to offer 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins for the gold coins you have. Not for sale, Qin Feng breaking waves, you should be literate, I made it very clear on my forum that this money is only for borrowing. Qin Fei a face surprised, this damn is 1 billion, afraid of you this goods estimate have not seen so much money. Originally their own personal door, has given enough face, actually still be rebuffed. Add another 500 million. Qin Fei dead stared at the speech art, directly threw out the bottom card. In his own heart, he knew very well that if he took the money in Liu Bai's hand, then there was no need to go looking for casual players to acquire it, and the gang building order was a sure thing. Coming to me for a cash acquisition, was it Wang Qi who gave you the idea? HM? No, but what does it matter, I think I still have this bit of power. Please return, next time if you borrow money you don't need to come in person, follow the method in the post, note the guild and I'll send the electronic agreement over. After saying that, Speechcraft no longer cared about him, focusing his attention on the teacup in his hand. Still not leaving? I won't invite you for tea, the tea set isn't prepared for others. Good. I hope business is booming for big brother Lu Bai. A hint of viciousness flashed in Qin Fei's eyes as he turned around and left. The first thing he did offline, Qin Fei first found Yang Lishu. You looked directly to Yan Shu earlier to make sure, isn't he stay white? Why do I feel that there is a similarity between the two's eyebrows? My dear, you should be overly concerned, with his character, if he mixes to become the first person in the game, he will definitely come to me first. Besides, according to the customary stay white should be to adjust the appearance upwards, so that the two people only a little similar, definitely not the same person. It was estimated that the two had not thought that there was really someone who was too handsome and had adjusted their looks downwards. Not long after Qin Fei had left, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind and Dream Whispering looked for Speechcraft at the same time as if they had made an appointment. Both of them briefly chatted with Speechcraft before borrowing money, and one point was mentioned. Guilds like Bailing that didn't have a good relationship with Speechcraft, why didn't they block them out? To this, Speechcraft simply replied lightly. Who said that having a gang building order is enough to successfully establish a guild? As soon as these words came out, both sides immediately replied. 1.2 million. 1.5 million. Speechcraft looked over the list of loans they had prepared and realized that they were basically the more famous management staff from their previous lives, and immediately sent the electronic contracts one by one. In fact, their mind, speech art is also very clear, ease money to take back and put it as is, if you cannot grab the gang building order, add interest and then change back. These two amounts, it is estimated that it is already the maximum value that they can afford within their ability. Breaking the cauldron is not quite in line with the style of their two families. Just after finishing the two families' business, Yan Shu received another email reminder. He had set up a keyword screening reminder for the incoming mail, in which he prioritized the names of the 5 major guilds, ensuring that he didn't miss out on any of the large orders from any of them. As soon as he looked at the title of the email, Speechcraft smiled slightly. Sure enough, Ba Lin will definitely come, and it's a big order. The email stated that Ba Lin wanted to borrow $3 million, and in order to facilitate communication, Speechcraft still passed Ba Lin Song Xion's friend request. Ba Lin Song Dome didn't say much, and had a business-like demeanor. Directly sent over the list of loan officers. There are too many names, Speech Art's simple, haha, not bad. Speechcraft secretly added in his heart, I won't tell you that I set the alarm. Then I'll start? Aha! A similar feeling came, and Speechcraft looked at the skill enlightenment, and the cooldown had been reset. Speechcraft immediately chose to use it on the Fire Elemental Elf. After the skill was released, the Fire Elemental Elf gave off a completely different feeling, and the flames flowing around his body were much more animated. Stay white, big brother? An excited male voice came out. Speechcraft turned his head to look, and it was none other than only Ping-A who had come in response to the appointment. Finally meeting the true god. I almost didn't recognize him with the mask on. Only Ping-A gave the impression that he was only 17 or 18 years old, like a boy who had just graduated from high school. At this time, Pitch Black Snow completed his mission and also said goodbye to Speechcraft and left. Time has passed for so long, I thought I'd lost the election, but I never thought I'd be so lucky. Only Ping-A had an excited look on his face, his joy was overflowing. Let's get started, your natural skill, use it directly on me. Roger that. Chapter 72 A Vision About Equipment. After Speechcraft used the Spirit Enlightenment skill on the Wilderness Wolf King, all of the summons successfully opened their spirits. And now it was time for all the summons to be expatriated. The first order of business was to level up while constantly stacking free attribute points. Speechcraft's idea was to have the summons spread outwards with Falling Star City as their core, stacking the attribute points of each level to the extreme. Right now, other than the purple winged bee king being in the Fallen Demon Cave, the 4 summons were sent to the 4 directions of Falling Star City. Speechcraft had just sent the Wilderness Wolf King to its original direction. The mail message suddenly rang. Speechcraft clicked on it and took a look. The loan message had come. At this time, Qin Fei had also figured it out. Loan sharking was all about loan sharking, as long as he could take down the gang building order. In the future, as long as the construction of the guild premises was, there would be a steady stream of in-game. Goddamn customer privacy, to put it bluntly, isn't it just that he didn't have a good attitude when he first approached you? Now that he himself has become your client, he has to hide even this little bit of information. Seeing that you can't get effective information here in the speech arts, Qin Fei also hurriedly cleaned up his mood and went to make other arrangements. Now that his guild has stopped leveling except for the top elite group members, many people have stopped leveling, and the next few days will be one task. Non-stop publicity, releasing gold coin acquisition information, and looking for casual players to acquire game coins. On Speechcraft's side, at this time, there were suddenly 2 or 3 small guilds that came to the door. To this speech art just returned a sentence. Catch up early next time. And then no longer pay attention to it. Several guild president at this time against the wealth list, only to realize that the 1.3 million just now is also gone, suddenly also feel incomparable regret. But there was no way around it, after all, it would take some time to convince the guild management staff. Speechcraft looked at the remaining 10,000 plus gold coins in his backpack, and his mood was incredibly comfortable. With this business done, in the near future, one's gold coins would exceed 10 million.
At that time, that plan would be a sure thing.
At that time, after he had gotten the item Yuan Show weapon spirit in the novice village. In his heart, he had made a plan for his equipment, which was to change his entire body's equipment into growable ones.
Since I'm going to play a big game, isn't it normal for a dang reborn person to get a set of divine weapon equipment?
Especially after knowing that the tainted ring from Carl's place was a set with his own staff, it was even more firm in his thoughts.
Divine artifacts were already extremely strong. One couldn't dare to imagine how outrageous the additional attribute phrases would be if one were to collect a whole,
and the key item was the Yuan Show artifact spirit. From the experience of obtaining this item from the novice village, it was generally only obtained from extremely special quests, or killing some key characters.
In one's own impression, there was no relevant channel to obtain it. There was only one that one could think of.
That was the most special of all the types of treasure chests in the apocalypse, the greedy treasure chest. The greedy treasure chest was also known as the wish treasure chest, where players made a wish and entered the item they wanted to obtain. The player then puts in coins into it.
The more coins you put in, the higher the chance of getting the item you wish for.
At the same time, the greedy treasure chest has another feature. The exact amount of money that needs to be invested in the treasure chest to get the exact amount of money, this lever is tied to the average level of the player at this stage. The lower the level of the greedy treasure chest, the greater the leverage.
And treasure chests can only be opened in event copies.
That is to say, how much money the player has in hand at that time, can only invest how much money. In his previous life, it seemed like it was the guy who was counting on his head who had meteoric rise to the end and won. After investing more than 100,000 gold coins, he obtained a legendary dagger. At that time, this matter also caused quite a stir. Later on, some people wanted to follow suit, but they didn't gain that much. This was because as the level of the treasure chest greedy treasure chest increased, the gains were much smaller for the same amount of gold coins invested. You have to know that above the legendary level is the mythic level equipment, which is commonly known as divine artifacts. Words of magic do not believe it. He prepared a more than 10 million gold coins, is counting on the head of hundreds of times at that time, if this is still cannot get what they want to the beginning of the Yuan Show weapon spirit. Then there was only one possibility, there was a bug. The greedy treasure chest was something that could only be obtained during the game's large-scale events. The first large-scale event that was officially organized was the first time it was opened after the first player reached level 20 and the game version was updated. At that time, the leader of the event would receive a level 20 greedy treasure chest. If the points were high, there would probably be other rewards as well. During this period of time, Speechcraft thought very clearly to himself, if he used upgraded equipment all over his body, the drawbacks would indeed be great, but it wasn't completely without a solution. Although it was said that upgraded equipment needed to devour a lot of equipment of the same quality, but it was entirely possible to obtain the Imperial Army's standardized equipment from NPCs. This kind of equipment has a single attribute, and the skills are exactly the same, behind the scenes in the eyes of many players are extremely ribbed existence. But this kind of equipment is winning in the amount of large tube, just can meet their own needs. And as the quality of the equipment rises, the amount devoured will definitely become smaller. It was impossible to upgrade to the legendary level when one needed to devour 1,000 pieces of the same legendary level equipment to get to the mythic level.
This was simply unreasonable.
Because as far as he knew, although legendary grade equipment wasn't as rare as mythic grade, by the late game, all the players' hands combined were estimated to be only a few thousand pieces. How could they all be acquired by themselves and used as fodder?
Chapter 73 Humanoid Boss.
Currently, all the summons were dispatched, and they were brushing monsters on their own to stack attribute points. Speechcraft suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have anything important to do, so he could only lie flat. Some of the errand chains of quests within Falling Star City, the meager rewards after completing them, one simply could not look at them. This was because the original intention of setting up these types of quests was so that players could familiarize themselves with the main city's terrain and related NPC functions. These things he had already familiarized himself with, there was no need to revisit them again. As for the hidden quests that were useful to him, he couldn't pick them up for the time being because of the level and various restrictions.
Alas, just lie flat, one has been reborn. Can't you still enjoy yourself? Now go to the famous theater in his previous life to listen to a little song. One's previous life had worked hard for a few years until one was struck down by the game descent, and there were actually a lot of things that one hadn't experienced.
Although the apocalypse was a game, from a certain perspective, it could be viewed as another world entirely.
Just different from the real world is the direction of development.
Reality is the route of science and technology, while the game side is the development of its own magic road, in addition to a lot of commonplaces.
For example, all kinds of entertainment places, the apocalypse also have.
The western part of Falling Star City, here are mostly restaurants, theater, this kind of place. At this moment, on the street where people were coming and going, a tightly wrapped person was mingling in the crowd, but the rest of his eyes were always staring at Yen Shu, until Yen Shu walked into a theater. The person's face under the mask immediately revealed, look. One had fully learned the lessons from the previous failure. For this reason, one also managed to consult some high-level NPCs and got a truth about spiritual power sensing. The thing about spiritual power, it wasn't a god's perspective, it was just a vague sense of the stealthy characters around him. All one had to do was to grasp the right degree, and there was no way he, Lu Bai, would be able to detect himself from the crowd behind him. Seeing that the speech art is slow to come out, the plan directly walked in. Only when he entered, he was stopped by the store NPC.
Hello guest. Our rule here is to pay first before entering.
Kei Shangxin was stunned.
This is a buffet?
Looking at the NPC waiter with a puzzled look, counting on the head directly asked.
How much? 1,000 gold coins.
What?
1,000 gold coins, why don't you go grab it?
One should know that he had just spent a large amount of resources to replenish a split body during this period of time.
There were just over 1,000 gold coins left on him now.
But the thought of staying white to this place and not coming out for half a day was likely to receive some special mission. The plan had to be tough and pay the money honestly. Under the leadership of the NPC waiter, counting on came to the inner hall. He was immediately stunned by the people on the stage. There is actually such a beautiful NPC, that twisting waist, that seductive singing voice, these 2 points alone are not to be missed. The eyes moved up, big eye, an agaric nose, and the knitted brows and smile were.
This guest, we're closing.
Kei Shang's heart was startled, and when he looked up, Speechcraft was already nowhere to be found. Outrageous, he actually fell asleep at the game, it seems that he was really tired. Counting on the head went out and then strolled around the neighborhood, after not finding the figure of speech arts, directly chose to go offline. At this time, the speech arts is heading to the library of Falling Star City. Just a moment ago, speech arts inadvertently made a huge discovery. The enchanting woman Ling Qian who was singing on the stage was actually a humanoid boss. At that time, after throwing the scrying technique himself, he realized that a line of green font appeared in the opponent's information. Target can be taken in using the 10,000 Spirits Pilgrimage skill.
But the rest of the information was that of a normal NPC. This greatly aroused Speechcraft's curiosity.
It was important to realize that summoners did have some humanoid summons.
But these humanoid summons were still very different from NPC characters.
According to the setting, generally speaking, a submissible summoner was one that had a humanoid form and wasn't really a person. But with the hint that this person could be taken in, there was only one possibility.
This was a powerful boss with a human form. She definitely had an ulterior motive for lurking within Loxing City.
From Speechcraft's experience, this kind of strong person could definitely be involved in a large-scale quest behind her.
And right now, without full certainty, it wasn't quite appropriate to scare the snakes.
In particular, this boss's dance with the song had a great seductive effect, and some of the NPCs at the scene had already appeared scandalized, so Speechcraft had retired from the scene halfway through seeing it. The only surprise is, actually in the back found a wrapped up tightly players, in the boss song hooting and hollering, and the atmosphere of the scene is out of place. This place, the library, Speechcraft had been here a few times in his previous life, and this place still followed some of the rules of the game, and after consulting the information, it would automatically extract some valuable information, which would often become the key to triggering a quest later on. There are a lot of legends of the apocalypse world here, or geographic country conditions. Generally speaking, it was helpful in intercepting some large-scale epic-type quests later on. Speechcraft was prepared to come here and try his luck. At this moment, in the level 11 monster area of Falling Star City, Qin Fei was leading a group of elite players from the Qin dynasty and was besieging a boss. After Qin Fei finished docking with Speechcraft, he received a message from a guild member saying that he had luckily swiped a field boss. Immediately, he rushed over without stopping.
Everyone step up, here's your chance to be on TV.
Qin Fei was all excited at this moment, knowing that under the suppression of this pervert Lu Bai,
being able to get the first kill of the boss in Falling Star City was a thing worth bragging about. Being able to sidestep the strength of his own Qin Dynasty guild. As the boss's bloodline slowly pressed down, Qin Fei's face became more and more flushed. This wave should be stabilized. In order to this boss, he had pulled in 200 to 300 good players, and directly used people to push strongly. Closer to the decapitation line. And at this time, an eagle cry suddenly came from the sky. Chapter 74 Leveling Up While Lying Down. Qin Fei looked up in confusion, only to see a black meteor flying down quickly, and the next moment it directly smashed on top of the boss's head. 40,123. A huge damage burst out, and the boss collapsed to the ground with a bang. The black meteor was a huge falcon. At this moment, after killing the boss, it spread its wings and quickly left. The movements were smooth and did not drag on at all. System notice: congratulations to player Lu Bai, killing the boss, Honey Badger King, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 60, unsealed skill book, plus 3, gold coins plus 100, game reputation plus 600. 3 system announcements in a row instantly brought the crowd back to their senses. We're being robbed of a boss here? This all happened in a flash of lightning. Before the group of people present could react, the boss was gone. Qin Fei gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, "Stay white." The others also reacted, and for a while, the group was furious. It's too much. Even if you're the number 1 person in the game, you can't engage in such behavior as robbing the boss. Mard, this is the first time someone has robbed our Qin Dynasty's boss. Young Qin, even if the other party is Lu Bai, this kind of behavior can't be tolerated. We must seek revenge. Right, we must get a statement. Qin Fei's face was gloomy. His heart at this moment was as hard as swallowing a dead fly. One's own front foot just found you to cooperate and loaned out the game currency, and then you snatched the boss in the back foot. How can people do such shameless things? For a split second, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Fei's mind. It was easy to talk about it, but this scene wasn't something that could be recovered so easily. Bringing people directly to the door? This number of his own people wasn't enough to kill someone else's summoner. Going to the forum to expose this matter? Use public opinion to crush the other party and bring them into disrepute? But according to past experience, this bastard wouldn't care about these things. At that time, it would probably even jump out and say something. Oh, you several hundred people were robbed of the boss by one of my summons, but isn't the field boss for people to rob, and does the boss have your name engraved on its head? No way, no way. Qin Fei thought of that scene and immediately suppressed all kinds of thoughts inside his head. Let's keep this matter quiet. After all, Lu Bai himself didn't even show his face, and having the boss snatched by his summon is not something honorable in the first place. He himself had thought of this possibility back then when he knew that Stay White was in Falling Star City. He just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Right now, one could only wait and see what happens first. This time when Stay White's summons grabbed the boss, it should only be the beginning. There should be more and more players at the back, experiencing the same thing. When the time came, someone would first come forward to accuse remaining white, pushing it to the opposite side of all players. As this progressed, Stay White would sooner or later become an existence that everyone would criticize in Falling Star City. In the meantime, one's Qin Dynasty Speechcraft looked at the system notice and also smiled faintly. It seems like we still need to speed up the progress and find a way to raise the number of summons again. Next, when the Bee King's attribute points were almost brushed up, he would leave from the Fallen Demon Cave and defend the side of the town again. Letting Little Black move at high speed, he entered a cruising state and went around looking for bosses to kill. Currently, due to the limited number of summons, it wasn't possible to go to the other 2 mains to open up. The most outrageous thing was that there were actually people who self-rewarded themselves to death after being charmed. During the theater hall, if he himself didn't have mental strength far beyond normal, he would probably have passed out like that dude in the back row. Therefore, in order to take care of this boss, one must think long and hard and plan carefully. If you're not careful, your life won't be saved, and it's easy to ruin your reputation for the rest of your life. Right at this moment, Speechcraft's body flashed with light, rising to level 11. The first time I laid down and upgraded, it feels pretty good. Most of the people were now at level 12, and the ones with more outstanding abilities were already at level 13. Some of the liver emperors who had buried themselves in leveling had even reached level 14. At this time, Speechcraft, ranked first on the battle power list, was the lowest level here. However, as the average level rises, even if the leveling experience is 10 times that of the others, the level gap between Speechcraft and the others will slowly narrow, and eventually surpass. Chapter 75 Storm over Monster Rating.
The higher the attribute points of the speech summoners were stacked, killing monsters of the same level was basically a second kill. In the future, when the number of summons increased and the skills increased after advancement, the efficiency of leveling would only get faster and faster.
And that's not even if you're purposely leveling.
At this time, the attributes of the various summons of Speechcraft had already improved greatly compared to when they first left the novice village. Little Black, Wild Boar, and Fire Elemental Elf's blood quantities had already exceeded 100,000, and their main attributes had all reached over 15,000 or more. The spiritual attributes of the Purple Winged Bee King and the Wilderness Wolf King had even changed drastically.
Wilderness Wolf King, level 11. Life value, 120,000. Mana, 20,000. Physical strength, 274. Strength, 451. Intelligence, 64. Agility, 638. Spirit, 8,731.
Skills, Berserking, Blood Excitation, Summon Wolves. Purple Winged Bee King, level 11.
Life, 320,000. Mana, 40,000. Physical strength, 412. Strength, 52. Intelligence, 325. Agility, 451. Spirit, 9,956. Skills, Summoning Poisonous Bees, Loyal Guard, Escape from the Battlefield, Same Enemy, Hive.
The Coyote King's summons had now reached 137. The Purple Winged Bee King was even more exaggerated, as the number of tiger-spotted poisonous bees it had summoned had reached 1,190.
This wave was basically a snowball.
Speechcraft was checking the attributes of the various summons when suddenly there was another series of several system prompts. System notice: congratulations to player Lubai, killing the boss, Camel Wolf, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 50, unsealed skill book, plus 2, gold coins plus 50, game reputation plus 500. System notice: congratulations to player Stay White, killing boss, Wilderness Predator, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 60, unsealed skill book, plus 3, gold coins plus 100, game reputation plus 600.
I told you, Big Brother Lubai. How is it possible to kill only one boss? This isn't like his style at all.
It's over, now it seems like the bosses around the entire Falling Star City have been rounded up by him. I was in the same novice village as Lubai at the time, and at that time, he took up all the resources of the entire novice village. Now that I'm in Falling Star City, I can't imagine that it's still the same situation.
Just as the crowd was discussing,
suddenly the entire regional channel was screened by dozens of people with the same message.
Staying white, shameless. Being a game master with no bottom line.
Sending summons to rob our Brotherhood's boss at the last minute.
Staying white, shameless. As a game master, there is no bottom line.
Sending summons to rob our Brotherhood's boss at the last minute. A series of dozens of messages were sent out at the same time, and almost everyone saw them.
No way? Hasn't Lubai always relied on his own strength to hardcore bosses? How could he still steal the fruits of other people's victories?
I told you that even if his summons were strong, he wouldn't be able to brush out bosses every day, so it turns out that he's robbing others. I remembered, the time he double killed the boss at the same time earlier, it couldn't be that he was also robbing others, right?
It's possible. I guess the person who was robbed at that time also dared to be angry. Everyone, go look at the forums.
The Brotherhood sent out the video of the boar robbing the boss.
Big melon. Big melon. The first boss that Lubai killed just now was actually robbed as well.
When Qin Dynasty was about to kill the boss, that eagle from Stay White appeared and directly snatched the boss away, and now Qin Dynasty's people have laid out the evidence video. After this wave of diversion, a large number of people flooded into the forums. After seeing the video and realizing that the boss had indeed been snatched by the Summoner of Words, most of the players immediately joined in the verbal attacks on words. I always thought that Lubai was strong and had nothing to pick on in terms of character, but now it seems. Oh. This bastard is really a tumor in the apocalypse, monopolizing game resources wherever he goes, greatly affecting the player's gaming experience.
Everyone, I think we should unite, and the same goes for the other two main cities.
Right now, Lubai is in Falling Star City, and behind him, he'll likely go to
Silver Moon City and Blazing Sun City. Right. If we all stand by and do nothing now, then something like being robbed of a boss will fall on our heads sooner or later.
The forums were abuzz. Regarding this matter, Speechcraft only swept a glance at the beginning of the Brotherhood screen, and then stopped paying attention to it.
After Li Zhong's reminder, Speechcraft was also filled with curiosity as he entered the forums to take a look. At this glance, the players' comments directly amused Yen Shu. There were those who called on the game officials to intervene. There were those who called on all players over the recent period of time, due to the fact that several summons had been working hard in stacking attribute points. Speechcraft's battle power value had been rising. Normally, although ordinary players were surprised at the speed of its battle power growth, since it was happening to stay white, everyone was not surprised. Now that it was on the opposite side of almost all the players because of the matter of the field boss, Speechcraft had also thought about it a long time ago. After all, there were only so many resources in the game. To be honest, the strength of the players was no longer in the eyes of Speechcraft. Instead, their own targets were various high-level NPCs, such as the Phantom Demon Spirit Xian. If there were really brainless players who were being encouraged, he didn't mind helping them sober up. Chapter 76 Staff Advancement. The players' comments didn't bother Speechcraft in any way. The 5 summons continued to upgrade and brush up their points as originally planned. Young Qin, Lu Bai hasn't made a sound since he made that post. It doesn't seem like he's been affected by anything. It's fine, his reputation has completely stunk now, let his personal strength be as strong as he is, but as long as he stands against all the players, he will only end up dead. Listening to his men's report, Qin Fei was unimpressed. When his own Qin dynasty's boss was robbed, he thought it would take a long time before he had the chance to mess with the other side's wave, but he never imagined that this guy's retribution would come so quickly. After all, the strength of individuals is limited. You stay white and do not join any guilds. Now being spurned by all the players, the more to the back must be more and more difficult. This game world is so big, so many players will always have all kinds of strange talent. Encounter, there will always restrain you. Thinking of this, Qin Fei immediately contacted Wang Qi. Arrange for some people to keep an eye out for players in the game that restrain summoner talents and absorb them into the guild with high salaries. Wang Qi's reply from the opposite side was quick. Young Qin, are we sure we want to go against Stay White? This person is too strong. I don't think it seems wise to do so. I don't want you to feel that. You just need to follow my arrangements. I will personally contact Bailing's side. Good. Another thing is to keep an eye on the auction house. The gang building order is a top priority right now. How many gold coins have been acquired from the hands of the casual players? 2.6 million. Qin Fei frowned as he listened. This amount of money didn't seem prudent. Didn't I ask you to raise the acquisition price? Why is it only that little? Young Qin, the price we gave is already the highest among several guilds, but strangely enough, some players would rather sell it lower to other guilds. Such as? Bearing World. These guys are now doing everything they can to acquire gold coins, coercing and luring all over the place, directly staring at the top 100 of the wealth list, searching for each other in human flesh and reality as a threat, and a lot of players simply can't help but be intimidated, and sell all the gold coins in their hands directly. This gang of dogs, the style of action is really not changed at all, but those players are not long brain, in reality so easy to be found. If Stay White guy will still pop up so long? At this time, Speechcraft just arrived at the city lord's mansion. The purpose of coming here was only one, and that was the military's standardized equipment. Generally speaking, there were 2 places to obtain the standardized equipment. One was Aurora City, which was established on the front line of the Abyss. This was the city that the human camp had built to defend against the abyssal forces. In the later stages, many players who thought they were strong would head to this place to earn military honors, raise their ranks, and exchange them for corresponding equipment or skill books. The standardized equipment here is not only complete, but also of various qualities, which is very rich. The characteristic was that it could only be exchanged with military merits, and no other trading methods were accepted. The other place was the city lord's mansion in front of us. There was also standardized equipment here, but the level was on the low side, with only level 1050 equipment, while the highest quality was only up to platinum level. The way of trading was also different from Aurora City's. To purchase standardized equipment here, both prestige value and game coins were required. After accumulating over this period of time, Speechcraft's reputation value had reached 20,500 points. Part of this reputation value came from boss first kills, and the other part was the daily rewards generated by the novice village copy speed rankings. Right now, Yen Shu's name was still hanging high at the top of the 4 difficulty rankings, and that exaggerated clearance time was simply unsurpassed by anyone. Outside the city lord's mansion, Yen Shu told the guards the purpose of his visit. After his briefing, he entered the mansion and met the steward of the city lord's mansion. Adventurer, you wish to purchase standardized equipment? Yes. The butler looked up and down at Speechcraft and unfolded the equipment page. It included equipment for all regular professions. Speechcraft directly filtered out the Summoner level 10 silver grade staff. Anyway, with his own Imperial Spirit staff, he only needed to devour a staff of the same quality, without any other requirements. The level of the Imperial Spirit staff would also grow with the character, so it only needed to be fed trash. Summoning Apprentice Staff Silver Grade Rank 10. Physical Strength plus 20. Intelligence plus 20. Spiritual Strength plus 70. This attribute could be said to be the worst of the known silver level equipment, with a single value not as good as a line of bronze level equipment. There weren't even any additional skills. Most of the standardized equipment was quite a bit worse than normal equipment of the same rank, so except for high quality sets, there were almost very few people to replace them. Speechcraft looked at the price, unit price, prestige value 20 gold coin 20. Remaining stock, 1,000 pieces. The quantity was just enough to meet the advancement needs. Speechcraft entered 998 pieces in the purchase quantity and clicked buy. A total of 19,960 prestige and 1,960 gold were spent. Now, the reputation value was almost exhausted. If it wasn't for the fact that during this period of time, the goods on the auction house had been successfully sold every day, he wouldn't even be able to afford to buy this pile of equipment right now. Next came the crucial moment of upgrading the quality for the Imperial Spirit Staff. Speechcraft directly selected the Devour function of the Imperial Spirit Staff from his backpack. Then the 998 pieces of silver staff instantly disappeared. Ding, successful devouring, Royal Spirit Staff, experience value is full, successfully advanced to gold level. Imperial Spirit Staff, gold grade level 11. Exclusive to player Lu Bai, cannot be dropped. Physical strength plus 200. Intelligence plus 200. Spiritual strength plus 450. Characteristics, can devour staff type equipment of the same grade. Experience value required to upgrade to the next quality 0900. Skills, Call of the Wild, summons attack power is increased by 15%. Energy resonance, the summons attack will deal 10% splash damage in a 10-10 area. It was actually a damage splash skill. This skill could be said to have come at a rather crucial time. Currently of his 5 summons, the most awkward ones were actually Blackie and the Boar. Neither of them had group attack skills, and now the efficiency of brushing monsters was far less than that of the fire elemental elf. Both would be left far behind in terms of stacking attribute points if they continued like this, which was something that Speechcraft did not want to see. The Wolf King and the Bee King didn't matter, after all, they relied on their minions for their meals. Although this problem was thought of earlier, there was no good solution. After all, this thing of comprehending new skills was completely based on luck. By relying on advancement, the current conditions were not met. Now after the quality of the staff was upgraded, it solved this problem. Moreover, after the advancement, the damage attached to the Call of the Wild had also increased from 10% to 15%. From this, it could be inferred that as the staff continued to advance, the skill effect would continue to increase. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Speechcraft directly shared his vision with the Wolf King and the Bee King respectively. The scene that he then saw caused Speechcraft's heart to tremble violently. Chapter 77, Countdown to the Auction. Crouch down. Ordinary coyote and tiger spotted venomous wasp attacks actually have a splash effect as well. Outrageous, this was a truly perverse effect. However, on second thought, the summons of the summons essentially belonged to their own summons as well. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with it. Although the attribute bonuses of these two minions weren't high, and the damage caused by the splash couldn't be in the eye of the beholder at the moment. But everything had only begun, the summons were growing every day, and the future was promising. For this reason, Speechcraft only wanted to say that this amount of reputation in gold was worth spending, it was so worth it. Moreover, the experience value needed to raise the quality of the Imperial Spirit Staff had been shortened to 900 points, and it required devouring 900 gold grade staffs. This was the same as what one expected. The number of materials needed to raise the quality decreased, which was in line with the law that the number of equipment in the game had a pyramid structure. Speechcraft directly replaced the Imperial Spirit Staff. Although the skill of blood-sucking aura is good, but there is a range limitation. Currently all the summons are far away from oneself. This kind of aura-type skill has become chicken ribs. As soon as the butler saw that the Speechcraft was half frozen in place, his expression going from calm to agitated, he didn't know what was happening, but he still voiced out a reminder. Ahem, stay white adventurer, do you still like this batch of equipment? Love it too much, it's simply overpriced. The housekeeper froze at hearing this. Just now, when Speechcraft bought nearly 1,000 pieces in one breath, the butler felt a bit incredulous. Now that he saw this expression on Yenshu's face, his heart was even more puzzled. These adventurers were all so uneducated. How could a bunch of garbage come to the other side and instead become the meat and potatoes? To know, these equipments could be the works of the military smithing apprentices, in the principle of waste utilization, before they were transported to the rear. Adventurer, if you still need a large amount of standardized equipment, I can introduce you to the city lord when he returns. Right now he's experiencing some troubles, so if you can accomplish it, gifting you 2 more batches is possible. As soon as Speechcraft heard this, he was instantly excited. The task was not coming. Then I'll trouble Lord Steward to help introduce you. I wonder when City Lord will return. 5 days later. When Yenshu thought about it, after 5 days, there was basically nothing important, so he immediately agreed. In the next few days, Speechcraft's summons were brushing monsters as usual. With the Imperial Spirit Staff, a summoner attack splash skill, the overall efficiency of brushing monsters was further increased. Especially Blackie and the Boar, now brushing monsters was almost like pulling a bunch together, and with their super high attacks, they could clear out the monsters in a few hits. Speechcraft's experience was also rising. On the last day of the building order auction, Speechcraft had already risen to level 13. During this period of time, he had killed 4 bosses, 2 of which were first kills and received system rewards, and 1 of which was snatched from the hands of others by Xiaohei. The one that was robbed belongs to a small guild that is not very famous, just like the Brotherhood. After the boss was robbed, the entire guild was summoned, ready to surround and kill Xiaohei once. But the awkward thing is, a large group of people running around simply cannot catch up with the wind around looking for boss Xiaohei. In the end, the target was locked on the more fixed position of the fire elemental elves, and the result was predictable. Directly was unable to get close to the second. During that time, Speechcraft just shared his vision to check it out and stopped paying attention. Really brain problem, summon this thing even if there are any special skills seconds, can be resurrected. Speech Arts completely confused about the significance of doing so. Is it purely for the sake of venting anger? Now it's good, a moment of impulse caused most of the people have dropped levels. Looking at the time as almost, Speech Art clicked on the auction house to check. At this time the gang building order has reached a high price of 6.5 million. Well, today is the last day, should soon be able to top the price to the limit. At the end of the day, which one will get the gang building order, Speechcraft didn't care. As long as the price was high enough, one's own profit was plentiful. In his own plans, as more and more guilds were formally established, there was still quite a bit of revenue that could be generated subsequently. In the apocalypse, when a guild was established, the system would set aside plots of land for them to choose to build their residences. There will be 10 waves of monsters attacking the establishment of the resident, only to successfully guard the core of the resident from being destroyed. Only when the core is successfully defended from destruction will the guild be considered officially established. There were many examples of guilds being established but failing in previous generations, and they basically fell at this hurdle. Even the 5 major guilds had suffered heavy losses when they succeeded in defending the city, and it was still under the premise of allying with each other and looking around for helpers. When they were inexperienced at first, they had also experienced 1 or 2 failures. It could be seen how difficult the monster siege was. According to the average level of the players now, the last wave of monsters attacking the city would reach about level 25, and there were corresponding bosses in each wave. The first guild to build a gang, due to the system rewards, the resident will be helicoptered 2 levels. The corresponding difficulty was even greater by nearly 50%. Therefore, now the first gang building order, in their own opinion, for the guild that succeeded in shooting is the honor is the opportunity, but also a loud slap in the face. Then what exactly can block this slap? Very simple. As long as one paid enough, one's summons could help block these monsters. Swiping the monsters while also earning money, 2 birds with 1 stone. No need to wait, just reveal the base price. Bearing the Vault of Heaven waved his big hand, looking incomparably grandiose. It directly topped the price at 7.2 million. Bearing Singdao was very clear that using a system platform to auction something was completely different from a live auction where the fight was intense. There wasn't that much mental gaming, 1 word direct pokies. Anyway, under the system's rules, only the amount of money in the bag can be bid. At the same time, Ba Ling Songdome opened the hidden on the wealth list and directly showed the cards. After the money left behind was shunted and loaned out, he himself was already in first place.
At the same time, the hands of the other members of Bering Sangdao, still left about 200,000, can always support themselves. This wave is not false at all. Sure enough, once the price of the hegemony vault topped out, it immediately broke through the bottom line of many people. The price of the order to build a gang hadn't changed at all for 2 hours. At this time, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind was finally reaching an agreement with Dream Whisper after more than 10 minutes of docking. The two had the same idea: no matter what, they couldn't let Bully Pro become the first system-recognized guild. Due to the fact that this time, Smoke and Rain Pavilion's collected funds were higher than GUS. Dream Lightning decided to lend the funds on hand to Smoke Rain Ride the Wind first to take down the first gang-building order. What Smoke and Rain Pavilion needed to do was to provide assistance to GUF for free when the second gang-building order appeared in the auction house. President Ride the Wind, the money can't be transferred to you right now first, to avoid the wealth list changing and being noticed by Bering Sangdao. Well, to play it safe, it's best to transfer it during the 1-minute countdown. When the time comes, more than 11 million gold coins will be thrown out at the same time, catching him off guard, so that he doesn't have time to continue raising funds. That's it. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chapter 78 Gang Building Order returns. There were only 20 minutes left until the end of the auction. The price of the gang building order remained unchanged. When Bering Sangdom felt that it was already secure, Bering Bird King suddenly sent a message. Brother Vault, I always feel that there will be another change. What changes? You're thinking too much. The wealth list isn't even changing right now. The Bering Bird King thought for a moment before continuing to speak. What if? I'll say what if. What if the guild leaders of the other several guilds made a deal with each other to collect all the gold coins and at the last minute put a direct top up on the price? Right now, in terms of total gold coins, we, Bully Pro, are indeed overpowering all the guilds, but what if 2, or even 3 of their guilds add up? At this moment, Bering Sangdao was reminded by Bering Bird King and also suddenly reacted. This move indeed had to be guarded against, and now that there wasn't much time left, an insurance policy had to be put in place. Bering Sangdao directly approached Qin Fei. The situation is such a situation: if this time Hegemony Pro gets this gang building order, I can guarantee that when the Qin dynasty builds its gang, I can raise my entire gang to help you. At this point, Qin Fei was very reluctant. After all, he had prepared for so long. But compared to Bering Sangdao, after all, there was a difference of nearly 1 million gold coins. And what Bully Pro Sangdom was worried about did have some possibilities. Using these millions of gold coins in exchange for Bering's alliance could also redeem a certain amount of losses. Moreover, when that animal Lu Bai borrowed the money at that time, he made it clear inside the agreement that he would not accept early repayment, and now this money pinched in his hand would be embarrassing. See, this side did not respond. Ba Lin Songdom then continued to open his mouth again. Young Qin, I also agreed to your previous proposal, and am now forming a squad that specializes in restraining summoners. When the time comes, we will combine both swords, and sooner or later, one day, we will be able to pull Lu Bai off the altar. Good, this favor, I'll do it. I hope you, Yang Sangdao, won't go back on your word. Speechcraft looked at the price of the gang building order that was slow to rise, and suddenly felt a bit puzzled. That's not right, this price shouldn't be the limit yet. Then when he clicked on the top of the wealth list, he saw that Bering Sangdom's name had hung to the top. The others remained in their original positions. Speechcraft thought about it briefly and came up with the reason. Interesting, it looks like these two groups of people are holding back big moves. But this is better, maybe we can give ourselves a big surprise in the end. Usually this kind of auction couldn't play any plots and tricks. In the end it was still a matter of hard power, and now it was up to which party raised the most money. Anyway, in the end there are only a few minutes. Speech arts also have no rush, directly find a place to sit down, waiting up. Time passes by, officially into the 1-minute countdown. Right at this moment, the total wealth value of Smoke and Rain on the wealth list suddenly became 11 million. Then the price of the gang building order was correspondingly topped to the same price. Many people who were paying attention immediately noticed the change. Bering Sangdao smiled smugly. Mard, these people really aren't dead in the water. Fortunately I had a plan in place, don't lose a lot of money this time. Qin Fei hurriedly transferred the money to Ba Lin Songxiong, while also looking surprised. That pig brain of Yang Sangdao was that good? It was actually really guessed by him. Smoke and Rain and Dream Whispering, at this time, were also paying full attention to the list and the price changes. The jumping countdown numbers directly tugged at the hearts and minds of the two of them, causing one to be nervous as well. Suddenly, Bering Sangdao's wealth value became 12 million. At this point in time, there were still 40 seconds left. Smoky Rain Lin Phone was startled and immediately threw the 1.1 million sponsorship that he had pulled from Yasher to Smoky Rain Ride the Wind. With a wealth value of 12.1 million, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind squeezed Bering Sangdom into second place again. Good. Play like this right. Only to see Bering Sangdao's wealth value become 12.2 million again, returning to first place again. The next moment the price of the gang building order also reached 12.2 million. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown returned to 0, Bering the vault's gold coins instantly emptied. With a wealth value of 12.24 million, Speechcraft was directly on top. The first gang building order in the apocalypse also reached Bering Sangdao's hands. Haha, it's finally in my hands. The first gang in the apocalypse is destined to be mine, Bering Sangdao. Bailing laughed out loud. The crowd of minions beside him chimed in. I told you, those other 4 gangs are just vanity. How can they be compared to us, Bering? That's right, with this gang building order, our bailing will be unstoppable. Brother Vault is far-sighted, directly pinning the other guilds to death. Make it bigger and stronger, and create another glory. With a pressure from Bering Vault's hand, the scene suddenly quieted down. Alright, less ass kissing. Getting the order to build the guild is just the beginning. Our goal is to build the guild's residence to surpass the official 3 main cities and become the first city of the apocalypse. Is there any confidence? Yes. Louder. Yes. The crowd's emotions were completely mobilized at this point. Bering Sangdao also stopped delaying and led a group of people towards the Blazing Sun City Guild emissary. Balin Sung Chong walked at the front, with a dragon's stride and a full aura. The juniors behind him all held their heads high, like roosters who had won a battle. This appearance drew sideways glances from passerby players. What's wrong with Balin's people? Why are they pointing their nostrils at the front? You don't even know about this. People have taken the gang building order and are ready to go establish a guild. No wonder. That said, this Balin is really rich. More than $10 million of things said out of the blue. It seems like the big head was borrowed from Lu Bai, but it's also a side proof of strength. Ordinary people who want to borrow haven't got this qualification yet. I'll also follow up and take a look. Maybe I can join Balin in the meantime. Wait, I'll go too. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind had a bitter smile on his face and returned the money from the 2 support families. I can't imagine that this guy, Yang Balin Sangdom, also has a 2-handed preparation. This can't be helped. Do your best, President Ridewind, don't think too much. Besides, even if the Bering family establishes a guild, it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll secure the number 1 position. Dream Lightning also felt helpless, but at this time, the words spoken by Speechcraft suddenly came to mind. Who said that one could successfully establish a guild with a gang building order? President Ride the Wind, do you remember what Lu Bai said? He and Balin have a history of trouble, so maybe he'll follow up with some means to stop Balin from establishing a guild. At this time, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind also reacted. There is indeed this possibility, so let's wait and see. So don't be anxious, there might still be a chance. At this time, Speechcraft, looking at the extra gold coins in his backpack, was in a great mood. Originally, in his own anticipation, the final transaction price of this piece of gang building order was basically between 901,000. I can't imagine that there is still a surprise. When the loan time expired, even if there were guilds using some of the materials to offset their accounts, there would be more than 9 million in the bank at least. When the time comes, more than $20 million will be thrown directly into the greedy treasure chest, and there will be 2 yuan primordial artifact spirits in hand anyhow. Then find a way to get the ring in Carl's hand, 4 pieces of set equipment, and maybe even trigger new additional attributes. By now, the Bering Vault should have already arrived at the Guild Messenger, so we'll wait for the good stuff next. Chapter 79 again. An unexpected surprise. At the Blazing Sun City Guild Messenger, the main management members of Bully Pro were basically all centered here. Brother Vault, I think it's better to place the location of our guild's resident in this valley. Just now this guild messenger also said that after the resident is selected, there will be a monster attack on the city. What exactly is the situation? We don't have the experience. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's more stable. Bering Bird King pointed to a valley on the virtual map and said, as soon as these words came out there were quite a few members who expressed their support. Bering Bird King took a look at the place and felt less satisfied. Nothing else was that he felt the chassis was too small, restricting development. This place is good. I think the disadvantages are also more obvious. One is that it's too close to the main city. I'm afraid that we won't be able to keep players to spend money here when the time comes. Secondly, with this terrain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it's more troublesome to expand later. Third, the surrounding wild monsters are only level 40 at the highest, not very conducive to long-term development. After hearing the words of Hegemonic Vault, there were instantly objections. Chairman, that far away, I'm afraid that I won't be able to gather casual players during a monster siege, and the clubhouse won't be profitable for a long time speaking. When the monsters attack the city, let's set the teleportation cost a little lower, and as long as anyone who can come to help can register as a reserve member of Hegemony Pro, I believe that there will be a lot of players who will come to help as well. Hegemony Vault looked confident at this moment. As long as they survived the monster siege, Hegemony World would be the #1 guild in name only, and there would be no shortage of players who wanted to join the guild at that time. Brother Vault, I think it's better to play it safe. Bearing Bird King hesitated for a long time, but still stood out to persuade. Alright, why do I feel like you want to change after clashing with Staying White a few times, cowering and not having any temper at all? That's not like you. Knowing that he could no longer be at this point, Bearing Bird King sighed and don't think too easy. Didn't you say that you'll survive the monster siege? Don't lose your wife and soldiers at that time. After assigning tasks to the various management staff, Bearing Sangdao immediately went to the forums and posted a message. I, Hegemony Sangdao, now the guild is in its infancy, welcome the majority of players to sign up to join. Due to the current limited position of the guild members, the comprehensive battle strength of more than 30,000, you can directly contact Bearing Bird King to join. Brothers whose battle power has not reached the standard for the time being should not be discouraged. As long as they participate in this monster siege activity, they will become reserve members of the guild, and when the guild's level increases, they will obtain the qualification of prioritizing joining the guild. When this message came out, it was immediately topped at the top. Countless players flooded into it to leave messages. Brothers, I just reached 30,000 battle power today, so I'll go ahead. Envious of the old brother upstairs, I'm almost there too. Participate in defending the city first. It seems like teleporting to the guild's premises. In addition to this, gang's personnel also need to charge a teleportation fee. Can this money be reimbursed by the guild? When Speechcraft saw these messages, he directly laughed out loud. One didn't know whether to say that Hegemony Prosperity Vault was ambitious? Or was his head missing a string? Choosing such a place as the guild's residence, it would die even faster. The reward for the first guild was only a level 2 resident, while the guild level was still level 1 and could only accommodate 20,000 people. By choosing such a faraway place as a resident, many players who were heartbroken by the teleportation fee would not even bother to help out. In the activities of the monster attack, non-guild members can only be resurrected at the main city resurrection point after death. Waiting for the gang to help the people resurrected to run to the teleportation point, and then teleported to the resident will waste a lot of time. Although each death will only lose 30% of the experience value, but the number of times there is no one can withstand. Moreover, items would also be dropped during death. Just a nebulous club reserve member won't coax too many people to sell their lives for them. Right at this moment, another system announcement rang out. System notice, congratulations to player Lubai, killing the hidden boss, Bloodthirsty Creeper, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 200, unsealed skill book, plus 4, gold coins plus 200, game reputation plus 1000. A series of 3 but did not cause much attention, mainly because now everyone's attention is on the Bearing Guild. Even if someone sees it and realizes that it's still left blank, they can't raise their interest and take it for granted. Speechcraft froze, actually found this boss and managed to kill it. One's own summons were really out of this world, although this hidden boss didn't require special items like the others, and the luck component was the majority. It could also show that one's own summon's intelligence was already very high. Speechart switched Xiaohei's perspective to take a look and realized that the fire elemental elf was also present, and next to it was a giant lizard-type creature. The next moment the bucket was unleashed. A bunch of loot appeared in the backpack. Speechcraft's eyes glanced over and suddenly found something familiar. Taking a closer look, good lord, it was actually another gang building order. Chapter 80, a sample for the guild behind. Speechcraft was actually very clear in his heart. Hegemony of the world this time to defend the city is doomed to fail, so this piece of gang building order came at the right time. You should know that right now in the hands of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion and the Broken Moon, but there are still a few million gold coins each, just so you can let the two of them fight again, so that the benefits will be maximized. However, now is not the time to shelve, just wait for Bailing to fail to defend the city, then the first to establish a guild of welfare again fell to the next head. The value of this guild building order came to the fore. It wasn't as if he didn't know what kind of expression the Hegemony Prosperity Vault would have at that time. Thinking of this, Speechcraft revealed a sinister smile, and his heart couldn't help but look forward to it. At this time, the hegemony prosperity world was still in the midst of all sorts of momentum and propaganda, and its purpose was not only to lull the casual players into being free fighters, but there was also an important reason, which was to absorb the high-end battle power among the casual players. After a large number of players flooded into the main city, the overall average battle power was rising every day. Currently, there were already more than 10,000 people with a combined battle power of 30,000 or more. This amount was less than 1 in 1,000 for the huge player base. After successfully subjugating the Wilderness Wolf King and the Purple Wing Bee King, and after this period of time of the various summons tirelessly brushing the monsters, the combined battle power was even higher than 930,000 already. If the ratings of all the summons were fully accounted for, it was feared that it would even be more than 3 million. Although the threshold for joining the Hegemony Guild was set at 30,000 at this point in time, when the members of all the major guilds were thrown out, there were only 30% of the 10,000 scattered players left at most. Currently, the Bailing Guild was actually in the trial operation stage. To put it bluntly, it is a system that facilitates guild players to defend the city and gives them a temporary identity. If they failed to defend the city, the temporary guild would have to be disbanded. The players who joined at that time would be more embarrassed. It was the equivalent of doing the initiation procedure in the morning and the company closing down at night. Bearing Sang Dome would definitely be greeted by this group of people, by all of their immediate family members. There was still some time before the monster attack, and at this time, Speechcraft wasn't idle and came to Carl's grocery store. "Adventurer, are you here for the ring?" As soon as Carl saw Speechcraft, his eyes lit up and he welcomed him from inside. He could see now that the current Speechcraft had more money than the previous time. "Hold it. That ring is so expensive I'm not interested, a 30% discount is still something to consider." "Ha, you can really be a rich and stingy adventurer, you have to know that a lot of times money is not spent, but rather accompanied by a different way, not to mention that this is still a divine artifact." Carl grinned, those green bean-sized eyes narrowing even further into a short slit. "We'll talk about the ring when you drop the price, this time it's to ask you for something." With a disgusted face, Speechcraft used his feet to peel away the debris on the ground and moved out a chair to sit down. "The price is a bit expensive." "How much?" 300,000 gold coins." "Farewell." Speechcraft directly got up and put away his chair, immediately turning around and making a move to leave. He himself remembered that this guy's store was non-negotiable, but this price was too exaggerated, completely treating himself as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Generally speaking, even if it was a divine-grade potion, a normal one would be 100,000 gold coins to the top. This guy really thought he didn't understand the market. Alas! "Wait, you this adventurer, how fussy, business well, pay attention to you and me, I bid you have to return the price Carl hurriedly opened his mouth. Speechcraft stopped and turned around. "Don't you never bargain? It seems that your rules vary from person to person." Carl put on a distressed look and held up two short, thick fingers. "That also depends on what kind of merchandise it is, since you put it that way, I'll cut myself 200,000 gold coins. And I'll be honest, that's almost the cost price. 50,000 gold coins. No, there's no such bargaining." Speechcraft directly turned around and left, while silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2. Wait. Count me in for a loss, 150,000 gold coins. Any lower really won't work. 70,000. 100,000. Any lower, you little bastard, go think of something else. Speechcraft turned around with a smile on his face. Deal. Inside the central building lobby of the Bering World Guild residence. The top management of Hegemony Pro was sitting together at this time, discussing about fending off the monster attack. "Everyone, now that the matter of my Hegemony World building a gang is known to everyone, there is still one more thing standing in the way, that is the monster attack. Although it is said that everyone is confident, but the situation is unknown, we still can't be careless. Now let's discuss and lay out everyone's division of labor and ways to deal with the monsters." Bering Sang Dome sat at the first place, with the guild executives sitting opposite each other on both sides in turn. "Brother Volt, since we learned from the guild messenger that the level of the monsters is generated based on the average level of the guild members, why don't we use a tricky method? First let the players with high levels quit the guild, let the level 10 members join in first, and then make adjustments when the monster siege officially starts, so that it is estimated that the maximum level of the monsters won't be more than level 20. Little bird, you are obviously lacking in confidence. As the number one warrior of Bering, you are going to be at the forefront when the time comes. Even you have this kind of mentality. Do the brothers below still have the drive?" Ba Lin Sang Dome shook his finger up and down at the Ba Lin Bird King with a didactic tone. Next to him, there was also someone who immediately agreed. How can we do it if we don't openly broadcast it? We are the first guild in the whole day to start. At that time, it is estimated that even the people from the game company will come, so it would be better to inform the whole network in a big way. When there was still more than an hour before the monster siege, there were a few thousand players who came to Bering's compound in advance. This garrison is really big, only the buildings look a little sketchy. This is still a level 2 garrison, most of them are wooden structures, which is already considered good. I guess the level 1 ones are even worse. I'm afraid that they are all thatched huts. Not bad is not bad, but this teleportation fee is too expensive. If not for the fact that I can become a reserve member, I can't afford to part with it. That's right, if I say Balin, this pattern is still not big enough, if I am the president, for players who come to help, directly free. It is estimated that people Balin can hold it by themselves, just giving us casual players with low combat power a chance. We're all here, let's go over there and register first. A few people looked towards the location at the city gate, where a long line had already formed. The people from Balin were registering the players who had come to support them. The members responsible for registering were directly grouped together to add friends, and with this feature, it was also a lot easier and faster. Looking down from the sky, the entire Bering's compound was built directly on a plane with no dangers around it, which also reflected Bering Bolt's confidence and the guild's strength from the side. At this moment, a few hundred meters away from the adobe-built city wall, some dense black shadows were busy, and quite a few assassin players were setting up traps. A little closer, there were also. In order to have an outstanding live broadcast effect, Bering Vault even hired professional guides. Even the guild members who were now in charge of filming were also more professional people in reality, striving to achieve the best effect. Of course, since it was a live broadcast, an excellent game commentator was also something that could not be missing. Therefore, this time, Zhou Qi was also invited to the scene. At this moment, Zhou Qi looked around at the live broadcast screen cut out and took a deep breath. This time should be the grandest scene I've commentated since I entered the apocalypse. I must bring out my best. Zhou Qi secretly gave himself a pep talk, and at the same time prayed that the personnel of the Balin Guild would give it a go. If there was another accident where the live stream flipped over, it would really be the first poisonous commentator of the apocalypse. There were only 5 minutes left before the monster attack, and at this time, the live broadcast room had been flooded with tens of millions of people, and the pop-ups that flashed by so quickly made it almost impossible to see the content. The guide on the opposite side nodded to it, indicating that it could begin. Zhou Qi cleared his throat and spoke directly. Alright, everyone, welcome to the live broadcast of the number 1 guild of the apocalypse bearing the world, fending off a monster attack. I'm your old friend Zhou Qi. In Falling Star City, Speechcraft took the potion from Carl's hands. Don't tell me that you temporarily configured this potion? That's for sure, special potions like this one have a statute of limitations regardless of the raw materials and finished potion. Speechcraft was astonished, realizing that he had only left for a few hours before an NPC prompted him to come to Carl's store to pick up the goods. It seemed that the dwarf's ability was still underestimated. Potion of Prying Secrets, special after use, you briefly have the ability to peek into the secrets of all things. Duration, 5 seconds. Shelf life, 7 days. Producer, Carl. After reading the introduction, Speechcraft's heart snapped. Martyr, still haven't played this treacherous merchant. You can't even reach God tier with this potion. How dare you charge me 100,000 gold coins? What do you know, after this thing is used, not to mention god-level powerhouses, even if it's a true deity, even what color their bottoms are can't escape your eyes. Really? If it doesn't work, I'll go to the city lord to complain about you. Don't worry, refund for ineffectiveness. Speechcraft accepted it half-heartedly, always feeling that 100,000 gold coins in exchange for 5 seconds was a bit uneconomical. Leaving Carl's grocery store, Speechcraft came to the place where he had the last appointment with Folding Sands. Ordered a pot of tea and sat down. Watching a play, of course, I have to choose a comfortable environment. Cutting out the live drawing, the 4 live broadcast windows were arranged in a field, corresponding to the 4 directions of the Balin residence. The first wave of monsters at this time happened to appear, overwhelming the sky like a tidal wave. Chapter 82 Wild Boar, again. Brothers, take the initiative. Bering Sangdao stood at the top of the city and swung his war hammer forward in his hand. Although he was a judgment knight, Bering Sangdom's positioning of himself was quite clear, which was the overall commander of the battlefield. So leading the charge was not something that could be done. It was natural to be at the back at this time to grasp the whole situation and instruct the 3 armies. As the order to attack spread in the club channel, the players who had already formed up in front of the city quickly rushed forward. At the east gate, Bearing Bird King rushed forward with his warriors and knights, and when he saw the monsters, his entire body suddenly lurched, almost stopping in its tracks. Wild boar. The first monster was actually a wild boar, overwhelmingly wild boars. The Bearing Bird King was suddenly reminded of the fear of being dominated by the speech summoner. But listening to the shouts around him, the Bearing Bird King instantly came to his senses. He was the center of attention in the entire arena, and he didn't know how many live broadcasts were locked onto him. If he dropped the ball at this time, then the entire face of Hegemony Pro would be disgraced. At this time, the boars that were like a wave first ran into the traps laid out by the assassins. A variety of restrictive effects appeared. The front row of boars were set to be fixed, slowed down all kinds of status. The speed of the back row was not reduced and they directly crashed into it, creating a series of chain reactions. A bunch of boars rolled into a ball, and the speed of the entire herd suddenly slowed down. Taking this opportunity, the Bearing Bird King waved his hand. The knight players directly erected their shields, forming a circle of steel fence at the very front of the queue. Archers and mages output at full power. Priests pay attention to the knight's blood. Various colors of long-range output skills were mixed with countless arrows, which directly slammed down head-on towards the pigs. By the time the boars hit the knight's shields, the impact force generated was already much smaller, barely causing any effective kills. At this time, the Bearing Bird King threw out a scrying spell. Wild Boar, level 15. Life, 13,451. Magic value, 5611. Physique, 652. Strength, 541. Skill, Charge. After keeping moving, it continuously increases its speed and then maintains an extremely high moving speed. The skill is interrupted after hitting an obstacle. This attribute seems to be higher than wild monsters of the same level. The Bearing Bird King frowned slightly, but still charged up with the warrior players. At this time, the boar's charging momentum disappeared, and it was a good time to split the monsters. 8,266. A high amount of damage popped out. The boar, which had been covered by long-range skills, had already lost more than half of its blood, and at this time, it was directly killed by the Bearing Bird King with a single sword strike. This scene happened to be seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, and Zhou Qi hurriedly seized the opportunity to speak out. Bird King deserves to be Bearing's #1 warrior. This high output is simply absolute. The warrior he's leading now has plunged into the monster group like a sharp knife, splitting it in two. The boar that broke through the knight's blockade at this moment was immediately pestered by the summoner's pet. At the same time, the assassins were waiting around to take advantage of the opportunity to output. The first wave of the monster's attack was thus hardened. The audience in the live broadcast room was also enthusiastic at this time, and the pop-ups directly connected into a line. Marred, so hot-blooded. Want to. Nearly half of the tens of thousands of players participating in this attack and defense battle were casuals who had come to provide support. Although there were special people who had done a simple division of labor for this group, before the start. With the members of Hegemony Pro, they were mixed together in a certain ratio and manner, while the fighting style and techniques were also explained. But after all, the comprehensive combat power was not high, coupled with the uneven quality. After the intensive burst of skills in the round just now, at this point, the problems had already begun to be exposed. Priest. Add blood to the buddy next to me, the healing on me is overflowing. What the hell, don't just stare at one quickly stop it, don't let the boar rush to the front. You assassin is strolling in the mud horse at strolling, quick output Some bad images appeared and were immediately cut away by the guide in a frenzy. At this time, Zhou Qi also found the problem. Just now a few messy picture, he almost subconsciously made a review, but fortunately the strain ability is not bad. Hard break, the picture is also cut away at the critical moment. To say that this change, who feels the most obvious, undoubtedly is in the center of the battlefield Bearing Bird King. From the beginning, he led the people to charge like a rainbow blade, to now feel that this steel blade has been weakened. He was still able to hold on for a while with his hard attributes, but the people around him were getting fewer and fewer. Moreover, the healing spells that fell on his body from time to time just now had also stopped, indicating that the priest, who was specifically responsible for adding blood to his body, was also having problems. At this time, a sudden ominous premonition arose in the heart of the Bearing Bird King. This is only the first wave to feel such resistance. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for a few waves. As this premonition grew stronger, the speed at which the entire person swung his sword also slowed down quite a bit. Brother Vault, the casualties on the field seem to be a bit high right now. Bearing Vault turned his head and glared at the person who reminded him. Am I blind? Do I need you to remind me? Isn't it normal for people to die on the battlefield? It's normal for players to have flaws in their first time working together, and this situation will definitely improve when the next wave comes. Then, Hegemony Vault spoke out on the guild and regional channels at the same time to boost the military's spirits. Brothers, hold steady. The boars on the field are currently at full stock, victory is in sight. In the live broadcast room, thin beads of sweat had begun to appear on Zhou Qi's forehead. Difficult. It was too difficult. He had already tried his best to pick good words to say, but this scene continued to collapse, and saying these nutrient-less platitudes would definitely be cursed by the audience.
Can you give a little bit of strength, saying that the number one gang of the apocalypse has this strength? This is only the first wave.
According to the current situation, clean up this wave of boars is certainly no problem.
But the second wave, the third wave? How do you explain yourself?
It's impossible to talk nonsense with your eyes wide open.
Chapter 83, The First Wave of Miserable Victory.
Zhou Qi recalled what Bering Sungdao had said when he found himself, that when commentating, he should bring out Bering's elegance. Now in this situation, where was the elegance? It was more or less the same to say that it was 50-50 with the monster.
Marred. This money is too hard to earn.
Zhou Qi kept an excited expression on his face, seeming to have been emotionally induced by the battle. In reality, he had already cursed in his heart. The audience at this time also realized that something was wrong and something different began to appear.
Ugh, it seems like after that energy pass just now, Bering's people are a bit weak afterward.
I can kind of see it, they basically threw out all their skills in the first wave for the sake of the show's effect. Even if the boar in front was easily resolved, it's still following behind.
This quality is not much stronger than our guild. Is this the strength of the top 5 guilds?
That's right, this level of feeling is completely rely on people to pile up, no technical content at all. Bering Songdom also saw these remarks at this time, and instantly turned red. The killing power was not high, and the insults were extremely strong. All of these words were like a slap across the screen to one's face. But there was nothing good to do at this time, and one could only make adjustments immediately after this wave ended to get their face back.
A boss has appeared.
Right at this moment, in the direction of the north of the city, a large-sized boar appeared in the crowd's field of vision. The boar walked without haste, its red mane taking on a metallic luster in the sunlight, and wherever it went, ordinary mountain pigs automatically made a path. Balin Songdom looked at the boar in the picture, his eyes narrowing slightly. If it wasn't for the difference in color, with this aura, one would have thought that it was one of Liu Bai's summons that had come to cause trouble.
Attention all regiments.
A boss has appeared in the north of the city. Currently, experts with 50,000 or more battle strength are going to intercept it directly, and we can't let it get close to the city walls.
Yes. Roger that.
Only 20 or so people quickly broke away from the original battle group and rushed towards the direction of the boss. The Bering Bird King was among them.
The crowd arrived in no time and surrounded the boss.
The guide at this time also found an opportunity and directly cut all the images to this side. For an ordinary player to face off against a mountain pig, a disastrous victory was already the best ending. However, the good thing was that Bully Pro's high-end combat power was still well preserved, and this scene of the guild's experts surrounding the boss was a better reflection of the guild's strength. At this time, Zhou Qi was also energized, he could finally narrate something normal.
Bering Bird King is facing the boss straight on. Is he completely abandoning his regular fighting style and going hard against the boss?
This heavy chop is beautiful. In Monster Siege, the boss showing up in each wave of monsters also basically meant that the normal monsters were pretty much cleared. At this time on the field, the ordinary wild boars had gradually thinned out. The number of players fighting them had decreased by 30%. But in reality, by the number of deaths, it was basically more than half, and quite a few players had already resurrected once. Some of them were even attracted by the battle images after the live broadcast started and teleported over to join the battle in a moment of hot-headedness. The first wave of battle to kill the monsters had already taken 20 minutes, and as the boss was surrounded by the crowd and died, the field had been completely cleared of monsters. Since the boss was event-generated, there was no first kill reward, but it also gave the besieging crowd a sense of pride. The main reason was that this game's boss was too difficult to handle. Unlike the relaxed looks of the others, the Bering Bird King at this time had his brows tightened.
It was only the first wave and it was so tough, how could it be defended later?
If only he knew that just now when he surrounded the boss, his own group of so-called experts had hung 5 people. The second wave of boss was definitely stronger. As the first wave of the monster siege was successfully defended by Hegemony, the system prompts rang out at the right time.
Ding! Congratulations to Hegemony World Guild for successfully repelling the first wave of monsters. The second wave of monsters will arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes, please get ready.
In Monster Siege, each wave was given a maximum of 30 minutes. Once the 30 minutes had passed, the second wave of monsters would follow. If one was able to kill all the monsters ahead of time, the next wave of monsters would be brushed out on time after an interval of 10 minutes. Of course, if one felt that the 10-minute interval was superfluous, as the guild leader, one had the authority to apply to the system to cancel the 10-minute break.
And right now, the crowd of Bering couldn't wait for the system to give an extra hour of repair time. Quickly!
All assassins, immediately go to the front to mend the traps. Mard, don't touch the corpse, it's you who are talking about it, and pick it up. We have people specialized in cleaning up the battlefield, and will distribute them uniformly when it's over.
Mages and priests, don't mind the expensive potions from the auction house, hurry up and buy them. Just now I found someone who ran out of blue and was using normal attacks to paddle. If I find anyone else doing this kind of thing later, I'll directly pull the plug and kick them out of the guild. Brother Vault, the casualties in the first wave are a bit large. Many of our guild members have already hung up once, some even twice. The casual players who came to help, many of them hung back and didn't teleport over again. Bering Song Dome slapped his palm on the Adobe City wall, and instantly dry soil fell. What about the reason?
I just don't believe that my brothers of Hegemony Prosperity's combat power would be so poor. Although the brothers who have just joined say that their combat power is good, they haven't had the time to break in, and they simply can't form an effective coordination with the older members, and sometimes it will backfire and disrupt the rhythm of the battle. There's also the fact that many players can't keep up with their supplies, even the brothers in the guild.
Blue bottles aren't expensive. They can't even spare this much money. How do they usually practice leveling?
Bering Song Dome was on the verge of going berserk at this point. He hadn't thought at all that these most basic little things would actually affect the battle situation. The reporting officer didn't even dare to look directly into his eyes at this point. He just lowered his head and said. The reason I also asked, at that time, in order to gather funds to take the gang building order, many of the brothers' pockets had already been raided by the various leaders. After all, at that time, a cruel word was given. Whoever couldn't carry the money at the critical moment and didn't come up with the money would be kicked out of the guild directly upon discovery. Bearing the Vault of Heaven's hand shook and froze, pressing down the turbid air that was about to be exhaled.
Chairman, do you think we can finish 10 waves if we take a gang building order?
Hearing this, Smoke and Rain froze and directly fell into silence.
Speaking according to the system's rules. If Bering failed to defend the city this time, the first guild building spot was relinquished. If the next guild building order wasn't swiped by someone from one of the 5 major guilds, it would most likely appear in the auction house as well. This was because after this attempt by Balin, it let everyone know the difficulty of a monster siege. That's why small guilds in general wouldn't even have the courage to try, and it was only sensible to trade for resources as early as possible. The next still use gold trading words, have the strength of the only remaining GUA in their own guild. It seems like the next one to build a gang is likely to be our own Smoke and Rain Pavilion. Have to make arrangements in advance. Smoke Rain rides the wind thought of this and directly opened his mouth to make arrangements. Everyone look a little more carefully, focus on the attributes of the monsters analyzed, the laws of these, together behind the study. Bering stepped over the pit, we cannot make the same mistake. At the Bering Guild residence, the players involved in defending the city were already partially less than just now. The first wave of boars was successfully blocked at about 300 meters from the city wall. By this time, 10 minutes had passed and the second wave of monsters began to appear on the horizon. Bering the Vault of Heaven looked at them with his extreme eyes and couldn't help but feel happy. It looks like the number is much less than the first wave of boars, and they're moving at a slower speed, so that's better. It's the way the monsters are moving that seems a bit strange. Before he could be happy for too long, as the monsters got closer and closer, Bering Vault's face became gloomy. This second wave of monsters was actually a giant toad. At this moment, it was hopping and jumping as it was approaching the compound. Concave Armored Poison Frog, level 16. Life value, 17322. Magic value, 8512. Physique, 752. Intelligence, 524. Skill, Toad Poison. When attacked, its body will secrete poisonous mist, dealing poisonous damage to surrounding targets. This wave of monsters appeared to have attributes only slightly stronger than the previous wave, but due to the existence of this poison attribute ranging skill, they were definitely tougher than the boars. It didn't take long for the poison frogs to arrive at the place where the assassin had set up the traps,
and due to the special way of moving, quite a few of the poison frogs directly crossed over the traps. Only a few were slowed down by the traps. "Brother Vault, are we still going to deal with this wave the same way we did just now?" someone in the group suddenly asked. Bearing Vault's face stiffened. This was clearly a change in tactics, but how exactly to do it? How could one possibly think of a good way at once? Same thing, the knights go up and directly taunt and pull. The brothers at the back grab the output. What to do? Now it could only be dealt with in the classic way of brushing the monsters. Hearing Bearing Sungdom's command, the knight player could only go up to the top, and the taunt skill was used. The poison frogs in the front row stopped at once and opened their mouths to shoot out scarlet tongues, pointing at the shields. 266. Brothers, this toad's output is lower than a boar, it can hold up. This knight just shouted out in excitement. Only to see green poisonous mist begin to erupt from the poisonous frog in front of him. His own body was instantly green from head to toe, and he was covered with a poison buff. 101. 120. 114. The poison damage, which was twice per second, began to pulsate. What was even more desperate was that the skills of the surrounding poison frogs could actually stack on top of each other. This time, the damage received was directly doubled. There aren't many poison frogs in this wave, quickly spread out and don't give them the chance to stack poison damage on each other. At this time, the overwhelming Bird King was in front and immediately reacted. Directly, he roared in the guild channel. However, the front row of knights were lined up beforehand and hadn't rehearsed such a situation as dispersing at all. Instead, quite a few of them collided together under panic. Plus, the poison frog skill was that after being attacked, the body would secrete poisonous mist. Many of the poisonous frogs that followed behind were not pulled by the knight's hatred. However, when they were hit by the long-range professions behind them, they immediately began to release their skills as well. This time, the knights in the front suffered, and even the warriors were also affected. The front row of Bailing looked down from a high place, and at this time, they were directly green. Some of the players, who had been set with several layers of poison, were directly dyed a dark green color. 511. 420. 534. The speed at which the blood bars fell was so fast that the priests behind them simply couldn't add to it, and they collapsed on the ground in no time. The players in the live broadcast room were directly in an uproar when they saw this scene. Oh wow, this is a lot of fun. If the front row collapses, how can this city be defended? Bailing's command, the last wave wouldn't be a blind cat running into a dead rat, would it? This poisonous frog is afraid that it's not going to adjust its tactics. This poison frog is afraid that it's surnamed Wang. This skill is colored directly from head to toe. Zhou Qi subconsciously wiped the sweat on his forehead, and suddenly his heart crossed. No matter what, as a commentator, it was impossible to be silent at this time. The combat quality of players of Bearing is still fine, it's just that they haven't encountered this type of monster that restrains melee combat, and they were caught off guard. In fact, the best way right now would be to brawn it out, remote retreat in time. Anyway, the players in the front row still have a chance to resurrect. Speechcraft couldn't help but chuckle as he listened to his comments. This guy didn't dare to offend Bully Pro Songdom, and at this time he had to help Bully Pro with some kind words. But the level was still a bit, in fact, what Zhou Qi said was exactly the best way to respond at this time. Sacrificing the front rows to hold back the monsters, the long distance directly withdrew to the city walls. Although the city walls of the level 2 quarters were only made of adobe, they were at least 10 meters high, just outside the range of the poisonous fog. When the time comes, you can directly rely on the long-distance professions to output from above. As for the melee professions, the slow ones will act as logistics. Like the assassin class speed fast, just below, pulling a poisonous frog points in circles. At the same time, they don't give the monsters a chance to stack up on top of each other while reducing the output pressure for the long-range professions. Hegemony Vault also heard Zhou Qi's words at this time, and looking at the front row players that fell one by one, he immediately woke up. Now if they continued to fight outside the city, it was estimated that everyone would have to die all over again. Long-range professions retreat to the city walls, melee professions hold on and create an opportunity for our brothers in the back. Chapter 85 Third Wave, Invisible Monsters. Bearing Vault had originally thought that the city walls, as the last barrier, should be kept intact until the end. That's why the first few waves left the battlefield below. But now it could only be defended with the help of the city wall in advance. It was just not known how long the adobe wall could hold up. After the command was conveyed, all the long-range professions directly returned and ran. There were some players with high battle power in the front row. For example, Bearing Bird King, after hesitating for 2 seconds, they also directly retreated. For them, although dying once wasn't so bad that they would directly lose a level, it wasn't cost-effective to give up a single blood now that it was only the second wave. Without the priest's blood increase, the front row players at this time died even faster. At this time, almost all of the melee players outside the city had already hung back at the resurrection point. The poison frogs slowly surrounded them. The advantages of long-range professions defending the city began to show. Various skills did not need to be aimed at, and were directly thrown down from above. Many poisonous frogs were killed as they approached the. Brothers, cheer up, this wave was an accident, we can definitely keep the next wave of monsters out of 100 meters. Heads, prepare as originally arranged. Just then, the Bearing Bird King walked up. Brother Vault, I have an idea, can we turn off the live broadcast first? Bearing Bird King was already prepared to be scolded, but Bearing Vault didn't say anything. Instead, he froze and looked at the players below who were preparing. Let's wait a little longer, it's best to hold on until the 5th wave. At this time, Bearing Sangdao had also lost confidence, but it was really unwilling to pave the way for so long in the early stages. In its anticipation, the scene of attracting a large number of casuals to help out as reserve members hadn't appeared even now. Instead, compared to the first wave, the casual players had been reduced by 50%, especially the melee professions lost the most serious. Now with a glance, the players in the front row had thinned out quite a bit, which wasn't a good sign. Moreover, with the increase in the number of deaths, guild members had already seen quite a few level drops, and the overall strength was still declining. In the current situation, trying to defend all 10 waves was completely impossible. Hegemony Vault had contacted a few small guilds just now to ask for help, but they all refused on the pretext of being weak. As for the Qin dynasty, which had made an appointment to stand guard, most of their members were in Falling Star City, and it was simply unrealistic to teleport over. As for Yaoshi, who was also located in Blazing Sun City, Bearing Songdong was directly too lazy to contact them, and Folding Jin Sinking Sand hated the failure of their own gang building, so how could they bring people to help? Zhou didn't know what to say in the live broadcast room. He could already tell that this time, Beiling's defense was doomed to fail. And the players weren't blind. No matter how you tried to hide it by adjusting the screen, you could still see a lot of problems. Take a gamble, Ba Lin shouldn't be able to defend the garrison this time. More than not being able to defend it, I think it would be good to survive the 5th wave. This Tianqi #1 gang really isn't that good. With such a great difficulty, I'm afraid that the other 4 guilds would all hang in the balance. Shouldn't we call for help in this situation? He chose this position too awkwardly. If the other guilds went to help, the light teleportation fee would be a considerable expense, not to mention that now that we see that the difficulty is so great, even if the teleportation is free, no one will go to help. In the crowd's discussion, time passed by 1 minute. Soon, 10 minutes had passed, but strangely the 3rd wave of monsters actually didn't appear. What's going on? Didn't they say the interval was just 10 minutes? Where's the 3rd wave of monsters? It can't be that the system is giving preferential treatment and wants to give Ba Lin a little more preparation time. How could it be? It's probably a very slow monster that's on its way. Ba Lin Sung Dome looked at the time, which had already exceeded 2 minutes. There was still no sign of the monster, so he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Speechcraft looked at the live feed, his eyes turned, and suddenly thought of something. Smiling faintly, he spat out 3 words, "It's over." Right at this moment, a player on the scene suddenly exclaimed, "The monster is coming. It's stealthy." Chapter 86, Defeat of the Army. This player possessed the perception talent, but had chosen the mage profession. With this reminder, everyone around him was alerted. Archers, flares. All the archers raised their bows and shot flares, under the dazzling white light. Only a translucent shadow was seen, manifesting around the players. There were even a few that had already crossed over the back row of players and headed towards the city walls. When Bearing Vault saw the scene, he directly felt his heart stop for a beat. From his position, he could see very clearly that the densely packed assassin-type monsters had already crossed the front row. Most of them came around the back row players. Attack! Melee players quickly returned to defense. The Bearing Bird King threw out a scrying spell, and his heart sank even further when he saw the skills of this type of monster. Muttering under his breath, he spat out 2 words, "It's over." Phantom Leopard, level 16. Life value, 16,252. Magic value, 7512. Strength, 742. Agility, 956. Skill, Phantom Raid, entering a state of invisibility with plus 50% movement speed. When lifting the state of invisibility, launch a random chiseling strike with its sharp claws at the surrounding target, dealing agility 150% damage and stunning the target for 1 second with a cooldown of 1 minute. The highest defense of the professional players in the back row was the archer, followed by the mages and priests in cloth armor. How much damage the monster's wave of skills could inflict could be imagined. Crap, it's actually a stealthy monster. And due to the consumption of the second wave, the knights and warriors in the front row of the bearing had thinned out quite a bit, and were easily breached by the stealth monster's defenses, and even though they didn't know what the monster's specific skills were yet, a group of long-range professions being approached by an assassin, it was almost a no-win situation. The moment Zhou Qi saw the exposed monsters in the live broadcast, he directly blurted out. Alas! Too careless, should have been alerted as soon as the interval time given by the system arrived. It's not Bully Pro's fault. The third wave of this monster siege is also too perverted. The group actually approached stealthily. Apocalypse has once again refreshed my knowledge of the game. The audience in the live broadcast room were talking, but the monsters on the scene wouldn't give the members of Bully Pro time to react. After revealing their forms, the first thing they did was attack towards the surrounding targets.
1254. 1221. 854. 1342.
Countless thousand breaking damage floated up at once, and the brittle players in the back row simply couldn't withstand the chiseling blows after lifting their stealth. Some of the unlucky ones had too many phantom leopards around them and were attacked several times at the same time, and this wave directly fell to the ground. The others who were still standing also immediately entered a stunned state. After being supplemented with 2 attacks, they also directly hung back. The Phantom Leopard belonged to an assassin-type monster with high mobility and high attack speed. As long as the back row players were controlled, a set of outputs would cripple them even if they didn't die. Knights quickly support, taunt pull. The Bearing Bird King slashed a Phantom Leopard to death with 2 swords and hurriedly shouted. Although he said that he knew that he had lost this time, it wasn't Bully Pro's style to directly swing for the fences. After all, so many eyes across the net were watching. Even if it was considered a loss, it was still necessary to straighten up the waist plate and fight out the momentum. Brothers who died directly rushed to the city wall. The follow-up will all be compensated, do not give up. Bearing Sangdao's eyes were red, and at this moment, he watched the players in the back row fall like cut wheat. Unable to hold back any longer, he directly pulled out his warhammer and jumped off the city wall. However, the damage caused by the descent was not mitigated by courage.
4121.
A large damage emerged from its head, causing the momentum that Bearing Bolt had built up to stagnate and almost break. In the next moment, it still settled down and danced its warhammer towards the monster in front of it. It's not working. Bearing Cthulhu shouldn't be able to survive this wave. I told you, it's good to keep a low profile, shooting a gang building order and really thinking you're the #1 gang in the apocalypse. Ha! Build gang order. Balin, this gang is simply bandits. Capital hand only a few thousand gold coins, directly define the threat of me to sell the gold coins to them. Have this simply. That's right, I have a wealth list of friends are scared to move. Self-inflicted sins cannot live. More than that, this group of people are all wrapped up in order to brush out the boss. It's simply disgusting. Watching the players in the screen decrease drastically, the audience immediately turned on the beat the dog mode. Outside the city walls, the Hegemony Pro long-range players were almost cleaned out at the moment, and even the remaining melee players couldn't hold their own. Without the support of the priests, the emergency red bottles in their hands alone couldn't pull down the declining blood volume. Moreover, now that the monster's skill cooldown time was up, many of them re-entered the stealth state and immediately dealt high damage with control again. Brother Dome, turn off the live stream, save some face for Bearing. At this time, Hegemon Bird King pulled back the Hegemon Sun Dome who had gone crazy from killing, and said directly at his side. Hee, where is there any face? Brother Vault, sober up, we can't get through, the other guilds are the same, there's no need to help them experiment now, just end it. Bearing Song Dome turned his head and looked at the phantom leopard that was attacking the city walls, and nodded helplessly. It's good to turn it off, it's also good. In the next moment, the players who were still watching the live broadcast were all kicked out of the live broadcast room. Ding, the live broadcast room has been closed. Che, still thought I could see monsters attacking the city to destroy the core of the compound. Balin is so petty. That's it, a look of being unable to afford to lose. Withdrawn, no more drama to watch. At this time, Speechcraft also stood up and stretched. It's time for the second gang building order to hit the shelves. setting the gang building order in his backpack directly to a starting auction of 6 million gold coins with an end time of 5 hours.
Smoke and Rain Pavilion in GUE, now it's up to you too, who has this determination?
Bailing resident, at this time, the durability of the city wall had dropped to 0%, after which it rumbled, collapsed, and disappeared. There were still 2/3 of the number of phantom leopards left on the field. All the players involved in defending the city knew that the defeat had been sealed, and their morale was all but gone. At this point, the phrase defeat is like a mountain falling came true, and the remaining players could barely organize a decent resistance. The players' circle of existence was being compressed non-stop. Brother Vault, withdraw, dying and dropping levels is simply not worth it now. A group of players, the top of player bearing, ended up surrounding the core of the compound in the center. The knights topped the outer circle, and the priests inside kept adding blood. Due to the fact that this last group of players' combat power and skills were still good, the densely packed phantom leopards outside were unable to break through for a while. Right now, the top management of Bully Pro wanted to sacrifice the knights and priests, and the others dragged it out until they were disarmed from combat, so they could go straight back to the city. Brothers, remember the shame that Balin has suffered today. I don't think I need to emphasize what to do next. Yes. The crowd shouted in unison, their hearts at this time were all holding their breath. Just at this moment a senior seemed to have received some news and spoke hesitantly. Brother Vault, a second gang building order has appeared at the auction house. Chapter 87 The Living Gongjin, spitting blood from the mouth. Bearing Sangdao's eyes stared in disbelief. The others also had the same expression. How is this possible? Didn't they say that the explosion rate of gang building orders was low? How could another piece appear? Several people hurriedly cut out the auction house page, only to see the first high-priced item, which was none other than the gang building order. And the seller's name wasn't hidden this time, but was displayed in a big way. Gang building order 1, starting price 6 million gold coins, auction countdown, 4 hours, 53 minutes and 20 seconds. Seller, Lubai. Mard, this dog thing is completely stuck on the shelves at the right point, it's just here to disgust us. Can't stand it, haven't you found his real location yet? I'm going to chop him up right now. Bearing Sangdao's chest rose and fell, and it was only half a day before he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, stay white. Compared to the people of Hegemony Pro, the ordinary players were completely in a state of mind of watching. Laughing does not live, stay white this guy simply kill but also put to death. Balin just shut down the live broadcast, he on the shelves, really want to know what is the reaction of Balin Songdoma. This guy engaged in the mind is still as powerful as ever. To changes me, I also cannot stand. I suspect that he has long had a second gang building order, pinched to the present pursuit of profit maximization is on the one hand, on the other hand, I'm afraid that is specifically disgusting. But are there still guilds paying that high of a price for it now? The example of Bully Pro's failure is still in front of us, and the difficulty of the monster siege is simply sick. Speechcraft looked at the players' comments at this point and happily went to the forums to make another post. Since I want to be the debtor of all the big guilds, then the service must be done in full, since you guys can't pass. Simple, just pay money to invite me out. No, accurately speaking is to ask their own summons to go out, their own on a contractor, management of moving the summons on the line. What? You said the guild is poor, no money? That's okay, first owed slowly pay it back, and not the first loan, interest what good to discuss. Bailing's residence, at this time Bailing Song Dome and other people time has been almost to the time limit to get out of the battle. Vault brother, stay white that's shameless, and post in the forum. He said that guilds that can't pass the next monster siege can ask him to take a shot, guaranteeing a one-time pass at a fair price. What a joke, who does he think he is? Who does he think he is, that he alone can decide the success or failure of the monster siege? He also said. The reporting junior suddenly paused and looked at Bearing Sangdao's face. Do I have flowers on my face? If you have a fart, let it go. He also said that the first guild to establish a guild will immediately give up its spot, the system benefits still exist, and there's no shame in spending a little money at this time. Don't be like some guilds that don't know how much they weigh, wasting precious gang building orders, and owing a buttload of debt, and losing your wife and soldiers. As soon as this person finished speaking, he immediately received the system prompt of kicking out the guild. Then Bearing Bird King stepped forward and sent him back to the city with 2 swords. Idiots who don't speak without thinking, how could I, Hegemony Pro, have such a person? Brother Vault, don't be angry, leave it to me next. At this moment, after such a reminder, Hegemony Pro Tsang Cheong instantly remembered the current losses as well. First, the entire management was in debt to Staying White, then the publicity was created, and the live broadcast was disgraced all over the internet. The next thing is that the guild's reputation will be in tatters, and the next high combat casual players who joined in by name will also quit one after another. There are also people who used the reserve member quota to cheat to help, will also spare no effort to retaliate to smear the guild. Coupled with the negative impact brought about by selling off real property when collecting gold coins in the early stages, as well as using all sorts of dishonorable means. When Bering Sangdao thought of this, his eyes suddenly went black and a mouthful of blood was spat out.
The entire person then disappeared into the game. This was triggering the game's protection mechanism and being forced offline.
Brother, oh, I don't believe that he can block the monster siege alone, that monster is so many, any of this. After the speechcraft finished speaking, the smoke rain rides the wind on the opposite side of the room did not make an immediate reply. After all, the guild was not his own, and he still had to discuss it with the others. However, according to Smoke Rain Rides the Wind's guess, this price should not be a problem. After all, the benefits of being the first to build a guild were known to everyone, and it would be a big loss if they didn't seize the moment to be snatched up by the others to ask Staying White to make a move first. Stay White, big brother, wait a moment, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Speechcraft wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, if the management of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion wasn't stupid, there shouldn't be a reason to refuse. Just after this side replied, Dream Lightning also came with a message. Big brother, what's the price for defending the city? Speechcraft still had the same reply. Surprisingly, Dreamlight Speech's reply came faster than Smoke and Rain's. It didn't take long to express acceptance of the price. Then Smoke Rain Rides the Wind also managed to convince the others to reply to Speechcraft. Next, it was up to these two, which one would succeed in taking this gang building order. Anyway, Speechcraft only provided city guarding services, and they were completely unconcerned about who could take the gang building order. Auctioning this matter was entirely up to each person's ability. After negotiating with both of them, the price of the gang building order in the auction house finally began to float upwards. Smoke and Rain Pavilion and the two sides are each 100,000 each time to increase each other's prices. Until the Smoke and Rain Pavilion will price top 7 million, GUE did not continue to raise the price. You can see this time GUE to raise funds for the speed has become extremely difficult. At this point has reached the limit of both sides. The price of half a day without change, the Smoke and Rain but know that Dream Whispering still have the strength to hold back the last hand of the big move. In the auction of the first gang building order, after all, is not for their own guild auction, so at that time the GUE put together the money to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, certainly did not put their best foot forward. And the nature has been. I think the risk is a bit big. I've read the relevant information about the apocalypse. In fact, apart from the western part of the apocalypse continent facing the abyss, the northern part, like the other directions, has the existence of some powerful unknown forces. According to the nature of this type of game, maybe one day a version update, the north is at risk of a monster invasion, and by that time, our compound will be the first barrier to take the brunt of it. System notice. I go. This Smoke and Rain Pavilion is bold enough. Bering's residence has just cooled off. They dare to then build a gang. Really don't shoot the basket and hit the water. Normal, the temptation of being the first to build a gang is too great. If this big gamble is won, then it's going to skyrocket. The strength of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion is not as good as Bailing in some ways, so I really don't know where the backbone comes from. According to reliable information, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind has invited Lu Bai to take action at a great cost, and is determined to win this time. Staying White is no longer strong, but with the summons, there are only a few combat units. With the overwhelming number of monsters attacking the city, I'm afraid that Lu Bai won't be able to do much. I've already seen through Lu Bai. He must still have the third gang building order in his hand. This is to intentionally give the Smoke and Rain Pavilion confidence to submit, after failing to continue to shelve the gang building order. It's really the first treacherous businessman of the apocalypse. Is Smoke and Rain Pavilion also preparing for a full network broadcast this time? In the system's newly generated resident. Smoke Rain Linfong also asked the same question as the players. No more live broadcast, there's no point. As long as we can defend the city successfully, that's the best proof. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind smiled and shook his head. Besides, the players will definitely initiate a live broadcast on their own by then. The effect will be the same. Linfong, you go to the forums and make another post. Just list the following points. 1. During the siege, Silvermoon City to my Smoke and Rain Pavilion residence teleportation costs are free of charge. All players are welcome to come and visit. You can help during the siege, but you can't have obvious disruptive behaviors, otherwise you will be pulled into the guild's enemy list. 2. As long as the players can come to help, will count the contribution of combat points to be successful in defending the city according to the value of the contribution in order to pull into the guild. 3. This monster attack activity, the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, has the honor to invite the great god Lu Bai to take action. This is the first time that Lu Bai has publicly displayed his strength following the copy of the Novice Village. Please seize this opportunity if you want to fight alongside Lu Bai. Chapter 89. It's really a chimera. Okay. Smoke Rain Lin Feng answered with an excited face. He thought to himself that his own chairman was still very good at what he did, and that the casual players who came to help in this situation were definitely far more than the ones who had come from Balin. Moreover, the fact that the order of joining the club is determined by the level of contribution of back points is also. The person had already woken up, only his face was a bit pale. Little bird, which family got the second gang building order? Brother Vault, you need to rest now, don't worry about these things for now. Bearing Vault's eyes glared. Am I not good at talking anymore? The Smoke and Rain Pavilion, and they've invited Lu Bai to step in to help. Bearing Bird King had a helpless look on his face. In reality, these things were quite obvious. There were only 2 families that had the strength to auction off the gang building order, and they had also maintained a good relationship with Staying White. Hee, Lu Bai, do you really think that one person can stand up to 1,000 armies? Since I, Balin, failed in defending the city, then you, Smoke and Rain Pavilion, won't be able to succeed either. After finishing his words filled with hatred, Balin Song Cheong immediately caused a violent coughing fit. The Bearing Bird King hurriedly stepped forward to pat his back and help smooth out his breath. Brother Vault, you want us to bring people to help out? But teleportation between main cities isn't cheap. Since the Smoke and Rain Pavilion is betting its chips on Staying White, then we just need to target Staying White. The people we arranged to find the previous time, we found a few. It's a bit hard to find the ones that specialize in restraining summoners. There are only 3 in total now, 2 B-ranked talents and 1 C-ranked talent. Originally there was an A-ranked one, but that person guessed that it was to deal with Lu Bai. Even if he offered a very high price, he still didn't agree. It's fine, it seems like there's a B rank on Qin Fei's side as well. Just contact and let these guys go over there, and instruct them to find a chance to strike at the critical moment. After saying that, Bearing Song Dong waved his hand, signaling Bearing Bird King to leave. Then Brother Vault, take care of your rest, I'll watch over things in the game. Bearing Bird King got up and left the ward, vaguely hearing the nurses' murmurs as they entered the elevator. No way, playing a game until he vomits blood? Really, it's also his fault that that body is too weak. Looking at the physique is quite robust, but the physical indicators are poor. Right, one look at that face is being emptied of his body by alcohol and sex. The Bearing Bird King's footsteps paused, but finally shook his head and left quickly. Now there are a bit too many things, there is no need to waste time on these long-winded women. In Falling Star City, Speechcraft once again appeared in the theater. While there was time now, of course, he was going to use the peeping potion. One would want to see if this dude might be the first, but it could never be the last. Anyway, the game eventually merged with reality, and by then these NPCs were no different from real people. Speechcraft looked at Ling Qian on the stage at this moment, and suddenly also felt that this boss seemed to be even more charming than the previous time, especially the 2 dimples, which could easily mesmerize people. Suddenly, Speechcraft frowned alertly. No, how could I have such a thought? Hurry up and get down to business. Immediately, he used the peeping potion, and then the object target was locked onto Ling Qian on the stage. After more than 10 seconds, there was still no reaction. Just as Speechcraft wondered if he was being pitched by Carl, a message box suddenly surfaced in front of his eyes. Ling Qian, Charmed Demon Race. Life value, 350 million. Mana value, 10.25 million. Physical strength, 950,000. Strength, 210,000. Intelligence, 7.56 million. Agility, 450,000. Spirit, 5.14 million. Talent, Charming Heaven, passive when one is in the line of sight of characters within 100 meters, one will constantly increase favorability and charm value. It is also immune to 70% of the damage taken and increases the damage dealt to the opposite sex by 200%. Skills. Charm, controls the target and makes them their slave. If the target's strength is too high, you can release it multiple times to accumulate success rate. Pacifying Kiss, completely eliminates the hate value of hostile units after use. The lower the target's mental strength, the longer the skill lasts. King's Scourge damages the target by 1% of total life value and reduces the target's defense by 60%. Emotional confusion, aura type skill that controls the range of the skill's effect, up to 500 meters, and can also be used on a single target to enhance the effect. Passive effect, chance to cause negative effects such as confusion, hypnosis, and emotion on targets with low mental strength. Active effect, induces desire in the target within the range, causing them to develop primal urges. Character profile. Just as Speechcraft had a shocked look on his face and wanted to continue reading, the message was suddenly interrupted. When he looked up, he realized that Ling Qian on the stage was smilingly looking at himself.
Chapter 90 First Blood Taken.
This smile of Ling Qian's was beautiful, but it made Yan Shu's heart thump.
This phantom demon had no leveling information, and although its attributes were weaker, at a glance it was close to god level.
In this game of Apocalypse, after a character upgrades to level 200, they need to complete the trial of advancement. After passing the trial, it was sub-god level and god level. At this time, although there would be a qualitative leap in strength, it still belonged to the human category. Further up was a true deity, and it was currently unknown how exactly one would reach this step. Charmed demon spirit Qian should be analyzed by her attributes and should be in the sub-divine realm. But if you look at the talent and skills, it feels perverted as hell. It's likely that it's an extremely special existence in the group of phantom demons. What to do? She already knew that she was probing her secrets. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Speechcraft's forehead. If this was a charm skill thrown over, one could not block it. With Speechcraft's understanding of Apocalypse, since the description of the game skill used the word slave. If he was trapped, he would really be at the mercy of others. Although such a powerful skill, there must be a big limitation, either the number of slaves has a limit, or after using the skill there are some after effects that only she knows. But there was definitely nothing good that could come out of it is all. No, can't gamble. Speech Art's heart crossed, and she directly chose to commit suicide. In the next moment, Speech Art's blood level directly cleared, and then the blood level immediately went up by another 30%. The surrounding screen changed for a while, and when Speechcraft stood still, his entire person had already appeared on the street. Thanks to the substitute dolls, or else I could only drill the resurrection point this time. There was a suicide function in Apocalypse, usually for players to use when they encountered some particularly dire situations. Suicide lost the same amount of experience value as other kills, but the chance of dropping an item would increase drastically.
And it can only be used once.
Anyone who said that the quality of their goods was questionable was a great insult to themselves.
Unusual status? Peak-proof items?
Speechcraft seized the focus of Carl's words, and then linked it to the skills he had just viewed. There was a hidden guess in his heart. It seems that this phantom has a big plan.
To be so well prepared and to risk his life to come to the main city of humanity, he was definitely aiming at the bigwigs in the main city. Speechcraft began to recall carefully at this time. It is reasonable to say that this kind of character in the past life, but also absolutely will make a big action. It is impossible to keep a low profile until the game descended into reality. Falling Star City NPC in the big man, abyssal forces, lurking. Speechcraft strung these keywords together in his mind and suddenly thought of something. That was the death of the Falling Star City Lord's son, Star Qingqi. Star Qingqi was the only son of Starfall City Lord Staryu. When the average player level reached around level 30, he was suddenly beheaded by his own father's hand. The reason seemed to be that he was found to have colluded with the forces of the Abyss to covertly build a portal in Falling Star City. This was still unintentionally discovered by players doing quests and directly stabbed out. At that time, he himself still admired City Lord Xingyu for actually being able to do justice to his family. Now it seemed to be that his unlucky son had been completely compelled by the Phantom and could not be saved. Thinking of this, Yan Shu's heart suddenly rejoiced. If he could utilize the City Lord of Falling Stars, this Phantom demon should not be able to escape. If the plan was successful, he would harvest a sub-divine level summon. He just didn't know how far this Star Qingqi had been compelled. One step at a time, one would have to find a way to make contact and see. How about it, is it a conscience?
Seeing that Yanjutsu didn't retort and sat there staring at himself, Carl directly interrupted with a voice. According to you, wouldn't that mean that everything in your store is potentially restrained, so what's the point of buying it?
Nonsense, not much to say. How do you plan to compensate me?
Speechcraft wasn't annoyed at being interrupted in his thoughts, but instead laughed out coldly.
Shameless, I finally know where your wealth came from. Carl was so angry that he blew out his beard.
But in the next moment, he suddenly seemed to think of something, and his eyes turned bone deep.
Putting on a look of heartache. Aren't you interested in that ring? I can give it to you.
You guys would be that generous? A few $1 million worth of things said to be given, talk about the other conditions. Speechcraft opened his mouth indifferently, with a look of flat interest. Hee, it's very simple, just need a giant dragon's horn. What? You call that simple? What the heck was a giant dragon? Speechcraft was quite clear about it. The Gargoyle clan was a superpower in the extreme southern region of the Apocalypse continent. Their numbers were sparse, but their members were at the lowest subdivine level. And the dragon horn thing was considered to be the most valuable material on its body. Although these things were monsters, their intelligence was already comparable to that of human NPCs, and they had uniqueness, so there was one less if you killed one. Wordsmith had thought about waiting for the strength to allow later, and then directly go to catch two heads to make summons, but it was only where it was now, and it simply hadn't been included in the plan yet. Don't be anxious, when I say it's simple then it's definitely simple. I will issue a quest to you, no deadline, no punishment. The most important point is that the dragon's horn doesn't matter how high or low the quality is, as long as it's a dragon's horn, it's fine. After Carl finished his words, the system's mission prompt appeared in front of Wordsmith's eyes. Ding, Carl has issued a mission to you, finding dragon horns. Task content, find the dragon's horn for Carl, no requirement for the quality of the dragon's horn. Mission reward, Ring of the Imperial Spirit. Mission failure penalty, none. Task time limit, none. Whether to accept the mission. Chapter 91, Preparing for War. Accept. Speechcraft almost didn't have the slightest hesitation and directly clicked accept. Carl looked at the speech arts with a happy face and always felt that something was wrong. You kid is afraid that there is something wrong with you. Why did you change your face so fast? It's nothing, just prepare the mission reward. Yen Shu was in a good mood and directly got up to leave, which was good to save a few million gold coins again. The quality of the quest item was not required, so that was good. He knew a place where there was an almost weathered dragon bone, and that dragon horn could still be collected. The quality of that was no different from trash already. But still have to wait for a while. Anyway, now the ring, even if you get it, you can't wear it. The next important thing, or to help the Smoke and Rain Pavilion to defend the city. Speechcraft looked at the time as not yet, also went offline a trip, activities. When the summoned object gained spiritual wisdom, I don't know if it was the effect given by the skill of unbinding. Yen Shu realized that even after he went offline, the summon could still exist in the game and develop on its own according to its original instructions. This kind of function, in a sense, was already no different from a plugin. The Smoke and Rain Pavilion Guild residence was packed with players at this time. Knowing that at this time there was still more than an hour before the monster attack, many people could not wait to arrive and were forming teams on their own. 5-person squad lacks one powerful priest, milk confident to come. B-level talent powerful elemental mage seeks group, lack of people plus. Full strength 5 berserkers group come, don't be a wimp, just do it. Into the group hair power attributes. The several management of Smoke and Rain Pavilion knew very well that the casual players who came to help, even if they were organized for a short period of time to conduct simple drills, when the time came to unify and follow the command, they would not be able to exert their proper combat power. From the example of Bering's failure, it can be seen that in this kind of large-scale attack and defense battle, mutual cooperation, players. Wearing a mask, he led a few people through the crowd to the main entrance of the compound. After arriving at the point, he directly summoned the purple-winged bee king. When he had just teleported to Silvermoon City, Speechcraft had already risen to level 15. At this time, the purple-winged bee king's attributes had greatly improved again after this period of development. In particular, the spiritual strength had reached 27,354 points, and at this time, it could summon 2,935 tiger-spotted venomous bees. As soon as the bee king appeared, it followed the instructions of the speech art and built a hive. With the hive, there was no cooldown for summoning tiger-spotted poisonous bees, and they could be replenished immediately after death, plus all the poisonous bees had resurrections, self-destructs, and splash damage. Blocking one side was not a problem at all. The several followers were all looking at this scene with amazement. Alright, you guys next arrange for people to come over and guard. No one is allowed to approach within 50 meters, and those with back ears can be directly killed. Roger that. At this time, Smoke and Rain's instructions had already been passed down. It instantly triggered a considerable amount of discussion, and there were even people who didn't understand it and directly went to the forums to post and spit. Damn, this guy Lu Bai is also too trusting, actually wanting to guard 3 sides by himself. That's right, I really don't know what the executives of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion were thinking, this is simply a dim move. At first, when I saw some of the things released by the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, I was praising Smoke and Rain riding wind myself for being a smart person, but now it seems to be similar to that guy from Bering Sangdao. Staying white is really crazy to the extreme. Really think that by himself alone he can sway a war? Sit back and wait for a punch in the face. It's fine. Anyway, at the back when Lubai runs away in the dust, it's still relying on all of us. I feel that Smoke and Rain rides the wind was brainwashed by Stay White. What role can one person play to actually think that so many of us are still not as useful as him? It feels a bit insulting. Isn't this kind of arrangement a clear statement that all of us can only top 1/3 of Lubai? Upstairs hits the nail on the head. H City First People's Hospital. At this time, Ba Lin Sung Dome was wearing a game helmet lying on the hospital bed, and a sneer could be seen on his face. In the Apocalypse Forum, Bering Sungdo looked at the. After all, except for the boss in each wave, they could basically be killed in seconds. In the center of the compound, Speechcraft had already set out a tea set. Across from him sat Smoke and Rain. Several screens of live broadcasts were suspended around the two. Although the Smoke and Rain Pavilion did not openly broadcast the entire network live, but also for the convenience of commanding the battle, it still arranged for quite a few people to specialize in filming. Brother Lubai can really enjoy for the first time I know that you can still play like this in the game. The game as well, is about a relaxed and enjoyable. Older brother, you don't need to be nervous, why do I see your hands shaking a bit? Smoke Rain rides the wind laughed bitterly, invested so much cannot be nervous, the example of the failure of bailing is still in front. As the countdown to Monsters Siege cleared, Speechcraft faintly spat out 2 words, it's coming. Chapter 92, each showing their godly skills. It's actually still a bore. Does that mean that the monsters encountered are the same as the one in Ba Lin? Smoke Rain rides the wind looked at the first wave of monsters that appeared and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The unknown tended to unsettle people's hearts. Speechcraft looked at Smoke Rain Pavilion's reaction and smiled faintly, as if he had expected it. Since Smoke and Rain Pavilion and Bering World had applied to establish guilds almost one after the other, the average level of the players was also basically the same. So there wouldn't be any changes in the types of monsters that were refreshed. At this time, Speech Arts summons also began to move. At the main gate of the resident, densely packed tiger spotted venomous bees flew out from the huge hive and immediately greeted them forward like a black cloud. The Wolf King also summoned his minions to charge forward. Unlike the purple-winged bee king, the Wolf King was leading the charge by himself, and the entire wolf pack formed a human geese formation on its own, with the Wolf King running at the front. The little black in the sky, on the other hand, found the right position and directly swooped down. The 3 directions that Speechcraft was responsible for, although Smoke and Rain Pavilion didn't arrange anyone, there were still some players present. Some were those who didn't listen to the greetings and stayed in the battlefield with the slogan of fighting side by side with Stay White. While some were teams that specialized in live streaming, sending some players to film at the scene. Most of these people were assassins with enhanced stealth talents. At this moment, when they saw this situation, they were so excited that their eyes were glowing, and they hurriedly looked for a good angle to shoot. The 2 pets, the Wolf King and the Bee King, were showing up for the first time in the eyes of many players. After the live broadcast by the players on the scene, it immediately surprised many viewers. Holy, so this is Liu Bai's bottom card, with such a large number of summons. I've seen this wolf before. I was so damn curious at the time, how come the 2 packs of wolves were drying out? Man, you've only seen it, I've been directly killed. At that time, I yawned and attacked that wolf, and then I was seconded. The system also prompted me to be killed by Staying White, which made me puzzled, and now I finally solved the case. Upstairs, brother, I have also been killed. At this time, even the opposite side of the Smoke and Rain ride the wind was also surprised. Brother Lubai, isn't there a limit to the number of summoners summons? Smoke Rain rides the wind did not consider himself to be a talkative person, and at this time, he could not help but open his mouth to inquire. This is related to my profession, so I won't go into the specific details. Understand. Smoke Rain rides the wind continued to turn his head, and at this time, all of his attention was on the side of the speech art summoner. As for the back of the mountain, he was directly too lazy to look at it. It was all the regular set of fights anyway. These 3 sides that Speechcraft was responsible for were completely a duel between monsters, and this kind of scene was the first time even he had seen it. This group of poisonous wasps and wolves from Lubai, it seems like it's only 1/3 of the wild mountain hogs on the opposite side. Can this be fought through? These 2 sides are fine. That side seems to only have that fire elemental and the wild boar, sure it can hold? I also think it hangs. After all, even if the single body strength is strong, it is also necessary to attack the other side and pull the hatred. At this time, most people were curious about how to defend the left side of the garrison, so most of their gazes were also focused on this side. In front of the city gate on the left side of the resident, the fire elemental elf stayed directly in front of the gate, right in front of the gate, about 100 meters away from the gate. And now the boar with a physique like that of an elephant directly ran wildly and charged towards the opposite side. Seeing this, the person in charge of the live broadcast immediately switched the player's perspective on the side of the field, only to see that on one side was the large-bodied summon boar, and on the other side were the same thousands of small-sized wild mountain hogs. The two sides were sprinting face to face, and at this point, facing so many opponents, Speechcraft's boar still ran with an unrelenting momentum. This scene was extremely visually impactful. What the hell, I was actually subdued by the aura of a summoned creature. Wipe. Ignited, Lubai. This summon actually gave me a feeling of going forward despite millions of people. At Apocalypse Games official, come out and take a look, this picture can be taken for publicity. At this time the win or loss is no longer important, Liubai's boar has this moment, it can be said that the pig's life has no regrets. The next moment, the two parties directly collided together. In the moment of fresh contact, the opposite boar was directly thrown off by the impact, and had already become a corpse by the time it landed. Due to the absolute attribute suppression, the damage caused by the splash alone was already enough to cause a second kill. To everyone's surprise, Speech Art's boar didn't stop and continued to run forward savagely. With the damage range of the splash, as long as the Speechcraft boar rushed to the place, it immediately cleared a 10-10 vacancy. At this point, the boar was like a harvester driving into a bracked field, leaving a regular pathway wherever it passed. It's so awesome that this actually happened. I can't find the words to describe it anymore. If the heavens give me the chance to start over again, I will definitely choose Summoner. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to a pig. It's the same pig, it gives the impression of being a completely different species. What's going on here, someone tell me? It's the same summoner, why would a boar that stays white be able to use this type of attack? Upstairs brother, first of all your summon has to be able to kill monsters in seconds, then it has to have overwhelming strength, and most importantly it has to be big enough to drill such a large hole in the monster group. That's not right, the boar that stays white doesn't feel that wide, so why can it cause such a large range kill? Since the two sides were traveling opposite each other, the boar immediately crashed through the opposite group of monsters before adjusting its direction again and continuing to run wildly. Now that the boar's agility points had also been added, its speed was a few points faster than the opposite side. If one knew that the first wave of monsters' skills were accelerated. This type of attack was extremely efficient, the boar ran two pairs of piercing, almost exterminating nearly 1,000 monsters. At this time, the other two sides of the swarms of bees and wolves had also met up with their opponents. The way these two sides fought didn't look as impactful as the wild boar. However, the feeling given by the bloody physical combat was still shocking. After this period of time, the wilderness wolf king kept, goodness, this guy's summons can't be self-aware. I'm also as a summoner, I can't imagine at all how to achieve such a long distance, control so many summons, and adopt such an attack method. Simple, we just have to assume that Liubai's talent is mental infinity. At this time, the flaming left side attracted the attention of many more spectators. The boar's attacks were efficient though. However, there were still quite a few monsters that escaped for a while, and again just converged and moved towards the city walls. Seeing that the distance was almost the same, the fire elemental elf floating motionlessly in mid-air suddenly raised his hand. Skill meteor fire rain was thrown down, then dense firestone smashed down, immediately will monster group clear a large area. This skill was familiar to many players who had seen Speechcraft strike, with its large power and wide range. Just when everyone thought that the fire elemental elf had a gap in its skills and could only take a single second, it began to use its normal attack, a fireball shooting out quickly from its hands. After each fireball hit its target, thanks to the splash effect, it immediately cleared a circular area. Among all of Speechcraft's summons, the fire elemental elf could definitely be ranked first when it came to output ability. When Speechcraft realized that the long-range general attack also had a splash effect, he added a lot of agility points to it as well, increasing its attack speed. At this time, the fire elemental elf had already transformed into a turret, a fireball was shot out, and the light picked the places where the monsters were dense to hit, directly causing the entire group of monsters to thin out as far as the eye could see. Look what I've discovered, I'm an elemental mage who actually envies the normal attacks of a summoned creature. This damn thing is called a turret. A true battlefield output machine. This efficiency is also too high. At first I thought that this side of the battlefield, sending only 2 summons would clean up very slowly, but I didn't expect it to be the fastest instead. Like the lawn mowing game in my phone's small program, this is also too cool. This fireman seems to think too, and will prioritize attacking places where monsters are dense, as well as those close to the walls. Stay White summons definitely have the ability to think for themselves. These doubts of the players were similarly shared by Smoke Rain Rides the Wind, who was sitting across from Speechcraft. This guy's summons definitely have self-awareness. At this moment, looking at Speechcraft, who was calm and relaxed, drinking tea while watching the battle, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind could not help but have this thought pop up in his heart. It was because in the previous videos, he himself had also seen Lu Bai use a summoner's attack skill. Although it could be inferred from the high damage inflicted that his mental power was high, there was a certain limit to it, and it simply couldn't be done to the point of manipulating summons like this. In the previous video of his summons killing monsters outside by themselves, many people just guessed that his summons had been set to free attack mode, and anyway, with its perverted attributes, it wouldn't be dangerous to brush monsters of the same level. But now when combined, there was only one truth. This man's summons had spiritual intelligence, could think independently, and could adjust the most suitable fighting style based on the battle situation itself. Thinking of this, the danger of the speech art in Smoke and Rain's heart was infinitely elevated. At this point in the front battlefield, the swarm of bees had already completely entangled with the monster. The difference with the wolf swarm on the right was that a part of the poisonous bees were exclusively responsible for pulling the hatred, and when they encountered the boar, they flew away and continued to look for the next target. The consequence that arose was that the entire swarm of monsters was actually stopped at a certain range. The battle here was almost the most chaotic of the 3 sides. Several poisonous wasps attacked a mountain boar. Some of the poisonous wasps were pulling the hatred of several more mountain boars. Since the size of a tiger wasp is the size of a fist, this makes it very difficult for the mountain hogs. In addition to attacking in flight, the poisonous wasp would also crawl and bite on the target, which made it very difficult for the mountain hogs, which only attacked mechanically, and their attacks were. However, something unexpected to all the viewers happened again. The coyote that had been resurrected once just now didn't full batch. It only took more than 6 minutes to actually finish clearing the wild mountain pigs. This speed is also too exaggerated. Bearing is simply a heaven and a earth compared to it. Well, the boss has appeared. I just don't know how long this boss will be able to last under this group of perverted summons. At this time, on the left side of the battlefield, the gigantic mountain pig boss appeared in the distance. This is something to see, 2 boars fighting one-on-one. Can Big Brother Lu Bai see this, give them both a chance to fight one-on-one? His summons are still a bit short in size compared to the other party. Brother, combat power is not measured by size. Am I going to tell you that I am big and fast? Upstairs, the old brother now said, persuasive pull full, admire. Admire. Inside the central building of the compound. Speechcraft glanced at the situation in the back of the mountain. Ugh, this progress is a bit slow. This time it was Smoke and Rain's turn to be embarrassed. This damn people are more than the monsters, now they can't even finish clearing, purely dragging people down. Indeed it is not competitive. Stay White brother want you to help? Well, also. At this time, Xiao Hei received the command and directly lifted into the air to quickly fly towards the back of the mountain. The other summons didn't move fast enough, so there was no need to run back and forth. On the left side of the battlefield, the boar and the opposite side of the boss directly ran wildly towards each other. Both ran at a comparable speed, both were dusty and loud. Closer, closer. Under the attention of millions of people, the 2 boars collided together solidly. Thud. A dull sound resounded through the entire arena. Both boars' figures bounced in the opposite direction. From the side, it could be clearly seen that the opposite boss was bouncing in a much more exaggerated manner despite its large size. At the same time 2 large damage jumped out. 46,154. 2,451. Accompanying the flying out, there were also 2 huge fangs in the boss's mouth. The live broadcast room immediately flew out a screen full of 666. I'll go, it's too outrageous. The same board difference is so big. The difference in damage is almost 20 times. How much time has passed? The growth rate of White's boar is too exaggerated. Smoke and Rain also looked towards Speechcraft in surprise. On the opposite side, Speechcraft still had that same bashful expression, clearly anticipating this damage. Looking at Smoke Rain Rides the Wind's reaction in his eyes. Speechcraft could not help but laugh in his heart. If Smoke Rain Rides the Wind knew that this was still only the damage of a normal attack, he did not know what he would think. Just as this thought appeared, the boar in the field also used Savage Rush in a rather cooperative manner.
68,512.
An even more exaggerated damage value appeared. At the same time, the opposite boss was stunned in place. Within those 2 seconds, the boar struck several more attacks. The boss's blood level dropped by a large margin as far as the eye could see, and this blood level of around 3 million could barely last a minute. At this time, Speechcraft saw that the fire elemental elf had already finished clearing out the remaining small monsters, and immediately commanded it to join the battle again. As for the one-on-one combat that players were interested in, Speechcraft wasn't prepared to arrange it. This kind of unsuspecting and unattractive battle was basically a waste of time. He was not an anchor, so there was no need to spoil the audience. Now that the blood-sucking aura was down, it was even more important to fight quickly to reduce consumption. With the addition of the fire elemental elf, the boss's blood level dropped even faster. It was emptied of blood at the last moment without even holding a big move. From start to finish, it took a total of 27 seconds to kill this boss.
Tell me who the real boss is. I'm humanly stupid. It feels like Lubai came here with a private service modifier, right? This first wave of monsters is basically cleared, now it's the back mountainside that's dragging its feet.
At the back of the residence mountain, a 5-man squad was dragging 3 boars. This boar's attributes seem to be higher than monsters of the same level. I've heard that this is an enhanced version of dealing with a level 2 resident. It must be normal to have difficulty. A few people looked over, there were already players starting to look for monsters. They couldn't help but speed up their progress. These were all points. It determined whether or not one could join the Smoke and Rain Pavilion. Right at this moment, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and directly smashed onto the 3 boars. The huge commotion stunned the few people directly in place. Before they could react, the black shadow directly leapt up again and quickly disappeared. Hair.
What happened? I don't know.
Looking at the boar corpse in the dirt pit in front of them, a few people reacted to the fact that they were actually robbed of their monsters. Immediately following the next moment, not far away suddenly came the clicking sound of trees breaking. Several people turned their heads to look, and saw a huge black eagle leaping up into the air, leaving behind the equally dumbfounded players.
This is Stay White's summon, isn't it?
Seems like it, but isn't it on the right? How did it appear here? Xiaohei went to the back of the mountain and directly chose 3 or more small groups of monsters to start with, for it just needed to clear the monsters quickly.
The feelings of the players were completely out of its consideration.
If it wasn't for the trees being a bit of an eyesore, this efficiency could be even faster. Also thanks to the fact that during the monster attack, everyone joined the default battle group, the system has a protection mechanism.
Otherwise, just Little Black's actions of clearing the monsters would have killed quite a few people in seconds. 3 more minutes passed.
The back mountain players realized that they could no longer see the standing boar. At this time, someone shouted out. It's only been 10 minutes and everyone has finished clearing the monsters. This speed is simply bullish to no end.
Right, there's still time anyway, let's go around and look at the other 2 sides. Makes sense, more points to swipe.
Right at this moment, a message popped up on the regional channel that hadn't been commanded to speak.
Chapter 95, Talent Exposed.
Smoke and Rain, everyone just prepare in place, the other 3 sides have already been cleared. In order to be able to better command the battle, and at the same time avoid someone leading the tempo. During the monster siege, both the resident channel and the guild channel only allow commanders to speak.
But this first wave of monsters went smoothly beyond everyone's expectations. Even Smoke Rain Pavilion's group of executives didn't know what to say.
Seeing the players on the spot, with the idea of going to other points, Smoke Rain Lin Feng immediately spoke out to stop them.
The other 3 sides have already been cleared? How is this possible?
I don't believe it. First cut out to the forum livestream to take a look. I don't believe it either, we all just saw the falcon that stayed white. At this time, a player's face suddenly changed.
Crouching grass.
I can't believe it's true, I was busy fighting just now and didn't look at the message. I went as far as to click on the voice my buddy sent me, but I thought he was playing tricks on me, but I never imagined that it was
actually real. Lubai cleared the monsters in just 6.5 minutes, and actually sent the falcon to support us in the back.
Right at this moment, a system prompt also rang out at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion Guild for successfully repelling the first wave of monsters. The second wave of monsters will be arriving at the battlefield in 10 minutes, please get ready.
Now the players couldn't even believe it. The facts were right in front of them, it was impossible for the system messages to be false as well. At this moment, someone else spoke in the regional channel. Smoke and rain ride the wind. According to the first wave, battle losses are almost negligible. Give everyone 2 minutes to adjust and rest. After 2 minutes will apply to the system for an early end to the interval. Smoke rain rides the wind's notification surprised the players at the scene while spreading quickly. Wow, no way, it's actually too much time. Isn't the next wave a toad so difficult? Why don't you prepare more? But it's true that the battle damage isn't too big. It seems like white summons have been replenished again. What's there to prepare for? 10 minutes can't do anything at all. I guess the Smoke and Rain Pavilion has already prepared the antidote potion in advance. Yaoshi conference room. At this time, this group of people were also watching the situation of the monster siege. However, unlike the players, this group of people preferred to analyze the secrets on unearthing speechcraft. From the previous video of Liu Bai's strike, and combining it with what we've seen today, we can basically determine Liu Bai's talent. His talent has a high growth rate, and from this point of view, it's already above SS grade. The ones that are known to be able to grow infinitely right now, there's also love grapes and counting on grapes. These two, one by stacking the number of times a skill is released, and the other by stacking the number of times it is dodged. Both can get stronger and stronger over time. And it's highly likely that Liu Bai is growing through the number of monsters he kills, but what's confusing is how he can be so far ahead in battle power. Could it be that there really is a higher rank on the SS rank talent? At this time, Folding Jian's sinking sand took over. Teacher Yao, I don't think that's very likely. The news on the game's official website is still credible so far, and since it says that the highest talent is SS rank, there shouldn't be any barriers to break through. It's likely that he's that strong because he achieved an extremely powerful hidden profession when he was in the novice village. Combined with his own high understanding of the game, it's possible that he made it this far. In any case, the next step is to try to fight for it. According to the latest research results projections, if the game really does gradually merge with reality, these top experts will all be extremely unstable in the future. The one who was called Mr. Yao was named Yao Feng. It was a young man with a head full of white hair. A bit of a hunched back, coupled with the thick square-framed glasses behind which the corners of his eyes were pulled down a bit, he had a shriveled look, like someone who stayed up all night at an internet cafe every day. Alright, I'm going to keep going to practice, it's too late to enter the game. After saying this, Yao Feng yawned and left. Qin Shao Demon looked at his somewhat weak footsteps and a worried look appeared on her face. Chairman, do you think if the game really fuses, can Mr. Yao survive until that day? Definitely. Folded Sands said this with a firm and decisive voice. By the way, what's up with that guy on the count? It seems like he can't keep up with the levels now. What the hell is he doing all day long? Asking him to come to Blazing Sun City to meet up. He's always evasive, and now he doesn't even come to this side of the building anymore. At this time, Chao Chi woodenly opened his mouth. During this period of time, didn't Mr. Yao discover that the characters in the game will have an effect on the players, especially some special professions are the most obvious, and will directly change the person's personality? Will his assassin hidden profession be like this as well? Folded Sands thought about it, there was really this possibility. I'll also go online and directly inform him to come to the headquarters building. At this time, Counting on the Heart was in the theater hall, looking at Ling Qian on the stage. Her pupils were shrinking into a heart nature. She smiled at me, so beautiful. At this moment, the communicator shakes, frightening K Shang Xin too, and the whole person instantly wakes up. K Shangxin's head impatiently opened it to take a look. It was actually a message from the self-president. Get offline and come to the building as soon as possible, not within tomorrow, I'll bring an anesthetic gun over. H City First People's Hospital. Ba Ling Song Dome took off his helmet and slapped his hand heavily on the hospital bed. Boom! Directly, the nurse who had just entered the door was startled. Get out, get out! Ba Lin Song Qiong directly roared out, and that little nurse was scared to tears on the spot, covering her mouth and running out. Stay white! Smoke and Rain Pavilion's first wave being so easy was something that Ba Lin Song Dome hadn't expected at all. Pushing on at this rate, Smoke and Rain Pavilion would definitely become the first guild to be established. No, there had to be a way to stop it. The root cause of all this was at Stay White. As long as his summons were restricted, Smoke and Rain Pavilion would be directly ruined. Thinking of this, Hegemony Vault put on his helmet again and contacted that special squad. You guys watch the timing, and during the last crucial 2 or 3 waves, let Liu Bai's summons go wrong. Okay. By this time, the second wave of the battle had already started.
The number of concave armored poison frogs was almost just half that of the wild mountain hogs. This made it easier for Speechcraft's summons to handle. The wild boar and Blackie could kill them in seconds when they came across them. Moving to attack at any time, the poisonous frogs had no chance to release their toxins. The fire elemental still performed brightly, a fireball was thrown out, and no poison frogs could get close at all. Slightly more troublesome were the coyote and the tiger-spotted poison bee. But although they couldn't manage to kill their opponents in seconds, still the minions under them tried to spread out as much as possible to avoid putting on too many layers of poison. The Wolf King in particular had Blackie's help and wouldn't have any problems at all. As for the poisonous bees, it was completely exhausting. With the presence of the hive, a constant supply of troops replenished at all times. On the Resident City Tower, at this time, there were 4 players who were watching Speech Art's summons play out. This Liubai's summons are really perverted. Pushing on at the current progress to fight through 10 waves is no problem at all. So what if it's perverted? It'll have to be difficult to meet us. That's right, as the saying goes, all things are mutually exclusive. Who would have thought that a few of us who seem to have no bird's eye talent would happen to restrain the game's first person? Chapter 96 Summoner actually anti-crypt. The player among the 4 named Su Chung Yu Yen just flatly watched the other 3 mouth high without speaking. In fact, this job. Su Chung Yu Yen didn't want to take it at all, mainly because his girlfriend was urging him to get married and desperately needed money. Anyone with a normal brain should know that to limit the game's number 1 person. With these 4 ordinary players on their side, it's a complete fool's errand. Although the talent was restraining the summoner, Su Chung Yu Yen believed that Liubai definitely had a way to deal with it, so at best, his own group of people would be able to nauseate the other party, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to stop Smoky Rain Pavilion from establishing a guild. Brother Yu Yen, why don't you say something? This B-ranked talent of yours, separation, is a big kill move. I still don't think it's much of a sure thing. There are so many summons in Liubai. Even if we succeed in divorcing for a few minutes, I'm afraid it won't have much effect. Hey, don't underestimate yourself. This skill of yours is also a locked release, so it must be foolproof. Didn't Chairman Balin say that when the time comes, someone will cooperate to break the hive, and once you throw your skill at the queen bee's head, you'll be done? Su Chung Yu Yen was still not optimistic. Let's wait first. This is only the second wave, at least wait until the back, when they reach the limit of their abilities. It's estimated that we'll have to wait for more than an hour. On the contrary, aren't you 3 going to look for Liubai? There's no rush, anyway, it's still early. Liubai is definitely around here. And in the end, when the summons can't hold up, maybe he'll come down himself. After all, Liubai's own battle power is there, it's equivalent to a boss. The other 3's talent skills were different from Su Chung Yu Yan's, in that they were directly targeting the summoner to cast a spell. One of the B-ranked talents was Confusion, which made the summoner unable to aim and attack randomly when releasing skills. The duration was 2 minutes. Another was Spiritual Energy Suppression, reducing the output of all summons by 30% for 1 minute. The last C-ranked talent was quite a bit weaker. Armor Removal, all summons will receive damage amplified by 10% for 3 minutes. At this point on the battlefield, the clearing speed was faster due to the much smaller number of monsters in the second wave. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 sides of the battlefield that Speechcraft was responsible for, the concave armored poisonous frogs had already killed more than half of them. The back of the Residence Mountain was not fast, but it was also steadily advancing. Under the command of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, almost every large tree was filled with long-range professions. Some of the trees had no place to land and were directly secured with the help of ropes. The melee occupations below all staggered their positions back and forth. When a melee professional pulled a poisonous frog, the long-range players on the tree would only greet this one with their professional skills. For the other poisonous frogs, they let them move forward, and after the team behind them calculated the distance of the poisonous fog, they pulled another one. Some of the poisonous frogs were even close to the city walls before they were stopped. In this manner, it was almost guaranteed that the melee professions under the tree would have no more than 2 layers of poison on their sets at most. Plus, the melee players under the tree were equipped with anti-poison or antidote potions. There were also specialized personnel to add blood and ensure their safety, and they were completely able to stand their ground. With this kind of efficient fire gathering, when the target poison frog was killed, the players who had their hands free could go support the other squads again. Compared to Speech Art's summons, the speed was actually not much slower. Smoke and Rain watched the battle screen and heartily gave a thumbs up to Speechcraft. Brother Liubai, this method of yours is truly brilliant, increasing the efficiency of the kills while controlling the battle losses. It's nothing. In fact, older brothers, you guys probably thought of the method of climbing trees as well, it's just that I optimized it a bit based on yours. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind was really impressed this time, worthy of being the first man to set fire to a boss in the game. This brain was just good. At this rate, the second wave would instead take less time than the first wave. Sure enough, at the 7th minute, all the poisonous frogs including the boss were killed. Ding! Congratulations to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion Guild for successfully repelling the second wave of monsters. The third wave of monsters will be arriving at the battlefield in 10 minutes, please get ready. I'll go. Smoke and Rain Pavilion defended this wave too easily, it took even less time than the first wave. Even though there is the example of Bullying Pro in front of us to facilitate Smoke Rain Pavilion's preparation in advance, but even so, the output efficiency of the back mountain is still surprising. It seems like there are still smart people in the Smoke and Rain Pavilion. This staggered way of pulling in hatred to kill monsters is simply a sight to behold. Smoky Rain Rides the Wind is afraid that the break will end early. If this wave can't create trouble, it feels like the next set of invisible monsters will be simpler to deal with. Just as everyone had guessed. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind still gave the players defending the city a 3-minute break, and then applied to the system for the third wave of monsters to make their appearance. That's not right, shouldn't we mobilize the archers to the other 3 sides and help Stay White shine out the stealthy monsters first? That's right, Liobai's summons are strong, yes, but they're few in number, and the monsters should be able to stealthily break through to the wall with ease. Could it be that Stay White summons can reverse stealth? But that's too much, wouldn't that be without any shortcomings? There must be a reason for people to arrange it this way, just wait and see. As the countdown ended, the crowd then saw Speech Art's summons charging straight up. The Boar, the Fire Elemental Elf, and Blackie were still using the same attacks. It looked like they all struck in the air. But in the next moment, a single spectral shadow leopard was killed in seconds in its stealthy state, revealing its form. 15,478. 16,423. 15,987. The spectral shadow leopard's 10,000-odd blood strips were emptied by these 3 summons when they touched them, and there was no chance of releasing their second stage skills at all. The Wilderness Wolf King and Purple Winged King both relied on their minions to output, and although their efficiency was not as good as these 3, it was equally not low. Moreover, the Phantom Leopard belonged to the assassin-type monsters, and its defense was quite a bit lower than meat spells like the concave armored poison frog. One by one, the Phantom Leopards were removed from their stealth status and quickly killed. Outrageous, it was really guessed by that dude just now, this guy's summons can really reverse stealth. Perversion level +1, in the future, if assassins want to sneak attack Liu Bei, they'll have to get past the summons first. Sneak attack my ass, people's summons can take damage for them, haven't you seen the previous videos? The speed at which this wave of brittle leopards cleans up is probably about the same as the second wave. In reality, the conference room of the U Guild building. Seeing this scene, Calculus directly slapped his thigh fiercely. In his heart, he cursed, this guy, Liu Bei, is really his own nemesis, the summons will actually be anti-hidden, no wonder he was found out the previous time he followed him. Due to K's overly strong reaction, the others collectively focused their targets on him. Liu K, follow me, the equipment has been debugged. At this time, a staff member came out to remind. K. Shangxian looked towards Folded Sands, who merely gave a look signaling him to follow. Whether or not they were specifically adversely affected by the game profession would have to go through a series of tests. Chapter 97 Smoky Rain Lin Feng Crown Fastman. In the game, Wordsmith couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile as he looked at the audience's pop-ups on the live screen. Since everyone thought that their summons could be anti-stealth, it was just as well. It would save any from stealthing and hitting themselves in. At this point in time, behind the resident mountain, long-range professional players had already left the tree. The tree was indeed safe, but the output efficiency would also be quite low. Now the huge number of melee players, almost next to each other, formed a human wall blocking the front. The archers began to use flares in batches, ensuring that they didn't miss any of the stealthy monsters. The long-range players directly threw out their skills in a brainless manner, there was no need to aim at all, and a single spectral shadow leopard was quickly killed by the fire coverage. Painful, this is called defending a city. Skills don't need to be aimed at all, letting a handicapped party like me also enjoy a smooth output process. Cool, but also thanks to the brothers in the front row, this truly reflects the value of the team. That's right, this feeling of teamwork, I guess that guy Liu Bei won't be able to feel it for the rest of his life. You talk properly, don't be sour. While the crowd was chatting, a sudden roar broke this relaxed atmosphere. The boss of this wave of monsters had appeared. And this was also the first time that the boss was refreshed in the back of the mountain. This kind of situation, Smoke and Rain Pavilion had also planned for it.
Regional Channel. Smoke and Rain in the Wind, the boss has appeared. Coordinates 2121, 5134.
Only a dozen or so well-equipped knights were seen exiting the ranks and running towards the coordinate point. Behind them came elite players of different professions from different directions. It didn't take long to gather hundreds of people.
In reality, this was in the mountains and had to be notified in this way.
If they were in a place with a better view, as soon as the boss appeared, these high combat players would have left the group and surrounded the boss. According to the order that had been arranged beforehand, the boss took turns being pulled by the knights with their taunt skills. The output players controlled the rhythm and threw skills upwards. At this point, Smoke and Rain Linfeng had already initially shown the colors of the first fastest man of the apocalypse. Normal attacks in his hands directly used the effect of a series of arrows. It made the audience in the live broadcast room watch with great interest, but as It's only after the third wave, and you guys want to run away, so what about the back?
Brother Lu Bai, didn't you promise to help defend the city? Why are you leaving now? Is there a successful conflict between leaving and defending the city?
Smoke Rain Rides the Wind was speechless for a moment. Indeed, this guy guarding the city was relying on summons, and except for the second wave when he came up with the idea, the rest of the time he was here drinking tea and watching the fun. Now many people knew that his stay white summons could leave him and act on their own. In that case, his presence or absence seemed to mean very little. However, speechcraft was, after all, the bottom line of Shou Cheng. Now that he suddenly had to leave in the middle of the game, Smoke and Rain was still a bit underpowered when it came to dealing with the later waves. It's fine, old brother, please don't worry, I will also keep an eye on the battlefield, and I can also command the summons as usual, the impact is not too great. Now I have something to take care of, so I'll leave for a while. In fact, Speechcraft had planned to let the summons complete this city defense mission on their own from the start. However, this was always the first time that the summoner had taken on a job, so it was better to look over and keep an eye on it first. The next few waves were nothing more than a gradual strengthening of attributes, and if there were monsters with special mechanisms, one would be able to remind the Smoke and Rain of the Wind, and it would be no problem at all. Continuing to stay here by oneself was a complete waste of time, as well as a waste of tea.
It would be better to go and do something else.
Smoke Rain Rides the Wind had no choice but to call it quits once he saw that he couldn't convince Speechcraft. Then Brother Lu Bai, let's keep in touch.
Keep in touch. Speechcraft left the door and headed for the teleportation array.
Didn't that Carl guy want the dragon horn? He would go get it himself right now. Although it was said that that ring could only be equipped at level 30, there were advantages to getting it early.
It was convenient to study how to remove that tainted state.
With the departure of Speechcraft, Smoke and Rain, who had wanted to end the interval early, ended up not being too big. Straight away, he notified in the regional channel. Everyone, for the next 10 minutes please get ready to defend in your regular formation first, and always keep an eye on the command message so you can make adjustments.
Chapter 98 Li Ranks Changes, Love of a Lifetime.
In front of the Silver Moon City teleportation array. Speechcraft was just about to step inside when he suddenly stopped again as if he thought of something. Right, that guy Li Rang is also in Silver Moon City, why don't we make an appointment to meet? At that time, he himself asked him to meet up in Falling Star City. Then this guy fell in love online and chose Silver Moon City for his little girlfriend.
One doesn't know what the situation is now.
After entering the game for so long, he hadn't officially met. And it seems that over this period of time, the contact with himself is getting less and less. I don't know what I'm busy with.
Li Rang on the opposite side quickly replied.
Good. Looking at this message, Speecharts frowned slightly. Over this period of time, it seemed like Li Rang's words slowly became less, not quite like his style.
Could it be that he was dumped by a girl?
Nowadays, players were also starting to deeply integrate into the game, and even the tea houses run by NPCs were starting to be patronized by players. For the sake of privacy, Speechcraft deliberately picked a private room with its own soundproofing spell formation. Li Rang unlocked the sword box and placed it on the table. With a gentle clap of his palm, an exquisite long sword flew out and hovered in front of Li Rang. Li Rang looked at the long sword with love. This is the long sword that evolved from the sword embryo that came with my talent.
Little Ling, this is my good brother, officially meet and greet.
The hilt of the long sword was surrounded by cloud patterns, and there were even a few crystal and gemstones inlaid on it, making it appear noble and extraordinary. At this time, the long sword seemed to understand Li Rang's words, and actually nodded the tip of the sword at Yin Shu. This scene directly let Yin Shu froze in place, half a day without reaction. Yin Shu thought that he was also considered to be well informed, but this scene was too much information, and it still caused a great shock to himself. After running through his brain for half a day, Speechcraft hesitantly opened his mouth. "So, you'll be with this sword from now on?" "No, it's Xiaoling, dependent on each other?" "Aha! So it's your true love?" "Aha! I'm really curious, so I'll ask another more personal question, if you don't mind." "Go ahead." Speechcraft thought for a moment and spoke with deliberation. "When did you fall in love with this Xiaoling?" "After I finished transferring to Sword Saint, I felt that the sword was my life, that I was also a sword, and at that time, the more I looked at Xiaoling, the more I fell in love with it." Li Rong looked at the long sword in front of him with eyes full of love, and said these words with a flat face, as if he was describing a rare and ordinary thing. Yen Shu's heart thumped. Suddenly, he remembered something from his previous life. In the later stages, it was discovered that some professions, especially some special hidden professions, would affect the disposition of players. At that time, when he himself heard about such things, he just felt that it didn't matter. As long as one had great strength and could survive in the era of the game's advent, a temperament that was no longer eccentric was better than losing one's life. Now the living example was right in front of me. No, he clearly remembered that the player who had been transferred to become a Sword Saint in his previous life was normal. Could it be that Li Rang's talent, born with a sword body, had a special chemical reaction with the Sword Saint profession? This was the only explanation now. In the future, will Xiaoling take on a human form? Speechcraft hesitated and asked again. As long as he could take on a human form, it would be better to explain at his parents' place, and the game would merge with reality anyway. Otherwise, looking at this guy's appearance, it is absolutely impossible to find another girl. Li Rang's face rarely appeared with a different emotion, and directly glared helplessly at Speechcraft. "How do I know? Besides, how do you have this kind of dirty thoughts? Yourself and Xiaoling are true love. What is true love, do you understand?" "Alas, never mind, you've never even been in love, so I guess you can't experience it." Speechcraft was directly speechless. "Forget it, I guess this sword is already all he has. Just don't know if this change is good or bad." The two chatted for another 10 or so minutes. During this time, it was basically speech arts asking questions and Li Rang answering. The role of the chatterbox was instantly switched. In the end, Li Rang left. Yan Zhu looked at his back carrying the sword box, but thought of something different. The official descent of the game in the previous life was 6 years after the opening of the service, but the impact of the game on reality seems to have begun very early. By the second year, it seemed as if there were instances of character attributes from the game being fed back into reality. It was also that year that the number of people entering the game skyrocketed again, almost to the point where everyone was playing Apocalypse. According to the current situation of Li Rong, it seemed that these changes in personality were the first step of the game's influence on the character. Then now himself, directly on the transfer of 2 god-level hidden professions, is not already beginning to have an impact. But how is it that there is no feeling at all? Or this kind of influence is subtle, I do not know. Or did the side effects of the 2 professions just happen to hedge against each other, so one couldn't feel it? Shaking his head and throwing these thoughts away, Speechcraft decided to stop paying attention to these things. As long as one's strength was strong enough, wasn't it right to pay a little price? Speechcraft then left Silvermoon City and arrived in Blazing Sun City. And now in the Smoke and Rain Pavilion's quarters, the 5th wave of monsters, blood-sucking bats, was being cleared. This should be the wave where Speechcraft's summons were the most severely restricted. The Wolf King and its minions that didn't have the ability to fly, as well as the boar. The martial arts were almost nullified. It was also thanks to the fact that all 3 sides had summons to deal with flying monsters, or else they really had to retreat back into the city and surround the core. Xiao Hei and Tiger Spotted Poison Bee need not be mentioned, both have the ability to fly, the impact is not great. Due to the air battle, Xiao Hei's performance instead became extremely bright. Flying rapidly in the air, his wings were like sharp blades, and the bats died when they touched him. Chapter 99, Necromancer. The bat thing was also like the monsters in the previous waves. As long as it was attacked, the hatred was sort of pulled. That's when it would approach the target to attack. The players who were melee combatants in the back of the mountain started to be useful at this time, protecting the long-range professions while attacking the bats, and also picking up their hatred. The spectators were also watching at this time. I thought flying monsters were big trouble, but I never imagined that they were still taken by Stay White summons. It also did cause trouble. Can't you see that the boar and wolf king can't take this bat? These two big battles are idle. The speed of cleaning up monsters is going to be quite a bit slower. The players in the back of the mountain, it seems like after a few waves of grinding, the cooperation is getting better and better. It's the 5th wave, there's hardly any major casualties, it doesn't seem to be dangerous. Brothers, since it's such a situation now that it won't be easy to die and drop levels, I'm going to go support the Smoke and Rain Pavilion as well.
Count me in. Count me in as well.
The final boss appeared at the front and was spotted by Blackie, who cruised over and dragged it straight to the ground. Then the tiger spotted venomous bees swarmed over it and wrapped it into a ball straight away. The vampiric bat boss landed once, and had no chance of ascending again until it died.
The 5th wave of vampiric bats, too, was cleared smoothly. Blazing Sun City.
In a desolate graveyard in the west of the city, there stood a crooked 2-story wooden building. At this time, a person wrapped in heavy black clothes and wearing a mask arrived in front of the wooden building and knocked on the door.
Come in.
A hoarse, yet powerful voice came out. The visitor pushed the door open and took off his mask. It was none other than Speechcraft, who had changed his outfit. Inside the room was an old man with a hunched back. Above his head were a few large letters, Gravekeeper Kane. The other party looked at Speechcraft's attire that was basically the same as his own and said patiently, "Adventurer, I don't have any of those annoying quests here. I'll give you the chance to say 3 words. If you can't satisfy me, then please leave." Speechcraft didn't open his mouth immediately, and directly put one hand across his chest, and the other 2 fingers on his forehead, making a strange gesture before bending down and saluting. "Honorable Lord Necromancer Monarch, I came here according to the guidance of the God of Death in order to revive the great glory of the profession of necromancer." As soon as these words were uttered, Ken on the opposite side of the table immediately revealed a look of surprise. "How surprising! I can't imagine that there is still someone who remembers me to this day, and that they are still an adventurer.
Since you have this heart, then I can give you a chance."
When Speechcraft heard these words, his heart was settled, it was done. As the number of summons increased, the durability of the skeletons became lower and the strength of the skill summons decreased. Coupled with the fact that many bosses in the later stages have the skill of self-destruction, it is simply impossible to collect that much skill material.
Quite the chicken rib.
"Here, let me help you test how talented you are." Ken pulled out a crystal ball with a kind face and signaled Speechcraft to place his hand on it. The talent here actually had a different meaning, which was the sum of the player's intelligence and mental power. And these 2 attributes, intelligence and mental strength, had a 50% bonus from several summons, and now the total had broken 50,000, so it wasn't false at all.
Speechcraft placed his hand on it.
The next moment, the crystal ball emitted a dark blue light, and the color of the blue light gradually became darker again, and even finally became inky. And as the color changed, Ken's eyes slowly widened, and his entire person had become extremely excited.
"Genius, genius. Staying white, you're practically a born necromancer."
Speechcraft was surprised on the surface, but inwardly, he cursed out, "You old thing, you're totally acting so excited because you want to extract your own attributes, right?"
Smoke and Rain Pavilion residents. The appearance of the 6th wave of monsters was unexpected by everyone.
Although the level of the monsters had come to level 20, this wave of monsters was actually a mix of the first wave of boars and the second wave of concave armored poison frogs. The number of the 2 together wasn't much, and each wave in front of them was not too far off. However, this mixture undoubtedly increased the difficulty of defending the city. This is going to be something to watch. I've already guessed this system's routine. The later wave is estimated to add the Phantom Leopard again, a mix of 3, then a mix of 4 or 5. It's very possible, not to mention the fact that the monsters' levels have gotten higher and their attributes have been enhanced, just the point of mixing them, the difficulty has already increased quite a bit.
Let's see if Stay White summons can still hold up this time.
I don't think he'll have much of a problem with these few summons. The key lies in the players guarding the back of the mountain. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind had the same concern at this time. Now that Lubai had left again, if there were any emergencies, he wouldn't be able to command his summons. However, what made Smoke Rain Rides the Wind feel happy was that as these waves of defending the city spread out, there were actually quite a few more people who came to help. At this time, if these people could be utilized well, it would also be a not-so-small force to be reckoned with. Now, although mixed monsters were appearing, the skills of the monsters basically wouldn't change, so it was just the right time to make the proper adjustments. If commanded properly, there shouldn't be much of a problem. In the area channel, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind immediately gave a command, taking the previous way of dealing with these 2 types of monsters and fusing and improving it again. After sending the message, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind still felt a bit unsafe, and directly pulled out her address book to start contacting speech arts. Ding, the user you are calling is in a special space at this time and cannot be contacted.
Chapter 100 Divine Weapon Bone Ring.
Smoke Rain Rides the Wind froze when she heard the system prompt. This was the first time that they had encountered a situation in the game where communication could not be connected. Although it was said that defending the city had been quite smooth so far, it was now all dependent on the Stay White summoner. But the summoner himself losing connection still made Smoke Rain Rides the Wind feel a sense of unease. However, there was nothing that could be done about it now, so he could only pray that Liu Bai's summons didn't fall off the chain, and that he would contact Liu Bai himself earlier. At this moment, Speechcraft was in a bizarre gray world. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with all sorts of grimy white bones. This should be that artifact exclusive to necromancers. After Kane tested the attributes of the speech art just now, he directly tore off his disguise, took out a bone ring, and forcibly pulled the speech art into this space. Although Kane hadn't obtained the transfer qualification, a whole set of inheritance about necromancers was already in his hands. This included this bone ring. In addition to placing the skeletons required for a necromancer to release their skills, it could also pull living targets into this space. The target that entered it would keep losing blood until it died. The ring's owner could then gain a certain percentage of the target's spiritual power and intelligence value. It could be said that the function was quite unbelievable. Of course, the limitations were also rather large. The first was that the cooldown time of this special skill was long. According to some intelligence projections from the previous life, it was at least 3 days or more. Secondly, the target that was pulled into it could not have an intelligence and mental power lower than the ring user, or else it would not be able to extract the attributes. Lastly, the time to maintain a living thing to enter the ring space was tied to the user's life value. If the entry time reaches its limit and the target has not yet died in the space, it will be detached from this dead space. After obtaining this ring, Ken's main goal was to use the attribute extraction function to meet the attribute requirements for a necromancer's transition. Due to the ring's many restrictions, Ken was also quite cautious in choosing his targets. After all, if he failed to kill the target, he would not be able to extract the attributes, not to mention the fact that the ring would be exposed at that time and would probably be targeted by many experts. Although I have my own summons to take the damage, I still have to hurry. Speechcraft's gaze was directly locked onto the huge skeleton not far away. It was the skeleton of a giant dragon. A huge black unicorn horn stood out on the white skull. Speechcraft immediately ran over and climbed onto the giant dragon's skull. It was only when he got closer that he realized that the dragon's horn was actually as tall as himself. Learned that there is a dragon horn here, or at that time, the small chairman of the transfer necromancer, after learning that the dragon horn is worth money to take down the auction, who knows that the inferior quality is almost no one asked for. He did not learn the gathering skills, so he can only use the stupid way. Speech art directly from the backpack took out a saw. Sawing. Under the high strength attribute, this almost weathered dragon bone was instantly sawed to pieces. At this time, Ken outside, his hands formed claws opposite each other, forming a massive translucent blood-colored halo, in which the bone ring slowly rotated. It shouldn't be. This adventurer is not even level 20, by normal, the life value should be at the bottom. Ken was a bit puzzled, but still didn't worry too much. It was normal for an adventurer with this kind of strength to have a bit of life-preserving stuff on him. Especially various recovery potions. But it wouldn't take much time to drain him of all these accumulations. Due to the fact that adventurers would be resurrected after death, he hadn't chosen an adventurer to start with because he was worried that the matter of the ring would be exposed. However, this adventurer called Liu Bai's intelligence and spiritual attributes were simply ridiculously high, so as long as one could successfully extract his attributes, one could fulfill the transfer requirements in one go. As long as the transfer was successful, the ring and these equipments would be bound. With the accumulation of these years, the strength will have a qualitative leap, and then far away for a period of time to break through the god level, that day. Kane thought of this, his face was expectant and excited, the corners of his mouth simply could not be suppressed. Smoke and Rain Pavilion Residence. The message of dropping blood suddenly appeared on all the summons of Speechcraft. 1. 1. 1. 1. This strange scene was immediately noticed by the players who were filming the scene. Ugh. What's going on? How come Liu Bai's summon hasn't been attacked but has started to continuously drop blood? 1 point? This is a forced blood deduction it's not enough for the summon to automatically recover. I know, it must be because the opponents of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion are jealous and are starting to have crooked thoughts, wanting to kill Stay White.
I remembered too, Stay White's summons will prioritize taking damage. They must have taken damage.
More than taking damage, the opponent's strength is also very high. To know that Lu Bai's summons are over 5,000 in number, doesn't that mean he's taking over 5,000 damage per second right now? When Smoke Rain Rides the Wind looked at this situation, he was first shocked, but on second thought he felt that it was unlikely. If the other guilds saw that their Smoky Rain Pavilion was expected to succeed and designed a siege on Stay White, it was definitely a dim move. Although according to the setting of the apocalypse, as long as Stay White died, the summons would definitely disappear. Then, the damage values that popped up on the major summons changed again. 5. 5. 5. Holy, this guy Lu Bai seems to be in big trouble. The opponent this time seems to be very strong. It's estimated that there should be hundreds of people besieging him. Isn't Lu Bai right in the compound? Smoke and Rain Pavilions people, how so wasteful, protect individuals cannot do. That's right, people come to help defend the city, but they actually can't even do the most basic protection. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind looked at these comments and was speechless for a while. He didn't even know where this guy Lu Bai had gone, and he couldn't get in touch with his communicator. He was really taking the blame for no reason. From the current situation, it was speculated that the place where Stay White was located was probably a special copy. This kind of regular blood drop was most likely an encounter with a perverted organ that had set up a continuous blood drop status. If the damage the summon continued to receive increased even more, the situation would not be good. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind just thought of this. The damage received by the speech art summoner immediately increased again. 10. 10. 10. Chapter 101, Starting Lulling Mode. The blood drop became more. This time, Smoke and Rain was really a bit anxious, and immediately pulled out her address book. Ding, the user you are calling is in a special space at this time and cannot be contacted. The system prompt remained the same. Continuing further, the first to be affected would be those ordinary poisonous bees, then the wild wolves, and finally the several major summons. Although there was still time at the current rate, it had to be prevented. Thinking of this, Smoke and Rain immediately made arrangements. Let the priests inside the club prepare for support. No matter what, there could be no accidents with Stay White's summons. Haha, this bastard Lu Bai must have gotten his comeuppance. It's true that people still can't be too arrogant. At this rate, they don't even need their own people to make a move. As soon as Liu Bai's summoner dies, the Smoke and Rain Pavilion will surely fail in defending the city. Seeing this situation, Bering Song Dome's heart instantly rejoiced wildly. Although he didn't know which group of people had struck, having the same target would undoubtedly greatly increase the success rate. Su Chun Yuyan's group of 4, who also saw that the summons were continuously dropping blood at this time, were also overjoyed. After all, with helpers, their own group's chances of success would be even greater. Lu Bai guessed that he didn't even think of it himself, helping people to guard a city. In addition to monsters, he also had to deal with players. That's right, at this rate we don't even have to wait until the end to strike again. As long as we grasp the timing, we'll be able to deliver a fatal blow. I don't think we need to wait. Let's go to Lu Bai now and lock on to our target earlier. Normally he would only stay with Smoke and Rain. If our guesses are correct, the person is in the center of the compound, so we might be able to see a good show if we go over there now. Makes sense. Listening to the analysis of several people, Su Chun Yuyan had a different idea in his heart. The Smoke and Rain Pavilion's compound had a large area, and right now, many players were defending outside the city, leaving the interior relatively empty. However, it was also impossible for there to be a situation where a large number of players were besieging Stay White. Then, there was only one possibility. That was that Lu Bai wasn't even in the Smoky Rain Pavilion's quarters. Xuqing Yuyan thought of this and looked at the 3 confident brothers. At this moment, he wanted to say, "Don't be happy for now. If you guys can't find your target later, you'll probably cry." In the wooden house, Kane's face had become extremely ugly. You have to know that you used to be a knight, although intelligence and spirit are shortcomings and do not meet the requirements for transferring. But blood is a strong point. This 20 million blood is no joke. With the help of this ring it was enough to drain many brittle professions. Impossible, even if this adventurer's attributes are strong, it's impossible for him to have a higher blood quantity than himself at this level. There must be a problem somewhere. Now that a minute and a half had passed, the damage value inflicted had definitely exceeded 3 million. Put up a fight. The big deal is to run away immediately after failing yourself. The ring in his hand glowed greatly, immediately pulling his output to full capacity. At this time, Speechcraft had already sawed off the dragon's horn and placed it in his backpack. It was sitting on the dragon's horn waiting in boredom. This broken ring is a bit of something, and it can't even enter the forums, can't even take the initiative to go offline, no thanks to the artifacts. First, no matter if you can use it or not, wait and find a way to get it first. This thing is a necromancer exclusive equipment. SpeechArt is not interested in this profession. The ring couldn't be used, and even if it was stronger it would still be chicken ribs for himself. But now that he had personally gone in and felt it, he suddenly changed his mind. However, this guy can hold the necromancer inheritance for so long, not to mention other things, the ability to escape is definitely top-notch, must plan properly. At this point in time, Speechcraft didn't know that the live broadcast room had already boiled over. The reason for this was that the damage received by the summons had directly increased by several times, 100 per second. 100. 100. 100. It's over. If the damage received by the Stay White summoner continues to increase, it's basically hard to escape death. It's really hard to be the first to establish a guild. Only just said that the Smoke and Rain Pavilion had hope of success, and now there are variables. What I'm most curious about right now is what exactly Lubai is doing to receive such high damage per second. Could it be that someone got a damage class artifact and used it to specifically mess with him? Currently on the battlefield, the 6th wave of monsters had already entered the closing stages. Smoke and Rain directly began to mobilize the priests. According to the current damage, the tiger-spotted poison bee, which had the least amount of blood among the Stay White summoners, would also see a massive death in a minute or so. What if this damage received per second continued to increase? Smoke and Rain didn't dare to imagine what kind of situation would follow. Lubai is in trouble. Smoke and Rain Pavilion's defense of the city this time will most likely take a turn for the worse. Dreamlight Speech sighed softly, not knowing whether to feel sorry for Smoke Rain Pavilion or to be happy. Love Eats Grapes also stepped aside at this time, taking over Dreamlight Speech's words. Who let him stay white to be arrogant, helping people guard the city and still running around? Maybe this time he will smash his own signboard. However, Sister Whispering, if Smoke and Rain Pavilion fails, it'll be a good thing for our guild as well. The title of the #1 guild might end up on our heads. You're thinking too simply. Smoky Rainride is no straw man. Now that we've figured out the monster's mechanics, even if there's no Stay White, we can still figure out a way. Besides, if you look at those major summons of Lubai, the blood bars now look like they're basically still at full value. It's unlikely that they'll be able to be killed in this way. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, a minute passed. Kane's face turned white, and a mouthful of old blood spewed out directly. The entire person shriveled up quite a bit. The speech art within the ring space immediately felt a suction force coming from him. The scenery in front of him changed, and in the next moment, he had reappeared in the wooden house. My lord, what's wrong with you? As soon as Speechcraft saw Kane, he directly put on a look of surprise. Kane's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Speechcraft dead in the face. Congratulations on passing the test. Now tell me what you encountered in there. Kane wasn't really the ring's owner yet, and had no idea what was going on inside. It was better to decide to ask before running away. After all, the first time he struck out at an adventurer, this kind of weird situation appeared. Could it be that the adventurer's attributes couldn't be absorbed? Speechcraft knew as soon as he heard it that this guy hadn't been in the ring space and didn't know what had just happened. Since this was the case, then he had to fool the wave himself. Immediately, he added the attribute points that had been stacked by the summons since the 6th wave of the monster attack, and then his own intelligence and mental strength rose by a few thousand points. Was that a test just now? I thought it was a blessing from his lordship. After I entered the space inside, I saw endless skeletons, and then some gentle aura came from the skeletons and surrounded me in it, and then I felt my strength growing. Speaking here, Speechart put on an appearance of checking his attributes. Then he exclaimed in shock. Wow! My attributes have actually grown that much. Thank you, my lord. Kane looked at the excited Speechcraft and didn't say anything, but quietly handed over the detection crystal ball. Speechcraft also obediently placed his hand on it. As the crystal ball's light lit up, Kane's cloudy old eyes gradually widened, and in the end, he sucked in a breath of cool air and directly exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Chapter 102, The Ring is in Your Hands. Even if he wasn't the real owner of the ring, Kane thought he had a better understanding of the ring's functions already. There was no way to know that those who entered it would receive an attribute boost. Shouldn't they be killed and have their attributes extracted? Could it be that an adventurer who entered it would have a different change? Or perhaps there was something different about him that received the ring's differential treatment. Ken got excited again when he thought of this. If he could crack this secret, would he still need to worry about his strength increasing slowly? White Adventurer, it seems that you have indeed received the blessing of the God of Death, so are you willing to continue further next? Kane changed into a compelling tone and said to Speechcraft. Willing. Speechcraft hurriedly nodded his head, looking extremely happy. Good then. You come to me at this time 3 days from now, and at that time I will continue to baptize you and make you a great necromancer. 3 days later, sure enough, the cooldown time was about what one would have guessed. What Speechcraft was trying to say was that there wasn't even a need to wait until 3 days later. Just wait for the summons to free up their hands and come to the door themselves. If he really gave Kane 3 days, there was no telling what he would have gotten up to by then. Although he said that he was strong and wasn't a wimp in the slightest, it was better to play it safe. When the time comes, I'll bring Qin Shao Demon with me. Give him an arrow in the ass to save him from escaping. Speechcraft agreed, then put on his mask and left the place. At the Smoke and Rain Pavilion residence, the monster siege had already proceeded to the 7th wave. To everyone's surprise, Speechcraft's summons had stopped dropping blood. It seemed like the threat had never happened. Stay White's summons aren't continuously dropping blood anymore, so it looks like the trouble has been resolved. Ugh, it's a pity that there's no more fun to be had. The next few waves shouldn't be much of a problem. Smoke and Rain hung up the communication with Speechcraft and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as there were no problems with the summons, then the next few waves shouldn't be much of a problem. After all, the city walls were not yet in use as the last line of defense right now. For the next 7th and 8th waves, the 3 sides that Speechcraft was in charge of still didn't take too much time to clear out the monsters, which also included the bosses. But the back of the mountain that the players were responsible for had become tough. The 7th wave was okay. The 8th wave, basically the battle damage ratio between monsters and players, had reached 1 to 5, and it was almost as if they were already using people to pile up. To everyone's surprise, the number of players coming to support them was actually increasing. In terms of numbers, the number of back mountain players was almost several times that of the monsters. There was no other reason, mainly because everyone saw the hope of success. Even if they hung up a few times, as long as they mixed up some points, they were still considered to have gotten the ticket to join the guild. This also made the players who came to support them work extra hard. At this time, Speechcraft had already arrived at Carl's store. With the dragon horn that Speechcraft had fetched in his hand, Carl's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. You call this thing a dragon horn? With this quality? Carl glared at Speechcraft, feeling cheated. Originally, he thought that he had traded a tainted ring for a dragon's horn, so he had earned it anyhow. Who knew that this cunning adventurer had gotten this from somewhere? Speechcraft looked at his expression a little, wanting to laugh, but held it hard. This dragon corpse had probably been used several times, by successive generations of necromancers. The quality had seriously declined. This dragon's horn, as the main attack weapon, bore the brunt of it, and the wear and tear must have been the greatest. However, no matter how it was said, it definitely satisfied the requirements of the mission. Thus Speechcraft directly changed into a puzzled face. Could it be that this isn't a dragon horn? Seeing that Carl didn't speak, Speechcraft continued to speak again. Now that the dragon horn has been handed over to you, if you want to cheat, you'll have to wait for the Lord God to enforce it. None of the NPCs in the game had the concept of a system, and issuing a quest was the equivalent of being bound by the Lord God. Now that Carl had gotten the quest item and hadn't asked for quality when the quest was released, this dumb loss was a sure thing. Carl grimaced and thought for a moment, but in the end there was nothing he could do, and he could only open his mouth filled with resentment. Fine. You win, but the contamination that this ring has been subjected to is not so easy to remove. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, finding the dragon's horn. You have received the mission reward, Ring of the Imperial Spirit, Contaminated State. With the equipment in hand, Speechcraft directly put it away in his backpack. As for how to remove the contamination state, he currently had a rough direction, so it shouldn't be much of a problem. Now this quest completion can be said to be a big profit, is that if the next with Carl, this guy to produce any interactions, must be careful not to be pitched. Speech Arts left Carl's grocery store, and at this time, the Smoke and Rain Pavilion's residence was already resisting the 9th wave of monsters. The performance of Speechcraft's summons had ultimately attracted the attention of many people. The monster level attributes are getting stronger. Why do I feel that Staying White's summons are also getting stronger? Indeed, the main summons like the boar, with their attributes differing too much, and being able to inflict spikes on monsters all the time, would still be justifiable. But the damage they dealt from the poisonous bees and wild wolves seems to have a vague sense of increasing. This is too unreasonable. Those wild wolves and poisonous bees that are in large numbers, although it is said that the damage dealt hasn't changed much, the output efficiency has indeed been greatly reduced. I've studied the attributes of the wild monsters, and the difference between each level is roughly around 100 points, and the combined boost to the main attribute is definitely more than 500. Right now, it seems that this amount of boost is null and void for Liubai's summons. This guy's talent wouldn't be that summons are stronger when they meet strength, would it? That would be too perverse. Unlike the ease of those three sides. At this moment, the battle situation in the back of the mountain could already be described as grueling. The ninth wave of mixed monsters had reached level 23. Ordinary knights couldn't even withstand a few attacks. After a few rounds of monster attacks, almost all of those who could continue to top the front now were high combat players. Speechcraft took a look at this situation, and after the three sides were cleared, he directly let Xiaohei bring the Wilderness Wolf King to support them, and it was thanks to the fact that the Wolf King took the summoning route, and the main point was spirituality, or else Xiaohei wouldn't be able to lift it at all with this body type. Brothers, besides that eagle, now even the Wolf King has come to support. Everyone cheer up, don't say that so many of your own people are still no match for two summons. Brothers who have come to support, now the point system has made another change, one death directly adds 5 points. Everyone's contribution to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion will not be forgotten. In the regional channel, Smoke and Rain Pavilion's group of management posted a voice to boost morale for the first time. Especially the message posted by Smoke Rain Rides the Wind, 5 points for 1 death, dying once was equivalent to killing 5 monsters. It was important to realize that we had now come to the 9th wave, and most of the points from killing monsters were being raked in by high combat players. So this sentence directly gave most of the cannon fodder players chicken blood. Directly wailed and rushed forward, all of a sudden the morale of the whole group had a great boost. Not to mention, the effect was really obvious, the monsters that were already close to the city wall were hardened and blocked 100 meters away. Chapter 103 Cyclops. The players' power-ups created an opportunity for Little Black and the Wolf King who had just arrived. Xiaohei first took care of the monsters in the air, while the Wolf King cleared the ground. From a bird's eye view, the remaining monsters were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Right at this moment, Speechcraft's body flashed with light rising to level 17. The monster siege had risen 2 levels in a row by now. From the second wave of monsters onwards, several summons were equivalent to both killing monsters over level and were exclusively enjoying the experience of more than 100,000 monsters. This time, even though the experience required was 10 times that of the others, they still upgraded. Especially the several bosses, although there was no system notification and no item drops, the high experience value gained from killing them over the level was real. Speechcraft smiled bitterly, for himself upgrading should be considered one of the biggest worries. It's still a bit of a loss that I didn't brush up my attribute points in these 2 levels. But helping the Smoke and Rain Pavilion to successfully hold on, the 10% fixed income from the residents is enough to recoup the loss. Since he himself was going to be a lay flat-stream summoner, the passive gain definitely could not be less, it was the key to lying comfortably in the future. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind's face was also covered in smiles at this time. The 9th wave had finally managed to pass through. So far, the durability of the city wall was still 92%, which was already considered a miracle. Even if the city walls were broken in the next 10th wave and they were dragged into an alleyway battle, there wouldn't be any problems in holding on to the core of the club. Regional Channel. Smoke and Rain, brothers and sisters, those who have managed to hold out until now are the future core members of Smoke and Rain Pavilion. Now that we've managed to survive 9 waves, as long as we can repel the last wave, everyone will witness history. Witness the establishment of the first guild of the apocalypse. 10 minutes from now, the monsters are about to arrive, and our goal is to crush them. As this extremely inciting line of words was sent out, the players on the scene immediately responded in unison as well, hissing out, "Crush them! Crush them! Crush them!" Mard, brothers, this is the last chance, I'll go first, you guys take your time. I've only just gotten out of the novice village, but I'll add 5 points for dying once, my experience as a little rookie isn't worth much anyway, I'll go too. And me, nothing else will do, as long as I can block a hit for the big guys, it's worth it. Apocalypse first gang, here I come. The next moment, the Smoke and Rain Pavilion's residents' teleportation array flashed non-stop, with batch after batch of players emerging, and in no time at all, the resident was stuffed to the brim. This scene was not even expected by Smoke Rain Rides the Wind, originally just wanted to motivate the players at the site, but unexpectedly ushered in a large number of foreign aid. Right now, a conservative estimate was that the number of foreign aid players alone had exceeded 200,000. After all, most of the players were paying attention to this offensive and defensive battle. The thing of sending charcoal in the snow was not necessarily done by anyone, but there was never a shortage of people who liked to add flowers to the brocade. If it wasn't for the fact that teleportation fees between main cities were too expensive, this number of people would probably be more than that. As a guild belonging to Silvermoon City, players had to teleport to Silvermoon City before they could enjoy free teleportation to arrive at the Smoke and Rain Pavilion. Right now, the one who had to say that they were the most anxious was Bering Song Dome. The several crouching dragons and phoenixes that he had sent to restrain Lubai actually hadn't found anyone by now.
You few idiots, have you just been looking at the scenery? Couldn't you lock on to your target ahead of time and follow?
Ba Ling Song Dome was so angry that he cursed. The people he had planted in the Smoke and Rain Pavilion had also been sent to the back of the. This guy, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind, didn't have any presidential demeanor at all, and actually didn't leave any of his minions who were making calls. So now, it was not at all known whether Lubai was at Smoke Rain Rides the Wind side or not. Brother Dome, we also searched, and also risked breaking into the building at the core of the compound. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind was seen, just that Lubai doesn't know where he is.
Then you guys damn well didn't say anything until now.
Bailing Song Dome was furious. How could he have met such three stupid eagles?
Right now, the biggest hope was still pinned on that Su Cheng Yuyen.
If he could disassociate the Bee King at a critical moment to render him useless, it would likely tip the scales. Now it was also necessary to arrange for a large number of people to search for Lubai, as well as making remedial measures of sorts.
The 10-minute countdown ended, and everyone's eyes looked into the distance. Just to everyone's surprise, the expected overwhelming swarm of monsters did not appear.
The monsters on each side were hundreds of tall giants that were walking slowly.
What the hell is this? Shouldn't a mixture of all the monsters come at once?
Cyclops, it's actually a Cyclops. Is this something that
at this stage?
But the physique and strength had directly doubled several times. Especially this physique, it was estimated that many of the players who came to help now couldn't break through the defense. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind now didn't even know how to make tactical adjustments. This guy could clear a group of players with a single skill. Just at this moment, the communicator rang. Smoke and Rain Ride the Wind clicked on it and read it, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
Don't panic, this thing is slow. Let the players with fast movement speed pull the hate in batches and give my summons some time. Closing the message. Speechcraft's summons had already rushed out.
The attributes of the several main summons were now such that they could suppress the Cyclops, and it would take time to clear them out.
It was at this moment.
The several hundred players who had been watching the action not far from the front gate suddenly turned around and ran towards the hive. The dozens of people who were originally stationed near the hive suddenly exited the guild in unison, drawing their weapons and killing those around them.
What are you guys doing? Someone has mutinied. Quickly notify the president.
Without defense, the group was killed in seconds in a few breaths.
The hive was then surrounded.
Colorful skill strikes struck it, and the hive, which originally didn't have a high defense, began to crack and fall off in large chunks, immediately damaged beyond recognition. This purple wing Bee King flew out with 4 guards.
Mixed in the crowd, Su Cheng Yuyan's eyes lit up as he looked at the Bee King that had appeared.
Although the cooldown time of his own natural skill was not short, it had a lock-on effect. As long as the target appeared, it was basically a 100% hit.
I'm sorry, Big Brother Lubai. Chapter 104, Obstructed.
Divorce, designated type skill. Used on a summoner, it can turn the summoner to attack the summoner himself or the original friendly target.
Duration 3 minutes, skill cooldown 5 minutes.
At the time when this talent skill was chosen, Su Cheng Yuyan felt very helpless. This talent skill was an active type, and it didn't help one's career choice at all. Countering summons may seem to be a natural way of summoning a summoner, but there is more than one summoner, and Su Cheng Yuyan doesn't like PK, so this talent is very weak in his own eyes. At the time, it was spat out on the forums, and then it was found by the people of Bering in the back. Su Cheng Yuyan selected the purple-winged Bee King and directly used the talent skill, Separation.
Ding, skill determination successful. Seeing the system prompt, Su Cheng Yuyan's heart rejoiced.
This wave was stable. Before he could be happy for too long, Su Cheng Yuyan saw the 4 guards next to the Bee King. One of them changed its name to Green and became a friendly unit, starting to attack the Bee King. However, the King Bee's flexible figure and the 3 guards around him had a minimal effect. At this time, there were already quite a few players who came to help, noticing the situation here, and immediately rushed over to help after reacting.
Damn, someone's hitting the idea of Big Brother Liubai's summons.
Go over and exterminate them. Messing up at this time is completely blocking me from joining the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, no deal. At this time, 200 or so tiger-spotted venomous bees suddenly appeared around the purple-winged bee king.
Vibrating their wings, they joined the battle.
When Su Changyu Yan saw the scene, his heart directly sank. Without a hive it could actually be summoned, how could this Liu Bai's summons be so perverted? Originally, he had thought that if he could do the queen bee before he died if he failed in his skill, it would be considered as an explanation to the hegemony of the Vault of Heaven. Now it seems that it is directly hopeless.
When Smoke and Rain received the news, they immediately asked the nearby players to support the king bee.
He himself also gathered some people and personally rushed this way. The center of the compound to the main gate was only a 4 to 5 minute run. When they reached the place, they only saw the bee king using his skills to repair the hive.
Where are the people? Chairman, the troublemakers were all sent back by the poisonous bees in seconds.
Smoke Rain Rides the Wind was stunned after hearing this. He had rushed over in a hurry, thinking that the people who had come to cause trouble had been planning it for a long time, and that the queen bee would definitely suffer a thunderbolt.
I couldn't imagine this scene. The Smoke and Rain ride the wind of a sigh of relief at the same time. The heart also cannot help but spit. This? Come on, it's funny.
It's all recorded right, give me to check, I'll see who is against my Smoke and Rain Pavilion. Smoke and Rain arranged to go down, originally wanted to pull in a few more people, but in the end, he still felt like bringing his own people to guard the place.
Anyway, turn the live screen on and you can view the whole situation from anywhere.
At this time on the 4 sides of the battlefield, speech arts summons also began to change their previous style of hard-hitting, and began to mainly hold back, outputting under the condition of ensuring their own blood quantity. After all, if they were surrounded by a group of Cyclops and ate a bunch of skills hard, the attrition was not low. The ones that progressed the most smoothly were the Boar and Fire Elemental Elf side. Because of their slow movement speed, the Cyclops were partially pulled in by the Boar's direct hatred, and then moved around to look for an opportunity to attack. The Fire Elemental Elf, on the other hand, watched for the right moment to throw Flying Firebolt down when the Boar brought it together.
12,987. 1948. 12,241. 1836. 12,141.
Dense damage values popped up, which were also mixed with splash damage. After the group attack skills were used up, the Fire Elemental Elves began to kite spot kill low-blooded monsters again. The damage values inflicted made Speechcraft frown. This Cyclops physique was too high, otherwise, according to the current intelligence of the Fire Elemental Elf, the damage value would definitely have to be 40,000 or 50,000 toward the top. Speechcraft estimated that at this speed, it would take about 15 minutes to clear the 100 or so monsters on the left side. Needless to say, the speed of the other 2 sides was even slower. The ordinary wolves summoned by the Wolf Kings were only holding back at this point, barely causing too much damage.
The main output was just Blackie himself. And it would still take a few minutes for the Bee King to mend the hive. The remaining poisonous bees were only just breaking defense against the Cyclops. On each Cyclops head, there were about 20 poisonous wasps surrounding them like they were wearing a mask. It was already very good that the current situation was able to keep interfering and stop the Cyclops from advancing. This last wave is really sick. Stay White summons can't even do seconds anymore.
The number on all 4 sides combined seems to be only 600 or 700, it's considered normal to have this kind of intensity. Well, almost every one of them has the same strength as a boss, just with less blood. Liu Bai's summons are really a bug-like existence now they can actually keep such strong monsters out. The battle at the back mountain is quite tragic, it's completely relying on people to pile on. The battlefield at the back mountain of the residency. Smoke and Rain Pavilion first sent out some high combat players with fast movement speeds and windy positioning, directly pulling away almost half of the monsters. The other players were like ants, surrounding the Cyclops in a group while splitting it up. Anyway, there were so many players now, so they directly piled up with people. However, whenever the monster used a skill and the surrounding players couldn't dodge it, they would be cleared out in a large swath. The difference in attributes between the players and the Cyclops was too great, and even if they watched the timing and desperately threw control skills, it rarely worked. Under the Sea of Men tactic, although the players were heavily killed and injured, they still blocked the Cyclops outside the city wall temporarily. Smoke and Rain looked at the current situation and secretly projected in her heart. Continue to maintain the current situation. As long as the left side of the battlefield is cleared, the wild boar and fire elemental elves will be able to support the other battlefields when their hands are freed up, and then it will be fast.
Chapter 105 Going Down in Person. Resurrection Point. Su Cheng Yuyan sent a message to Bering Songdom to report the current situation.
President Songdom, I've tried my best and the skill was used successfully, it's just that King Bee will transfer the negative effects to the guards, so...
You see this money? You still have the nerve to mention money?
It just didn't have an effect on Stay White's summons. The opposite side's Bering Sangdao almost roared out, the piercing sound causing Su Cheng Yuyan to frown for a moment and couldn't help but turn down his voice a bit. Su Cheng Yuyan had already expected this situation, but still wanted to try his best to fight for it. But, at that time, what we said was that as long as we threw out the skill, I could get the money regardless of whether it was successful or not. After all, mine is only a B-ranked talent, and now that I've already pissed off both Stay White and Smoke and Rain Pavilion, it's kind of impossible to mix up this game. Bering Songdom wanted to spray a few more sentences, but suddenly thought that this squad that specialized in dealing with Staying White might still be useful in the future. If he fell out with Su Cheng Yuyan at this time, it would be more trouble than it was worth if he broke and found Staying White to reveal the information. Anyway, he hadn't promised Su Cheng Yuyan a lot of Dragon Kingdom coins at the time. It was best to draw a big pie first and let it continue to buy his life for himself. The money has already been called over. What should you do to put yourself a little smarter? Work well for Balin, the money will not be less in the future. Su Cheng Yuyan was stunned. How did this guy suddenly change his nature? But the money in hand was already the best result, and hastily agreed. At this time, because the Order of the Hegemonic Prosperity Vault hadn't been cancelled yet, the members of the Hegemonic Prosperity were still snooping around looking for traces of the speech arts. And at this time, Speechcraft had already arrived beside Smoke Rain Rides the Wind.
Brother Lu Bai, you finally come, I'm relieved to have you here. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind had an expression of relief.
Hee, there's no need to be nervous, the current success of defending the city is already a sure thing. The left side of the battlefield had already been cleared over halfway, and the right side, which Little Black and the Wolf King were responsible for, had also killed over 10 of them. The Bee King had only killed 2 of these, but the blood level of each monster had been pushed down a bit. The most unexpected was the back of the mountain, where the players actually killed 5 of them even after being consumed by their death-defying attacks. It was important to realize that many players were facing monsters with such high body mass, and many of their attacks were just single digits. And the monsters were able to smash a piece of them to death with every hammer down, not to mention using skills. Currently, a conservative estimate was that 20,000 people had all died once. Speechcraft looked at the battle, craned his neck, and did another chest expansion. Older brother, are you interested in going down to kill a wave to speed up the battle? Smoke Rain Rides the Wind was delighted.
Brother Lu Bai, you're going to do it yourself?
Yeah, I've been idle for too long, it's time to move around, otherwise everyone will only remember my summons.
Good.
Then, old brother, I'll be here to enjoy my brother's valor. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind, but he knew that this guy's strength was only stronger than the summons, and with him joining in, this was even more stable. However, he himself personally went down to the field will be exempt, the whole network is watching, when the time comes to inflict only a fraction of the opponent's damage. When the players compare, TSK, where can one's face as a president go? Speechcraft laughed, no longer delayed, drew his staff and rushed to the left. At this time, it was of course more effective to clear one side at a time. Just now, when Speechcraft appeared, he was noticed by some players, and now that he showed his intention to fight, the viewpoints of so many recorded screens locked onto him. Quick look, Lu Bai personally went down, this guy openly struck out back when he was in the novice village copy, and now he can't hold back after all. I'm curious as to what kind of performance is worthy of that total battle power of over 1 million.
Is Lu Bai himself very strong? Doesn't a summoner rely on the output of his summons?
Upstairs brother, your home is afraid not just connected to the internet, go to find his previous video to see, and then say this kind of words. This guy is not a summoner, how to move so fast, are running out of shadow. Looking forward. Expectation. It's rare to see the game's #1 person personally go down to kill monsters, this guy has been relying on summons to lie down for a long time. At this instant, more and more people noticed Speechcraft, and all the players who were filming on the left side, almost all of them put their lenses on him. Speechcraft approached quickly towards the monster. When there was still some distance to go, he directly threw a touch of agony, then followed it up with a spirit shock, and finally a stroke of his staff. The replica meteor firestorm smashed into the densest part of the monster again. At this time, Speechcraft's spiritual power was already close to 50,000, and his intelligence had reached around 30,000 as well. The damage dealt by these three skills directly made everyone's jaws drop.
29,854. 29,854. 42,243. 19,851.
A wave of skills directly thrown out, in front of the monster's blood level almost fell by a third, and also set a continuous blood loss status. All of the live broadcast rooms at this moment were directly screened by.
Is this guy still human? How can the damage be so high?
It's easier to brush a monster of the same strength as a boss than it is for me to fight ordinary monsters.
Is this the strength of the number one person in the battle list?
Kneel for the big guy. Summoner output skills are relatively few. I'm afraid that after this wave of skills is used up, I'll enter a period of weakness. Upstairs buddy, even if people stay white big brother enters a weak period, he's still tougher than everyone in the game. While the crowd was shocked, they were also curious about Speech Art's expression after his next skill CD. Only to see that Speech Art held his staff horizontally with both hands and swept it directly forward, which was just the right height to strike the Cyclops' calf position. A crunching sound of bones breaking came out. The Cyclops was directly struck to one knee.
21,754.
This was followed by another high leap and turn, and the staff struck the giant's one eye solidly.
45,121. What the hell kind of damage? Someone tell me what's happening, is this a summoner?
Mard, it's too outrageous, the power is so high that it actually triggers a physical effect, it really breaks the leg.
The Cyclops' weakness is its eyes?
I seem to have just seen the giant close its eyes, this directly swollen eyelids, too bad. The physical output of a labor berserker, being summoned by a summoner for a few seconds, who would believe it when I say it?
Buddy, not only you berserkers, the whole network has been seconded.
At this moment, not only ordinary players, but all the experts on the battle ranking were frozen in fear, unable to speak. All of the players had an almost open-mouthed, staring expression. It could be said that Speech Art had propped up the eyes of all the players by a single person. Under Speech Art's stormy attack, the Cyclops lasted for about 10 seconds before being killed. During this time, Speech Art didn't seem to take the trouble to roam around while attacking, but it actually didn't receive any attacks from start to finish. The first Cyclops was killed, and Speech Art ran to the next target at an extremely fast speed.
Chapter 106 Smoke and Rain Pavilion established.
Once 5 minutes passed, this side of the battlefield was cleared.
The wild boar and fire elemental elf headed to the front to help King B.
Speechcraft ran straight back, through the quarters, to support the right side. The fastest way now was to free Little Black as well and head to the back of the mountain together. Looking down from above, Speech Art alone was running wildly in front, with a bunch of watching players hanging far behind him. Fast, too fast, now I doubt that light Lubai alone with his summons can hold it down. Steady, Smoke and Rain Pavilion really is the #1 gang in the apocalypse. The summons are also already this perverted, I can't imagine that Lubai himself is even more outrageous. It really is the hexagonal warrior, there doesn't seem to be any shortcomings on this person. After the speech technique to the right side, the same operation was used again. This time it took 8 minutes to kill all the monsters. Then an unexpected image appeared. Only to see Speechcraft leaping high into the air, the falcon Little Black quickly flew close to the ground and directly caught Speechcraft, who was just about to descend. With that, Speech Arts rode on Little Black and quickly flew towards the back of the mountain.
What happened? Can summons also be used as mounts?
Is there any brother who is also a summoner to come out and popularize it? Thinking too much, at this stage, ordinary summons simply can't be subjected to people, even if they barely hold on. Maneuvering is also a big. When Little Black flew above the Cyclops' head, Speechcraft found the right moment to directly leap down. The staff smashed hard on top of its head.
27,255.
A high amount of damage jumped out, immediately startling the surrounding players. It's staying white, he's actually riding an eagle over. It's like it's just a general attack damage, why is it so outrageous? Descending from the sky with a stick to the head, this wave of handsomeness is something even I have to back off from. Speechcraft was silent the entire time as a set of silky smooth combos were struck, followed by a high amount of damage floating up. In a moment, he put this Cyclops down and quickly left again to find his next target. Leaving behind a dazed group of people who couldn't return to their senses for a long
11,987. 7,948. 6,241. 5,210.
Under the high amount of body resistance, the output of speechcraft and the summoners slumped severely. At this time instead, the poison bees and coyotes played a big role. The tiger-spotted poisonous wasps were almost crawling all over the boss's body, and the coyotes were surrounding its feet. Every time the boss swung its hammer, the poisonous bees and coyotes were killed in large numbers. Then came the intensive corpse explosions. A series of real damage that ignored defense popped up. Especially the coyote's corpse explosion, the damage was actually not lower than that of several main pets.
6,124. 2,764. 6,124. 2,764. 6,124. At this moment, all the lines of sight were also focused here. This giant's attributes are outrageous. It's amazing that even Whiteout can only deal so little damage. Explosive real damage has made a big splash, ignoring defense specializes in turtle shells. It has to be Lu Bai. If it was an ordinary player, I guess it would take a few tens of thousands of people to take it down. Under the siege of the group of speech summoners, it took a minute and a half to successfully kill them. At this point, all of the siege monsters were cleared. System notice: congratulations to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion Guild for killing all the monsters and completing the monster siege test. The Smoke and Rain Pavilion Guild has become the first guild in the apocalypse. As the first guild established, the guild members will be blessed by the gods of the apocalypse, with a 30% bonus to their experience value. Duration: 1 month. Hearing the system notification, the players on the scene cheered at once. The Smoke and Rain Pavilion is bullish. Staying white is bullish. Labor is now the #1 guild of the apocalypse.
There was also a lot of talk in the various live streams.
666. Congratulations Smoke and Rain Pavilion.
The success of defending the city is all thanks to Big Brother Lu Bai. The light summons cleaned up all the monsters.
Outrageous, defending the city successfully actually didn't even break the city walls. With this precedent, I guess a lot of guilds will ask Stay White to take action in the future.
In the H-City Hospital, Baring Song Dome, who was wearing a gaming helmet, suddenly shook his body unnaturally.
Then the mask on the helmet automatically opened, revealing Baring Songdao's ebony face.
When Bailing Song Cheong learned that the Smoke and Rain Pavilion had succeeded in building its association, he was again infuriated in the game, and his body appeared abnormal, and he was forced to go offline again.
Smoke and Rain Pavilion.
The first build is no big deal. Sooner or later I will lead Hegemony Pro and trample all of you hard under my feet. At this time Speechart also put away his summons and came before Smoke Rain rides the wind. Finish fighting and call it a day. I still have things to do, so I'll withdraw first. Smoky Rain rides the wind could be described as having a spring in its step at this time, with a happy face. Stay White brother, still have to thank you. If you don't come to help, this monster siege is definitely not going to survive.
Hee, you're welcome, just collecting money to do something. Since you have something to do, then I won't keep you much longer. Come and sit down more often when you have time.
Now that the foundation is successful, there are still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with. Smoke Rain rides the wind also did not have too much polite, simple 2 sentences and Speecharts waved goodbye.
Chapter 107 No Setting Fire to the Mountain.
After Speechcraft left, Smoke and Rain went straight to the forums to post a thank you note. The content is to come to help players to say thank you, but also solemnly made a commitment, although now the reason for the number of guild limitations, cannot pull everyone in, but the points have been recorded, the follow-up has a person in charge, will be arranged to join the guild one after. Of course, at the end of the body of the post also did not forget to put down harsh words. For in the Smoky Rain Pavilion during the city, come to disrupt the individual or group, Smoky Rain Pavilion also recorded good, will be Smoky Rain Pavilion listed as enemies. Especially certain guilds, when building a city watch, they themselves will definitely bring people forward to mob the city, so please be prepared. Returning to Falling Star City's Speechcraft, he first released a few summons to develop on their own.
Then it came to the City Lord's mansion.
He himself had remembered the butler's words, and the City Lord should have returned by now.
The standardized equipment still had to be messed with.
After completing 2 more quests and getting acquainted quite a bit, it was just time to find a way to reveal that chimera to him as well. After receiving the quests, it was time to go and do Ken in and get that necromancer's exclusive ring. Soon after, Speechcraft was introduced by the butler and met with Starfall City's Lord, Staryu. The other party was a middle-aged man with handsome features and positive looks, while giving off a mature and steady feeling. Staryu shot a glance at Speechcraft and directly opened his mouth to inquire.
White remaining adventurer, I heard that you need a large amount of standardized equipment?
Yes, Lord City Lord.
I'm too lazy to beat around the bush with you. I have something here, if you can accomplish it. I will directly send you 2 more batches of standardized equipment. The quantity of the 2 batches is 2,000. Xingyu stretched out 2 fingers. Speechcraft took a look and was instantly delighted. Right now, although he had a lot of money, but the prestige value could be saved. These 2,000 pieces of equipment were enough to advance 2 pieces of equipment. I'll take it. Good, there is a group of mountain bandits in the Wu Mountain north of the city that are godly. The mountain bandits' lair is also easy to defend and hard to attack, and the mountain bandits are like weeds. If they are not killed cleanly, they will gather a new group of bandits for a period of time. I have things to take care of lately, and I can't spare my hands, so you go for me and eliminate the mountain bandits. Ding Xingyu releases a mission to you: eliminate mountain bandits. Mission content: eliminate the mountain bandits in Wu Mountain. Mission reward: 2,000 pieces of standardized equipment, free to choose the style. Mission failure penalty: none. Mission time limit: 7 days. Whether to accept the mission. Accept. The Wu Mountains could be said to be the most complicated terrain around the entire Falling Star City. With the level of the monsters in that place, the average level of the mountain bandits was at most level 19, and would not exceed level 20 at all. Killing mountain bandits was easy, the hard part was finding them out. And one's own summons were just right for doing this. Coincidentally, the purple-winged bee king also happened to be in that neighborhood, so he could immediately rush over there. When the time came, the overwhelming number of poisonous bees would go straight into the mountains and conduct a carpet search, and it would be completely possible to find out the mountain bandits without missing a single one. Thinking of this, Speechcraft immediately issued a command to the queen bee. Stay white, do you have anything else to do? If not, then leave to complete your mission, the time given to you is not much. Lord City Lord, if I say that I only need 1 day to clear out all the bandits, can I raise the reward even higher? Xingyu frowned after hearing this. He was a person who hated people who were frivolous and not down to earth. Young man, are you overestimating your own strength, or do you have no concept of how difficult mountain bandits are? City Lord, I have my ways, I guarantee it will be done in 1 day. Seeing that Yan Shu spoke with determination, Xingyu thought about it and continued. First things first, no setting fire to the mountain. I won't do such a thing, besides by the kind of greenery in Mount Wu, I can't set fire to it. Speechcraft was speechless for a while. How did it feel like this city lord, like he knew about his own fire-burning replica? Good. Since you have this confidence, then I'll give you a chance too. If you can kill all the mountain bandits in 1 day, I'll give you 5,000 pieces of standardized equipment. Ding, there is a change in the mission: kill mountain bandits. Mission reward: 5,000 pieces of standardized equipment, free to choose the style. Mission failure penalty: 100,000 gold coins deducted. Mission time limit: 1 day. The corner of Yenshu's mouth twitched. It seems that the city lord is angry. This punishment is a bit poisonous. If he doesn't have that much money, the total amount of gold coins will directly become negative, and all the earnings in the coming period will be used to offset the debt. Butler, see off the guests. Out of the city lord's mansion. Speechcraft directly cut the perspective of the purple-winged bee king and found that it had already released all of its poisonous bees. It directly formed a net and began to carpet search, and it was extremely fast. Seeing that there were no problems, Speechcraft switched back to the viewpoint. Taking out his communicator, he began to contact Sheen Little Demon. There's a mission in Blazing Sun City that needs your help for 2,000. Good. The other party agreed extremely crisply. Kane's ability to escape was absolutely top-notch. With Sheen Little Demon's S-rank talent, it could be said that Tianka was in this category. As for output, just bring along Boar and Blackie. As long as the opponent was trapped, it wouldn't take much time at all to kill him. Speechcraft had just arrived at Blazing Sun City when he saw the system alert bar start scrolling with messages. Ding, you have killed the mountain bandit, gaining 2,500 experience points, and the purple-winged bee king has gained +1 free attribute point. Ding, you have killed the mountain bandit, gained experience value of 2,500, and the purple-winged bee king has gained +1 free attribute point. More than a dozen popped up in a row. It indicated that the poison bee had found a small group of mountain bandits and completed the kill. When Speechcraft clicked on the quest to take a look, a quantity prompt had appeared in the quest content. Have killed the Wu mountain bandits 10,000. 10,000 mountain bandits. At this rate it was estimated that a day would not be needed. After all, this kind of monsters were all gathered together in a single strand. Big Brother Lu Bai.
At this time, Sheen Little Demon trotted all the way up to meet him, the joy on her face simply couldn't be hidden.
Arrived why so happy, did you pick up money?
These words made Sheen Little Demon roll her eyes, going out on a mission with the game's #1 expert in picking up money.
Isn't it normal to be happy? Where are we going?
The place is a bit far this time, just follow me. Speechcraft thought about it. In order to save time, it was better to let his summons act as mounts for a bit. Recall Xiao Hei and Boar back to the pet space, then resummon them again at his side.
Ride them to catch the road.
After saying this, Speechcraft directly jumped on Little Black's back.
Sheen Little Demon was instantly overjoyed, starlight bubbling up in her eyes. This was Liu Bai's summoned object, actually having the chance to ride it. He himself should be the first one to have such a treatment.
And there was also a chance to ride with Liu Bai. Sheen Little Demon instantly felt like she had made a fortune, and immediately walked towards the speech art.
What are you doing? Isn't it possible to ride a summon? Oh, you're riding a boar.
Don't worry, its mane won't stick to your butt.
Chapter 108 NPCs are considered bosses? Sheen Little Demon directly froze. For a moment, she didn't know what to say.
She was such a youthful and beautiful beauty, not inviting herself to ride with her even if it's not enough, actually letting herself sit on such an ugly pig.
Stay white, big brother. What, you want to walk? It's fine.
Sheen Xiao Demon looked at Yen Shu's oil and salt look and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. A wild boar is a wild boar. Many people want to sit and still don't have this opportunity. Yen Shu took a look at Sheen Little Demon who had already rolled over and mounted the boar.
Directly ordered Xiao Hei to fly in the direction of the western part of the city. Xiao Hei moving in the air is fine, riding aboard Qin Xiaodian immediately attracted the attention of many people. This beauty is very bullish, actually getting a mount. Why do I feel that this mount is a bit like the wild boar of Liu Bai? No need to doubt it, this is Liu Bai's summon. I was there when we defended the city. It seems that this beauty has a good relationship with Liu Bai, she can actually ride his summons. Qin Xiao Demon had originally thought that the boar was ugly, but with the envious eyes of the players along the way, she instantly puffed out her chest as well. After leaving the city gates, the boar began to pick up speed and run wildly. Although sitting on it was stable, Sheen Little Demon was still so scared that she clutched her mane tightly. In no time at all, it passed through several leveling areas and entered the graveyard. This is a graveyard. What is Liu Bai going to do here? Weirdly oozing.
The thought had just popped up in Sheen Little Demon's heart when the boar had already stopped at the intersection.
A man and an eagle were already waiting in place. Big brother Liu Bai, what are we doing here?
Speechcraft pointed at the 2-story wooden house in the distance.
There's a boss in there. After I move against him, you pay attention to using your natural skill to trap him. Good. Let's go.
Speechcraft first put away the boar and Blackie and led the way, arriving at the wooden house currently in no time. After knocking on the door, Kane's deadpan face appeared in front of the two. Kane looked at Speechcraft, who had changed his outfit, and first froze, then gave Sheen Little Demon behind him a wary glance.
Liu Bai, it's not even the time we agreed on, and why are you bringing other people here? Speechcraft hemmed and hawed. My lord, haven't I gained a lot of strength after receiving your blessing?
She is also an avid follower of the god of death, can you bless her as well?
Now tugging at Kane instead of starting a fight straight away.
The main reason was to get into the cabin.
This ramshackle wooden house with its outer wooden layers was just camouflage.
It was actually a special alchemy equipment called Secret Silver Fortress, which was also considered one of Ken's means of preserving his life. A person in it could filter out most of the skill damage, while Ken, who was inside, could easily use his skills to counterattack. Sheen Xiao Demon was confused after hearing this. What followers of the god of death, this script doesn't seem to be like this. Why don't you in your own advance a little bit, if it reveals what to do? Sheen Little Demon looked at Ken's pitted face and could only squeeze out an ugly and awkward smile.
Liu Bai, you have to realize that not everyone is qualified to be blessed by me, and the fact that you brought someone to me without my consent makes me very unhappy. The current ring skill was still in its cooling off period, and Kane couldn't even manage to take someone in it.
My lord, her attributes are also strong.
How strong? Not below me.
Now Ken was curious, and after thinking about it, he let the two enter the cabin. If it was really as Liu Bai said, he would have one more material for his own enhancement. Just like last time, Kane still took out the crystal ball that tested his attributes.
Place your hand on it.
Xin Xiao Demon looked at the speech art, and after receiving approval, she directly placed her hand on it. The next moment, a faint white light lit up on the crystal ball. Kane froze and turned his head to see the teasing expression on Speechcraft's face.
You dare to trick me? Kane reacted and instantly became furious.
A shield covered in bone spikes then appeared in his hand and slammed down towards the two. Speechcraft had anticipated this, and as soon as he did, he ripped Xin Little Demon to the back, dodging Kane's attack. The staff appeared in his hand, and a direct touch of agony was placed on Ken.
2301. 2223. 2072. 2142.
The corner of Speechcraft's mouth twitched as he looked at the damage dealt. This guy was worthy of being a holy shield knight, this damage reduction was so outrageous. Hee, little one, who gave you the courage to make a move against me? An old man who has turned his back on his knightly beliefs and is bent on turning necromancer should have been in the ground a long time ago. Speechcraft sneered, while waving his staff, directly pulling out all the summons, except for the king bee. When this pile of summons appeared, the walls of the narrow house suddenly moved backward, and the wooden boards affixed to it immediately shattered and splattered. This scene directly stunned Xin Little Demon, who was on the side.
The wooden house was just a disguise?
And the boss that Lu Bai said he wanted to kill was this guy in front of him, but this was a proper NPC.
When did NPCs count as bosses?
However, it seems that this guy killed the village chief of the novice village, perhaps in the eyes of others and boss, as long as it is profitable, kill as usual. At this point, the original narrow room was transformed into a hall in a matter of moments.
Summoner, do you really think you can beat me with numbers?
Ants are ants after all, and tickling me is too little power. Kane looked at the few summons that had appeared, completely unconcerned.
Don't rush, there's more.
The turtle's shell was too hard, so he would have to use a corpse explosion. The Wolf King let out a long whistle, and thousands of wild wolves appeared out of thin air, directly filling up the entire hall. All the summons then began to attack towards Kane.
1351. 1923. 1202. 19.
The damage dealt was just as Speechcraft had expected, quite low compared to usual. In particular, the damage dealt by the common coyote had just broken into double digits. With the damage dealt by this wave of attacks, Kane's blood bar barely changed.
The bone spur shield in Kane's hand was completely a huge alien weapon at this point. With a single swing, it flung away several coyotes.
With a flash of white light on the coyotes that fell to the ground in seconds, they shook their heads and stood up again, continuing to join the battle.
Jia summons can still be resurrected, is this your base to challenge me? Let me see just how many times it can be resurrected.
Kane laughed exaggeratedly.
At the second kill of the same coyote,
the body of the wolf corpse rapidly expanded and immediately exploded, directly shaking Kane's figure.
6,237. 6,244. 6,214. This time Kane killed 5 wolves in seconds, and the damage inflicted directly caused its face to stare. Chapter 109 Killing. With so many wild wolves present, if they all exploded to deal damage, they could definitely deal over 7 million damage.
And coupled with the output of several other summons, it was likely that he would grind himself to death alive. Thinking of this, Ken stood his shield in front of his body and pressed his legs down. The calves, which were already a bit muscular and atrophied, suddenly bulged.
Little Demon.
Xin Little Demon had already been preparing for a long time, and at this moment, she received the command from speech art. An arrow feather immediately passed through the gap in the bone shield at an extremely tricky angle and struck Kane's chest.
19.
Looking at this damage value, Xin Little Demon was greatly impacted. The damage value dealt by himself was actually only about the same as the coyote used as a bomb. Kane's body shook as his skill built up, directly wrenching his green-black face red, still firmly imprisoned in place.
Disgusting skill!
Ken roared angrily, spitting out the stuffy feeling that was clogging up his chest. Since I wanted to trap me, I had no choice but to capture you, little summoner. Kane revealed a cruel smile. Once the summoner died, these annoying summons would disappear with him. Only a 30,000 damage popped up on Kane's head. A giant black hand suddenly appeared in front of Speechcraft and immediately gripped Speechcraft before quickly dragging it towards Ken's face.
It's over.
Ken was unable to move, but as usual, he could cast skills and make attack moves.
50,000. Another huge damage value popped up on Kane's body.
The hideous bone shield's red light was loud, and it slammed down directly towards the top of his head. Ken seemed to have seen the scene of speech art being smashed to pieces. But in the next moment, there was a flash of red light on Speechcraft, and Ken felt like his bone shield had struck cotton.
A 800 damage floated up on all the summons.
How is this possible? How did you get this perverted ability? Ken's face was shocked. When the summons could withstand all damage, then the summoner himself really had no shortcomings.
Speechcraft didn't answer him, instead he let out a faint laugh.
So the cost of using your necromancy skill is the consumption of life value. Ah, come on a few more times, save me from having to do it myself. At this time, the black giant hand on Speechcraft's body hadn't disappeared, but at this time, Speechcraft didn't bother to avoid it, and directly swung his staff to madly greet the other party. Right now neither of us can move, or else we'll just blast each other like this and see who falls down first. Kane's attack speed at this time slowed down Speech Art by quite a bit, and lost in terms of momentum. And just as his shield slammed down, a coyote jumped over to die, completing the mission of blowing itself up. Looking at the two people's unskilled attacks, Gene Little Demon instantly developed a feeling that two punks were fighting in the streets.
Things aren't looking good at this rate, we need to break the game quickly.
Thinking of this, Kane directly put his heart on the line and pulled out a clean white horn and blew it. The skill was activated, and it began to continuously drop blood again.
10,000. 10,000. 10,000.
At a glance, Speechcraft knew that this skill was not simple, but at a glance at this state of his blood loss, he kind of didn't want to interrupt. As the sound waves spread out. Outside, in the graveyard, a palm broke out of the ground. Some of them were stiff and uncorrupted dead bodies, while others were skeletons. Without exception, there was an eerie blue soul fire emerging from the eye sockets.
Jia jia jia. Let's show you the true power of a necromancer.
The surrounding walls suddenly popped open with two gates, followed by the summoned necromantic creatures pouring in. This scenario directly caused Gene Little Demon to hide behind a pile of wild wolves. Speechcraft just smiled faintly and coldly, not panicking in the slightest. Kane had only just touched the threshold of a necromancer when he counted, and these things were not powerful enough to do anything but disgust people. Fire Elemental Elf and Speech Art threw out two meteor fire showers respectively, directly killing the things that came pouring in. The Fire Elemental Elf then guarded one side while the boar blocked the door on the other side, directly stopping these things outside.
You've got a nice house here, it'll be mine in the next moment.
This secret silver fortress was good, it could be used as a shelter when the game descended later. Kane was now emotional instead.
How can it be? How could my undead army be that weak?
Although it was the first time he had used this skill, Kane knew that it was a forbidden spell among necromancer skills. He himself had paid hundreds of thousands of life points to use this skill, but he had only conjured up a pile of garbage. It must be bad materials, it must be. If I could have used the skeletons in the ring, you guys would have been torn to pieces long ago. Speechcraft watched as he muttered to himself, but his hand didn't stop at all. Since you asked, I'll be merciful and tell you, since you're low in both intelligence and spirituality, you're simply not cut out to be a necromancer. What do you know, sooner or later my attributes will improve, and I'll have to summon a powerful bone dragon then.
As the amount of blood became less and less, Kane also began to panic.
Stay white, spare my life and I'll help you transform into a great necromancer.
No need, are necromancers strong?
I don't have a fetish for collecting corpses. Then you don't have a reason to kill me, I've even helped you improve your attributes.
Lied to you.
This guy had killed a lot of people and buried them in this area just to practice his necromancer skills. In his previous life, the guy who transferred to necromancer, but he raised the whole gang to help Ken to transfer successfully, during which he sent many people from his guild to him to improve his attributes, and he only got the chance to transfer. In order to use his skills, he collected all kinds of corpses every day. Especially after the game descended into reality, also still not stop, to the back of the almost to the point of everyone shouting. The main reason for killing Ken himself now was to get the ring and find a way to strip the skills off of it. Another was to break this inheritance. For this kind of strong or not strong completely depends on the material profession, Speechcraft was not interested at all. As soon as Kane saw that there was no hope, he began to hold back his escape skills again, preparing to vanish at the first opportunity when the confinement effect disappeared. However, the Qinshao demon was staring at the whole process, and when the confinement effect was about to disappear, she immediately added an arrow. She simply didn't give it a chance to escape. During this time, the ordinary wild wolves were almost consumed, and the Wolf King re-summoned once more. Kane looked at it in his eyes and completely cut off his hopes. I can't imagine that after carefully avoiding the church's pursuit, I actually ended up dying at the hands of an adventurer. It's really ironic, and it's a pity that I didn't end up becoming a great necromancer.
Adventurer, before I die, can you fulfill a wish of mine?
Seeing that Speechcraft ignored him and instead sped up, the last hope in Ken's eyes faded away. In the end, his blood emptied and he was killed on the ground. Chapter 110 Gallop's Ring. People who were about to die still talked about wishes, but Speechcraft was well aware of the fact that it was too late to make a difference. System announcement: congratulations to player Lubai, killing Gravekeeper Ken, obtaining rewards, free attribute points plus 500, gold coins plus 550, game reputation plus 1000. Ding, you have killed Gravekeeper Ken, and have gained clerical prestige plus 1000. The system prompt that appeared was basically expected by Speechcraft. This type of special NPC, which actually had the qualities of a monster, would also be rewarded with a service-wide notification after killing it. What surprised Speechcraft was that it actually gained 1000 points of prestige from the ecclesiastical forces. It seemed that this guy, Ken, should be on the Holy See's wanted list. This reputation was also of great use. Later on, Speechcraft needed to purify the tainted ring, and sooner or later, he would have to climb up the line of the Holy See. Next is the time to harvest. Suddenly at this time there was another series of 3 announcements. System notice: congratulations to player Love to Eat Grapes, kill the only hidden boss, Secret Realm Longhorn Lizard, get reward, free attribute points plus 220, unsealed skill book, plus 4, gold coins plus 300, game reputation plus 1500. I can't believe I found the hidden boss as well. Speechcraft smiled slightly. It seemed that this GUA guild had been stimulated by the Smoke and Rain Pavilion and had started to spend a lot of money to find hidden bosses. But this, also reasonable. Hopefully, they will be able to produce a gang building order, and then their own business will come. After all, this kind of thing of helping people guard the city can only be profitable in the early stages, when everyone becomes stronger later on, after the game is experienced. Defending the city will not be so difficult. Speechcraft walked towards Ken's corpse and checked the dropped items. Creepy corpse, 10, ordinary skeleton, 6, forest wolf's carcass, 2. First there were some messy corpses that made Speechcraft frown at the sight of them. They should have been used by this guy to practice his skills. Then there was the expected Necromancer inheritance item. Necromancer Transmission Scroll 1, after using it, you can take the Necromancer Profession quest, and when you pass all the tests and fulfill the requirements for the transmission, you can be transferred to the hidden profession Necromancer. Speechcraft looked at this scroll and couldn't help but feel surprised. One would have thought that this guy, Ken, could open the path of transferring for others, but he didn't realize that it was just the simplest transfer scroll. Then it was likely that there were 2 transfer scrolls, and Kane had used up one and was being tested. The guy who transferred to Necromancer in his previous life got the remaining one after helping Ken reach the conditions. Let's put it away in the backpack for now and see what to do with it later. Gallop's Ring, Necromancer exclusive, auxiliary class artifact. It has unlimited internal space, and can store Necromancer summoning materials, corpses, and so on. Skill, Spirit Draw, can forcefully pull a living target with a life value lower than his own into the ring space, inflicting damage of the target's life value 5% per second during that time, and the user can consume his own life to shorten the control time and increase the damage to the target. If the target's intelligence and mental power within the ring is higher than the ring user's, the ring's owner can gain 10% of the target's mental power and intelligence value. Skill cooldown time, 3 days. Maintain skill time equals user's remaining life value 1000. Auxiliary class artifacts did not take up equipment grids, and the effect was quite strong, but even if the skill was stripped off and attached to other equipment, it felt like it would be of little use to him. Infinite space could only store Necromancer's materials, and the skill, Spiritual Power Draw, was completely unsuitable for himself. First of all, there were no players at this stage that had a higher spiritual power and intelligence than themselves. If one were to use it on monsters and NPCs, one's own life value was generally lower than theirs, and one would not be able to pull it into the space at all, which would be rather embarrassing. Let's just see if we can borrow some special items later to reverse the skill effect. Putting it aside for now, there was no way one would let this circulate on the market anyway. Caracal Spine Shield, Diamond Grade Level 50. Limited Profession, Night Class. Life value plus 400,000. Physique plus 50,000. Strength plus 30k. Intelligence plus 0.5 million. Spirit plus 0.5 million. Damage reduction plus 20%. Skills, Bone Spur, passive skill. Caracal Bone Shield has the ability to attack and defend. While wielding the shield to defend against attacks, it can inflict general attack damage to targets within the attack range. Blood-burning strike consumes a large amount of life value, and the next strike deals depleted life value 20 damage to the target. Speechcraft's pupils shrunk. It was amazing that diamond-grade equipment had exploded so quickly. This was second only to legendary-grade equipment. Even in the late stages, many people high combat players still had a lot of diamond equipment to mix and match. The two skills are also quite practical, very suitable for knights who take the output route. This piece of equipment is now taken and hung in the auction house, enough to cause a stir and fetch an extremely high price. There was nothing good left, only a few pieces of ordinary trash equipment, not even a single skill book. There was also the horn that Ken used just now. It didn't explode either. Presumably it was a consumable item that had already been used up by him. It's just that I don't know what he prepared against himself when he came back after about 3 days. Just then, the house in which it was located suddenly shook. The entire house jumped up as if it was fitted with springs. It quickly shrunk into an orb after leaping in the air and finally fell in front of Speechcraft. The user Ken was dead, and this secret silver fortress returned to its original appearance. Secret Silver Bastion, intermediate. When you are in it, magical damage received is reduced by 50%, and the internal space can be expanded by a certain amount depending on the number of units inside. Good stuff. This thing was copied by some people to sky-high prices when the game descended into reality, so if you can't use it yourself, you can throw it to your parents. Watching Speechcraft put away all the loot. Only then did Chin Little Demon walk in front. Big brother Lubai, what's with this house at the end? For Chin Little Demon, the attraction of equipment and whatnot wasn't as big as this weird house. Speechcraft smiled faintly and shared its description with Chin Little Demon. This thing was a well-known contraption by the end of the day anyway, so there was no need to hide it. Go back. It's been hard work. Speechcraft traded the money to Chin Little Demon as promised. It's nothing, I'll just throw in a few skills, it's nothing. For Chin Little Demon, this amount of money was no longer important. Now that Speechcraft needed help, he would still give it without any honorarium, and having access to some strange bosses was one aspect. On the other hand, it was also the guild's order that all the members of U2 must not cross paths with Stay White at any time, and even find ways to have a good relationship if they had the chance. Chapter 111 Caracal Bone Shield on the shelf. After the two of them returned to Blazing Sun City, Yen Shu said goodbye and then teleported back to Falling Star City. After thinking about it, Yen Shu still put the Caracal Bone Shield equipment on the shelf. A minimum price of 500,000 gold coins was set, and then the auction lasted for 7 days. Although it was said that this equipment could only be equipped at level 50, it was estimated that there were still quite a few people who were interested. The first thing was that some people, themselves, possessed the talent to lower the equipment level limit. There were also some special props that could achieve a similar effect. Furthermore, like the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, this kind of officially established guild, the resident has a guild warehouse. It was entirely possible to buy it to town, injecting chicken blood into one's guild members and increasing the motivation to earn guild points. After all, this is the first diamond equipment that appeared in the game, and can be called a small artifact at this stage. As expected, it wasn't out of the expectation of Yanjutsu. The equipment was on the shelves for just a few minutes and immediately caught the attention of the players. I'm damn well still using a bronze outfit, how come someone got a diamond outfit? The attributes are so strong, it's worthy of being a diamond outfit. The tycoon players who play knights are blessed. I have a great talent, advance enjoyment, can use the equipment whose level difference is not more than 30, and I'm still a holy shield knight. This equipment is simply tailor-made for me, but I only have 5 gold coins on my whole body. PK artifact, look at this additional skills, where after killing brittle skin must be as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. This thing is so outrageous, must be to kill high-level boss to burst out, will not be again to Stay White Big Brother's trophies. Upstairs, the truth is, this is definitely the stuff of Big Brother Lubai. Bearing Bird King also noticed this equipment at this time. It was only limited to knight class professions, so wouldn't Vault Brothers Inquisitor, as a knight advanced profession, be able to equip it as well? Because of the matter of building a gang, the blow to Bearing Bird King was not small, so he had been casually coming online to look around lately, and just wasn't in the mood to play games. Thinking of this, the Bearing Bird King decided to discuss with the senior members of the crowd to take this shield and motivate Bearing Song Dome. At this time, the knight who was soloing in a valley was sitting on the grass and resting when he overheard the players talking. As soon as he entered the auction house and saw this piece of equipment, his entire breath caught. This is completely customized for me, must take it. The shield that the man had put aside, with a few daggers inserted backward on it, had an unorthodox-looking shape, but it actually looked extremely similar to the Caracal bone shield. It was completely intended to be an offensive and defensive knight. This person was none other than the recent 6th expert on the battle power list, the Holy Shield Knight covered in loins. After Speechcraft put the shield on the shelf, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Next, there wasn't much that mattered, so it was just a matter of waiting for King B's side to finish clearing the bandits. Speechcraft took a look at the quest progress and had killed the Wu Mountain bandits 30-25-10,000. Judging from the speed, it wouldn't take a day at all to finish the quest. After dispatching all the summons, it was just time to go offline and take a rest. At this time, in the center clearing of a dense forest, Love Grapes was leading a siege against a huge tree demon. The number of players involved in this battle had exceeded 500, surrounding the entire tree demon with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Jungle Tree Demon, the only hidden boss, level 18. Life value, 210W 510W. Magic value, 40W. Physique, 2341. Intelligence, 1521. Spirit, 2514. Skills: Vine Entanglement, Phantom Sound Hissing, Ground Surge, Flying Leaves, Miracle of Life. At this point, the tree demon's life value had been depleted by more than half. All of the combat members dealt mixed damage. Many of the commoners were only doing double-digit damage. The one with the highest output was Love Grapes. Each skill could deal tens of thousands of damage, if not for the limitations of the skill cooldown time. She alone could top half of the people. Sister Grape, do you think we can pop the gang building order this time? Someone beside her asked. It's hard to say, but this is already the second hidden boss, the chances shouldn't be small. Alas, I don't know what kind of luck that guy Lubai had, actually getting 2 gang building orders. But our luck is pretty good this time, we actually found 2 hidden bosses in this place. Don't chat first, don't get distracted, this boss's last skill is disgusting as hell, we must interrupt it this time. If it happens a few more times, we'll all have to go back to the city to resupply. Okay. Dream Lightning also smiled faintly and no longer pushed back. Only walking towards the boss corpse. At this time, all the girls around were staring closely at Dream Light Speech's movements. Only to see that her face first regained its calmness, but her entire being immediately became agitated again. Holding a token-style object in her hand, she raised it high in the air. Sisters, we can actually establish a guild this time as well. The surroundings were first quiet, then everyone cheered. Love Eats Grapes was even more excited as she rushed forward and hugged Dream Lightning. To know, just the news of these 2 hidden boss, let GU spent a small price. Now finally, the effort had not been lost. As there was no deliberate concealment. All the news of GUA obtaining the gang building order spread quickly. When ordinary players discussed it, they would at most give a thumbs up and praise it, but the Qin dynasty and Bearings were different. Both developed a sense of humiliation at being suppressed by a woman's guild. Dream Lightning wanted to strike while the iron was hot and just finalize the matter of defending the city. She opened her communicator but realized that Speechcraft was offline. In reality, Speechcraft had already left home. This time, he had made an appointment with Li Rang to see if his behavior in reality was the same as in the game. Chapter 112 LSP Player Power. It was still the same place where the 2 used to eat noodles. Speechcraft waited for half a day before Li Rang arrived slowly. The moment he saw his stylized appearance, Speechcraft immediately felt a heavenly thunder strike the sky. The entire immediately stood up in shock. The game items had begun to feed back into reality? Only to see Li Rong dressed in a black ancient-style trench coat, carrying a sword case behind his back that was the same as the one in the game. Speechcraft took a closer look before he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This sword case was also just a false appearance, and was still different from the one in the game. Li Rong's entire body now looked tawdry as hell. However, the expression was still the same as in the game, still with an indifferent look. Handsome man, what would you like to eat? The noodle shop owner curiously surveyed his outfit and opened his mouth to inquire. Only to see that Li Rong didn't pay any attention and walked over to Yan Zhu and sat down in front of him. Yan Shu hurriedly turned his head to strike up a conversation with the boss. He wants a bowl of fried noodles. My brother plays cosplay and dresses rather strangely, boss don't mind. No, young people, understandable. The boss quickly waved his hand. This is what? Xiaoling? Speechcraft pointed to the sword box and opened his mouth to inquire. Li Rang did not talk, just lowered his head and opened the sword box on the table. then pulled out a sword with the same shape from inside. But at a glance, it was 3D printed and smelled like plastic. I realized that I can't leave it anymore. Even if my parents force me to go offline for dinner, I have to see it by my side to be at peace. So I can only think of ways to make substitutes in reality. Speechcraft didn't know what to say at this point. Hesitantly, he spoke, "When your parents see you like this, will they ban you from playing the game or even take you to see a psychiatrist?" "No, it's because I'm worried about this that I try to act as usual, but it's also thanks to exchanging the game coins for money and plugging their mouths, or else I guess they wouldn't have let me continue playing." At this point, Speechcraft had gotten the answer he wanted. It seemed that the game profession, indeed, had a synchronized impact on the real character as well, but not to the point of losing one's mind. Speechcraft could feel that this guy really just loved swords. After saying this, Liron gave off the feeling as if he had finished all the words he had held in his heart for the past few days. Starting to be silent, he lowered his head and ate his noodles. In the face of this situation, Speechcraft didn't have a better solution. Right now, as long as one didn't abandon family and friendship, and was completely in the company of swords, then it hadn't reached the point of hopelessness. Since it was affected by what happened in the game, it could only be a matter of seeing if there were any special items behind the game that could restore some of it. For now, it was just a matter of going with the flow. The atmosphere was awkward all of a sudden. Until finally when the two parted ways. Li Zhong suddenly spoke, "Speechcraft, do you think the game world is real?" Speechcraft froze, then looked at his expectant eyes and smiled slightly. "If you think it's real, then it's real." When Speechcraft returned to the game, Dream Lightning's message was sent over. "Big brother Lu Bai, we're getting ready to set up a guild. I wonder when you're free on your side so you can come over and help defend the city." Speechcraft thought for a moment, then replied, "Anytime." There was still some time to prepare after they submitted their application anyway. GU actually hit the gang building order. This point is really quite surprising. They are in such a hurry to submit their applications, SpeechArts can also understand, is only afraid of time delayed for too long. Female experts are all by the Smoke and Rain Pavilion snatched up. Not long after Yen Shu replied. A system notice rang out right afterward. System notice, player Dream Whispering submitted to build a gang order, apply for the establishment of GU Guild, guild resident for 694, located in the eastern part of Silvermoon City, 12 hours later will carry out a monster attack activities, guarding the resident after the success of the GU Guild was formally established. System notice. No way, the order to build a gang was really hit by GUE, what kind of luck is this? This luck component is certainly important, but people GUE also very hard, right? Has been vigorously acquiring a variety of boss clues. Submit an application, but GUE these girls can keep it? Can't hold on to it, but they're still white? The example of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion is also right there. Compared to Smoke and Rain Rides the Wind, GUE's publicity methods are also very guild-specific. Dream Whispering and Love Eat Scrapes directly appeared on camera and went to record a video to post on the forums. The two in the video looked bright and beautiful. The first is to show weakness, said their own GU guild is considered to be the 5 guilds and the strength of the poor, this time burst out of the building order is pure luck. I hope that all the casual experts can come to help. During the siege, the main city to the resident of the teleportation costs free of charge, all the people of GUE will not forget everyone's support. Since the original intention of the guild's establishment cannot be changed, female players who come to help can join based on the order of contribution points. The last implicitly said, male players although temporarily do not accept, but the guild is not opposed to the will of the girl with other players in the object. The words were spoken with such sincerity. Once this video came out, the heat of the post quickly soared. Never underestimate the number of LSP players. Many players said that even if they paid out of their own pockets, they were willing to go across the main city to help. Rest assured for the beauties of GUE, if the monsters want to attack the city walls, they will first cross over my corpse. For the sake of GUE's sister's spell, not just die a few times, not a big problem. I battle list master, free to help, but just have a small request, is to beg a GU's sister as my master. Ow ow ow. I practiced hard to level up my battle power, waiting for this moment, the girls of GUE I'm here. What help or not, we are all family, don't be so outgoing. So a mess, even if from the siege time is still early, many players have already begun to GUE's resident influx. Even Yenshu could not help but sigh with emotion, these two people are really bullish, a simple video has brought thousands of troops to the guild. During the 3 hours that Speechcraft was offline, several summons were working hard. And 3 more bosses were killed, one was still the first kill. 2 of them were probably still robbed. As soon as Speechcraft came online, he saw a player spamming himself shamelessly. However, the art of speech does not care, field boss well, robbed to get used to it. Their own summons is to step by step in the player's mind to form an impression. There is absolutely no morality to speak of, all actions are to plunder resources for the purpose. At this time, the mission of clearing the mountain bandits was almost complete, just short of 1,000. And the value of the kills was still jumping. Speechcraft switched perspectives to take a look. He had actually found one of the largest mountain bandit strongholds. What surprised Speechcraft was that his summons actually contacted each other autonomously and would support each other. At this time, somewhere in Wu Mountain, countless tiger-spotted poisonous bees were killing the mountain bandits. Xiaohei was also here, surrounding the mountain bandit boss with the poisonous bees. Chapter 113 Additional Quest Surprise. It was important to realize that when going offline, the 2 summons were in positions that were basically each at one end of the line, far apart. The chances of the 2 touching together could be said to be quite small, so there was only one possibility. It was that the Bee King had asked for help from Xiaohei. Exactly how it was done, Speechcraft did not know. Moreover, at this time, the mountain bandit boss's blood level had already dropped to 50%. The large sword in the boss's hand was swung densely, and from time to time, tiger-spotted venomous bees fell down and turned into bombs. Watching the boss's blood level steadily decline, Speechcraft stopped paying too much attention and headed towards the city lord's mansion. According to what was seen, after this large bandit stronghold was cleared, the quest would be complete. After entering the city lord's mansion, he made his intentions known. As soon as Speechcraft saw the city lord, he saw the displeased look on his face. "Lu Bai, it's only been a few hours, don't tell me you've come to ask for abandonment. When you were so proud and arrogant and overestimated yourself, you should have thought that there would be such a moment. So even if you request to cancel the mission, you will still be punished as you deserve." City Lord Xingyu had a sneer on his face, as if he had already seen Speechcraft begging for mercy. "Honorable City Lord, I'm not here to cancel the mission, but to receive the reward for the mission." Speechcraft was not humble and slowly said these words. The City Lord's eyes narrowed, already on the verge of exploding. "Adventurer, do you really think I'm a little cutie? Do you think I'm a little cutie? You can't even finish exploring Mount Wu in this amount of time, let alone having to kill the mountain bandits hiding in it. There is a limit to my patience. Now if you request to cancel the quest, I can forgive your rudeness just now and the quest punishment will remain unchanged. But if you continue to talk nonsense, the wrath of the lord of a city, I don't think you can afford it." Instead of continuing to argue, Speechcraft cut a view to take a look, then turned back. Then silently recited in his mind. 3, 2, 1. System notice: congratulations to player Lu Bai for killing the boss, Wushan Mountain Bandit Leader, for the first time, and obtaining the rewards: free attribute points plus 200, unsealed skill book, plus 3, gold coins plus 260, and game reputation plus 1,300. As a system NPC, although City Lord Xingyu could utilize the system to release quests, this kind of service-wide first kill notice was invisible. However, after these types of quests were completed, there were basically quest vouchers that could be submitted. Right now there were still dozens of unkilled bandits, and the mission vouchers had yet to be obtained, but it wasn't a big problem. Just as the city lord was about to explode, a bloody head suddenly appeared in Speechcraft's hand. It was then thrown in front of the city lord. This is the head of the leader of the Wu Mountain Bandits. Lord City Lord may wish to examine it. This maneuver caused everyone present to be startled. The city lord even stood up directly. Looking at the still steaming head, his eyes were stunned. He then gave a wink to the steward at his side. The latter understood and went forward to check it out, nodded to the city lord after making sure it was correct, and retreated back to his original position. The city lord's expression eased all of a sudden. "Not bad, this is indeed the leader of the mountain bandits, but the task I gave you is to eliminate all the mountain bandits. If you just behead a leader, then a new one will be created soon after, which is not very meaningful." Speechcraft laughed. "Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while." What's a bullet?" The city lord was puzzled. In the next moment, Speechcraft watched as the number of bandits and the quest requirements cleared to 0. He directly handed over the quest completion voucher. The city lord received the mission voucher with an unbelievable expression. But this was something generated by the rules of the Lord God, and the aura on it absolutely could not be faked. "White Adventurer, you are truly astonishing. I take back what I said just now, you are indeed a young man who is good at creating miracles. Due to your outstanding completion of this quest, only a third of the day's time was used up. Therefore, I have decided to continue to add a generous reward to you on top of the original one. Yan Shu's face was delighted. This city lord was really a man of honor. Presumably he also felt that he was too impulsive just now and gave himself compensation. To this, Yan Shu only wanted to say that situations like this come a few more times.
I don't know, Lord City Lord, what additional rewards will be given to me? Ha, you'll know right away, it will definitely be out of your expectation.
Just as Speechcraft rubbed his hands in anticipation, the system prompt also rang in his ears at the right time.
Ding, congratulations on completing the mission, eliminate mountain bandits. Receive mission reward, 1, 5,000 pieces of standardized equipment.
When needed, you can extract them from the city lord's house steward, and you can freely choose the style.
2, character level +2.
The first part was fine, but when he heard the latter part, Speechcraft's smile directly froze on his face. Then 2 upgraded white lights lit up continuously on his body. Speechcraft people were directly dumbfounded.
This is the damn additional reward you gave me? What a great surprise!
If it wasn't for the fact that his strength didn't allow it, Speechcraft really wanted to go up and strangle the city lord's neck, threatening him to take back the so-called additional rewards. He had planned so hard just to be able to level up slower, but now, it was good that he directly leveled up +2. Originally, the level of the summons was only able to maximize the stacking of attribute points because it couldn't exceed that of the summoner himself. Once this level 2 was added, it could make a big cut in. Thank you. Speechcraft thought about it and finally spoke with discretion. Lord City Lord's ability is truly impressive, but I have a question that I would like to inquire about.
Please go ahead, it's just a question, no need to be polite.
Since Lord City Lord can raise a person's level, is it possible to subtract levels? The City Lord was flabbergasted by Speechcraft's question.
Does that mean you adventurers? Does killing count?
No, just painless leveling down.
Can't be done.
City Lord Xingyu had a black line on his face. Raising the level for the adventurers belonged to the ability that was given to him by the main god, but the highest it could be was level 2.
Downgrading?
What was this adventurer thinking?
Alas!
It was all like this, and Speechcraft no longer dwelled on it. The level had now reached level 19, plus the experience gained from guarding the last wave for the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, as well as the accumulation of these few hours. He was now close to level 20.
For the next period of time, one would be busy again. But for now, let's test Xingyu's attitude first.
Lord City Lord, what do you think of the humans who colluded with the forces of the Abyss?
Chapter 114 Probing.
Lu Bai, are you being funny? We are on the same page with the Abyss. If such a rebel appears, then of course we will kill him on sight. Xingyu had a serious face, then continued to pursue.
What?
You have a discovery in this regard? Speechcraft looked at the surrounding attendants and then at the butler.
Lord City Lord, this information is rather secretive, I only want you to know it alone.
After thinking about it, Xingyu still told everyone to leave. At the same time, he waved his hand to lay down another boundary.
Alright, you can speak now.
I hope you can bring a bit of valuable news. Once he saw that there were no problems, Speechcraft spoke without haste. I found a high-level abyssal phantom demon hiding within Falling Star City.
The news is accurate? How did you find out?
Xingyu was stunned, and his entire body sat up straight. Originally, Xingyu himself was still a bit skeptical about how it was possible to discover this kind of information with a low-level adventurer. But when Speechcraft accurately stated the abyssal phantom demon, Xingyu had already believed a few points. It was important to realize that the phantom demon lineage was extremely rare, and even many races within the Abyss did not know about it.
Not to mention the human adventurers who were in the rear.
This is not convenient to disclose about my talent, but I can take responsibility for every word I say.
And?
Speechcraft paused at this point, looking at Hashio's expression.
I found out that there is a person named Xing Qingqi who seems to have some dealings with this chimera.
As soon as Speechcraft's words left his mouth, Xingyu on the opposite side of the room suddenly changed his face drastically. The entire person instantly appeared in front of Speechcraft, his hands gripping Speechcraft's shoulders.
Is what you said true? 1,000 times true.
Other people might not know the weight of a phantom demon, but as a god-ranked powerhouse Xingyu, one of the 3 main city lords, that was quite clear. Phantom demons could be said to be natural curators, And that kind of influence on the target was subtle and could not be defended against at all. Except for first-tier experts and some important people who had items of resistance control skills to defend themselves. Once everyone else was chosen as a target, as long as time went by, they would easily become slaves who would do whatever they were told. It was also fortunate that the number of chimera was extremely rare, no more than 2 palms, otherwise it would have long become the main battle force of the abyss. Moreover, the strength of the phantom demon is more difficult to improve. To break through to the god level, the difficulty is more than 10 times that of other races. That was why there hadn't been any god-level powerhouses in the phantom demon race so far. His only son, Star Qingxi, is now a rising star in the human camp, and with his strength breaking through in front of him, it can be said that his future is unlimited. Although it was said that he also had mental defense items on his body, if he was really targeted by the phantom, and slowly raided with the perseverance of a dripping stone, there was still a real possibility that the abyssal forces would get their way. Moreover, as one of the top echelons of Falling Star City that had just been promoted, the secrets it held were not many, but they were all extremely important. If what this guy Lu Bai said was true, then the consequences. Thinking of this, Xingyu's eyes were already filled with worry. But there was still no hurry now, one had to ask about the situation. After all, Falling Star City already belonged to a safer backwater, and the possibility of abyssal forces infiltrating it was not high. Lu Bai, where is the chimera you mentioned? In the largest theater in the west of the city. Have you spoken to anyone else about this matter? No. At this point, Xingyu removed the boundary and beckoned the butler over. What has Sungai been doing all this time? The butler glanced at Xingyu with some hesitation, but eventually answered honestly. Young city lord often travels to the west side of the city, presumably to the theater. A trace of anger flashed through Xingyu's eyes. This son of his own was good at everything, but he just couldn't change his bad habit of being horny. During this period of time, he was busy with other things and neglected to discipline him, but he never imagined that he was mixing with those places again. How long has it been? According to what I was told, such frequent trips have been going for more than 2 months. Where is he now? Seems to have left the house early in the morning. Hearing the butler's words, Yan Shu silently estimated in his heart, then what he thought in his heart became a few more points. This young city lord was definitely already deeply poisoned. If he couldn't be saved, he could only be imprisoned all the time. After all, there was almost no good way to eliminate those who were affected by the chimera. As expected, Xingyu couldn't help but clench his hands after hearing this. Lu Bai, lead the way, I'll personally go with you. Speechcraft glanced at the butler and realized that the city lord had no reaction, so he had no choice but to continue speaking. Lord City Lord, I think it's better to make a few more preparations. After all, the target was able to lurk for such a long time, and as an important person, he most likely already has a way to get out. Good. Butler, go to the treasury and fetch my demon binding ring. At this point in time, Speechcraft still felt unsafe. Since Ling Qian, the chimera, dared to lay hands on your young city lord in Falling Star City, what enemy trapping means you have, people might have already poked around. Although you, Xingyue, are a god-level powerhouse, you still need another insurance policy. At that moment, he hurriedly sent a message to Qin Little Demon to come to Falling Star City with all due haste. This girl even revealed a look of extreme envy when she spoke of the big shot. Completely unnoticed the gloomy face of the middle-aged man at the side. Where? Speechcraft continued to press the question. The other party, however, closed his mouth and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, Xingyu on the side stepped forward to pull the other party, a trace of the aura of a god-level powerhouse enveloping up. It instantly scared the other party into staring blankly. Where? At the back, in Ling Qian's independent small courtyard. The two immediately ran in the direction she pointed out. Walking up to the front of the compound, Xingyu immediately frowned. In his gaze, the middle courtyard in front of him was extremely gorgeously decorated, but he could not detect the aura of the characters in it in the slightest. Boundary. But it's not enough to look at in front of yourself. Xingyu thought about it and directly punched up. He himself was not proficient in this path, and it would take quite some time to break this thing without a sound. Anyway, he didn't have the time to break it slowly now, so he might as well be more direct. The boundary in front of him rippled, then a crack appeared and shattered like glass with a crash, eventually dissipating into the air. At the same time, Xingyu immediately threw out another, net-like translucent item. It quickly grew larger in the air, covering the entire courtyard. Xingyu rushed ahead, with speech art following closely behind. Whoever wanted to enter this courtyard saw a dazzling scene. Chapter 115 Godly Strike. A disheveled youth was hugging the small tree in the courtyard and rubbing against it. The youth had 7 or 8 points of similarity to Xingyu's features, and at this moment, his eyes were disoriented and his breath was ragged, so it was obvious that he had already lost his sanity. And Ling Qian, who was dressed in a white dress, was lying on a rocking chair in an extremely lazy position.
Is watching the youth performance.
At this moment, Ling Qian seemed to have expected this, turning her head to look at Yin Shu. Her absolutely beautiful face did not have half a bit of surprise. Hee, it's you little mouse, you adventurers are just too curious, but a weak woman is just a little bit of skin born to look good. What secrets can there be in her body?
Yo, even brought helpers, no wonder you can break the boundary.
Speechcraft's mind thoughts turned sharply. To say that Carl's potion was still unique, it was estimated that this chimera only knew that she was probing her at that time, and did not realize that its own information had been leaked. At this time, Xingyu could no longer hold back, and instantly moved in front of Xingqingqi, and threw a large brush pocket at its face.
Xingqingqi was directly sent flying and rolled down a few meters away.
Blood emerged from the corners of his mouth, and he fainted directly.
This palm, in fact, has already collected 90% of the force, otherwise Xingqingqi would not be as simple as fainting.
Xingyu had a look of hatred. In the past, he had always thought that this only son's reputation was far-reaching, and that he was his own pride, as well as the pride of Falling Star City. But now he actually made such a mess, it was a disgrace. Luckily, no one else saw it here. If it was on the street, he would have personally shot it and slapped it to death, as if he had raised this son for nothing.
Phantom demon?
How dare you, actually dare to spread wildness in my Falling Star City? At this time, Xingyu was no longer in disguise and revealed his original face. Hee, I said who has that much strength, it turns out to be Lord City Lord himself. Ah, the little woman is really flattered.
But Chengqi falling in love with me, isn't it normal for a man and a woman to love each other?
It's just that Ling Qian has an unspeakable secret that she can't lose her virginity, that's why she came up with this plan. How could Lord City Lord be so angry that he injured his own son? Hee, really good guts, to dare to speak such words at this time, really don't know how to die. Xingyu laughed back in anger and directly dashed forward. His fist was as fast as a shooting star, smashing towards Ling Qian. At this time, Ling Qian also dodged, and was smashed by Xingyu in the same place, causing earth and rocks to splash.
Yikes, is that all the Lord of the City has? That's really loving the people, is he afraid of letting go and hurting the innocent?
Ling Qian smiled sweetly, revealing small dimples. The fingers that were together slightly curved outwards and pressed against her red lips to imprint them. The lips were slightly pouted and gently blown. A pink lip print immediately rose and flew towards Xingyu. At this moment, even Speechcraft's heart lifted. He had seen all of her skills at that time. Unsurprisingly, this should be the pacifying kiss, which could completely eliminate the hostile unit's hate value after use. At this time, Xingyu is also rare face stayed up. This skill has no damage at all, but the effect is simply disgusting to no one. To know Xingyu also belongs to the warrior class occupation, mental strength is not a strong point. To cope with this skill cannot be careless, easy to turn over in the gutter. Staryu immediately raised his breath and roared. A golden sound wave from the mouth immediately will fly to the lip print directly broken in the air.
It's actually only a half-step god-level chimera, that's even more reason to keep you.
Xingyu had completely put away his contempt at this time, knowing that there had never been a god-level phantom demon. The other party's strength is already half a foot into the god level. If they continue to let it grow, the future impact on the human camp is simply unimaginable. After Xingyu finished speaking, he no longer stayed his hand.
Martial God Possession.
A huge war god projection suddenly appeared in the air before shrinking into Xingyu's body. A layer of golden light was attached to the entire person's appearance. At this point, Speechcraft could only retreat far away in the corner, then try to lock his sight on Xingyu. He himself remembered clearly that Ling Qian also had an extremely perverted talent, charming heavenly success. As long as one stared at her, one would keep on increasing one's favorability towards her and accumulating charm values. Although Ling Qian's attention was not on herself at all right now, it would be a mess if she was subconsciously turned around and attacked Xingyu instead. Seeing this state of Xingyu's, Ling Qian couldn't help but change her face slightly. However, she still placed her hands in front of her chest, and a series of red halos in the shape of a chain of hearts emanated from them, striking towards Xingyu. This charm skill, even if it was unsuccessful, could still accumulate success rates by stacking the number of times it was released. It could also disrupt the rhythm of the opponent's attack. At this time, Xingyu did not dodge, letting Ling Qian's skill hit his body. His body was half-curved, and he had been in a state of power-storing dominance, immune to all control skills.
The next moment, directly in front of Ling Qian, a hook punch hit his abdomen. An extremely exaggerated damage value jumped out. 651,000,000. This punch sent Ling Qian flying, and at the same time, it smashed the house behind her to smithereens. Speechcraft looked directly dumbfounded. Is this the strength of a god-level powerhouse? Under the state of full firepower, the stored power hit a damage value of 60 million. Ling Qian fell to the side, his life value dropped by a fraction of an inch visible to the naked eye, and faint traces of blood had already appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lord City Lord is so strong, but to be able to waste the future genius of the human camp, it's not a wasted trip. Ling Qian will leave first, this punch will be returned sooner. Ling Qian suddenly crushed something in her hand, and space suddenly distorted. In the next moment, the entire person had disappeared. During this process, the giant net covering the house still did not produce any effect. Divine grade scintillation stone. Don't even think about escaping at this distance. Xingyu spat out these words through gritted teeth, and his entire body directly leaped in the air, choosing a direction to chase after. Before leaving, he didn't forget to fiercely glare at Star Qingqi on the ground, flinging out an inverted bowl-shaped object over his body. This disgraceful thing, I'm afraid that I've exposed my own city lord's mansion to the light. No wonder this chimera was emboldened just now. The divine flicker stone isn't far away, there's still a chance. Speechcraft didn't want to let go of this opportunity either, and chased after it in the same direction. This summon had booked herself, so she definitely couldn't let her run away, nor could she let Xingyu be killed. The commotion of the two fighting had probably already startled quite a few strong people. This time was extremely critical, one could keep an eye on it all the time. Running out of the speech art stood on the street, and took another glance at the direction. It was the central square of Falling Star City. There can be quite a lot of people there. Speech art suddenly seemed to think of something, face showed a strange look. Chapter 116. You're compelled by a female goblin. The central square of Falling Star City. The Qin dynasty gang gathered here, the reason mainly because Qin Fei had also spent a large sum of money and found a clue to a hidden boss. Qin Fei stood in front, and the person following him was Yang Lishu. Everyone, I'm not going to talk too much nonsense. Later on, everyone cheer up and strive to pop the gang building order in one go. Roger that. This sentence was shouted neatly and loudly, drawing side glances from passers-by. Just as Qin Fei was about to lead people into the teleportation array. Suddenly the space in front of them distorted and a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in front of them. This person's dress is torn, can barely cover the fiery figure, while above is a face without powder, features as exquisite as carefully carved, whitened corners of the mouth hanging faint blood, more and more look pathetic. It was Ling Qian who was randomly transported here. Qin Fei, as a second-generation rich man, although he had seen quite a few beautiful women in his day-to-day life, it was still the first time he had seen this kind of seductive and heavenly woman. Beautiful, truly beautiful to the extreme. Even Yang Lishu next to him had the same expression, unable to even think of comparing herself to her. Qin Fei's entire body froze in place, and only after a while did he suppress his violently beating heart and open his mouth. Beauty. Beauty, need help? Now what hidden boss, what build gang order, at this time were Qin Fei thrown in the back of the head. Ling Qian spread a smile and did not talk, instead, she turned around and operated on the teleportation array. The players present also stopped to watch, some had already bent over to try and cover their reactions, while others began to cover up with objects. Which? Don't bind your hands yet. A bellowing cry came from the air, followed by Xingyu who had already flown in. Spirit Qian threw out the charm skill directly at the players, and these players who did not have high mental strength were instantly hit. More than a dozen players, with frenzied expressions on their faces immediately, walked over to Ling Qian's side and spontaneously formed a human wall. Among them was Qin Fei. Now, Xingyu, who had wanted to immediately make a move, stopped hard. According to the rules, as an NPC in the game one could not kill a player for no reason, especially with Xingyu as the lord of a city. Although this group of people were obviously compelled, they still had an autonomous consciousness. The most exaggerated thing was that even female players such as Yang Lishu were affected. The charm ability of the Phantom Demon was on full display here. The players not far away, who were not affected by the skill's effects, were frozen at this moment as they watched the scene. It was basically incomprehensible. After all, if Ling Qian was even more beautiful, it was only an NPC. At this time, an eagle cry came from the sky. Speechcraft directly resummoned Xiao Hei at his side in order to arrive quickly. Lord City Lord has issued a mission for the other adventurers to take them away.
As soon as Speechcraft saw this scene, he understood the city lord's difficulty. Xingyu also reacted instantly, since she could use her skill to compel the adventurers to protect her. Then he himself could also deal with him by, well, issuing quests.
And Ling Qian was unable to do that in the human camp. Fellow adventurers, I am Starfall City Lord Xingyu.
We are now hunting down the abyssal demon Ling Qian. Please cooperate and take everyone around Ling Qian away while staying away from this place. Immediately after that, all the players in this area heard a system prompt. Ding, Starfall City Lord Xingyu.
Issuing a quest to you, cooperate to apprehend abyssal demon Ling Qian. Mission content.
1. Take away the players who are under the spell of abyssal demon Ling Qian.
2. Stay away from the central square of Falling Star City. Reward.
1. Gain plus 100,000 experience value and plus 50 gold coins. 2. Gain experience value plus 20,000, plus 10 gold coins.
Is it accepted?
This quest could be said to be quite easy, except for the ones surrounding Ling Qian. Everyone else clicked accept.
I'll go. Is such a beautiful NPC actually an abyssal demon? Where can I find such an easy task?
I'm afraid this group of people are crazy, actually going against the city lord. The surrounding players immediately surrounded with fists and claws.
What for? Don't you know my Qin dynasty and don't recognize me, Qin foam breaking waves?
Qin Fei roared, trying to scare the players back. Brothers, young Qin was compelled by the effects of the abyssal demon skill.
Take him away now and he'll have to thank us afterwards.
As soon as the surrounding players saw that it was Lu Bai who had spoken out, they stopped hesitating and put their hearts down.
Next, various colors of control skills directly covered it.
Then the crowd swarmed up.
Young Qin, you're being compelled by a female goblin. Young Qin, I'm offended.
2 or 3 people set up a target and tried to walk out. I'll remember you guys, you wait for me. Qin Fei was unable to move and shouted in anger. The players couldn't care less right now, since the people were offended anyway, they might as well finish the mission first and get the benefits in hand. At this time, Ling Qian stopped. The teleportation array in front of her, the original gentle white light, had turned into a deep black aura. Lord City Lord, goodbye.
Next time I hope you can accept me.
Ling Qian smiled mischievously, and after that, she turned her head to look at Yen Zhou again.
And you nasty little rat.
Speechcraft was in a big hurry at this moment. But seeing that Xingyu looked as steady as a mountain, he immediately let go of his heart as well.
Just as Ling Qian was about to rush into the teleportation array, a strange-looking giant beast suddenly appeared and blocked in front.
The beast was seen to have long and powerful limbs, with thick claws that had complex inscriptions on them.
The entire body took on a ghostly blue night sky color.
Patches of starry light could be seen on the surface of the body, which constantly flickered, flowed, and reorganized. The most appealing thing was its eyes, which were deep and bright, as if they were 2 brilliant stars. The speech arts revitalized and gazed at this beautiful beast. It was none other than legendary summoner Shea's strongest war beast, the Starry Sky Beast. The appearance of the Starry Sky Beast proved that Shea had arrived as well. The Starry Sky Beast's claws slashed across, and the space in front of Ling Qian instantly became shattered and impassable.
It's actually a chimera. It's still half-step god level.
At this time, Shea didn't know when she arrived beside Xingyu and spoke in surprise. Just when everyone thought that Ling Qian would not be able to escape with her wings, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and a rich abyssal aura came from it.
Shea and Xingyu's faces immediately changed drastically.
The demon monarch had struck, and there was more than one.
TSK, it seems that this phantom demon's status in the abyss isn't low. A black scale suddenly flew out of Ling Qian's body.
The next moment the black scale exploded and shattered in the air, immediately transforming into a gigantic demon with a one-horned head and 2 wings on its back. Xingyu's face was grave.
This was one of the abyssal demon monarchs, Ceres.
Although it was only a bilocation, it could also possess the strength of a top divine level in a short period of time. This demonic doppelganger, upon appearing, immediately attacked Xingyu. It battled with Xingyu.
Chapter 117, Trapping the Enemy.
At the same time, Ling Qian also took out a vial and opened the stopper, and that evil aura inside immediately filled the air.
Ling Qian drank it down in one gulp.
The slightly shriveled feeling in her body was swept away, and her entire aura immediately rose.
God-level chimera.
Seeing that something was wrong, Speechcraft immediately commanded Little Black to fly away. At this moment, the feeling of charm on Ling Qian's body became stronger and stronger. Let me see if the so-called god-level powerhouse has already departed from that most primal instinct. Ling Qian's lazy and gentle voice rang out. Speechcraft secretly said something bad, and immediately had a numbing sensation in his scalp. Immediately, he commanded Xiao He to turn around and fly backward, to a distance of about 500 meters, then still feeling unsafe, he continued to fly backward for some distance. After that, it was seen that on Ling Qian's body, a circle of pink ripples erupted, spreading out from her center. At this time, Speech Art switched Xiao Hei's perspective, utilizing the powerful vision of eagle eyes, and watched from afar. As Ling Qian's skill swept by, an abnormal flush appeared on Xingyu's and Shea's faces. Fine beads of sweat even emerged from their foreheads. The star beast had directly ducked into the void a moment ago to avoid the skill, and had reappeared at this time. Shea saw that Spirit Qian's skills had been used up. Immediately, he pulled out the other three summoned beasts again and battled with Ling Qian. The most outrageous thing happened. Due to the wide range of this skill, many onlookers couldn't dodge in time to be directly hit, and instantly there were many indecent behaviors, some were even misty-eyed and started hugging each other. Then the system detected abnormal body data, directly forced offline. At this time, the speech arts also long breath. Fortunately, he was alert to run fast. Otherwise, if he was hit, the face of the first person in this game is probably also considered to be lost. The last of Ling Qian's aura-type skills, in addition to having a passive effect. The active effect can invoke the desires within the target within range, causing them to have primal urges.
The effect of this skill is mainly focused on the two great god-level powerhouses, the surrounding players are only incidental.
Otherwise, even if they were forced offline by the system, they wouldn't be able to slow down in reality for half a day. At this time, in the vortex in the sky, a huge black palm probed out, directly pressurizing the star beast so much that it couldn't move, and its ability to shatter the void was greatly suppressed. The shattered spatial belt that had originally intercepted in front of the teleportation array was even instantly repaired. As soon as Ling Qian saw the opportunity coming, the long whip in her hand flourished with a pink halo, intent on forcing the three summons back. With a wave of Shea's staff, the three summoned creatures were instantly inspired to block Ling Qian without taking a step back. But in the end, it still seemed extremely strained. Xingyu, quickly make a move to stop it. This witch's explosive state won't last long. When she enters a weakened state, she'll be at the mercy of others. Xingyu also understood this. No matter what, he could not let Ling Qian return to the abyss. Several great abyssal monarchs, spending a large price to make a joint effort, just wanted to pick her back up. The importance of this chimera was unquestionable. Immediately, he resisted Salus's split attack, took out the demon binding ring, and threw it at Ling Qian. The demon binding ring was a green metal ring that immediately became hidden after it was taken out of her hand. It seemed to be flickering in the void. Xingyu was overjoyed when he saw that the color of the demon binding ring changed from green to red as it flew out. When the demon binding ring changed color, it indicated that it had locked onto the target, and even if a god level wanted to break free next, it would take a lot of time. Not to mention a pseudo-god level like Ling Qian who relied on drugs to reach it. The next time the demon binding ring flickered, it appeared directly on Ling Qian's neck. But the stricken Ling Qian didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, she let out a sigh of relief. Alas, after waiting for half a day, this thing finally appeared. It's still thanks to your good son, or else this time it really has to be planted here. After Xingyu heard this, his face just changed. He had kept the demon binding ring in the beginning, just to use it as a base card to trap people. Now it was obvious that the other party was prepared. But his own stupid son, Xingqingqi, didn't seem to know the true efficacy of the demon binding ring. Could it be that this demoness managed to project it based on the name alone? One must know that restricting actions, too, was divided into many kinds. The demon binding ring thing would draw on the target's breath that escaped the surroundings, and once it changed color and locked in, the target simply couldn't escape. Breath, this thing is just like an ID card. After locking it, a catch. Unless, has been hands-on. Xingyu's thoughts turned sharply, and then he saw that Ling Qian, who was bound to the demon ring, had a slowly dull expression. In the end, it actually became like a mannequin. Although the appearance remained unchanged, the feeling of spirituality had completely disappeared. And as if the particles were reorganized, a hot body appeared next to it, without clothes, relying on the long, flowing hair to block it. The newly appeared Ling Qian's appearance remained the same, only that her skin became even more blown out. The skin that was made for a long time has finally come in handy. Ling Qian laughed, but the whole person's breath was falling dramatically. The mannequin Ling Qian trapped by the demon binding ring suddenly rises and explodes instantly. A group of people immediately made a defensive posture, but the dust of the explosion is attached to all the body, so that the target including the summon object cannot move. Even Hashigake and Sheia's bodies became stiff, accompanied by a strong sense of weakness. A few of the summons were even immobile, as if they had been subjected to a fixation spell. It's really extremely effective, worthy of being a life-preserving artifact that the adults built together.
Two human god-level powerhouses, goodbye. Ling Qian did not delay any longer at this time, and walked towards the teleportation array with a false step. At this time, for some unknown reason, Ling Qian's mind suddenly floated back to the sneaky appearance of Speechcraft in the theater hall. Damn rat, if it wasn't for you, how could you have been exposed now, and even more so, you wasted such a precious life-preserving doll. Ling Qian showed a rare expression of gritted teeth. But to be able to waste a star Qingqi, it's worth it. At this time, Sheia and Xingyu even had bloodshot eyes, but there was nothing they could do. There weren't many god-level powerhouses in the rear, and even if they had just asked for help elsewhere, they simply wouldn't have been able to make it. The Abyss had plotted the human genius removal plan for so long, and had long ago arranged a back way for those who had infiltrated the rear. And just when Ling Qian was just a few meters away from the teleportation array, she suddenly felt a pain in her butt and her entire body was fixed in place. Big brother Lu Bai, this arrow of mine is still accurate, right? Speechcraft's right hand crossed over Qin Xiao Demon's body and gave a thumbs up. Not bad, but why did you shoot? Anyway, there was no need to take any chances now that Ling Qian couldn't move. Ling Qian was also depressed at this time, originally thinking of burning her life force to regain some of her mobility and use her skills to keep the two under control. But this adventurer is quite vigilant, directly not giving herself a chance. Now, a state of immobilization, he couldn't move. This must have been a staged strike that she had timed well, directly condensing her ranged skills into a single point, targeting only Qin Little Demon, which achieved the effect of a backfire. As expected, after releasing this skill, Ling Qian was already pale and weak to the extreme. And Qin Little Demon put her bow down completely and turned her head to Speechcraft. Big brother Lu Bai, sister Ling Qian, I like her so much, she is so pitiful, let's let her go. When Yen Shu heard these words, his heart, which was already a bit desperate, suddenly rose with hope. It seems that this skill, Ling Qian, did not produce the effect of forced enslavement. Little demon, you can't be stupid at this time, it's not like we're killing her, we're just keeping her in the human camp to help. If she leaves you, you'll never see her again, she just wants to leave you now. Quickly make up an arrow. Speechcraft anxiously shouted. At this time, Qin Little Demon was a bit confused. Only the 4 words "want to leave you" shouted out by Yenshu kept echoing in her head. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xia Demon's eyes became firm as if she had figured it out. Yes, I love her so much, like her, I want to keep her. After saying that, he directly struck his bow and pulled an arrow, and an arrow was shot at the same location again. At this time, Ling Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. This skill of his was so powerful that it directly made this silly woman fall into the point of crazy infatuation with herself? So it backfired? No, it was the result of that nasty adventurer's inducement, plus the fact that this woman's head wasn't very bright, and she was actually brainwashed with a single sentence. Now that she has used all her means and still can't get away, then her next end. Thinking of this, Ling Qian's heart completely sank. At the same time there was a wave of unwillingness that lingered in her heart. She was the king of the Chimera, the most promising Chimera in history who had succeeded in ascending to the divine level. Unexpectedly, in the end, but planted in the hands of a low-level adventurer. Right at this moment, Sheia, as a summoner with bursting mental power, first got rid of the negative effect. Then, raising his staff, he unleashed his skills on the summons. With his intervention, the 3 summons also got rid of their stasis one by one. Lu Bai, this time you've made a great achievement, worthy of being the one who obtained my inheritance. Overpraise. The corner of Speechcraft's mouth twitched. This old man was still like this, even when praising himself, he didn't forget to bring along his occupational inheritance. Sheia laughed and one of the 3 summons went to guard Ling Qian while the other 2 went to help Xingyu. At this time, the giant black hand that was suppressing the star beast was also slowly fading and was about to fail. In the end, even the Demon King Sovereign's detachment was reduced to pieces due to excessive consumption. The vortex in the air seemed to emanate a few unwilling roars, and finally disappeared completely in the air. The support from the abyss completely ended in failure, and Ling Qian was ultimately unable to escape. Why don't you just kill me and avenge your sperm-ridden waste of a son?
With a demon binding ring around her neck, Ling Qian, at this point, facing the two major powerhouses, she simply swings for the fences. Anyway, she is clear about where she will end up in the end. Xingyu fires straight up. His own son's matter has not yet been publicized. This prisoner said so in front of a few people, completely ripped off his own cloth of shame.
And now there were some good adventurers leaning over. Let's change places.
The Star Beast opened the space door. In the next moment, a group of people arrived in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. As soon as Shea saw that Xingyu had moved to kill at this point, she hurriedly opened her mouth to persuade. Xingyu, it's not easy to catch a live one, don't be impulsive, see if there's still any use for it. Ridiculous, this king is at least the pride of the Phantom Demon clan, want to pry things out of my mouth, you guys are also too naive, why don't you just kill me now, if you wait for me to recover. He. Ling Qian laughed. Zhao, not nervous at all in the face of the situation at this moment. Xingyu's expression was cloudy, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and took out a rusty dagger. You have a point, then I'll send you on your way before it's too late, cutting off a future god-ranked phantom demon, and just in time to discourage the idea of an abyssal rescue. Anyway, if one was poisoned by a chimera, there was no way to cure it. This kind of thing was very different from normal negative statuses. Even if one asked the Empire's divine priests to take action, it would still be useless, and the only son, Star Qiqing, would be considered completely wasted. It would be better to end this chimera now, so as not to be late in the game. Just as Xingyu was about to strike, Xin Xiao Demon suddenly ran over and blocked Ling Qian's body. Don't kill her! Big brother Lu Bai, you said you wouldn't kill her, you guys have to keep your words.
Chapter 119. Who is the master in the end?
Xingyu's face jumped, sort of having an intuitive understanding of the chimera's difficulty. The same-sex adventurer that he had just met had become like this. How could that son of his own stand in the way? Lu Bai, for this action, you two also deserve a lot of credit. I can understand your companion being compelled, but this which can't be kept, when she recovers there will be no one to watch at all.
You pull your companion away.
Xingyu was also considered to give a face to speechcraft, otherwise Qin Xiao Demon would immediately be knocked unconscious and forced to go offline. When Qin Little Demon saw speechcraft step forward, her eyes reddened and she was on the verge of crying out in anxiety.
Lord City Lord, this phantom demon cannot be killed. HM? You are also affected?
Xingyu turned his head to look at Yin Shu with an unkind gaze.
Even Shea couldn't help but speak out. Why can't it be killed?
Speechcraft did not shy away from facing the two strongest men and spoke his thoughts without any hesitation. What if I say that I have a way to make this chimera, remove the influence your son has been subjected to, and at the same time serve the human camp?
You kid is still as arrogant as ever. What do you rely on as a small summoner, relying on your mouth?
Shea directly couldn't help but voice out his mockery. Xingyu, on the other hand, was a bit more steady. He knew that speechcraft wouldn't be aimless.
What do you want to do?
Using my summoner's own methods, of course.
Shea responded at this point. Oh, you want her to become your summon, is that possible? Ha, how whimsical.
Shea knew that speechcraft also had a divine hidden profession, Lord of all Spirits, but simply didn't believe that a profession that went by the number of summons could have such a heaven-defying means. In his eyes, the only one that truly counted as a divine hidden profession for summoners was the Spirit Granter, in his own hands.
Spirit Qian at this time also reacted.
Yo, I told you how a tiny adventurer dared to go against me, no wonder you want to catch this king as a pet, you can come and try, who is the master in the end? Spirit Qian finished, but also did not forget to raise his chin provocatively. The art of this statement is not annoyed, but only coldly laughed in his heart. You just continue to mouth high, but he himself is very vindictive, when the time comes, his butt will be broken for you. The dagger in Xingyu's hand disappeared. And did not make a sound to taunt the speech arts, but only opened his mouth to ask.
How many % are you sure? 10%, but I need your help, Lord City Lord.
Speak. Suppress her life value to 1 point, and block her skills with a set of magic banning devices.
Oh yeah, give me another secret room in a universal phase space stone.
Right now, there was still a shortfall of experience from level 20, and to increase the number of summons that could only be done with the 10,000 phase space stone. After coming to the main city, had been acquiring this thing, no one was selling it. At this time, Xingyu saved his son's heart, it is just right to glean a wave of him. After thinking about it, Xingyu thought that all these conditions were not difficult, only that he still had to remind speechcraft. I'll agree to all the conditions, but even if this chimera can't cast a skill, her natural skill will passively affect you, so I'll only give you 1 day, and I'll have to check on this chimera every hour that passes.
Okay. Ding Starfall City Lord Xingyu. Issuing a quest to you, capture Spirit Qian as a summoner. Mission content. 1. Make the phantom demon Ling Qian become your own summoner to serve the human camp. 2. Eliminate the negative effects of the phantom demon Spirit Qian for Xingqingqi. Task reward, Yuan Shou Artifact Spirit, Talisman 1. Is it accepted? Seeing the system mission prompt, Speechcraft was instantly delighted. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that this Xingyu was really a man of honor, and for such a matter, he issued a mission to send out a Yuan Shou Artifact Spirit. Accept. I actually heard Shea mention you and know that you want this thing. As long as you can complete the mission, then this Yuan Primordial Artifact Spirit will be given to you. Of course, this also includes your reward for helping us catch this chimera. This Yuanshu Artifact Spirit is also the only one left in my Falling Star City. It was originally reserved for that brat Xingqi, but now it seems that he doesn't deserve it, so this matter will be taken as a lesson for him to collect himself properly. The next time, Xinsha Demon had to stay by Ling Qian's side all the time, and it took a lot of tricking and coaxing by Yin. Looking at the glittering light of the handcuffs and shackles, it should be the set of demon banning device. And what made Speechcraft the most speechless was that there were torture devices of various colors placed next to them. The styles were complete and varied, many of which Speechcraft had never seen before, let alone knowing how to use them. What kind of person did this Xingyu think he was, catching summons by torture? Little mouse, feel free to use whatever tricks you have, this king can take it. As soon as Ling Qian saw the arrival of the speech art, she said breathlessly. At this time, Ling Qian's blood volume was really only a little bit left. Xingyu did not know what means to use, even her ability to automatically recover her own blood volume was suppressed. Speechcraft was too lazy to get involved with her. Directly moving out the table and chairs, set up the tea set, seemingly unhurried. This acceptance of a half-step powerhouse is estimated to be a long process. This was still the case of minimizing her blood level and increasing the success rate of 10,000 spirits pilgrimage. The cooldown time of 10,000 spirits pilgrimage was 1 minute, meaning that one could use it more than 1,000 times in this next day. I don't believe that I won't succeed. Speechcraft sat down and immediately used the skill on Ling Qian. Chapter 120, Destroy My Taoist Heart? No promises. Ding skill determination failure. Listening to the system prompt, Yanshu didn't even raise his eyelids, concentrating on improving his tea skills. It would be a hell of a thing if it really succeeded all at once. You little mouse, don't waste your efforts. It's never been only other people being my pet. How is it possible for me to be your pet? Ling Qian spoke in a breathless voice, that kind of weak and gentle feeling, especially provoking people's protective desire. How do you know if you don't try, or you take the initiative to submit, saving me from wasting time? This will also save your life. Speechcraft didn't raise his head, looking inscrutable. It wasn't pretending, it was mainly because he was afraid of staring at this witch and accidentally getting trapped. There was no way, the charm of this witch in front of her was just too exaggerated. If I were to be a human's pet, I would rather die, let alone a human low-level adventurer. Knowing that persuasion was useless, Speechcraft simply stopped talking. It simply displayed the skill icon directly in front of itself, and once the cooldown time was up, it was used on Ling Qian in front of him. When the skill was used on herself, Ling Qian just felt a strange force that entered her body, rotated around and disappeared again. A faint tingling sensation appeared, and instead of making Ling Qian feel pain, this sensation also felt incomparably soothing. It instantly made Ling Qian's pretty face turn red and filled with a sense of shame. This feeling was even more pronounced than the first time just now, making Ling Qian think of a possibility. This skill of the opponent, it couldn't be gradually stacking effects. At once, Ling Qian appeared afraid for the first time. Stay. Bye, do you want to try the torture device next to you? Hearing Ling Qian's words with this wrong tone, Yan Shu's hand shook and almost didn't hold the cup. Yan Shu couldn't help but look up, and he was instantly shocked. Only to see the opposite Ling Qian's cheeks crimson and charming. Trying to use the advantage of a chimera to make himself fall? Yan Shu coldly laughed in his heart. He is a reborn with a heart like solid iron, the highest resistance is beauty, even if it is a phantom demon. Wanting to let himself be tortured to satisfy certain mentalities was simply impossible. No, speech art suddenly woke up, opposite this which can be just a little life value, this how to use torture. Now in an extremely weak state, her skills were blocked, a toothpick could kill her. Put away your set, I won't torture you, stay honestly, I can still use my skills thousands of times in a day's time, if I haven't succeeded by the end of the time, count me as unlucky. The moment Ling Qian heard that there are still thousands of times, her heart trembled and her eyes widened with fear. Thousands of times. How can this still be played? GU resident. Their choices were similar to Bailing's. The residencies were risk-free and had to withstand the monsters coming from. Immediately, Ling Qian felt a sickening odor fill her entire mouth. Choking her stomach, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Resistance was ineffective. Speechcraft looked at the desperate Ling Qian, 2 lines of clear tears traced down her face, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The world is cleared, the little chimera dares to try to spoil my Dao heart, not agreed. Looking at the speech technique that was lying back on the rocking chair and leisurely sipping tea. Ling Qian now had nothing but anger, regret, and fear. She was now beginning to doubt her own charm. Saras. It's all your bad idea. It's not easy for the Phantom Demon clan to have a genius appear, but now it's so bad that it's directly folded in the human camp. In the huge palace, an angry roar came out, the sound echoing in the empty hall. Sarouth glanced at the other party, not moving to anger in the slightest. This is the Phantom Queen's own information from the Prophecy Stone. The chance to become a god is in the human camp. What does it have to do with me? Rather, it's you who salivates over people's bodies every day, that's why you're forcing them away. You fart. Stop. A pale human face suspended in the air on the main seat spoke out to stop it. Both of them lowered their heads with some trepidation when they heard this. The most important thing now is to get her out. Soren, how is the arrangement on your side? I can feel that the Phantom Queen is still alive. She is in a terrible state and seems to have a lot of mood swings, but it was never possible to lock her location. Human powerhouses have intervened. As long as she's still alive, there's a chance. Continue to keep an eye on her while sending out more excellent infiltrators to rescue her. Inside the secret room. Almost an hour had passed. A white light flashed on Speechcraft's body, rising to level 20. Alas, the experience from the monster siege is a little too much. Adding up all the free attribute points, the combined battle power had come to 2.1 million. It was directly more than 3 times the count. System notice: since there are already players who have reached level 20, the game will undergo a second version update in 3 hours. Please prepare yourselves for the update, which will take 12 hours. During this time the game cannot be logged in, but the forum function can be used normally. After the update is over, players can go to the official website by themselves and check the update content. 5 tips in a row made all the players excited. Who's reached level 20? Leave it blank, that's fine. It's finally time for an update. Beg the system to revamp the summoner, it's too costly, the poor family's children can't top it anymore. Stay white Big Brother Bull Batch, push the system to update belongs to is. Begging the system father to weaken the summoner, stay white so strong, other people can't play. You red dog is really damned, what does staying white strong have to do with us ordinary summoners? Chapter 121 Skill Determination Success. Speechcraft couldn't help but smile when he heard the system announcement. This update was crucial. After planning for so long on his own, it was finally almost time to reap the rewards. Turning his head to look at Ling Qian, Yen Shu couldn't help but have a headache. When he himself had captured the Wolf King be King, he hadn't even gone through that much effort. If it wasn't for the green font that said target can be subdued using the Spirit Pilgrimage skill, he would have thought that he had been affected by the situation. If it wasn't for the fact that the green font was always there, I would have thought that I was not affected and had lost my eyesight. At the end of the skill cooling time, the speech art will be used on it again. At this time, Ling Qian has completely given up, only when the skill is thrown on the body, will not be able to help but spasm a little. Looking at her like this, Speechcraft couldn't help but wonder if the skill, 10,000 Spirits Pilgrimage, had any hidden effects. Just at this moment, the door to the secret room was knocked on. Come in. Xingyu walked in and first happened to see Ling Qian's indecent appearance. Lu Bai, is this skill of yours positively effective? Xingyu blurted out, and then changed his words stiffly. Wordsmith had a helpless face and couldn't help but laugh out bitterly. Not only is it proper, it's also effective, but this witch is too strong after all, it's going to take a lot of time. Xingyu took a look at Speechcraft's behavior were still relatively normal, and didn't seem to have been affected too much. Nodding his head, he also turned to leave. At this point in time, the Speechcraft was also a bit bored. After all, it had been staying here to use the same skill. Looking at Ling Qian's pitiful appearance, I don't know if I was affected by Ling Qian's natural skill. Suddenly became a bit soft-hearted. Forget it, let's give you some air. Stepping forward, he ripped the rags out of the other's mouth. Speech art was also thinking at this time. All Spirits Pilgrimage,
Pilgrimage. The success rate of this skill, apart from the life value, would there be other factors affecting it? After all, this was the first time it was used on a humanoid boss. Submission, unable to generate resistance? Or to make the opponent drop their guard and increase their friendliness? Thinking of this, Speechcraft spoke. Ling Xian, you're going to die anyway, talk to me. Would it not be worth it for you to come over here just to mess around with nullifying a young city lord? After all, it seems like you're worth a bit more. Ling Xian was a bit surprised at this point. After all, this was the first time that Speechcraft had shown a friendly attitude. It seemed that her own talent as a chimera was working, so she would have to step up. You little adventurer. Speech Art immediately chose to use it. Spirit Qian playfully appeared in front of her, and at this time, she was completely out of her weakened state. Even if she was dressed in sackcloth and rough clothes, she couldn't hide the charm that emanated from her. Master. This time, Ling Qian looked at Yin Shu with a bit of talent, charming heavenly success, charming, pacifying kiss, king scourge, emotional fascination. Looking at Ling Qian's perverted attributes, Speechcraft couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Was this the base of a high-level abyssal demon? Even after forcing the system to suppress it to level 20, its attributes were still the strongest of all its summons, and some of its items even surpassed its own. Originally, Speechcraft had already prepared himself mentally. After all, after the Bee King and Wolf King became his own summons, their level attributes were both reduced along with it. I never thought that Spirit Qian would be able to surprise himself. Dropping from the sub-divine level to the current level, it could be said that their attributes had fallen by the wayside. However, for a summon, its own characteristics and skills are the most important. Attributes can be stacked up slowly. Moreover, with the help of the Yi Pathfinder skill, Speechcraft is convinced that when she reaches the sub-god level again, Ling Qian's strength will far exceed her original self. The next step is to look at the progression of this kind of humanoid boss, and what is the difference between ordinary monsters. Chapter 122 Divinity. Speechcraft clicked on Spirit Qian's advancement button, only to find that her advancement route was different from all the other summons. There were only 2 chances to advance. Path of Advancement. Phantom Demon Special. Queen of Illusion Special. Next stage not unlocked. Requirements for current advancement. 1. Reach level 100. Not reached. 2. Intelligence attribute reaches 1 million, mental power attribute reaches 1 million, and total attributes reaches 4 million. Not reached. 3.1 Legendary Boss Knight Demon Core. The materials required are a bit harsh, but it's not a big problem. The increase in strength after the advancement is also within one's expectations. It's the Divinity plus 30 that I didn't understand. Divinity? What is this? Speechcraft felt a bit puzzled. He hadn't heard of this word in his previous life. Could it be related to advancing to the divine level? But based on the feedback from the strong players in his previous life, advancing to the god level, it seemed that it was not related to this thing either. Speechcraft suddenly reacted when he saw Ling Qian in front of him. This person in front of him, who was not that far from a god-level powerhouse, should know about this thing. Ling Qian, do you know what divinity is? The Ling Qian in front of him froze. Somewhat surprised, he spoke. Master, you actually know about divinity? Continue. Master, in reality, there are high and low levels of strength for god-level powerhouses. And the determining factor is the divinity contained within their bodies. How is this obtained? The specifics are unknown. When one successfully breaks through the god level, one will obtain a certain amount of divinity at once. It seems to be related to the strength before breaking through the god level. Speechcraft was stunned, followed by ecstasy. The divinity gained when breaking through the divine level was related to strength. Wasn't the so-called strength the sum of attributes? Then one's own summons in one's own self after receiving attribute bonuses. Wouldn't they just take off if they broke through the divine level? Then what's the concept of 30 points of divinity? Is it a lot? It's a lot. It seems that the worst strength amongst the abyssal monarchs is only about 70, even the strongest shouldn't have reached 100 points. Speechcraft was enlightened, and now had a rough understanding of this thing called divinity. It also had to be Spirit Qian. If it was an ordinary chimera, it wouldn't necessarily know this information. But generally speaking, a character could reach the subdivine level by completing the advancement trial at level 200. But this summon could advance and gain divinity at level 100. At this point, Speechcraft hadn't realized that in the future, his own summons would be at the subdivine level, but he would still be eating experience to upgrade. At this time, Ling Qian suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and directly exclaimed in shock. What is this? What is the attribute panel? Ah? When Sirius heard his words, his pupils shrank. The person was already doing his best to remain calm, but the shock in his eyes couldn't be concealed in any way. What attribute panel? Summoners could discover their own attribute panels? What the is this outrageous thing? Ling Qian, you describe it more carefully. I moved in my heart to perceive my current strength, and suddenly such a four-sided panel appeared, recording various abilities. Listening to Ling Qian's description, Speechcraft also finalized it. She could really open her own attribute panel. And not surprisingly, it was also possible to finish adding points on her own. There was also the path of advancement. However, the promotion operation still had to rely on the help of Speechcraft. Master, I now believe in what you said, becoming a god level is indeed logical. At this point in time, Ling Qian's mindset had completely changed drastically, and in her heart the mystique of speech arts was directly pulled full circle. After all, it was possible to let a summoned object advance and gain divinity, this kind of thing. Even the most powerful abyssal monarch couldn't do it. And having become his summon herself, although her strength was reduced in the short term. But in the future, not only would he be able to advance to the divine level, but with the addition of divinity, he would also become the most powerful of all. Looking at Ling Qian, looking at himself with a face of adoration, those eyes almost sticking to glass. Speechcraft straight away called out that he couldn't top it, but still tried his best to maintain a high fashion appearance. It's nothing, later on, you go kill a monster of the same level and see, there's a surprise. Really? Of course, what do I have to gain by lying to you? Speechcraft looked at her face of surprise and smiled in response. Knock, knock, knock. A few knocks on the door came, before Speechcraft could say anything. Xingyu had already rushed straight in. Originally, the agreed-upon hour was not yet up, but Xingyu sensed that the demon binding ring had failed and Ling Qian's aura had disappeared and reappeared. He felt that Speechcraft should have succeeded. At this moment, looking at Ling Qian standing obediently by the side of the speech art, he was immediately heartily satisfied and joyful. Lu Bai, you are really good at creating miracles, and it really worked. At this time, Shea also arrived. Seeing this scene, he directly rounded his eyes. How is this possible? You actually really subdued a sub-divine level phantom demon. Speechcraft had a smug look on his face. How about it, great god level summoner Lord Shea, convinced or not? Shea looked at his dejected appearance and directly laughed out coldly. You can't be complacent, a sub-god level chimera becoming your summoner, its strength is directly pulled down severely by you guy, whether it can return to the peak of its strength in the future is not certain. Oh, this will not trouble you old man, after all, is not your summoned object. Shea really can't look at this villainous appearance of the speech technique, and directly left with a fling of his sleeve. At this time, Xingyu had long been waiting impatiently. Xing Qingqi had already woken up, but his behavior was no different from that of an idiot. Now no matter what things in his eyes, are the appearance of Ling Qian, directly hugged and nod. Seeing Xingyu's anger rise, if not for the others stopping him, he almost wanted to go up and slap him unconscious again to avoid the disgrace. Lu Bai, you see my son's matter? Well, let's go over there together and take a look, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Xingyu led the way in front, while Ling Qian followed closely behind Yan Shu. In her mind, it was now that Yan Shu was the most dependable, and there was still a certain amount of wariness towards her former enemy, Xingyu. When they arrived at the place where they were watching over Xing Qingqi, she saw that this fellow was hugging the pillar and not letting go, his eyes closed and his mouth constantly murmuring. Ling Qian. Seeing this scene, Yan Shu wanted to laugh, but because his father was still here, he had to hold it in. Yan Shu turned his head towards Ling Qian, who was blushing a little. Ling Qian nodded and took a step forward and extended her right hand towards Xing Chengqi. In the eyes of Yan Shu and Xingyu, no fluctuations were sensed and both looked curiously at Ling Qian. All right. Ling Qian retreated behind Yan Shu again. Next, Xing Qingqi suddenly sat on his butt, staring blankly ahead. Chapter 123 Great Equipment Upgrade. It was only after more than 10 breaths of time that Xing Qingqi's eyes regained their focus. Only to see him stand up, walk over to Xingyu, and directly flop down on his knees. His forehead knocked heavily on the ground. Father, I was wrong. In the future, I will definitely change all my vices, work hard to improve my strength, and assist you in managing Falling Star City. These words were sincere to the extreme, speaking to Star Yu's relief. Good. Knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them is good. Xingyu bent down and helped him up, his entire being in a good mood. After all, with such an experience, Star Qingqi was considered to have been blessed by a disaster, and it would definitely be beneficial to his future growth. At this time, Xing Qingqi nodded and smiled at Yan Shu, and then looked at Ling Chen behind Yan Shu. There was still fear in his eyes. After all, he himself had experienced it firsthand.
The phantom demon's terrifying tactics could make a person sink to their death in lust.
Lu Bai, I still have to thank you. It can be said that this matter has been resolved perfectly.
Xingyu smiled and spoke.
At this moment, the anticipated system prompt also rang out at the right time.
Ding, congratulations on completing the quest. Capture Spirit Qian as a summoner.
Receive quest reward, Yuanshu Artifact Spirit, Talisman 1, Xingyu's friendliness plus 1000, Xing Qiqing's friendliness plus 600. Looking at the Yuanshu Artifact Spirit that arrived, Speechcraft immediately chose to use it. Dingyu used the divine item, Yuanshu Artifact Spirit, Talisman, exclusive growth equipment is being generated.
Occupation information is being read. Equipment skills being generated.
By the time the artifact spirit disappeared, a talisman had appeared in the hands of Speechcraft.
Imperial Spirit Talisman, Silver Grade Rank 20.
Exclusive to player Lu Bai, cannot be dropped.
Life value plus 1000. Intelligence plus 150. Spirit plus 50. Characteristics, can devour talisman equipment of the same grade.
Experience value required to upgrade to the next quality 1000.
Skill, Bloodthirsty Instinct, 5% of the damage dealt by the summoned object will be drawn as life value. Seeing the skill of the talisman, Speechcraft's eyes just lit up. The blood drawing effect was back. Today was indeed a surprise.
One should know that in the early stages, this skill, Blood-Sucking Aura, was a great help, a divine skill for summoned objects to brush monsters harmlessly. But the drawback was also obvious, that there was a range restriction. And, Bloodthirsty Instinct, can be said to be perfectly adapted to oneself. After all, now the summons are all outgoing to develop on their own, this skill can ignore the range to directly produce the effect. Although the 5% draw percentage was a bit low right now, the equipment could be upgraded, and the effect of the skill would be increased in time.
Lord City Lord, since the matter is over, I won't stay any longer.
I have to go to Lord Steward now to extract the standardized equipment. Xingyu spoke as if he had already anticipated this. I've already instructed the butler, he's waiting for you at the original place. Speechcraft bid farewell to Xingyu and extracted the formulated equipment immediately after finding the butler. After the completion of the previous mission, Speechcraft was rewarded with 5,000 pieces of formulated equipment and was free to choose. So this time, Speechcraft was prepared to directly upgrade his staff and the amulet he had just obtained to diamond grade. After all, not to mention the low grade of the formulated equipment here in the City Lord's mansion, the highest quality was only up to platinum grade. Speechcraft first chose 900 pieces of level 10 gold grade staffs. Anyway, the devoured equipment only needed to be of the same quality, there was no requirement to be of the same grade, and there was no need to waste it. Ding successful devouring, Imperial Spirit Staff, experience value is full, successfully advanced to platinum grade.
Imperial Spirit Staff, platinum grade level 20.
Exclusive to player Lu Bai, cannot be dropped.
Physical Strength plus 600. Intelligence plus 500. Spiritual Strength plus 750. Characteristics, can devour staff type equipment of the same grade.
Experience value required to upgrade to the next quality 0700. Skills, Call of the Wild, summons attack power is increased by 20%. Energy Resonance, the summons attack will deal 15% splash damage in a 15-15 area. The attributes of the platinum grade staff had almost doubled, and although the skills had not increased, there was a 5% increase in effect. And the material equipment needed to get to diamond level had been reduced to 700 pieces. The amount needed to raise the quality was mapped out.
Speechcraft directly began to choose. Platinum grade staff 700 pieces.
As for the talismans, silver grade 1000 pieces, gold grade 900 pieces, platinum grade 700 pieces. With these equipments selected, one was left with a quota of 800 pieces of standardized equipment to save for later. The next step was an unimpeded quality boost. Ding devouring is successful, the Imperial Spirit Staff is full of experience value and has successfully advanced to diamond grade. Ding successful devouring, Imperial Spirit Amulet, experience value is full, successfully advanced to gold grade.
Ding.
Ding devouring is successful, Imperial Spirit Talisman, experience value is full, successfully advanced to diamond grade. The attributes of the two pieces of equipment had also changed drastically. Imperial Spirit Staff, Diamond Grade Level 20. Exclusive to player Lubai, cannot be dropped. Physical Strength plus 1200. Intelligence plus 1100. Spiritual Strength plus 2700. Spellcasting Speed plus 30. Characteristics, can devour staff type equipment of the same grade. Experience value required to upgrade to the next quality 0500. Skills, Call of the Wild, attack power of summon objects increased by 30%. Energy Resonance Summoner's attack will deal 20% splash damage in a 2020 area. Imperial Spirit Talisman, Diamond Grade Rank 20. Exclusive to player Lubai, cannot be dropped. Life value plus 15,000. Intelligence plus 1900. Spirit plus 1450. Magic value recovery plus 50 per second. Characteristics, can devour talisman type equipment of the same grade. Experience value required to upgrade to the next quality 0500. Skills, Bloodthirsty Instinct, 20% of the damage dealt by the summoned object will be drawn as life value. Arcane Connection, the casting speed of summons is increased by 20%. The boosts of the two pieces of equipment were quite large. The staff, although it only boosted the effect and no new skills were generated, had an additional phrase that added spell casting speed. As for the talisman's newly added skill, Arcane Connection, the casting speed is increased, and it has a better effect on the fire elemental elves of the legal system, as well as the Chimera Spirit Qian. Speechcraft equipped both pieces. All additional skills took effect immediately. The combat power of the several summons fighting in the GUA residence suddenly went up by a hair. The most obvious part of the change was that a bunch of green values suddenly popped up on their heads. What the hell? Is there an SS-ranked talented priest who's raising the blood of Liubai's summons? How could there be such a perverted priest with skills covering such a wide range? This is a blood-sucking effect. It's probably because Big Brother Lubai suddenly used some skill that made all the summons have a blood-sucking effect for a short period of time. No, it's not just the blood-sucking effect, but I can keep an eye on this poisonous wasp in front of me. The damage dealt has also increased. Chapter 124, Take It All. At this moment, the monster siege had already proceeded to the 9th wave. The speech arts summoners were still valiant and brave, especially after obtaining the blood-sucking effect. They even discarded the superfluous actions, and were completely suicidal in their fighting style. The players who came to help were not only climbing with the people around them, some of them were directly comparing themselves to the speech arts summoners. Of course, the objects were only the coyote and the poisonous wasp. Don't believe me, I'm an A-ranked talent, and I still won't be able to compare to Stay White's little brother. Haha, my output exceeded this wolf in front of me, destroying 2 in a row. Bull. Brother. There was melee all around, and there was no lack of some touchy-feely warriors that kept close behind the speech summoners, specializing in finding bloodied monsters to fill in the gaps. Although the battlefield points were mainly based on output, the number of kills was also one of the indicators. Dream Lightning looked at the battlefield. Her entire body was now in a more relaxed state. I can't imagine that Liubai's summons are so powerful. It's even easier to guard than the Smoke and Rain Pavilion. At the current progress, even if Lubai doesn't personally arrive for the last wave, there won't be any problems. The fire elemental elves were on the right, while in front of them was Love Grapes leading the hold. GUA's dozen or so girls had been right beside her the entire time, and there were those specialized in reducing cooldowns, increasing the power of skills, and increasing mana regeneration. One person froze with a bunch of gain buffs on her. Little Butterfly, how is the battlefield on the right now? The priest called Little Butterfly had another task in addition to preventing emergencies and adding blood to Love Grapes. It was to keep an eye on the fire elemental elf situation through the live broadcast. After all, the ones on the field that could be called spell machine guns were Love Eats Grapes and the fire elemental elves. For this reason, some good people on the forums had even launched a special poll to see who was better on both sides. For Love Eating Grapes, even if she couldn't beat Staying White, she couldn't lose to one of his summons, or else she would really be sorry for this SS talent. Don't worry, Sister Grape, Stay White's little fireman isn't as efficient as you. Love Eats Grapes nodded. Although it was expected, he still couldn't help but ask about it from time to time. And in reality, the output of both was similar, but Love Eats Grapes had more people on its side to serve it, and there were even some who took the initiative to pull up monsters for their goddess, causing Love Eats Grapes to just need to brainlessly throw skills. The fire elemental elf had fewer skills, and although the general attack had a splash, there simply weren't that many monsters that were clustered together. All the overall efficiency was a bit worse. With the passage of time, the 9th wave of monsters cleaned up. GU Resident ushered in the last wave of monsters. The Cyclops with an oppressive body walked slowly from the distance. On this side, Speechcraft was bringing Ling Qian to pick out clothes. Summons without exclusive equipment, at the very least, there was no solution at this stage. For humanoid summons like Ling Qian, even if they wore equipment, the additional attributes wouldn't work. In order to be able to resolve this matter, Speechcraft also specifically contacted Shea through Xingyu. The other party replied, "You're thinking about fart eating. If summons can also wear equipment, then what's the point of mixing other professions?" Since the authority figure had said so, there was nothing good that Speechcraft could do. Yenshu also didn't want Ling Qian to keep wearing the rough linen clothes like the prison uniform. One reason was because it was too degrading. The other reason was that if other people knew about it, they would think that they had some special fetish. "Master, how is this one?" "Not bad." "How about this one?" "Not bad." "Look, this." It depends on which species' point of view one appreciates it from. The battlefield of the GUI resident. The current scene could be said to be quite tragic. Of course, the summons of Speechcraft were not included. The sledgehammer in the Cyclops' hands could flatten a few people with a casual fall, and it could even clear out an area with its skills. Players had high and low movement speeds, and long-range melee were all mixed together. When facing the first few waves of monsters, relying on the summoning of speech can basically fish in troubled waters. Casualties are not great. But when they encountered this per capita small boss Cyclops, the shortcomings of the unregulated Q were instantly and infinitely magnified. Between the swing of the sledgehammer, the players fell like wheat. GUS female players, the first time they encountered these tall monsters, a lot of the existence of fear, the efficiency of the output is also greatly reduced. From the time GUA decided to break up the players, scattered in all directions was destined to this end. Dream Lightning was focusing on the whole situation at this time, and her heart could not help but feel a little anxious. Although it was said that in the end the defense could be successful, but if too many players were killed or injured, there were many things that needed to be dealt with in the aftermath. Especially the main force of his guild, if they died a few times in the defense of the city. Even if they succeeded in establishing the guild, in the short term, the overall strength of the guild would have to fall by a hair. This kind of situation, as the president of the Dream Whispering does not want to see. So just now, he still contacted Speechcraft to ask for help. President Dream Whisperer. Dreamlight speech froze, and in her heart, she said, "What a fast speed. Big brother Lu Bai, it looks like you'll have to come down and operate in person." Good to say, taking someone's money and eliminating someone's disaster? Wordsmith had a look of "I'll take care of it," and then leapt down to the city. Anyway, his own principle was that as long as the money was negotiated, then his own service must also be in place. The basic professionalism is still there, or else how to do business in the future. Big brother Lu Bai is here, everyone make way. A sharp-eyed player spotted Speechcraft and immediately shouted. The scene immediately caused a commotion. After all, Speechcraft's performance at the Smoke and Rain Pavilion residence could be described as deep and quite shocking. Chapter 125 Policy Reversal. Big brother Lu Bai has finally arrived. This giant is too scary, it's better to let him do it himself. I told you, the last wave is a good opportunity to show his sainthood in front of people. GU has so many girls, how could he let go? Watch and see, later on maybe to play out what tawdry operation. You all come to see the girls. I cannot be the same as you group of guys with the brain. I am in order to be able to watch the great god up close to help. This is not vain this trip. Looking forward, the camera is ready. HM? Why did Big Brother stop? Who is this beauty and how did she appear? This is too much, isn't the maximum of looks only 20% up? The speech technique stopped in front of the giant and directly summoned Ling Qian. Ling Qian, target these giants, show off your abilities. After Ling Qian appeared, she first looked around. Then he spoke in a petulant manner, "Master, in the future, can you stop locking me up in the small dark room? It's too boring to stay inside." When these words came out, the surrounding players were instantly petrified. Master? What kind of outrageous name is this? Could it be that this beauty was the pet of Speechcraft? When the crowd reacted, they directly scratched their hearts with jealousy. I can't stand it, how come everything good is staying white for this guy? Hiss, this looks, this body, no wonder it's not interested in the girls of GUA. Labor will now go to the official website to complain. Summoners can have humanoid pets, why don't you explain in advance? Lu Bai, you are really damned. Woo woo. Stop playing, it's no fun. I'm going to pester the summoner tutor right now to make sure he gives me a chance to choose again. This scene, moreover, spread throughout the game through the live broadcast screen.
Hee hee, isn't this the magical girl that the Falling Star City Lord was chasing after? How did it become Stay White's summon? I go, no way, this is even possible? Too enviable, this guy's future summons won't all be of this type. Qin Fei's eyes widened at this time, his entire body sat up straight and kicked Yang Lishu, who was bending over his body, away. Yang Lishu, who was dumbfounded, just wanted to put on an innocent expression that wanted to cry. He saw Qin Fei's 4 fingers of both hands directly pulling a diagonal, enlarging the image of Ling Qian in the video. Aha, Lu Bai, it's you again, how come it's yours again? The poison of seduction that Qin Fei had been hit by had not been solved yet, and for some time now, his mind was filled with Ling Qian's appearance. Just now, he even fantasized Yang Lishu as Ling Qian. Now that he sees that Ling Qian is the summoned object of the speech art, Qin Fei's fantasy is shattered. While he is extremely jealous, he also feels that he has been splashed with green paint by Speechcraft, from head to toe. In his heart, he had long regarded Ling Qian as his personal property. At this moment, he could not wait to dismantle Yan Shu and take Ling Qian back. Qin Fei. How could you? Yang Lishu couldn't accept it and directly crouched on the ground with her head in her hands. After Qin Fei's group of people were forced to go offline, they were still pining for that which, just like in the game. Yang Lishu contacted a doctor at the first opportunity and did a checkup for Qin Fei. However, the conclusion reached was that there were no signs of poisoning at all, and that his body and spirit were normal, except for his waist, which was a bit weak. In the end, this doctor, who liked to tell the truth, was also violently beaten up by Qin Fei. While Yang Lishu was angry at Qin Fei, she was also afraid that she would be disliked by Qin Fei and kicked away. Looking at Qin Fei, who had a hideous expression and was staring at the video with a deadpan expression, Yang Lishu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right, one can go to Lu Bai and ask his summon to detoxify young Qin. If he doesn't agree, one will go for plastic surgery and take on the appearance of this witch. Well, that's it. In fact, what Yang Lishu didn't know was that if Yan Shu knew about Qin Fei's bird-like appearance, he wouldn't even need Yang Lishu to beg for it, he would have asked Ling Qian to remove the effects himself. No matter what, thinking about his own summoned object, speech arts would feel sick. And at this time on the battlefield, a scene unexpected by all appeared. Every time Ling Qian walked in front of a monster, her jade hand lightly lifted down. This Cyclops immediately switched targets and battled with the other giants. The 2 giant hammers then greeted towards each other's bodies, hitting each other with blood and flesh, looking at the surrounding players in shock. What kind of tactic is this? It's too perverted. How is one of Liu Bai's summons more outrageous than the other? This is properly the queen of the control department. More than that, how do I feel that the giants that were turned are even more ruthless than each other, just aiming for the head, too brutal. Ling Qian didn't stop at all, and after turning it, without even looking at how effective it was, she continued to walk towards the next target. The players in front of them looked terrified and made way. Right at this moment, Ling Qian, who was walking, suddenly stopped and revealed a puzzle. She now finally knew what the words spoken by Speechcraft meant. With every monster killed, one's strength could really rise. What this represented was something that she herself, once as a sub-god level powerhouse, couldn't be clearer. The current Ling Qian suddenly had an impulse: why don't we snub all the sisters of the Phantom Demon clan to be the master's summons? After thinking about it, Ling Qian still shook this outrageous idea out of her head. She couldn't afford to get ahead of herself. After all, as far as one knows, summoners' summoning bits are all very precious. Ling Qian, don't stop. Forget it, this is too slow in terms of efficiency, I'll have Xiao He pick you up. With a thought from Yan Shu's mind, Xiao He immediately dropped his opponent and quickly rushed over. What Yan Shu did not expect was that afterward, Ling Qian stood on Xiao He's back, her sash fluttering, and curtailing her targets around, directly forcing Grauman. Mard, this is too handsome. It seems that one's usual sitting is still not handsome enough. Next time, one should also adopt a standing position. As the master himself, his compulsion was actually compared by the summon. This can't be good. With Ling Qian's support, the number of Cyclops dropped rapidly, and the most important thing was that there were almost no more deaths of players. When everyone thought that Ling Qian's means was control, she held a long whip in her hand and smashed it on the giant. Although the damage wasn't high, the next damage the giant received was amplified by almost 50%. King's Lash deals 1% damage to the target's total life value and reduces the target's defense by 60%. Each of her normal attacks that followed was even more capable of dealing nearly 70,000 to 80,000 damage. This output ability made all the players suck in even more cold air. The final giant boss was directly surrounded by dozens of curb-stomping giants, coupled with speech arts summons.
and was directly beaten without temper. Many of the giants that wanted to attack the boss could only hiss on the periphery due to their inability to squeeze in and lack of position. The giant boss eventually fell to the ground in humiliation. Just as players were wondering what to do with these giants that had been turned, a shocking scene occurred.
Chapter 126 Game Suggestion. Only to see Ling Qian wave her hand.
Almost half of the giants, the pink color in their pupils faded and seemed to regain their sanity, shaking their heads and fighting with the other giants again. After this wave of infighting, there were only 5 giants left, and all of them were bloodied.
The last one lined up and came over, then in order, kneeling down in front of Ling Qian.
Ling Qian raised the long whip in her hand and lashed down. One whip, directly mending the dead.
This kind of fighting style. It's too terrifying. If it could work on players, it's simply unimaginable. Wow, whipping, I like it so much.
I want to be whipped twice by her so badly.
Big brother Lu Bai, I'm also a summoner.
I'm willing to give you all my money and beg for a cheat to capture a humanoid summoner.
As the Cyclops was cleared, a system alert sounded. System announcement: congratulations to the GUA Guild for killing all the monsters and completing the monster siege test. The GUA Guild is officially established. Speechcraft and Dream Whisperer said hello and prepared to leave. President Dream Whisperer, congratulations. Thank you for staying white, big brother. Just getting paid to do a job.
I don't know if it was Dream Lightning's illusion, but Speechcraft bit that word money rather heavily. Dream Lightning Rain had a bitter smile on her face. Although this guy was being polite, it was still a bit awkward to hear in his ears. It felt like after a debtor had successfully lent money, the other party still had to say to you, congratulations on obtaining a large loan, but don't forget the repayment date. GU became the second successful guild in the apocalypse to establish a guild, and it was also a guild that was dominated by female players. Aside from the Yawning Guild, the players of Bering World and Qin Dynasty felt their faces were disgraced. After all, in the eyes of all ordinary players, the order of successful guild establishment was the ranking of guild strength. It was that simple and rough. Compared to Smoke and Rain Pavilion, they all endured it. But even GUA had grabbed the lead, which was a bit unreasonable. This group of people immediately felt slapped across the face, hot and painful. The higher-ups of the two guilds also had quite a headache at this time. In addition to the casual experts being preemptively recruited by the two of them, quite a few people from their own guilds had also begun to jump ship. Of course, aside from this matter, the hottest topic at the moment was the humanoid summons of speech arts. In this era, especially the male players entering the game now, the percentage of single otaku was still relatively large. Summons like this obedient and strong. It was simply the dream of all men. Therefore, many people, after shouting out Speechcraft without getting a response, started researching on how they could retransform into summoners. Others even directly hit their minds on the mount system. Players had their heads in the clouds. Since there were humanoid summons, would there be humanoid mounts? It was really not possible as long as it carried human characteristics. Anyway, in the fantasy world of the apocalypse, what with the abundance of centaurs and mermaids in the future? The Speechcraft over here, looking at how little time was left before the system started updating, wasn't going to do anything more. Just at this time, Folded Sands sent a message. Brother Lu Bai, do you have time now? My side brought 2 people to you, need your help. Who? Qin Little Demon and... Could it be that he was also present that day? At this moment, Yen Shu suddenly remembered that the sneaky player inside the theater, wrapped up tightly, he went there twice and ran into him. Was that guy planning to do something? If it's true, that's a lot of poisoning. Yaoshi Guild, at that time, when a group of people saw that Ling Qian was a speech summoner. It was Qin Xiaodian and Kei Xiangtou who had the biggest reaction. Qin Little Demon directly wept with joy. Great, big brother Lu Bai really kept his promise and didn't kill her. As long as the person doesn't die, there will be plenty of opportunities to see her again in the future. On the other hand, Counting on the Heart was grimacing, looking like he wanted to eat Speechcraft alive. These two people's perverse looks immediately drew everyone's attention. Combined with the video analysis of the city lord chasing after the switch earlier, the truth was already obvious. The two were immediately taken away for a full body checkup, yet everything was normal. Folded Sands couldn't think of any other way, so he had to turn to Speechcraft for help. Lu Bai promised, come with me. Upon hearing these words from Folding Spear, Qin Little Demon and Counting on behaved differently. Qin Little Demon directly jumped up with a happy look. On the other hand, Kei Shang Xin too had a gnashing of teeth look.
Seeing folding halberd sinking sands secretly shocked, this love poison that is really poisonous. Arrived at the agreed place, the halberd sinks the sand has not yet made a sound, the two people unanimously towards Ling Qian, leaving the folded sands with a black line on his face. Ling Qian looked towards Yan Shu and only after receiving Yan Shu's approval did she make her move to remove the effects the two had been subjected to. The reaction of the two at this point was similar to that of Xing Qingqi. Both froze for a moment to regain their senses, then looked at Ling Qian with fear in their eyes, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Older brother, if there's nothing else, I'll go offline, it's almost time for the game version update. Brother Lu Bai, thank you, but there's one more thing that I found you for this time. Please speak. This update is estimated to have some special effects on reality just like the last one, and we'd like to invite you to make a trip to our U-World Guild to do some verification. Speaking here, the folding sword gave a beat and pointed his finger upwards. At the same time, on behalf of the above, I'll formally extend an invitation to you to enter U-World, or rather, to join the officials, and I'll send a document to your mailbox later. The folding sands was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by Speechcraft raising his hand. Sorry to interrupt, I won't be joining the guild. As for what you said above, I'm a small citizen who couldn't get in touch with it before, and I don't really want to get in touch with it in the future, so I hope that old brother will lift up his hand, and don't disturb me from playing the game. Speechcraft looked at the eyes of the folding sword and continued to open his mouth. I know that the official magical powers, but in reality, I also do not want to be disturbed. After all, I am still considered a stabilizing factor. Folded sands froze, somewhat incredulous. In the end, he could only smile helplessly. Alright, I'll convey your thoughts to the top, but you don't have to worry about this point of reality safety. The officials are always on the side of the masses, and there won't be any of those things you're thinking about. I hope so. Here I also give you a piece of advice. No, it should be a suggestion. Play the game properly. Playing monsters and upgrading and brushing books are all quite interesting. Some things are perhaps better when they go with the flow. Xin Xiao Demon and Counting on the side listened with a confused face, not knowing what riddles the two were playing. On the other hand, Folded Sands had his eyes slightly narrowed, staring at Speechcraft with a deadly stare. Chapter 127 Service-Wide Activity. Folded Sands wanted to see something on Speechcraft's face. But at this time, Speech Arts was already smiling lightly, as if the words he just said were just a joke. After the folded halberd left, Speechcraft remembered what he had just said and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In his previous life, there was a saying that originally, the game had started to integrate with reality very early, but due to the intervention from above, it had been delayed until the 6th year before the game completely descended. Regarding this claim, Speechcraft had no doubts at the time. But having been reborn once, his own understanding of the game was already much higher. This game was too mysterious, so mysterious that the existing technology and knowledge could not even peek into it. A single prop could make oneself be reborn, so if such a game were to merge with reality, how could any force be able to stop it? When one does not understand a thing, blindly intervening is like throwing oil to put out a fire, it will only make things worse. For what he had just said, Speechcraft had also given it some thought. As the number one person in the game, he had already rejected Utide twice, and this time, the folding was even more prepared. If he himself didn't toughen up and act mysterious, so that the other party would throw in the towel. Maybe they would increase their exclusion efforts, and if they were to be found one day, even if they weren't sliced up, it was possible that they would be controlled. Although according to the data on the internet, there are hundreds of millions of males in their age group alone, and it's not an easy thing to really find yourself. As for the issue of real currency, Speech Arts in the front after receiving the money from Smoke and Rain Lin Feng's equipment, are first existed in the virtual account of the apocalypse, take it as you go, to ensure that the previous card does not appear on the large amount of water. This aspect is also careful to the extreme. In addition, going to someone's base camp this kind of silly thing, is never to do. Now that they had found out that the game would have an impact on reality, everyone on that battle list should already be under the spotlight. After all, these could be destabilizing factors. At this moment, Ling Qian's words interrupted Yan Shu's thoughts. Master, the reality you are talking about, is it the original world of your adventurers? Speechcraft spoke with a faint smile. Yes, are you curious? A little. I was wondering, since you guys can come here, could it be that some of the people from this world also went to your side? Speechcraft was about to reply how could that be, then suddenly froze. Just because one didn't know about it didn't mean it wouldn't happen. Thinking of this, Speechcraft's originally somewhat relaxed mood was replaced by a sense of urgency. Once he saw that it was almost time, he directly chose to go offline. Then he simply packed up and ran towards the airport.
Originally, what Speechcraft was considering was that as long as he was strong enough, it would not be a problem at all to protect his family after the game fusion. Letting his parents know these things in advance, firstly, it's not easy to explain, secondly, it's not safe to reveal it instead. Now it didn't matter that much, as long as the two secrets of rebirth and game descent were kept. Even if they go to cheat and kidnap, they still have to pick up their parents by their side, so that they are also a little more at ease. As for this game thing, it's best if they are willing to play it, and if they are not forced to do so. Anyway, even stronger cannot be strong. Wait until the game props can appear in reality, their personal safety will be completely guaranteed. After arriving home, the father, Yin Chongshan, and the mother, Zheng Feng, heard that their son wasn't going to school, but had started playing games. They were instantly furious and their eyes blackened. Your kid has made out, middle school is addicted to romance, college is addicted to playing games, and now he's not even going to school. Saying this, Yan's father drew out his belt. Even Zhang Feng, who had not been in favor of beating the child, cooperated and closed the door. Dad, stay under the belt, don't be impulsive yet. Speechcraft was helpless, and ultimately it was only when he flashed his deposit that he controlled the actions of the two old men. You mean to say that you moved into the villa after earning money in this short period of time? Yan's father had an unbelievable expression on his face. Dad, these are all small amounts of money, haven't you guys heard of the game Apocalypse? I am a first-class expert in it, specializing in lending money to rich bosses. No, it's a part-time job, come money especially fast. I heard about it. Next to your Uncle Wang also bought the so-called game helmet. Speechcraft spent a whole hour, said dry mouth, even coaxed and lied finally convinced the two old. In the end, he managed to bring the two back to Lingsheng. The first thing that bore the brunt of the game's descent was the towns surrounding the city, places that could not be stayed in. This was especially true of one's old home. Lingsheng City, as the center city of the Dragon Kingdom, are all key protection areas, to the late stage of many people want to live is not necessarily able to live in. Settling the two people down, he bought two new gaming helmets back. Anyway, Speechcraft's idea was simple, the game was used as something for them to kill time when they were bored, and it was usually not bad to be a scenery party in it. Mom and Dad, I'll emphasize again, since I signed a confidentiality agreement with my boss, don't expose the reality of my identity in the game, and can't give out my information, or else the breach of contract alone will be several $100 million. After Yen Shu was so frightened, both of them had a serious face and said that they could definitely do it. Speechcraft also knew that there was no impermeable wall in the world, but just need to get through a period of time, even if it was exposed it didn't matter. And two people and the popularization of some basic things, Speech Arts looked at the service as almost time to open the time, then immediately entered the game. First of all, still go to the official website to understand the content of the game update. 1. Open level 2050 combat copies. 2. A day later will carry out exciting battlefield activities, duration of 3 days. Rewards are generous, and we hope that players will actively participate. 3. The three main cities will be selling some of their stores, so players are asked to line themselves up and head to the housing management office to learn more about the situation. Speechcraft finished reading and breathed a sigh of relief. The contents of the three updates were the same as what he remembered, there was no deviation. One hadn't prepared in vain after all. The first piece of content was considered to be a more regular update, the next every 10 levels had fixed battle copies for players to practice leveling and explode their equipment. The third piece of content could basically be ignored now. At this stage, even by themselves, they couldn't get a store. Because in addition to the high price, purchasing a store also required an extremely high reputation value. As for the second item, one had messed up so much money just to prepare for it. When this event started, there would be an entrance to the event in every main city. Players who entered it would be teleported to a huge map, in which, in addition to other players, there were all sorts of monsters and bosses. Inside the kill all the targets other than yourself, you can get points, the more points the more generous reward. After you are killed, all the points on your body will fall off and be picked up by the enemy, and you will also be teleported out, with the highest points in history as the basis for rewards. Points reach a certain value, you can get your own gold-greedy treasure chest. In addition, one had thought of a more flirty way of playing to get other high rewards. And now that he was at level 20, he had a summon location with a special boss that could be used as an alternate target. Chapter 128 Interest Rate Reduction Collections. A day's preparation time felt a little tight. Speechcraft thought about it, he hadn't used the greedy treasure chest in his previous life. He had just heard that there was no limit to the amount of money that could be invested in it. No, just to be on the safe side, gather the money again in a short period of time. The event lasted for 3 days, and counting today, one would still have 4 days in that case. During this period of time, the loot of several summons were thrown at the auction house at the first opportunity. The gold in one's hand had now come to 12.57 million. All the major guilds still had loans that they hadn't recovered. The deadline he had given them was 1 month, and it was still less than that, so the only way to collect early was to reduce a portion of the interest. Thinking of this, Speechcraft immediately compiled a message and sent it to the several major guild presidents. Interest can be reduced by half for arrears repaid within 3 days. As soon as Smoke Rain Rides the Wind saw this message, he immediately discussed it with Smoke Rain Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what do you think? Smoky Rain Lin Feng thought that he still had a certain understanding of the speech arts and deliberated for a moment before speaking. President, although it is said that we have accumulated some gold coins during this period of time, I think it is better not to repay the loan early. What's the reason? After all, if the interest rate is halved, we can save more than 300,000, which is not a small amount at this stage. The reason is simple. When have you ever seen this guy, Lu Bai, do a losing deal? Smoke Rain Rides the Wind was speechless for a while, but it was indeed true. This person, Lu Bai, was not a kind man or woman. Giving up his own interests at this time was most likely for the sake of a greater good. So, I think he must have needed a large sum of money in a short period of time to come up with this plan, and it's only given for 3 days. Could it be related to this post-update event? Smoke and Rain nodded. This possibility was still quite high. This guy, Lu Bai, could be said to be the weather vane of the game. Since even he had started collecting funds, it was possible that he knew some information in advance, so his own guild couldn't lag behind. After all, keeping up with the big brother's footsteps was the only way to have a future. Lin Feng, let's start acquiring gold coins as well. If the brothers below ask, just say it's to pay back Stay White. I'll arrange it right away. Right, the duplicates have been updated, so pick some people and let's try it out. Good. By this time, Bering Sangdao was already leaving the hospital and returning to his residence. This period of time could be described as a great blow. Although he was lying in the hospital every day, he still used his helmet to go online, but it was never very convenient. After coming online, Bering Sangdao took a look at the message from Speechcraft, cursed twice, and clicked on it with an annoyed face. But after seeing the message that the interest rate was halved, his mood suddenly changed for the better. Dog thing, finally a conscience. No, it should be that it wants to reconcile with Bering and ease the relationship, but it can't let go of its face if the interest is fully exempted. At this time, the Ba Lin Sung Dome was already starting to brainstorm, thinking that the speech art must have started to soften. But in any case, it is a good opportunity to save money. We must know that Ba Lin a total of 3 million loans. If the original agreement, the interest alone is 1.5 million, if you can pay off a one-time, we'll save a whole 750,000. Ba Lin Sung Dome immediately processed this message slightly and forwarded it to all the top management. After my negotiations with Staying White, the interest on the outstanding amount has been reduced to half, provided that it is paid back within 3 days. Over this period of time, the failure to establish a guild had caused one's prestige to drop quite a bit, so it was just the right time to use this to bolster one's positive image. In the GUI resident, after analyzing the situation, Dreamlight Whisper and the others also adopted the same strategy as Smoke and Rain Pavilion. Started to raise money, but just wasn't prepared to pay it back. Young Qin, this was acquired at a great cost based on your needs. It can simply be called a rarity at this stage of the game. Qin Fei couldn't help but be delighted after receiving the item handed over by his subordinate and checking its description. Spirit Sealing Stone, rare summoners can seal their summons in it, and the sealed summons can be traded. Good. The name of this item is also good. Sealed Spirit, Spirit of Spirit Qian. I've already called the money, so check and receive it. Qin Fei held the Spirit Sealing Stone with an excited face, and finally even brought it to his eyes and barred a kiss. To say that there were quite a few players who were affected by Ling Chen that day, but the only one who had the strength to fulfill his desires was Qin Fei. Upon realizing that Ling Qian is a speech summoner, Qin Fei was almost so jealous that he couldn't sleep. With his eyes open and closed, Ling Qian's delicate figure and stunning face, the whole person was a bit bewitched. After careful consideration, Qin Fei finally came up with a method. He directly arranged a large number of his men to check if there was a way for summoners to trade their summons. The other was to find a way to transfer to a summoner. As long as these 2 points were resolved. When the time comes, then spend a large amount of money, go to the speech arts, and just buy the Spirit Qian. At this time, a message from Speechcraft also happened to be sent, and Xin Fei took a look at it and was immediately energized. Telling Wang Qi about this message, he did his best to acquire the game currency. This guy Lu Bai likes game coins so much, that's good. This time, he not only has to pay back all the money he owes, but he also has to buy Ling Qian in one fell swoop. Speechcraft didn't care what the reactions of the several major guilds were. He was also harboring the thought of being able to recover a little bit. Anyway, at this point in time, there is no other way to make money fast. After the 2 gang building orders in the front, a lot of gold coins could be said to have been concentrated in their hands. Although it is said that with the passage of time, the output of game coins is also increasing, but the time interval is not too long. The leek is estimated to have just sprouted. Want to cut cannot cut much. Taking advantage of this time, you can first brush the level 20 copy. Level 20 copies and level 10 copies are the same. There are still 4 difficulties: simple, normal, difficult, and hell. However, the copies from level 20 onwards were all 20-player group books. Difficult and time-consuming, compared to the benefits are also greater. A lot of activities in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse are to participate in a large number of players, which is also disguised to force everyone to hold the group. Speechcraft's plan is to get the boss first kill and system first pass rewards. Of course, the SSS score is also a must. Maximize all the benefits. From now on, spend some time every day to use up the times and keep refreshing your limits. The fixed prestige value at the top of the list should be held firmly in your hands. Those who had risen to level 20 at this time were, after all, still a minority. Of course, as far as the several large guilds were concerned, there was still no problem pulling together a few opening teams. The updated copy, in the 3 main cities, have a special transmission entrance. After entering will be transmitted to the copy of the waiting area, specifically for players to team up and prepare for the battle. Compared to the novice village copy, it is much more convenient. At the same time, this also gives players from different main cities the opportunity to brush up together, eliminating the cost of teleporting between main cities. However, at the end of the copy, it will still return to the original main city. Chapter 129 Copybook, Deadly Desert. When Speechcraft teleported to the copy waiting area, there were already several teams gathered here, and most of them were familiar faces. As soon as the copy was updated, these powerful guilds immediately gathered like cats with a fishy odor. Brother Lu Bai, what a coincidence! Smoke and Rain Pavilion's team was led by Smoke and Rain Ride the Wind. Smoke and Rain Lin Foam was also listed, and the other ones were basically Smoke and Rain Pavilion's #1 experts. President Ride the Wind, you've received all the news, right? Speechcraft also greeted with a light smile. Received it, but it's more difficult to gather this money. After all, our guild was just established, and we still spent quite a bit of money during the defense of the city. Understood, understood, just do your best. Speechcraft wasn't surprised in the slightest. His sudden interest rate cut to raise money would definitely cause them to be suspicious. It was something that couldn't be helped. But as long as one of the guilds repaid the money early, their own purpose would have been achieved. At this point in time, when Bearing Bird King and the others heard the conversation between the two, they all reacted at once. Emotionally staying white, this guy's interest rate reduction wasn't facilitated by Hegemony Prosperity Volta, he actually still had the face to blow. At that moment, the top management present in Hailing, in their hearts, all greeted Hailing Sangdao all over again. At this time, the hegemonic Songdome and other places to practice. If you know that this matter is exposed, it is estimated that you have to immediately find a crack to drill in. In addition, the dream whispering of the moon, Love Eats Grapes, was also present. There was also Bearing Bird King, Xin Fei, and a group of others. Aside from Yutri, the other 4 families had all arrived, but they were all still waiting for someone to make the final preparations. Xin Fei saw the speech art at this time, and forced himself to resist the urge to go up and buy the spirit Xian. After all, there were too many people and it was rather detrimental to his face. Moreover, he had not yet finished his summoner transfer, and the gold coins had only begun to be acquired, so he could only wait for a few more days. After saying hello to Dream Whisperer and the others, Speechcraft finally walked to the center and directly opened his mouth. Do you all need to bring a brush service? The number of times my copy will be refreshed tomorrow, the highest bidder will get it. The moment these words came out, the scene was just silent. Smoke and Rain, Dream Lightning, and the others all revealed an expression that said it all. Some of the rest sneered, while others scoffed. Lu Bai, if you're strong, just brush yourself, we don't need false speed pass data to hold up the scene. The Bearing Bird King laughed coldly and opened his mouth. As soon as his words fell, Xin Fei immediately followed suit. That's right, you're really cutting us as leaks, save your breath.
At most, list 1 will be ceded to you, the following positions, we will fight for them ourselves.
Wordsmith had anticipated the reaction of these two families and was not annoyed, still with a smiling expression. Turning his head again, he looked at Smoky Rain Rides the Wind and the others.
What about you guys?
Brother Lubai, good intentions are appreciated, but we also want to try on our own to see if we can open up the land successfully, and we can't rely on you all the time.
Well, we, Jiwa, also have the same idea.
Once these two families finished speaking, it was a bit unexpected. But after a little thought, Speechcraft thought of a possibility. All of these guilds had united at this time, or rather reached an agreement to boycott the bandwagon brush behavior. If they couldn't compete for first place, then the next few places could reflect the strength of the guilds.
This was going to be a real competition.
Since this is the case, speech arts also no longer delay, directly to the door of the copy, choose simple difficulty to enter.
Into the Eyes was first a paragraph of the replica's introduction.
In the far west, there exists a forbidden land known as the Deadly Desert. This desert is not only a traveler's nightmare, but also a testing ground for adventurers. Countless warriors have tried to cross it, but only a few have survived to tell of the horrors within. It is said that the desert hides ancient relics and endless riches, but there are equally countless monsters and traps waiting for those who dare to challenge them.
A copy of the desert background, the monsters inside were also full of regional characteristics.
For Speechcraft, this copy was also familiar to a fault, having swiped it many times in his own previous life.
Right away, he directly pulled out a few major summons.
One's own summons were usually rare to get together, and when they came out, they all made different body movements and greeted each other in their own unique way. Only Ling Qian beamed with a puffed-up look. Yan Shu couldn't help but be amused at the sight. No one would probably believe this demeanor if they said it was the charmed demon queen.
Ling Qian, don't be angry, putting you away is because you are too pretty and too flashy outside, Master. I don't want you to be missed by some people.
Really? That's a must. When we finish painting the book, get a lower profile attire, and we'll make sure we don't put you away in the future.
Okay, thank you, Master.
The desert copy terrain was relatively flat, but the monsters in it were tougher existences.
Speechcraft looked towards the front.
Thousands of giant poisonous scorpions were roaming around, densely packed, looking oppressive. Speechcraft knew that there was another kind of monster hiding under the soft sand. The Wolf King and the Bee King summoned all their minions and charged directly towards the front without leaving any gaps. While the poison scorpion was pulled into hatred, the yellow sand below flowed and a lizard burrowed out.
Sand Lizard. Level, 20. Life value, 33010. Magic value, 9000. Agility, 1200. Strength, 1550.
Skills, Sand Stab, suddenly springs out of the sand, dealing damage to the enemy with a short stun effect.
Poisonous Scorpion. Level, 20. Life value, 34512. Magic value, 12100. Agility, 987. Intelligence, 1740.
Skill, Tail Stinger Spray, it can remotely spray venom to poison the enemy.
These two monsters were simply not enough for their own summons.
But if it were any other team, it would be hard to say. This level alone would take a lot of time. Unless one could take advantage of the monster's weaknesses and make a targeted arrangement. Thinking of this, Speechcraft suddenly had a flash of insight. He knew the weaknesses of all the monsters in the replica. Since you don't want to be mowed down, he had to mow down all the players. For example, the Sand Lizard thing, if it was attacked by a Sonic Wave type skill, it would be covered with a negative buff of easy injury, and would receive additional damage. The venomous scorpion's armor joints and abdomen were its weak points, and the efficiency of the players in the team would be much higher if they worked together properly. Speechcraft couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile as he watched the summoners rapidly clearing the two types of monsters in front of them. When the copies were finished, he himself would go to the forums and post a strategy post. Of course, the price didn't have to be high, so that everyone could afford to spend money and sell at a thin profit, so that they could make another fortune in a short period of time.
Push all the way across, don't let go of any corner. Speechcraft gave the order.
The area of this copy was huge, and if one wasn't paying attention, it was also easy to miss some of the monsters that were hiding.
Returning to look for them again at that time was a waste of time. At this time, there was nothing to do, so Speechcraft, the second one. The third one.
Until the sixth one was killed.
Ding, all of your summons have each gained +1 free attribute point.
Bullishly, Speechcraft couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. With the increase in the types of their summons, the non-summoning stream pets had begun to lag behind the Wolf King and the Bee King in terms of efficiency in obtaining free attribute points when it came to killing monsters and stacking them. As the spiritual power of the two increased, this gap would grow wider and wider. And that was even with all the summons that dealt splash damage. This kind of uneven development was something one didn't really want to see, but there wasn't too good a way to fix it up front. Each of one's summons had its own strengths. It was impossible to focus exclusively on summoning streams of summons to catch in the future. Now this skill could be said to have come at a rather timely time, perfectly solving the pain point of the moment. In the future, their own summons, like the Spirit Xian, Boar, such as the main single output, you can specialize in staring at the strength of the boss to kill. The monotonous and boring job of killing ordinary monsters and stacking attribute points can be handed over to the Wolf King and the Bee King. This weight belonged to a clear division of labor and commonwealth. After the test was completed, Speechcraft immediately ordered an increase in output. The Bee King's spiritual power was now close to 90,000, and the tiger-spotted venomous bee already numbered 9,000. The Wolf King was also able to summon nearly 1,000 wild wolves. The little black boar's total attributes had also surpassed 200,000 attributes. If one were to follow the conversion method of the battle power list, if one's summons were to pull out any one of them, they would all have a battle power of 600,000 to 700,000, and would be able to squeeze into the top 10 of the battle power list. In less than 2 minutes, under the summon's overwhelming attack, nearly 3,000 scorpions were cleaned up. Even the lizards that were hiding were found and killed one by one. The next step was to enter a sandstorm area. Speechcraft then realized that a negative buff had been placed on his head. Wind and sand shelter, all normal attacks and skill hit rates are reduced by 30%. These sandstorms were created by the monster Sand Ghost here. It might not seem like a strong effect, but it was a rule-based skill that was relatively rare throughout the apocalypse. This was because the hit rate of normal attacks and skills in the apocalypse basically depended on the individual who released them. Now being forced to weaken 30%, it is equivalent to the monsters are coming to your face to let you attack. There is a certain chance of miss situation. And a massive whirlwind wrapped in yellow sand, but also greatly affect the line of sight. If you do the math like this, the reduced hit rate is more than 30%. Speech Art's army of summons, relying on the number of carpet type advancement, just like hand-in-hand minesweeping general, leaving no dead ends. Soon, they arrived in front of boss number 1. With a wave of his hand, Speechcraft directly surrounded it. So far, Speech Arts had completely abandoned the kind of strategy-oriented fighting method of his previous life, and had developed the good habit of bullying the lesser by the greater number when encountering a target. It had to be said that this kind of rough way was not only efficient but also safe, and it was simply the most suitable fighting method for his laying down a flat-stream summoner. Lord of the Desert Azrael. Level, 21. Life value, 620W. Magic value, 74W. Physique, 3514. Intelligence, 3721. Spirit, 2114. Skills, Sandstorm Field, Death Quicksand, Body of Quicksand. The 3 skills of the number 1 boss are all relatively difficult to deal with. Sandstorm Field to create a sandstorm to obscure the enemy line of sight to reduce the hit rate and in movement speed. Death Quicksand can summon a large area of quicksand traps. The quicksand body was immune to most physical damage. With the attack in place, a flurry of damage popped up. 12,140. 11,241. 235. 784. 41,244. 84,511. Now, the damage dealt by the summons, Little Black, and Wild Boar, which were mainly physical outputs, was a bit insufficient, and the Coyote and Poison Bee were even more negligible. However, the attacks of the Fire Elemental Elves and Spirit Xian were extremely bright. At the same time, Speechcraft knew where this boss's weakness was. The energy core on its back was its weak point, and attacking here could cause great damage and had a certain chance of interrupting its skills. Therefore, Speechcraft had arranged for the Fire Elemental Elf to keep a close eye on the attack. In less than a minute, this several million blood boss was successfully killed. System notice: congratulations to player Lubai for killing the deadly desert copy boss, Desert Lord Azrael, for the first time, and obtaining the following rewards: plus 100 free attribute points, plus 2 gold level profession gear, plus 500 gold coins, and plus 1,500 game reputation. I'll go. How long has this copy only been open? How come the first boss of the copy has been taken? Isn't a level 20 copy a 20-man group book? It's reasonable to say that there are a lot of monsters. How can he brush so fast?
There are a lot of monsters, but there are also a lot of other people's summons. Haven't you seen the city defense video?
The novice village copy situation is about to repeat itself. If I'm not wrong, the first kills of all the bosses in the back, including the first kills of each difficulty, will be this guy's again. At this time, the players of Smoke and Rain Pavilion and GUE were still cleaning up the monsters in the first level when they saw the system prompt. The faces of Smoke and Rain and Dream Lightning both revealed a bitter smile that it was true. The Bearing Bird King's footsteps paused, but he still firmly led his people into the copy. As for Qin Fei, who was still waiting for someone, the color of jealousy on his face became even more intense. Ling Qian, it must be Ling Qian's credit, she is a strong person who can fight with the city lord. Isn't it child's play to brush some copies?
Chapter 131 Xiao Hei comprehends skills. Ling Qian, I must get my hands on you.
Qin Fei's determination was even stronger at this point, and he hurriedly urged his men to speed up the gold acquisition again. There was no stopping the speech arts and the duplicate directly.
Between boss number 1 and boss number 2, no other monsters existed.
Instead, it was a terrain-type trap, somewhat similar to the skill of boss number 1. The loose sand would keep sinking down as players passed by, causing slowdowns and sustained damage. If players gave up struggling, they would eventually be swallowed up and turned into white light, reappearing at the entrance of the copy. So if ordinary players wanted to pass through, they had to stop and watch carefully, keeping an eye on the movement of the quicksand. In terms of magic, he directly put away all the other summons, and with Ling Qian, he jumped onto Xiao Hei's back and quickly passed through from the air. In the previous life, this level could be said to be the most headache for players, as flying pets were a rarity in the early stages. If you go on the ground, you have to be quite focused, and the loss of concentration is not less than brushing monsters. After passing through here, you will come to the second boss. This boss was similar to the fire elemental elf in appearance, with yellow flames emanating from a red mountain. However, the appearance was that of a knight holding a huge shield.
Fiery Sun Tyrant Samet. Rank, 22. Life value, 741W. Magic value, 150W. Physique, 5214. Strength, 1245. Intelligence, 2142. Skills, Flame Slash, Fire Elemental Absorption, Sunlight Scorching, Blazing Sun Shield. Speechcraft looked at these few skills of the boss and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was a bit troublesome and would take quite a bit of time, but it wasn't a big problem. The first regular attack skill, nothing much to say. But the second skill was a bit more interesting. Being attacked by a fire attribute would be continuously converted into life value, which was pretty much considered to be nullifying the martial arts of the fire elemental elf. Already the party's main output won. Sunlight Scorch is a passive skill that deals sustained damage to the surrounding area, though it can't cause much trouble with the bloodsuck effect. The Sunlight Shield will form a hot shield to reflect attacks, and if you have a Moonlight item or skill you can deal additional damage to it and destroy the shield. However, in this case, the only way to output real damage was to use the poisonous bees and wolves as bombs for the duration of the skill's effect. After formulating a good strategy to start attacking, in a minute and a half, the boss was put down on the ground. System announcement. Congratulations to player Stay White, first time killing the Death Desert copy boss, Fiery Tyrant Sekhmet, obtaining rewards, free attribute points, gold level professional equipment +2, gold coins +700, game reputation +. This section can be said to be the longest time consuming. Poison Bee and Blackie cooperated with the air, the rest of them cleaned up the scorching hot sand devils on the ground. And when it was halfway through the cleanup, Speechcraft suddenly heard a special system prompt. There was also a corresponding text version, which stood out amongst the pile of prompts for gaining free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to your summon, Falcon Hunting, you have successfully comprehended the skill, Wind Blade Cutting. Xiao Hei actually comprehended the skill on his own.
Although it was said that summons had a certain chance of comprehending skills during the upgrade process. But this chance was very low, or else there wouldn't be such a saying that the more initial skills there were, the more precious the summon was. Moreover, Xiao Hei had realized it during the process of killing the monster this time, and it felt like stealing the monster's skill. It seemed like the hidden effects of the Spirit Enlightenment skill were starting to take effect. After opening the spirit, the summoned object could accumulate experience and learn combat skills, which was truly awesome. Originally, for the two old comrades, Boar and Blackie, to comprehend their skills on their own, he had no expectations. He just wanted to wait for the +1 skill after the advancement, but he never imagined that he would be surprised all of a sudden now. Wind Blade Slash fires a sharp wind blade for a long-range attack, dealing agility 210% wind attribute damage to units touched by the blade. Cooldown, 5 seconds, skill consumption none. A powerful long-range output skill with a very short cooldown. At the same time, the attribute attack has an additional damage bonus. With this skill, it can be said that Xiao Hei's output has risen to another level. Speech Art then watched as Xiao Hei's wings in the air flapped, and a nearly 10-meter-long green-colored curved light blade emerged, quickly scraping across the bodies of the 3 storm demon eagles in front of him.
49,854. 48,769. 49,123. Immediately, damage overflowed, and the storm demon eagles were instantly killed in seconds. It's fine, the range isn't too small. Coupled with the splash effect, that really is a damage explosion. A handsome and practical skill like this, that was really nothing to pick on. After Blackie realized the skill, the efficiency of clearing monsters increased again. Further on, there was the chassis of the desert giant ants, which in their previous life were considered to be the toughest normal monsters in this copy. After entering their hate range, they would uniformly attack a single target, and this kind of instant output could rarely be blocked by. Chapter 132, Brush Book this thing, of course the summons are on their own. The Fire Elemental Elite slammed a fireball. The earth on the boss cracked and fell off, and immediately awoke. Subsequently, a wall of earth rose up from the destroyed Earth City, instantly forming a labyrinth. And as the boss in front of him shifted, countless shadows detached themselves from his body, wrapped in yellow sand and immediately flew to all parts of the labyrinth. Surrendering one's skills right from the start, this was considered a relatively rare boss. If it were any other team, it would probably have a headache. However, on Speechcraft's side, the Light Wolf King and the Bee King's minions would spread throughout the entire labyrinth in not much time. At this moment, Xiao Hei ascended into the air, monitoring the entire situation. Its task was to find out the real body of the boss, and when the Wolf King and the Poison Bee attacked, as long as the boss released its skills, it would reveal its cracks. Speech Art, on the other hand, was commanding the total summon, quickly destroying this doppelganger in front of it, and then it was waiting for all of boss's doppelgangers to release their first skills. After more than 10 seconds, just as Speechcraft was getting a bit impatient, Xiao Hei suddenly landed directly in front of him. Speechcraft leapt up, and Xiao Hei quickly rose up into the air and flew towards the left, eventually landing in front of the boss. At this time, the boss just happened to peel off 2 shadows to form a doppelganger, so it could be said to have been caught in the act. Speech Art resummoned all the summons to his side, and immediately started the group beating mode. 92,110. 81,311. 71,244. 114,521. A series of high values exploded out, and the third boss instead took the shortest time, being killed on the ground in about 30 seconds. As the final boss fell to the ground, the copy settlement page appeared in front of Speechcraft. Number of deaths, 0. Time to clear, 18 minutes and 22 seconds. Copy score, SSS grade. System announcement: congratulations to player Stay White for killing the Death Desert copy boss, Illusionary Sand Queen Mirage, for the first time, and obtaining the rewards: free attribute points plus 150, gold grade vocational equipment plus 3, gold coins plus 1000, and game reputation plus 2000. System notice: congratulations to player Stay White, first time clearing the copy, Death Desert, simple level difficulty, comprehensive score, SSS level, successfully opened the simple level difficulty clearing list, obtaining platinum level treasure chest 1, free attribute points plus 300, unsealed skill book 5, Mount Egg gold level 1. Staying White, the game is afraid that it's really opened by his family. The level 20 group book actually got done in more than 10 minutes. Other guilds number 1 boss have not yet taken out the next bar, the speed really is hanging like. The forum prize competition has begun, let's see how long it will take for Lubai to pass the ordinary level. Speechcraft in the duplicate was organizing the harvest this time. With an SSS grade rating plus first pass, it could be said that the rewards were pulled straight through. There were more than a dozen pieces of gold level equipment alone, and 2 platinum level, along with 7 skill books for each profession. Sub-professional drawings, primary materials, and a bunch of other things. See the value of good, word art directly hang to the auction house. If the goods, packaged and thrown to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, they do not have no effort to carefully sift through. The system rewarded gold level Mount Egg was also thrown in the auction house. This thing is a rare item for ordinary players. But for Speechcraft, the gold level mounts themselves are simply not worth looking at.
Even if the mounts had increased movement speed, this level was not as good as Xiaohei's. He had to wait until level 30 before he could use it. It was better to wait until level 30 to get that special mount. The next step is to open the treasure chest. Platinum level treasure chest is also considered good at present. As long as they weren't equipment, all the other items Speechcraft was more interested in. Use. Looking at the items taken out of the treasure chest, Speechcraft's smile instantly froze on his face. 3 pieces of Knight's Platinum level equipment. Martyr, really afraid of what will come. Speechcraft was speechless for a while, but now he could only accept it helplessly. Knight's equipment was considered to be of higher value among all professions, and these 3 pieces were not much of a problem to sell for 10,000 gold coins at the current market price. Next, Speechcraft chose another normal level copy to enter. Since he had brought the summoners to brush them once, they were also considered to have a general understanding of this copy. Therefore, this time, Speechcraft directly moved out of the tea brewing set and sat down at the entrance. This matter of brushing the book, of course, the summoners had to be on their own. How could they grow without practicing? A few summons first gathered their heads and discussed for a while, then immediately ran towards the front. This group of summons didn't know how to communicate the whole time. Anyway, the speech technique could only understand Ling Qian's words. At the beginning, Ling Qian was still ready to be lazy. Anyway, the free attribute points were now available to everyone, so she wanted to rely on Yin Shu's side, and even used her pampering technique for this. How did he know that Yin Shu was not moved, and directly dispatched it forcefully, and also inputted a paragraph on the value of labor being the most glorious? As one's own summons, if they all learned to lie flat like Spirit Qian, what a mess. Without the weight of the summoned objects, where would he get his years of peace and quiet? So this kind of thing must not happen, not even once. After the summons left, Speech Art began to make tea, a set of posture play in the clouds and water. This period of time, tea art greatly increased. Looking at the system message bar scrolling kill prompts. Speechcraft first switched the perspective of all the summons. This look also could not help but give a thumbs up for the flexibility and adaptability of the summons. Only the Wolf King and the Bee King then led a group of minions, specializing in clearing the small monsters in the copy. Spirit Qian and the Fire Elemental Elves, on the other hand, hitched a ride on Xiaohei and went straight for the trouble of the boss. Due to the boar's size, it could only run wildly down there. As there was nothing wrong with the summons, Speechcraft was relieved to switch back to the viewpoint and started to cut out the forum screen to browse around. After not paying attention to the forums for a while, Speechcraft also wanted to see if there was any special information. After all, some of the memories of his past life have become a little fuzzy. More contact with the players' hotspots of concern may be able to evoke their own memories. So many players, how to compete on the same stage? Regarding the game update, the mode speculation of the whole service activity stimulating Battlefield. Why Stay White is so keen on enrichment, from the perspective of the first master of the game for you to analyze. Summary of currently known humanoid and humanoid-like monsters. The first time I've ever seen one, I've seen it in my life. Continuously update. Failure to build a gang, what will happen to the world of bailing? Stay White and start speeding through level 20 copies again. Unfortunately there is no live broadcast this time. Speechcraft kept scrolling down, there were all sorts of posts, and from time to time you could see ones about yourself. At this time, a popular post caught Speechcraft's attention. Chapter 133, Nauseated. Brothers, this game Bull Batch Big actually cured my wife's depression. Clicking in to take a look, many people were following the message. Congratulations, congratulations, the apocalypse is really a cross-generation product. I don't know if it's considered good news for the owner, it's better to give a nod. My friend, since playing the game, the whole person is a lot more cheerful. I think it's the efficacy of the game, but everyone doesn't believe it when I tell it. My mom said that since I played the game, the whole person has become a lot more cranky. I don't feel it myself. Smacking her for criticizing the words, I turned the table over on the spot. Upstairs, buddy, is there a possibility that what your mom said is most likely true? Speechcraft looked at these messages and also began to fall into deep thought. With the feedback from the players and the posts, there were quite a few players who had been affected. In fact, many of the effects of the game's occupations or props on the nature of the mind were subtle, and one simply could not perceive them. In addition to some special occupations, changes are more exaggerated, such as the kind of Li Rang. In fact, many of the effects are not significant, and some are even just phases. If the frequency of the game version was accelerated, the next step should be to have an impact on the physical quality. Game character attributes began to feed back to the real body, and then the next step began to materialize game props, equipment, and then skills, summons, satellites, and so on. then skills, summons, and mounts. In my last life, it had already been 3 years since the game started when the skills were fed back. Due to the skill feedback, the real world began to experience massive chaos. Officials organized game masters to join forces with several big guilds that were responsible, and only then were they able to restore order. They also laid down some pretty harsh laws to restrain the players. At that time, trying to ban everyone from entering the game was already unrealistic, and the only way to maintain stability was through other methods. In this life, would the game be updated faster because of himself? When Speechcraft thought about it carefully, there was really this possibility. After all, as the number of one's summons continued to increase, the speed of upgrading would further increase. Although to a certain extent it would unlock some of the gameplay in advance, pushing the players of the entire game to speed up their upgrading progress, the gap between levels and strengths would only grow wider and wider. Whatever, there's no better way now. Anyway, in order to prepare for becoming a god later on, it's impossible for one to commit suicide to downgrade, not even once.
Right at this moment,
the duplicate settlement interface popped up, pulling back the thoughts of Speechcraft. It was actually that fast, quite a bit faster than the easy difficulty.
Number of deaths, 0. Time to clear, 14 minutes and 15 seconds. Copy rating, SSS grade.
System announcement: congratulations to player Stay White, first time clearing the copy, Deadly Desert, normal level difficulty, comprehensive score, SSS level, successfully opened the normal level difficulty clearing list, obtaining a platinum level treasure chest 1, free attribute points plus 320, unsealed skill books 5, and a high level treasure map 1. With love of grapes, a powerful fire method, GUI had just pushed down boss number 1 at this point. The girls hadn't had time to be happy before they saw the news of Speechcraft's passage, and the team's excitement was immediately swept away. In particular, Love Eats Grapes was like a frosted eggplant, with a pitiful look.
Sister whispering, you said that everyone is SS grade talent, how come the gap is so big?
Grape, let's not compare ourselves to that pervert. Can't you see that this guy doesn't even have any friends now? The other girls also spoke up to comfort.
That's right, just treat him as an NPC. What kind of player plays like that?
Right, it's just like playing a traditional game with hang-ups. It can be fun for a while, but you can't experience the real fun of the game anymore. Other players also spoke out, some shocked, some questioning. However, these speech arts directly lazy attention, put away the loot, treasure chest is also lazy to open, wait for all the book brush together to use, do not believe that their luck is so bad. Shinfei saw that Yang Lishu actually went against himself, his expression also completely gloomy, slowly walking over. Yang Lishu's tear-stained face flashed with a hint of fear, but then immediately became firm. He also spent a large amount of money to make an equivalent doll that is exactly like your summoned object, and spends time playing with it every day. The moment these words came out, there was just a silence around them. The people around them had a look of surprise and excitement. Even Shinfei's men couldn't help but turn their heads to look at their boss with expressions that looked very strange. At this moment, Shinfei's face was a shade of green and white. This matter today would immediately spread throughout the entire apocalypse, and by then he would become the laughingstock of the entire gaming world. No, even his reputation in the real world would be greatly affected. Shinfei could no longer hold back when he thought of this. Drawing out his own weapon, he directly slashed down towards Yan Lishu. In a fit of rage, he used the heavy slash skill, and at the same time triggered the talent skill, Lucky Strike, which dealt double damage. Yang Lishu was instantly cleared of blood and returned to the resurrection point in seconds. At this time, Speechcraft's eyes had narrowed. His heart had been completely filled with disgust. Alas, one was originally too lazy to care about this bit of yours, but hitting one's heart on one's summons, or in such a disgusting way.
Then one couldn't even manage it without making a move. Chapter 134 A Good Man to the End. Wordsmith instantly summoned Ling Qian out. Master, didn't you say that you wouldn't shut me down? When Ling Qian came out, he couldn't help but complain. Shinfei's eyes reddened when he heard this. Remove the influence he's under. Speechcraft pointed a finger at Shinfei.
Oh. In just an instant, Shinfei froze in place, the blood in his eyes fading. Then the entire person surveyed the surroundings, and finally his face changed as he looked at Speechcraft and Ling Qian with a complicated gaze.
Alright, it seems like you've come to your senses, but good people do what they want, I'll give you another hand.
Yan Shu finished speaking and turned his head.
Whoever dares to spread the video just now will be considered a guild enemy by Qin Dynasty. Be careful in reality as well.
These words, then, only scared a handful of people.
Many people weren't afraid at all.
This led to Speechcraft, who was browsing the forums in the copy, to discover the video just now in a moment.
And the heat soared, directly to the top. Wow, dang Qin the young master is actually hungry to this extent, rare.
Data people only, although it's said to be beautiful, but there's no need to be obsessed to such an extent. Lu Bai that summons seems to be some kind of magical girl, right, has the ability to charm, in front of Qin Daoxiao seems to have been hit.
Young Qin can change planets to survive.
Speechcraft was also in a mindset of watching the fun at this time, although he himself played an extremely important role in it. After this incident, although Qin Fei's influence was eliminated, Yan Lishu was also completely finished. It would definitely be kicked away by Qin Fei, and would not end up any better.
Alas, if the summons themselves could enter the copy, it would be even more enjoyable to lie more thoroughly.
As Speechcraft flipped through the forums, this thought suddenly popped into his head. Smiling to himself, he still shrugged it off, he is really getting lazy. After a while, a white light flashed on Speechcraft's body, rising to level 21. The experience of a large group book was just too rich, not to mention the solo brush. With 10 times the experience compression, according to the current cumulative attribute points per level projection, the bet itself is bound to win, the starry sky beast is also bound to get his hands on it, and there is no need to purposely suppress the level. The settlement screen popped up at this time.
Deaths, 0. Time to clear, 15 minutes and 25 seconds. Copy rating, SSS grade.
System announcement, congratulations to player Lu Bai, first time clearing the difficult level difficulty of the copy, Deadly Desert, comprehensive score, SSS grade, successfully opening the difficult level difficulty clearing list, obtaining a platinum level treasure chest 1, free attribute points plus 350, unsealed skill book 7, intermediate blinking talisman 1.
Intermediate blinking talisman? Speechcraft looked at the system rewards and rejoiced, finally giving something practical. This thing was good, an escape weapon.
Although the intermediate level's distance was only 100 meters, if it was utilized properly, escaping in a dangerous situation would not be a problem. One has a summon that prioritizes taking damage, and in general, the enemy simply can't kill themselves in seconds. It was the fear that there were some special places where space was blocked off, and even if one committed suicide, one would be resurrected in place, then this talisman could be useful. As the system announcement rang out again, the players no longer knew what to say. Speechcraft and they really were two ways to play. Some of the players who were new to the game couldn't help but get curious when they saw the announcements from Speechcraft ringing out one after another.
Can a level 20 copy be brushed that fast? I'm brushing the Novice Village copy now and it's old and laborious.
Man, this guy brushes the Novice Village copy at this time too. I don't blame people, if you don't get out of the Novice Village, you can't look at the battle list at all.
Don't play anymore.
Broken game, the balance is so poor, who likes to play who play?
Right, I'll go to the game company tomorrow to return it.
Speechcraft's side was preparing to exit the copy and reselect it, wanting to mess with the hell level difficulty as well. Just then, he saw that someone in the regional channel started to bring up the tempo. Speechcraft immediately cried and laughed a little. The people from Bering had only made a scene once before, and this time they came again.
And it was obviously sent to themselves.
At this point, even if he didn't go to the forums, Speechcraft knew what was going on. With the but think all know, must be Qin Fei, this guy can't be angry, can't think of other ways to deal with themselves, and can only bring rhythm again disgusting wave of their own. To attribute feedback reality, everyone grabbed to play, who all want to experience the feeling of Superman, simply will not appear this situation. This guy, Qin Fei, I'm afraid that he's been fooled by a whip from Ling Qian. Speechcraft was originally lazy, but then suddenly stopped in front of the copy. A flash of light in his head, if he ignored him, he probably roared even more vigorously, thinking that he was too unreasonable to respond.
How about following the example of the previous time, and then open a live broadcast?
Just now browsing the forum, there are many players who want to open their own live broadcast, learn some of the copy of the strategy and so on. However, this time is not a live broadcast of monsters, but a live broadcast of tea. It is estimated that the players who come in will have to be dumbfounded. By the time a bunch of people look at their own tea, but also the hell level copy of the pass, surely will be angry enough, randomly a guide, everyone's fire will be sprayed to his Qin dynasty. By the way, then cut a wave of leaks, 3 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Speech Arts and ran to send a post, by the way, hang up the link to the live room. I stay white, life brush hell level copy, yes with you think the same, is open hanging.
Quickly into the forensics. Players found out, immediately clicked to enter. And then on the spot stupid eyes. Chapter 135 Refund. Did you treat us right?
Ding, this live room is a chargeable live room, 88 silver coins are required to enter.
Charged again.
Immediately, there were players who exited and started spouting various speech techniques.
Thinking about money is crazy, really think everyone is a little cutie. Ah.
Brothers, don't fall for it, this dog thing again wants to be like last time, borrowing the live broadcast to collect money.
And also like last time, the price is the same.
Everyone don't go in, I guess there's nothing to see, just rely on his overwhelming summons. Xin Fei laughed coldly as he looked at these comments. These people who led the rhythm and sang the opposite were basically people from his own guild. Aside from stirring up everyone's emotions, they also served the purpose of dissuading uninformed new players. As soon as he saw that things were moving in the direction he expected, Xin Fei directly paid 88 silver coins to enter the live room. Xin Fei's idea was simple, other people could not watch, but as the head of the guild himself, he still had to learn more about this copy mechanism. Although it was said that this guy Lu Bai was notoriously greedy for money, he did teach everyone some tawdry maneuvers during the live broadcast of the novice village copy. And not only himself, it is estimated that many guild executives have entered it. After all, at this stage, the game currency output is high, and 88 silver coins is not too much of a burden. After Xin Fei entered the live broadcast room, he saw that the number of viewers in the upper left corner kept rising, and in just a short time it broke through tens of thousands. It's not right, how come there are so many idiots coming in to give money to Lu Bai? Afterwards, Xin Fei swept a glance at the densely packed pop-up area and suddenly froze. He actually found a few familiar IDs, people from his own Qin dynasty, and they were the ones who had just brought the tempo outside. Xin Fei was instantly enraged, and a feeling of being betrayed immediately filled his heart. This group of dogs, actually playing such a trick behind their backs, unforgivable. To actually dare to send out pop-ups, what a big dog's guts. When the live broadcast was over, one had to greet them properly. This side of the speech art is still waiting at the entrance of the copy, must wait for the number of people is almost the same, and then enter the copy. Otherwise, the audience in front of him found himself leaning against a recliner and drinking tea. When the word spreads, it will affect the total revenue. Why hasn't it started yet? Lu Bai, big brother, there are already enough people. This guy looks like he doesn't have enough money. Speechcraft directly ignored the pop-ups and just carefully stared at the number of viewers in the upper left corner. After breaking through the 200,000 mark, the growth rate had slowed down. As soon as Speechcraft saw that it was about time, he directly went up and chose the hell level difficulty to enter the copy. It's starting. Looking forward to it, I can watch big brother Lu Bai tease the boss again. I'm going to see what tricks this guy is going to play again this time. Xin Fei also temporarily suppressed the temper in his heart at this time, carefully staring at speech art's every move. Only to see several of speech art's summons appear, standing directly in front of him in a row before immediately dispersing forward. Humanoid summons. What an outrageous figure. It's truly stunning, Young Qin is not wrong. Mock Young Qin, understand Young Qin, become Young Qin. This is the real master's perspective, worth the price of admission. Xin Fei had a black line on his face and directly turned off the pop-ups, out of sight, out of mind. Why isn't Lu Bai following? Taking out tables and chairs, what kind of operation is this? Only to see that at this time the speech arts leisurely take out the tables and chairs set up, at the same time will be their tea set out the whole set. In front of all the audience, directly operating. What is big brother Lu Bai doing? Woes, making tea in a copy? There's actually this kind of playstyle. No, this technique feels a bit skillful. This guy is afraid that he often does this. Stay white. We paid money, go perform and brush the monsters, who loves to see you make tea. That's it, lost money, this is properly considered a scam. RNM, refund the money. Are you right for us? The live broadcast room directly boiled over, with more than half of the people shouting for a refund. Speechcraft directly ignored, and then silently sent a message to be placed on the live page. This is the process of my brush, absolutely real. I don't know if the brothers of the Qin dynasty have come, take a good look, I brush the monster is so easy, not convinced? I'm not sure if you're not going to be able to do that, but I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. When Xin Fei saw this, his eyes directly erupted with fire, and he immediately exited the live broadcast room. Taking off his helmet, he immediately summoned his subordinates. I have a lot of fire right now. Where is Yang Lishu that? Bring her over to me. At this time in the live broadcast room, many people realized that they were being teased by Speechcraft, but there was nothing they could do. After all, when Speechcraft posted, he only said that he was live streaming the brush book, and there was no explanation on how to do it. Anyway, lying down and sending out the summons, he himself was directly at the door to make tea. This was Speechcraft's way of brushing the book. Stay white, big brother, we at least paid money, you even if you do not do it yourself, also go to follow the shot into the copy of the ass does not move a bit, what is this called Martyr, this point of money to send you, if the next time again fooled, I am the dog. Blame the Qin Dynasty's gang, otherwise Lu Bai wouldn't have gotten such a live broadcast. Slipped away, too boring. The people in the live broadcast room saw that Speechcraft was greasy and didn't care about the audience at all. They began to leave one after another. There were also some who felt that since they had paid their money, they just had to see the end even if they watched Yan Shu doze off, otherwise they would be sorry for those 88 silver coins. At this time, Yan Shu looked at the 210,000 gold coins collected, and his heart was directly happy. I have to say, in terms of coming to money quickly, opening a live broadcast should definitely be at the forefront. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. In the end, it took 18 minutes and 57 seconds to pass the copy. System notice, congratulations to player Lu Bai, first time to pass the copy, Dead Desert, Hell level difficulty, comprehensive score, SSS level, successfully opened the Hell level difficulty pass list, obtained Diamond level treasure chest 1, free attribute points plus 400, unsealed skill book 10, Diamond level equipment building drawings boots 1. As soon as the announcement came out, Speechcraft directly closed the live room. The system rewards were a sight to behold for the players. At this rate, all the first passes of the duplicates and most of the first kills of the bosses will be bagged by Lu Bai alone, so won't he be getting stronger and stronger like a snowball? Indeed, this time, brushing a copy is so much more outrageous than that time in the novice village, and the whole time he actually didn't have to do it himself. Strength can be, but this guy is a real dog, thanks to the fact that everyone paid money to go watch the live broadcast and just made tea for more than 10 minutes. No fun, I quit the game, I can't imagine that such a bull's game, player strength will actually have such a big gap. Although the copy ended, it brought about a great impact. In response, Speechcraft didn't take it seriously at all. When awakening the SSS talent, one knew that the players couldn't possibly be a hindrance to them. To put it bluntly, they were just tools to provide sustenance for one's own rise. One's opponents were the powerful NPCs in the game, the perverted bosses, those demon kings in the abyssal world. Under one's influence, the overall strength of the players might be weak, but so what? Being reborn in a new life, one would rather lose the world than have one's fate firmly in one's own hands. Chapter 136 Carefree Necklace. Diamond Grade Equipment Building Drawing Boots? Speechcraft looked at this reward and couldn't help but feel a little like spitting. Right now, the number of players who had switched to vice professions was pitifully small, and were basically being raised by various guilds. And it would only be able to build some white plate equipment, so now this building drawing, it was a bit awkward. Speechcraft knew very well that the value of this thing was indeed high. But at the moment, many guild bigwigs can't figure out, in the end, this kind of vice occupation drawings, what is the explosion rate, what is the output, it's not good to price at all. He didn't want to create too many ties with players, otherwise, he could train a group of players who specialized in vice professions. You have to know that in the late stage, even in Aurora City, large quantities of standardized equipment were only up to the diamond level. Legendary grade ones were also available, but not in large enough quantities to satisfy one's needs. Legendary grade equipment relied solely on killing bosses and system rewards, the amount of output was too small. The last thing I want to do is to attack the god level, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to do it without thousands of pieces of legendary level equipment. So let people build is a more reliable method. In the late past life, there were already players who could build legendary grade equipment. If one's summons can also build, that would be a good solution. Thinking of this, Speechcraft suddenly froze, he was caught in a thinking error. Who the hell stipulated that summons could only be used for combat? Looking to his occupation introduction. Lord of all spirits divine level, a powerful existence that has the power to make all living things submit. Wouldn't it be fine to go and look for humanoid monsters in the wilderness that knew these life skills on their own? As far as I can remember, some humanoid monsters existed in the form of tribes, and there were all kinds of professions in them. If you tie them up and take them as your summon, you don't have to worry about their betrayal, and you won't be caught in a situation where you can't touch the fish, so it's really a nuclear-powered donkey. It's done. That's it. The corners of Speechcraft's mouth turned upwards, and he simply couldn't suppress it. This matter will be put aside for now, and will be implemented when the recent activities are over. Now that the copies are finished, but this is also a good thing. Later, when they leveled up a bit higher, he matched some equipment and items for them to enhance their strength, and other things do not need to be too forced. After all, the talent of the two was ordinary, one B rank and one C rank. The upper limit is also there, and it is better to go through all the trouble of brushing monsters and copies than to play whatever you want. Anyway, this game is full of all kinds of scenery parties and achievement parties. Not everyone likes to fight and kill. There is a room on the first floor of this house that has been decorated as a gym, and Speechcraft specifically purchased a machine to test his strength and placed it there, with the purpose of frequently monitoring his strength changes. By doing so, it was possible to determine the time when the game attributes fed back to the body. Speechcraft entered it, put on his gloves, and slammed his fist on the target. The machine's value began to jump, eventually stopping at 110.3 kilograms. Not much fluctuation, basically the same as last time. There was nothing particularly important inside the game at this point in time. Speechcraft didn't rush to go online, but instead put on his mask again and went for a stroll outside. Eventually sat down on a bench at a bus stop, at this time the street, because of the game seems to be a little less people, but the feeling of prosperity is still unabated. Speechcraft looked at the cars coming and going, and the pedestrians walking in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh for a while. If we wait for the game to come down, this kind of harmonious environment will never come back. At this time, an older woman carrying a bag of vegetables walked by, filled the bulging bag, suddenly dropped a leaf. Speechcraft looked at this diamond-shaped leaf and suddenly felt a bit familiar. After reacting, he froze in place. Chapter 137 Monroe Grass. It was something from the game. Speechcraft rushed forward and placed the blade in front of his eyes to scrutinize it. The shape of the blade was the same as spinach, but the veins of the leaf were flushed with a bit of light purple color. This was the Monroe grass for refining low-level blue recovery potions. The appearance was a bit similar to spinach, so if one didn't look closely, one wouldn't really be able to tell the difference. In his previous life, as one of the ordinary players, he had learned to refine medicine as a secondary occupation, and at that time, in order to brush up his proficiency and couldn't afford to buy the materials, he had been collecting this every day for a period of time, and at the back of the room, when he saw it, he wanted to vomit. So he himself looked out at a glance, it was simply impossible to recognize the wrong one. Speechcraft at this time the whole person is nervous, quickly stood up, 2 arrow steps to catch up with the front of the ant. Directly from the want to grab a hand from her hands over the dishes. Unbeknownst to this woman's hand clenched dead, this pull, directly torn the plastic belt, vegetables directly scattered on the ground. What are you doing? Someone is robbing in broad daylight. The ant reacted at this time. Oh look as a young man, directly open throat roar. The pedestrians on the street turned their gazes this way. In terms of art at this time cannot care about these, directly squatting on the ground to pick up. Then from a pile of spinach picked out 2 plants of Monroe grass. Why is this young man of yours so unproductive, even grabbing vegetables? You're really... Facing the chattering older woman, Speechcraft directly placed the 2 herbs in front of her eyes and waved them around. These 2 are not spinach, this is poisonous. I'm saving you. Hearing Yin Shu's words, the older woman froze and burst out laughing. You young man is afraid that you don't have a brain problem, would I not be able to tell if it's spinach or not? These 2 plants are just a bit prettier in color, where did the poison come from? At this time the onlookers next to him also echoed. Obviously is spinach, now the child how spinach cannot distinguish. A look is reading stupid, this kind of people estimate leeks and wheat seedlings cannot be distinguished. Who says it is not? Speechcraft was too lazy to argue with her, and directly took out his cell phone. Take out your cell phone, $500, I'll buy these 2 spinach. The older woman froze, a little disbelieving, but still pulled out her cell phone to show the collection code. Where did you buy this vegetable? As soon as she saw that the money was really in the account, the older woman also became good at talking. Over there in front of the park, there's a grandpa picking it to sell, I saw it was fresh so I bought some. Yen Shu at this time, cannot care how they look, will be these 2 dream dewgrass held in the hands, immediately ran towards the park. Just waiting until they reached the place, they found that there was no one here anymore, only some fine dirt on the ground remained, proving that there was once someone selling vegetables here. Speechcraft looked around for a week, and afterward found a few passers-by to ask, still didn't get the information he wanted, and in the end had no choice but to give up. It was not a good sign that items from the game had appeared in reality. According to reason, the time is still very early, it is simply impossible for this situation to occur. At this moment, Speechcraft was puzzled. However, if the game items really started to feed back, there was no way that there would be no information at all on the internet, and it was estimated that there would have been a big fuss already.
Could it be that he had really recognized spinach as Monroe grass?
Speechcraft took a look at the plant in his hand, and directly tore off a bit of the leaf and placed it in his mouth.
Vom!
The fishy odor simply couldn't be topped, and the entire person directly dry-heaved. That's right, this was the Monroe grass. One had tasted it before in the game, and it was this flavor. The whole person returned home. Speechcraft directly found a pot, dug up some soil, and planted the 2 green dew grasses. Speechcraft thought about it all the way, but still couldn't figure out which part of the process went wrong. Could it be the butterfly effect brought about by his own rebirth? But Speechcraft carefully went through all the things he had done since entering the game in his head. It was discovered that the things he had done were basically routine operations, and by all rights, it was impossible for a chain reaction of that magnitude to occur.
Awakening an SSS ranked talent? Killing the village chief? In the end, Speechcraft despaired, realizing that even if the game started to descend now, he couldn't do anything.
During this period of time, because of the powerful summons, Speechcraft began to feel a bit slack. At this time, stimulated by this matter, the whole person immediately tensed up again. As soon as he saw that it was almost time for the event, SpeechArts immediately returned to his room, put on his helmet and entered the game.
Go online, raise your strength, and by the way, look for folding sands to probe. Back in the game, a translucent event prompt box appeared in the lower right corner.
Stimulating battlefield event will begin in 29 minutes and 15 seconds. Please prepare for those players who have already signed up. For this event, players above level 10 could sign up. The rules of the event were also very simple. All players would be pulled into a huge event world. The size of this world would be determined by the number of players participating in the event. In the event, everyone had a little bit of base points, and killing other players would gain points on the other player. As the number of people decreases, the event map will keep shrinking, and in the end, only 1,000 players will be left. When a player is eliminated, they will be rewarded according to the number of points they have. The more points they had, the more generous the rewards would be. And in his previous life, it seemed like the top 10 players had received the greedy treasure chest, which was exactly what Speechcraft was aiming for. At the same time, there were also monsters in the event map, and points could be gained from killing them. It was worth mentioning that the monsters in there, after killing a player, the points on the player, would be turned into nourishment to raise their strength, and would enable normal monsters to advance to boss. The ones that were originally bosses would be even stronger and raise their rank. His own purpose in this event was threefold. The first was to get as many greedy treasure chests as possible, then to add another new summon. The last purpose was to utilize all the players to raise the parasite. The strategy of the players in the previous life was to unify everyone to clean up the monsters first and get the points before starting the civil war fight. Resulting in a lot of boss in the early stage was piled up to death. There is no opportunity to grow up. The boss in this event map, in addition to rewarding a large number of points, will also be as generous as the boss outside. The current bosses, including the ones inside the replica, were only of ordinary grade, and the rewards could only be considered average in their own eyes. The grade of the bosses inside was fixed, in line with the highest player level that entered it. If one were to go inside, pick a few bosses that were easy to kill, and use the summons themselves to escort them. In the end, it was entirely possible to raise a few bosses that were low level, but of ridiculously high grade. Even if they couldn't reach god level, legendary level was still possible. If you killed them at the end, the rewards would be too rich to imagine. Chapter 138: Stimulating Battlefield. Ding! The Stimulus Battlefield event has officially begun. Do you want to enter? Yes. The event opened and a slight pulling sensation came. By the time Speechcraft stood still, the entire person was already in a patch of grass. System prompt: you have entered the activity area. The activity lasts for 3 days. Being killed during this period will end the activity early. At the same time, you can also choose to. Speechcraft, on the other hand, looked at the number of players that kept soaring in the upper right corner. In just such a short period of time, the number of players participating in the event had risen to over 3 million. Based on the number of sign-ups for the preliminary event, the size of the map and the number of monsters had already been determined, and it was just waiting for the players to fully enter. As the first large-scale event in the apocalypse, the total number of players accumulated over the 3 days could reach as many as tens of millions, or even close to 100 million. It was also fortunate that after a monster killed a character, the points were only used for evolution and could not be inherited. Otherwise, the handful of people at the top of the final pyramid would have accumulated a horrifying amount of points on them. When settling up, the points would be converted into experience value and equipment, and the greedy treasure chest would be given out according to the rankings. Therefore, one didn't need to dwell too much on getting all the points. Just follow the original plan to maximize your earnings. There was a significant difference between the bosses in Apocalypse and the power leveling of the two camps, human and abyssal. In addition to level, there are also grades that determine strength. In total, there are 5 classes of boss: normal, elite, overlord, legendary, and mythic. At this stage, players are basically exposed to the ordinary level, and after level 30, elite level will appear one after another. Elite level compared to the ordinary level boss, in the ability to have a significant improvement, with more attributes and more complex skill combinations. Generally guarding important resources, behind are hundreds of ordinary players to cooperate in order to securely kill. The Overlord level boss has been regarded as the community commander. Want to kill this kind of boss? Meticulous planning, strong players are indispensable. The legendary boss has a very high intelligence, and like the hidden bosses, it is unique, and there are fewer of them to kill. Bosses of this rank came with their own backstory, and their strength at the same level could already be compared to that of a demigod level powerhouse. That said, one's rebirth was also thanks to that legendary grade boss Ghostface Mantis. The highest mythic level, which Speechcraft himself had never seen, and there was not much information that could be found in the game, was said to have been able to wrestle with the Abyssal Monarch, and its strength could be seen. In a short period of time, the monsters within the event map could not be cleaned up. One had all the time in the world to raise a few Overlord level ones. Right now, the player's highest level was only level 22, and the bosses in the event would only be level 22. A level 22 Overlord class boss was something that he had never even heard of in his previous life. If it was cultivated, it would be considered a successful card system bug. Currently, what Speechcraft had to do was to first fill up the vacancies in his summoning position. As for the points, when the time comes, directly click on the leaderboards to go from one to another. The current stage of the players who have been targeted by themselves, there is no possibility of escape. Thinking of this, Speechart summoned Xiaohei, directly jumped onto its back, lifted up into the air and rushed towards the south. For his next summon, Speechcraft had already thought of it long ago, and needed an assassin type. That would be the monster in the event copy, the Spirit Cat. This was a relatively large monster colony in the event map, and not to mention its extremely large numbers, its single body strength was also exceptionally powerful. Physique on the size of an ordinary house cat, agile, good at hiding, the ability to avoid skills is first class. The previous generation caused a lot of trouble for the players. Many players did not even see their shadows, they were killed. A large number of players utilized flares to open up the road and could only see faint shadows. In the end, it was only under the indiscriminate fire coverage of a large number of long-range professions that this kind of monster was cleaned up. At that time, the Spirit Cat, the boss of the species, had already evolved to the peak of the elite level due to the high number of players it had killed, and appeared to be not too far from the Overlord level. Under its sneak attack, even the SS talented mage who loved to eat grapes almost flipped over, and in the end, it was the combined efforts of a group of top experts that killed it. This kind of monster in the speech arts cognition is considered stealth assassin class of the best, although the level is not high, but as long as the skills of the bull batch completely have the value of training. That's why when the event started, Speechcraft determined at the first moment to make it a target. Now clear their own location, will start non-stop rush, also thanks to the location of the Spirit Cat is also in the middle of the position. Otherwise, with Xiaohei's so fast-moving speed, it is estimated that it will take a long time to fly. At this time the players has gradually adapted and understand the situation activity rules. At once, someone started to put forward an initiative in the event chat channel. Brothers and sisters, in order to maximize the proceeds of this event, I suggest that we don't fight within each other first, clear out all the monsters and get the points. Seconded, I think it's feasible, or else the weak ones like us will have to be eliminated from the game without even taking a sip of soup. Granted. Even Smoky Rain Rides the Wind and a bunch of other bigwigs also agreed. Chapter 139 Underworld Spirit Cat. Before the monsters are cleared, those who lay their hands on others, everyone pop their IDs out and my Smoky Rain Pavilion will target them for kills. The same goes for our guild. Right, pop out the IDs and everyone clear out these trashy things first. And no malicious monster snatching. This approach would undoubtedly make most people gain, and would especially the boss among them. Every strike was almost a second kill, no one could block it at all. It's a stealth monster, shooters quickly use flares. It's useless, the shadows are hidden under a single illumination, looking at the laborer's astigmatic eyes are all guilty. How can this event be so outrageous? It's such a perverted monster at the beginning. Everyone quickly concentrate together, melee warriors form a circle, protect the long-range professions inside, leave first. However, the way of hugging the group only produced a momentary effect. It was soon torn open by the boss and slaughtered. Just as the remaining players were despairing, large clusters of fireballs suddenly fell from the air. Some players reacted. It's a whiteout, we have. Before the words were finished, several people were killed by the meteor firestorm. At the same time, an ordinary spirit cat was also killed and revealed itself. Speechcraft pulled all the summons out, while all of them used on the true sight potion. At this stage, this thing was much stronger than the shooter's flare, and although the spirit cat's figures were still a bit blurry, they were already able to distinguish their positions. Throughout the entire process, Speechcraft didn't even look at the few eliminated players. A bunch of spirit cats surrounded them, so good opportunity. Speech arts will not let go, direct group attack skills together seconds. As for the agreement of the players to be unanimous first, Yan Shu directly did not put it in his mind. This is a battlefield where people kill each other, killing is one of the tasks. If these few players weren't with the spirit cat, Speechcraft might not have bothered to make a move. But since they were all mixed up in a group, it would be easier to kill them together. At this time, a slightly larger spirit cat, flexible dodging, actually from the dense rain of fireballs scurried out, and unharmed, did not receive any damage. This scene saw Yan Shu rejoice, the whole person was excited. Kawa, this snakeskin alignment. The first time I encountered a monster that could pass through the rain of fire without injury. Immediately, the scrying technique was thrown up. Underworld Spirit Cat. Level, 22. Life value, 698W. Magic value, 170W. Physique, 1954. Strength, 1742. Agility, 2342. Skills, Underworld Concealment, Multiple Claw Strike, Spirit Shadow, Spectral Shadow Attack. For skills, that's pretty good too. If he catches it, he will add another Fierce General to his Summoner Heavenly group. Don't let the boss escape, surround it. Surround. The Bee King directly commanded the overwhelming number of tiger-spotted venomous bees, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, building a dense wall of bees. And continuously compressed the space. The other summons were inside and began to attack the boss. The spectral spirit cat was extremely agile, twisting and turning under such a siege, and was actually able to dodge most of the attacks. But the few times it received damage, it was also extremely exaggerated. 122,110. 91,330. 154,511. After taking only a few attacks, he lost hundreds of thousands of life value. This damage value made Yan Shu's heart flutter as he watched. He could not miss and give it to death. Take it easy. This is your future colleague. Speechcraft yelled out, and the several summoners were instantly energized, appearing to be extraordinarily attentive. While surrounding the boss, they appeared to be careful, fearing that they might accidentally break it. After all, the strength of the several summons could now rub it on the ground. Among them, Ling Qian's attack was the highest, when she heard Speechart say so. Directly, she put away her long whip and began to use her charm skill. But this underworld spirit cat is estimated to be a female, higher resistance, while in the fast-paced battle, charm temporarily did not work. Spirit Qian is not discouraged. As long as the skill is cooled down, she will throw it at it and keep stacking up the success rate. At this time, Speechart suddenly remembered Qin Xiao Demon's good. If that girl was present, I guess I would have already started to use skills to take in by now. At this time, the underworld spirit cat saw that the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, and actually developed the mind to complete. What the hell? Actually dared to take food from a tiger's mouth? Or by a cat girl who didn't know if she was an NPC or a monster? The incident was so sudden that Speechcraft didn't even have time to put out his scrying technique. At this time, Ling Qian was also so angry that she pouted. Master, this is a doppelganger and it comes with a transfer technique. The target should still be nearby. Seeing the frown on Yan Shu's brow, Ling Qian continued to speak again. Master, don't have to worry, my charm has already stacked a few layers, I can sense the general location. Hearing this, Xiao He very consciously carried Ling Qian and flew in front of Yan Shu. With a leap, Yan Shu waved his hand and the rest of the summons instantly disappeared in place. In only a few breaths of time, Ling Qian suddenly patted Xiao He. At the same time,
he opened his mouth to Yen Shu and said, "Master, right in front, the target doesn't seem to have moved." Speechcraft nodded and directly summoned the Wolf King. At the same time, he let Xiao Hei elevate and continued forward. Stopping in front of the target, he summoned the Bee King again. A single tiger-spotted venomous bee appeared, slowly forming an arc-shaped encirclement and converging with the wolves behind it. At this point, Speechcraft appeared to be extraordinarily patient. The cage was woven first, so that the prey could be locked up. Right at this moment, there were a few players in the encirclement who suddenly saw the poisonous bees that surrounded them, and were instantly scared out of their wits. "Miserable, miserable, this is Liu Bai's tiger-spotted poisonous wasp, he wants to surround us in one pot. Quickly move backward, this guy just doesn't put everyone's agreement in his eyes at all." Just now there were a few players who popped out that he killed someone. A few people quickly ran back a few dozen meters and spotted the slowly approaching wild wolf again. Then they completely froze in place, not daring to move. Looking at the wild wolf. There were two people who even directly laid down in place. Although the cat girl had a human form, she moved with a sensitive stance. Especially the stance of stooping and running, it looked like a jungle wildcat. While dodging attacks, it was also looking for the weak points of the encirclement. At this point, the boss also got mad, abandoning its original attack pattern and began to focus on one direction to attack. It's trying to buy a chance for the kitten girl, exterminate it. With a command from Speechcraft, the boar and fire elemental elf, who had relatively slow attack speeds and weren't agile enough, immediately shifted their targets. On the boss, they dealt a high amount of damage. Catgirl wanted to come over to support, but she was also forced back by the dense fireballs, her small face turning red. At that moment, her body suddenly shook, her eyes filled with a pink light, and she stopped in place. Ling Qian was overjoyed. "Master, it worked." Speechcraft also revealed a smile and walked forward. And unexpectedly, the catgirl in front of her was the same as last time, her body began to break apart again and disappeared in place. "It's still a split body." Speechcraft frowned, unable to imagine that a level 20 or so monster would be so difficult to deal with. "Ling Qian, can you still sense it this time?" Ling Qian closed her eyes for a moment before answering. "Master, fast she wants to run, still moving fast." "Go!" The two of them leapt onto Xiao Hei's back and continued to chase again. The other summons, on the other hand, stayed behind and began to violently hammer the spirit cat boss. As the encirclement narrowed, the boss was directly unavoidable and was killed in seconds within a short time. System announcement: congratulations to player Stay White for killing the boss, Underworld Spirit Cat, and obtaining the rewards, plus 100 free attribute points, plus 1 unsealed skill book, plus 100 gold coins, and plus 300 game reputation. The boss was killed, and the summons left in place directly disappeared, retrieved by the speech art. In addition to the system notice rewards, through the dojo, more than a dozen silver suits, and some materials automatically fell into Speechcraft's parcel. The bosses in this event map, due to the relatively large number of them, I don't know if it was due to the system suppression, the rewards for killing them were much less than the normal ones outside. "Master, it's just 100 meters ahead, still moving." Little Black, accelerate and lift off, cut her off." In the bushes below, Nia was running quickly, leaving faint residual shadows where her figure passed. And the branches and leaves on the path were just gently swaying, as if they were being brushed by the breeze. At this time, Xiao Hei, calculating the distance, as if a black meteor, violently smashed in front of her heels. With a huge impact, it sent Nia flying, smashing into a large tree on the side. A huge damage popped up immediately above her head. 134,165. This was still the edge of the skill. If it had hit the target squarely, the skill damage would have doubled. The speech art on his back was also followed by a hard smash on the ground, his head buried in the dirt. Yuck yuck. Face shack, it's the first time I've been in such a sorry state myself. It was also thanks to the fact that the summons were prioritized to take the damage, or else he himself would have been hurt badly by this blow. Spitting out the gravel from his mouth, he re-pulled out Ling Qian and the other group of summons. Chapter 141: Nia the Catwoman. Nia got up and gently shook her head. Although the skill of Blackie didn't have a stun effect, the impact on her body was still quite large. As soon as she saw that Nia was going to turn around and continue to flee again, Speechcraft hurriedly spoke. "Ling Qian, don't hold back. Use Love Fascination." This skill, due to the impact being too great, if not careful, it would turn the battle into an 18-band mosaic scene, easily blocked by the system, while the player would be forced to go offline, so in the front, Speechcraft was forbidding Ling Qian to use it.
However, this Catwoman was too difficult to pin down, and at this time, speech arts couldn't care less. Pink ripples spread out, Nia's body bent forward, directly lurched, hard stop in place.
Nia's body was immediately covered with a faint pink halo, and her limbs were also involuntarily trembling. Quickly cancel the skill and get on charm. Just stop her from escaping, one didn't want to trigger the system's health protection mechanism. Ling Qian nodded and cancelled the skill effect. Nia's body directly went limp and she sat down on the ground.
Ling Qian's charm skill thrown at her didn't work, but instead provoked her resentful hatred. The speech art at this time also replicated Ling Qian's skill and used it on her.
Ding, skill determination successful.
Seeing the system prompt, Speechcraft was stunned.
What the hell? Is there a bonus for using it on the opposite sex?
Master, it's so powerful, it actually succeeded in one go.
Could it be that he really had a charm talent?
Now even Yan Shu himself was a bit skeptical. After all, Ling Qian had just used it so many times without success. However, Yan Shu wasn't too happy either, to know that this Catwoman in front of her could have a good skill of escaping by splitting her body. Yan Shu was ready to jump on Blackie's back and continue the pursuit. Only to see the little Catwoman walked in style, directly in front of the speech arts kneeling. Raising her head, she looked at Speechcraft with big watery eyes. Master. At this time, speech arts actually produced a special feeling in his heart, that is, he could use his consciousness to manipulate the other party. This feeling is a bit like manipulating a summoned object, but different. In his heart, he could not help but sigh, charm, this skill is really bullish, worthy of being a phantom demon's watchword. Now, although the Catgirl could also follow her own orders, she still had to use the All Spirits Pilgrimage skill to formally accept it as a summoned object, so that she could enjoy her own talent bonus. Use All Spirits Pilgrimage. Ding, skill determination successful, obtaining summoned object, Nia. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined, no matter what he did in the charmed state, she would cooperate. At this time, using All Souls Pilgrimage, the skill success rate could be said to have been pulled straight to full strength. This was the first time since taking in several summons that it had succeeded in one go. As the skill bar summoning icon appeared, Nia also stood up, her expression suddenly changing from the adoration she felt just now, to coldness. If it wasn't for the feeling of control over it that had always remained, Speechcraft would have thought that she had gone rogue again after the successful use of the skill.
What kind of expression is that? Speechcraft voiced out in confusion. Humph. Nia snorted coldly and directly turned her head away. Speechcraft couldn't help but lose a smile. What a vindictive little wildcat. It was probably because she was sulking because she was offended by this wave of maneuvering by herself and her summons just now. At this time, Ling Qian came forward and directly pulled her away, walking to the side to whisper. Speechcraft then opened its attribute panel to check. Nia, Underworld Spirit Cat, Special. Level, 21. Life Value, 41W. Magic Value, 12W. Physique, 985. Strength, 754. Agility, 2671. Intelligence, 758. Spirit, 321. Looking at the corrected attributes of becoming a summon, Speechcraft was slightly disappointed. This bottom attribute is not very good, it's the agility that's quite high, it seems to be a child who was seriously biased. Next, speech arts curious skills. Talent, spirituality passive, born with extraordinary spirituality, able to keenly perceive the surrounding magical energy and the breath of life, in the battle can more accurately predict the movement of the enemy, improve the success rate of skill evasion. Due to his human bloodline, he is gifted and intelligent, gaining extra free attribute points when upgrading, as well as dramatically increasing his chances of comprehending skills. No wonder his agility is not as high as his party's, but he can dodge so well. It turns out that he can anticipate skills. What a perverted talent. At this time, Speechcraft suddenly thought of Spirit Qian's charm skill. Meaning that this skill does not belong to the ordinary magic skills, so this little Catwoman cannot predict, so it will be hit? Thinking about it, there is really this possibility. Seeing the human bloodline, Speechcraft was a bit odd. This apocalypse world didn't have this reproductive isolation thing? It was really outrageous. This point of additional attribute points, speech art is not too important, more practical is to improve the chances of comprehending skills behind this point. Speechcraft has a hunch that this little Catgirl might be the first of his summons to reach 10 skills. Underworld Shadow Split utilizes the power of the underworld to create a number of splits. Total number of splits equals agility value 2, cooldown time 12 hours, consumption of magic value 2000. If a split still exists when the skill is used, the split will be replenished. When the skill is used, the doppelganger is in an inactive state. At this time, the doppelganger has a top-level invisibility effect, which is undetectable below the sub-god level, and the main body can be manipulated while attached to the doppelganger, and at the same time, can also be moved between the doppelganger's no-distance limitation. When the bilocation is activated, it can be used to attack with 50% of the body's attribute value, and is able to confuse the enemy and distract their firepower. Divine skill. A true divine skill. He himself had been wondering why Nia had suddenly appeared when he captured the spirit cat boss in the beginning. Now the truth was revealed. It turned out that her doppelganger had been within the encirclement all along. Moreover, according to the analysis of the later situation, the main body attached to the doppelganger could shed the doppelganger to get out of the abnormal state when it sensed the abnormal state. In a way, this skill could be compared to Spirit Qian's control skill, just focusing on different functions. As the agility value slowly stacked up, the number of doppelgangers would also rise greatly, not to mention the combat power of the doppelgangers. Just by moving through the doppelgangers and ignoring the distance, almost no one would be able to kill Nia. Moreover, relying on this skill, the functions that could be developed by the doppelganger were quite a lot. For example, if there were more doppelgangers in the future, they could be placed in the 3 main cities, the wilderness, and all kinds of dangerous places. Then in the future, there would be no need to run around to deal with tasks, greatly saving time. He himself was aware of a summoner's special skill that allowed him to swap places with his summons. Underworld concealment. The underworld spirit cat blends into the underworld and enters a state of invisibility, increasing its own movement speed by 20%, and at the same time, when releasing skills and attacking, it can remain in a state of invisibility. The skill has no consumption and no cooldown. Even though he was mentally prepared, Speechcraft still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This skill could completely be taken as the signature skill of an assassin's hidden profession. At that time, when he wanted to choose a spirit cat as a summon, it was because of the fact that the attack did not remove the stealth status. And Nia, this little cat girl, had also kept this signature skill. Chapter 142, Fatten Up Before You Kill. Multiple claw strike. The spectral spirit cat utilizes its sharp claws to launch a swift and continuous attack on a single target, dealing a total of 320% of agility value, divided into 4 attacks to complete, with each attack dealing 80% of agility value. Each attack has a 10% chance to bleed the target, dealing an additional 10% of agility value, 10% damage per second for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown time, 30 seconds. Consumed magic value, 500. Extreme Shadow. The spectral spirit cat becomes one with the shadow, unleashing her inner wildness and agility. Boosts movement speed by 40%, 50%, 60%, 70% over 5 seconds for 1 minute. During the duration of the skill, the spectral spirit cat's evasion rate increases by 15%. Skill cooldown, 2 minutes. Magical value consumed, 1000. The remaining 2 skills, 1 damage and 1 acceleration, were both percentage added. The further this went, the stronger it became. According to this, Speechcraft only wanted to say, bullseye. Sure enough, those with the word special are extraordinary. Only in his previous life, he himself did not pay too much attention to this type of monster, and simply could not recall this type of with special label. However, one could fully utilize the power of the masses and directly use the banknote ability to collect this type of news from all players. The latter summons tried to lean towards the special summons as much as possible. After that, Speechcraft tapped Nia's advancement button again to check. It was found that she could advance 3 more times, which was again different from Spirit Qian's. Path of advancement: Spectral Spirit Cat Special Moon Shadow Dancer Special. Next stage not unlocked. Next stage not unlocked. Current requirements for advancement. 1. Reach level 60. Not reached. 2. Agility attribute reaches 400,000 and total attribute reaches 1 million. Not reached. 3. Overlord Boss Moon Shadow Leopard Sharp Teeth 2. Not reached. 4. Moonstone 100. Not reached. P.S. After the summon advanced to Moon Shadow Dancer, all attributes increased by plus 30%, the effect of each skill increased by plus 30%, the number of skills increased by plus 1, and the attack transformed into ice attribute damage, which comes with a freezing effect that slows down the enemy's actions. From this, Speechcraft also discovered that the number of times a summon advanced under the pointing the way skill was completely determined by the initial strength of the summon, while the needs for advancement varied as well.
Initial summons like Xiao Hei and Boar did not have a high initial strength to begin with and seeing that the little cat girl was immediately about to enter stealth and start rushing. Speechcraft hurriedly shouted her to a halt. How could this little cat girl be so impatient, not at all like an assassin? Nia, don't be in a hurry, the bosses are definitely to be killed, but let's fatten them up first before killing them. Before that, we also have to protect them so that they can kill as many adventurers as possible and complete their advancement. Speechcraft thought about it and continued. These bosses should ideally fulfill the following conditions. The first is that they should be able to fight against a large number of players surrounding them by themselves. It's best to have group attack skills, as well as high survivability, or skills with special effects such as reflexes and immunity to control. Then is the choice of the boss, to be able to utilize their own environment, or their own skills can create terrain, traps and so on. Lastly, it's the one that can temporarily increase its own attributes and skill effects by defeating the enemy. Speechcraft had already given some thought to this compulsion-raising plan when it was formulated at the very beginning. His own summons were strong, yes, but the number of players entering this event was simply too many. After the plan started, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts with the players. With so many players, there must be all sorts of assorted talents. If there was one that just happened to restrain itself, Speechcraft was confident that it would not be a threat to itself, but picking a good boss would be different. It would be very easy to die prematurely without growing up. Therefore, this requires the selected boss itself and the life preservation aspect should be somewhat good at. At the same time, it should not appear to be a first-class one that escapes, or else it would be rather embarrassing if it advances to a successful overlord level in the end, but one can't catch it. Nia, you're also considered an aborigine here, are there any that fit the bill? Seeing that Yanjutsu spoke so much in one breath, Nia's small head was slightly tilted, as if she was still digesting the information. Seeing Nia's appearance, Yanju froze and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This little cat girl doesn't look too smart, it shouldn't be. Her talent, spirituality, isn't it claimed that she was born with extraordinary spirituality? Just this? Master, I only know some of the locations, I don't know their specific situation, especially the skills, haven't seen them release them either, so I'm not sure if it meets the master's requirements. Come on, after talking for half a day, you still have to find them one by one. But this event map was so big, it shouldn't be too hard to find out 2 or 3 of them. Next, under the arrangement of Speechcraft, all the summons began to act individually. Apart from the Bee King and Wolf King's little brother who killed ordinary monsters and stacked attribute points for everyone, the main forces did not kill players or ordinary monsters during the entire process, and focused on finding the boss. If the conditions were met, they would notify the speech art, and if they weren't, they would just kill it. Although Nia's initial blood count was high, the other attributes hadn't stacked up yet, and it would be a bit of a struggle to deal with the boss on her own, so Speechcraft joined her. In the time afterward, Speechcraft's summons began to power up, going out to try and attack the boss whenever it was their first. Chapter 143, Defining the Target. Since the summons didn't know scrying techniques, Speechcraft had to keep switching viewpoints to determine if it was the target through his own experience first. In fact, there were many monster types that Speechcraft had come into contact with in his previous life, but it was just that it had been too long and he couldn't remember them. Now according to the screen information, see the name of the boss appearance of these, basically can launch a 8 or 9 is not bad. Really cannot get the idea, just go forward to attack, forcing it to release the skills. In this mode of operation, began to one after another boss first kill news, was the system informed out. This guy Lubai is still so outrageous, in just half an hour, he's already killed 5 bosses, making it seem like he knows the exact location of the boss. I also said why there is no Lubai on the scoreboard, people turned out to be playing a big game, so killing boss goes on, just the system first kill reward, can earn a pot full of money. God's strategic vision is not the same, anyway, the points will not run, just exist in other people's bodies, why not take the boss? After killing 2 more bosses, Yan Shu's side finally found target number 1. It was a stone man, somewhat similar to the white rock troll from the novice village. Rock guard. Level, 22. Life value, 821W. Magic value, 151W. Physique, 2954. Strength, 1742. Intelligence, 2342. Skills. Rock wall, forms a rocky barrier around you, reducing damage taken and dealing damage to approaching enemies. Deathstone Fist, performs a combo attack on multiple enemies in front of you, dealing physical damage and a small chance to stun them briefly. This skill increases its own power up for each target it kills. The duration of each target's additional power is calculated independently, both being half an hour.
Seismic wave triggers the ground to shake, dealing damage to surrounding enemies and slowing their movement speed.
Counter shock, passive skill, bounces a portion of the damage back to the attacker when attacked. As far as skills are concerned, it belongs to a moderate defense type boss. It is the skill of Deathstone Fist. If you kill a large number of players in a short period of time, you can stack the power value to a sizable value, and the normal attack will be greatly increased, and at the same time, you can also add some of the life value, so it can be said that it is quite good. There were a lot of bosses within the map, and it would have been possible to continue searching, but Speechcraft had already lost a bit of patience, and directly identified this one. After all, identifying the target earlier would also allow for earlier tracking and cultivation, and it was a waste of time to keep searching. Xiao Hei at this time also found a target. Named Poison Mist Ghost, this boss Speechcraft suddenly recalled after seeing it. In his previous life, when this event opened, in addition to the Spirit Cat boss, this one had also killed quite a few players. Speechcraft just remembered that later players realized that the more players it had around it, the higher the chance of evasion it gained, and in the end, it was only after gathering a group of high combat elite players that they were able to exterminate it. In terms of skill mechanics, this boss, to put it mildly, can be considered tailor-made for itself. When it was cultivated later, it was surrounded by several main summons, and with fewer targets around it, this skill became a complete. E set up. Rock guard side, Speech Art will directly let the boar watch. He himself summoned Xiao Hei to come over and carry himself to take a look personally. After using the scrying technique, it was just as he remembered. The Poison Mist Ghost Elf had an increase in evasion in addition to its regular damage skills. Ghostly Shadow Body, passive, one gains a certain chance of evasion. Dodge chance increases with the number of hostile targets within 100 meters. Now of all the summons, the Fire Elemental Elf had the slowest movement speed, and the Speech Art directly pulled it over to guard this boss. The order given to it was that small waves of players were not to be cared about, they were all sent to the door for sustenance anyway. If a large number of players or high combat players appeared, they would directly strike, not allowing the players to organize an effective attack. Currently, 2 had been identified, and while Speechcraft was considering whether to stop searching and fully kill the other bosses, he also sensed the information passed on by Ling Qian. By switching viewpoints, he himself couldn't decide if it was the desired target. Once he saw that it wasn't too far away from his side, Speechcraft decided to go and take a look for himself. The place where Ling Qian was located was a swamp. Upon arriving at the location, Speechcraft found a huge green-skinned orc with a strangely ugly, bubbling appearance that was killing a few ordinary players. Miasma Orc. Level, 22. Life value, 941W. Magic value, 210W. Physique, 2541. Strength, 1342. Intelligence, 2714. Skills. Miasma Release releases miasma in the surrounding area, inflicting sustained poison damage on enemies that enter the area, reducing their defense and attack speed. Rain of Poison Arrows shoots a series of poison arrows into the sky. These arrows will randomly land in the surrounding area, causing toxin damage and a short immobilizing effect on enemies that are hit. Miasma Devouring, passive skill. The Miasma Orc's attack comes with a devouring effect. If it kills the target, it restores an equal amount of its own life value and that of the target it killed. Toxin Immunity, passive skill. The Miasma Orc is immune to all toxin damage and increases its own attack power every time it is attacked by a toxin. The skills of this boss could be said to be quite satisfying to Speechcraft. The 2 damage skills were both group attack skills, and killing players would be a lot more efficient. Coupled with the latter 2 passive skills, a kill back to blood, and immune to poison damage. Originally, the survivability wasn't low, plus his own intervention, it could be said that it was hard to die now. It's Stay White, we're saved. Big Brother, quickly kill this boss. The players spotted Speechcraft standing on the eagle's back and started calling for help. Chapter 144, Not Even Soup for Everyone. The event lasted for 3 whole days, so if they hung out at this point, they would definitely be angry and slap their thighs. Several players looked at Speechcraft with considerable anticipation, hoping that he would come to the rescue. However, they waited until they were killed by the boss, and in the sky above them, Speechcraft still had a cold-eyed look on his face, and was not moved in the slightest. Isn't Liu Bai's favorite way to find bosses to kill? How come he doesn't do such a small thing as casually saving people? I can kind of see through this guy. I never would have thought that he's this kind of person. Everyone, pay attention, Liu Bai's nature is exposed. He doesn't take us ordinary players seriously at all. After a few people hung out, they felt angry. Straight away, they went to the forums and started posting about black speech technique. However, what they didn't expect was that they were the first but not the last. After identifying 3 bosses as targets for cultivation, Speechcraft guarded one each of the boar, fire elemental elf, and spirit. The other summons continued to look for bosses to kill. Xiao He moved fast and focused on long-distance movement, so if he found it, he would directly swipe it single-handedly. If he encountered one that other players were besieging, he would see the time to grab it and leave, cleanly. A group of players were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Coyotes and tiger venomous wasps directly form a dense net, directly find a direction to push across, encountered wild monsters directly kill, such as locusts crossing the general, simply do not spare any living things. Many players are working together to kill monsters, only to hear a buzzing sound. The monster in front of them was poisonous wasps pasted tight, and then quickly killed. After that, the poisonous wasps continued forward without stopping at all, and the entire process was completed in just a few seconds, leaving the players wide-eyed and directly frozen in place, not knowing what to do. This maneuver immediately triggered the dissatisfaction of many more players. Starting to do nothing, they just kept cursing the Speechcraft in the channel. Staying white, really not something. The summons under him grabbed the boss even though, now even ordinary monsters are not spared. That's right, this number 1 expert turned out to be like this, all the time just hogging the game's resources to improve himself. While eating meat, he actually doesn't even give everyone soup to drink. At the expense of the laborers who were generous enough to watch your 2 paid live broadcasts. Speechcraft was following behind with Nia at this time without slowing down, and if they encountered a boss, they would go up and give a hand to speed up the minions, directly ignoring the non-stop scrolling messages in the channel. In Speechcraft's eyes, many of the players who were cursing themselves right now were left behind by the summoners that he had instructed, and would most likely become fodder for those 3 bosses, so there was no need for him to get angry at all. Cursing, more things to make you feel angry, can still be behind it. Nia, on the other hand, kept on starting to add attribute points for herself, her little face red with excitement. This kind of visualized strength increase was simply too good to be true. It was something she couldn't even dream of before. Right now, among the several major summons of Speechcraft, it seemed that the only ones that could add points on their own were Ling Qin and Nia. The other speech arts had also tried to communicate, but they all looked at themselves with a puzzled expression. There was no way to know what the hell the so-called attribute panel was. In this case, there were generally 2 possibilities. Either it doesn't come with a special label and doesn't have this function. Either they needed to be advanced to the next stage before they could be opened. After all, from the point of view of the number of times they could be advanced, Nia was 1 stage higher than them. The bosses in the event map were basically like the field bosses, they had their own turf and generally wouldn't roam around. Therefore, the coordinates of the 3 bosses were quickly exploded by the players. Players arrived one after another. However, since none of the battle power was high, they were basically giving the bosses a treat without causing too much trouble. During this time, the 3 summons that acted as protectors of the path were just hiding and watching from a short distance away, with no intention of making a move at all. Speechcraft was afraid at that time that if his summons were recognized by the players, no one would dare to go up and surround the boss, so he had all 3 of them hide. In the pile of rocks behind the rock guard, Speechcraft's boar was lying here, with a boulder in front of it to cover it, and behind it was a large area of dense trees. The arriving players basically had their attention drawn to the boss, and wouldn't even notice that there was a giant boar hidden here. The fire elemental elf, on the other hand, put away its fancy flames and directly shrunk into a small ball, hanging on a treetop. Without looking closely, it was thought to be some kind of peculiar fruit. Spirit Xian directly charmed a player as his own eyes, and hid himself to the side to go play. Of course, this situation didn't need to be maintained for too long. As time progressed and the map for the latter event gradually shrunk, more and more fodder would be delivered to the door because of the player density. And when the strength of the 3 bosses grew a bit, especially after reaching the elite level, their intelligence rose and they knew that killing players could increase their strength, the bosses would start wandering. At that time, one summons, as the protector of the path, would just directly follow in a big way. The most important thing now was to let the 3 bosses safely pass through the developmental period. At this time, as the players' points disappeared, the strength of the 3 bosses was slowly growing. At the same time, because of their outstanding strength, the boss's reputation was gradually spreading. Coordinates 4515, 5163, Rockguard, has already exterminated so many teams, it's really tough, big brothers can go and try. And 6A421 7455, Poison Mist Ghost, this thing is disgusting, dodge thief high, skills rarely hit. Miasma Orc, is called perverted, actually kill the player will return to the blood, this ing who kills the death. Chairman, this so-called rock guard doesn't seem to be far from us, should we go and take a look? Hearing the words of Smoky Rain Lin Fong, Smoky Rain Rides the Wind looked at the dozens of people who had just gathered together. Although there were still guild high players on their way here, they were currently already considered a not insignificant force. Killing bosses, especially this kind that was starting to be known by players, was a great benefit to boosting one's guild's fame. Thinking of this, Smoke and Rain nodded and decided to give it a try. Yes, let's all go together to take down this boss and give Smoke and Rain Pavilion a long face. Good. The group of people cheered at once. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind spoke again at this time. Everyone run up and gather at the target point as soon as possible, pay attention to a quick battle and don't be robbed by that guy Lu Bai. As soon as the words fell, almost everyone's expression became serious. That guy Lu Bai was notorious for his love of killing bosses, especially that Black Eagle, which was even more infamous. The reputation had spread throughout the three main cities. The gang didn't delay and rushed towards the coordinate point in a flurry of wind. Just as they arrived, they found a few ordinary players smashed into mush by the boss. Chapter 145, Making a Name for Yourself. After scouting the boss information, Smoke and Rain began to order the attack. At this time, the combat quality of the Grand Guild players immediately manifested itself. Tank professions quickly stepped forward to attract boss hatred, while archers and mages staggered their positions, and warriors and assassins looked for output opportunities on the sidelines. After discovering the boss's anti-injury effect, the entire team's formation immediately made adjustments again. The output professions piled together, controlling the rhythm and throwing out skills in unison. Priests with group healing techniques were specifically assigned to unify the blood for the output professions to ensure that they could pull back the blood in the first place after receiving the anti-injury. Under the tacit cooperation of the guild members, although the damage inflicted was not high, the boss's blood level was still steadily decreasing. At this time, Speechcraft sensed the boar's message and immediately switched perspectives. When he saw that Smoke Rain Rides the Wind was organizing a large group of people to kill the boss, the cooperation between the personnel was quite spot on. Especially that guy, Smoke Rain Rides the Wind. Not only was his attack speed ridiculously fast, he actually managed to get a blood absorption effect as well, directly ignoring the boss's counter damage. The dense arrows looked like machine gun fire, hitting the rock guards with flying debris. Speechcraft frowned. This could not go on, this boss was likely to be taken down. The Smoke and Rain Pavilion was a bit of a friend of theirs. If it was any other guild, they would have directly ordered the boar to charge up and disrupt the formation. Alas, it is better to be courteous first and then fight. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind looked at the boss bloodline is steadily declining, so continue to have a chance to grind to death, also cannot help but show a smile. At this time, the address book rang. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind opened it and his face changed. Smoke and Rain elder brother, I was the one who saw this boss first, and the summoner has been guarding it, so you guys might as well go find a new one. The summoner is guarding it? Where is it? Smoke Rain Rides the Wind had a puzzled look on his face. This guy couldn't be that he hadn't arrived yet and wanted to occupy the boss first in the space. Raising his head and looking around, he realized that the bushes not far behind the boss swayed, and a huge pig's hoof stretched straight up. This. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind recognized it at first glance. This is speech art that bore. But looking at the crowd that was attacking the boss, it was a bit unwilling to give up now. At this time, Speechcraft's message came back. Older brother, I'm only reminding you for the sake of Smoke and Rain Pavilion. If it were any other guild, I guess the boar would have already come out to hit people. Smoke Rain Rides the Wind's face changed for a while, but in the end, he sighed and made a compromise. Good. Turning his head, he gave an order. Abandon the boss. Priests pay attention to watching the knight's blood level. High-speed assassins move forward to take over the boss hatred. Why? On one side, Smoke and Rain Lin Feng's hand movements did not stop and asked out in confusion. At this time, many members also felt puzzled. Just listen to the command, I'll explain it to everyone later. Since the words had come to this, the crowd had no choice but to follow Smoky Rain Rising Wind's orders. Disengaging from the battlefield in an orderly manner. A few hundred meters away from the boss, the crowd of Smoke and Rain Pavilion had all withdrawn back. The members of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion all knew that Smoke and Rain Ride the Wind was usually a relatively sensible person. There wouldn't be a case of blind command, but the operation just now still baffled everyone. Chairman, just now there was clearly a chance to kill the boss. Why did you suddenly order a withdrawal? That's right, too bad. Did you find something wrong with the boss? Faced with everyone's inquiries, Smoke and Rain Rides the Wind also looked helpless. This boss has long been targeted by Stay White. I saw his boar hiding in the bushes at the back. The crowd froze, not expecting such a situation at all. Chairman, this boss was obviously opened by us first, according to his friendship with our guild. Can't we even let a boss? That's not right. If his boar arrived early, why didn't he go up to brush the boss? Did he wait for us to come out and grab it when we've almost worn down the boss's blood? What kind of quirk is this? It's too shameless. Smoke Rain rides the wind side out. Alas, it's still him who took the initiative to contact me, saying that he'd let me find a new boss, and that this was the one he was keeping an eye on. But why didn't he drive away those casual players from earlier and start interfering as soon as we arrived? Smoky Rain Linfoam exchanged glances with Smoky Rain rides the wind at this point. Because we have the strength to kill this boss. Letting the boss kill ordinary players, what is he doing? Protecting the boss. Ahem. Smoke Rain rides the wind, at this time, lightly coughed twice, interrupting the crowd's discussion. This matter is rotten in everyone's heart, just pretend that you don't know about this matter. Then, do the other two bosses need to go see? There's no need, I reckon these two are in the same situation. The Smoke and Rain Pavilion's players left at that point. And at the Poisonous Fog Ghost, an expert finally came at this time. All of you get out of the way, the loss of hanging up now is not small. When the besieging boss players heard this voice, they just wanted to speak out sarcastically, but then they saw that the person who came lit up his brightly shining ID, and there was also a title and the suffix 3rd in the battle ranking. It's actually counting on. It seems like he's already soloed 2 bosses here. Big brother, after you. Counting on the head immediately became excited when he realized that this boss was good at dodging. There was almost no delay along the way, and he directly ran wildly towards this place. In his mind, in terms of dodging ability, he simply couldn't find any rivals in the apocalypse, not even the boss. The players who surrounded the boss, at this time, their blood levels were not very healthy, and it was clear that it was completely impossible for them to kill the boss. Now, when they saw that the person who came to the scene was the planner, they directly retreated, wanting to see his performance. In fact, for many players, they only knew that he was a master of the assassin hidden profession, but it was unknown how the specific skills were. After all, he was a loner, and very few relevant videos had been released. Big brother, feel free to perform, leave the video recording to us. Don't mind if you do, I'm an assassin, just want to learn your technique. Looking forward to it, it's rare to see this type of expert soloing a boss. Seeing that the players were cooperative, Counting On nodded with satisfaction. He wouldn't give up this opportunity to show his saintliness in front of people. Especially looking at these players, who had such high expectations of themselves. K. Shangxiang immediately made up his mind, this wave absolutely have to play out their own style, and make a name for themselves. He wasn't that guy Lu Bai, who only relied on summons to eat soft food. It was time to show the players of the apocalypse what a true assassin was. Watch this. Chapter 146 Failure to Pretend. Just seeing the plan, his fingers intertwined and a complicated and incomparable hand seal was pinched out. 3 identical doppelgangers immediately appeared around him. Then they spread out and quickly ran towards the boss, during which each of the doppelgangers' sprinting postures varied again. Some bent down and lowered their center of gravity, while others tilted from side to side, but they all had a common characteristic, which was extremely fast. This wave of operation could be said to be forceful and full. The players watching the onlookers directly applauded. Bull Bacha, whether the damage is high or not is no longer important, after all, handsome is for life. I'm just too fat, I feel that the twisting leap does not look good, or also choose the assassin. Dude, believe me, a flexible fat guy is more attractive. Listening to the cries of the crowd, Counting On the Heart couldn't help but put a smile on his face. Originally, he didn't even need any messy hand seals to release his split. But in order to be able to better pretend, oneself directly find some ninja what's more tablets against the hard practice, fingers are almost knotted. Now it seems to be worth it. The head of the plan to come to the boss in front of, the body +3 incarnation, such as through the flowers like butterfly wandering up. At the same time, the daggers flew, bringing out a high amount of damage. 23,510. 34,242. 32,451. Miss. The damage of this guy's doppelganger, how come it's as high as the main body? No, it feels like it's even exceeding the main body. The hit rate is also amazing, it's already above 80%. Didn't you guys realize that his evasion is even higher than the boss? It's not even taking damage right now. And with that much damage, this boss won't last long at all. The corners of his mouth rose as he counted, this was still in putting his heart into optimizing his movements in order to be cool. Otherwise, the output efficiency would have to be increased by a cut. At this moment, Counting On had already begun to fantasize about killing this boss and then going on to take down the other two as well. Fame of the apocalypse, right now. Right at this moment, countless dense fireballs suddenly fell from the sky. The counting heart was suddenly startled. Why was this scene so familiar? With that, exaggerated damage values began to pop up on himself and his doppelganger. 44,742. 42,421. Stay white. Counting on his eyes, how could it be this bogeyman again? This fireman's attacks were dense and fast, both himself and his doppelganger were dodging the boss's attacks, and the timing of this skill could be said to be particularly accurate. There was no place to dodge. Seeing that his doppelganger was already at risk of rupturing, the plan quickly put it all away. In the heat of the moment, there was no time to look for the enemy's position. Immediately, he threw his dagger towards a small tree in the distance, and his entire body almost turned into a stream of light, immediately following the thrown dagger to complete a chopping attack on the small tree. The use of the locking skill also allowed the plan to get out of the range of the fire elemental elf's attack. The change happened so fast that the player only realized at that moment that a half-meter tall flame man had come to the edge of the field at some point. Stay White's fire elemental elf. This guy's summons have grabbed the boss again, and with one skill, they forced the planeswalker back. One of Stay White's summons was able to knock back a rank 3 expert. Doesn't that mean this guy can fill up the top few of the battle power ranking with just his summons? Kei Shangshin's face was extremely ugly at the moment, a burst of green and white. There was nothing more embarrassing in the world than being stiffly slapped in the face when one was manifesting in front of people. In particular, the comments of these players were causing the anger and humiliation to rub off on them. At this moment, Counting on the Heart wanted to immediately rush forward and fight this little fireman one-on-one, but he was afraid that Speechcraft was nearby, with that phantom demon with the weird skills at his side. The messenger flickered, the meter clicked on it to see that it was actually a message sent by Staying White 3 minutes ago. He was too busy fighting to pay attention to it. Dude, I'm watching this boss, why don't you change your target? You're not listening to greetings, I'll just have to do it. There was a minute between the two messages. After reading them, the plan was suddenly at a loss for what to say. Lubai, this guy, you say he's overbearing, but he also seems to be very polite, and even said hello in advance before robbing the boss. As soon as this thought came out, Counting On was instantly alerted. Not right. How could he excuse this shameless guy? He had robbed his own boss, causing him to lose face in public. Unforgivable. The calculating head immediately went into stealth and was just about to leave, but immediately discovered a scene that filled his face with question marks. This fire elemental elf actually didn't continue to attack after forcing himself away. Instead, he took a few steps back and got out of the boss's hate range. At this time, the players also discovered this strange scene. Why aren't we fighting anymore? At this rate, the boss's blood level that just went down will have to go back up again. Strange, the way this Stay White summoner looks, it doesn't look like it's trying to grab the boss. At this time, another team of players arrived and went up to start the monster before they could figure out the situation. Ha, it's time to watch the show. Why are these people so reckless? I'm afraid the fire elemental elf can send them all away with one skill. The new players, looking at the reactions of the people around them, directly ignored them. It just felt that these players were on the wrong medication, still maintaining their output, their hands simply not stopping. Could it be that Stay White has a clear conscience? With a puzzled look on his face, Counting on the Heart revealed his figure again and approached towards the boss. But just after running a few steps, a basketball-sized fireball suddenly smashed in front of him, and the splattering sparks even gave himself a burning sensation. The forward steps were forced to a hard stop. Lubai, you've gone too far, why are you targeting only me? Kei Shanghart let out a roar of rage. When the crowd thought that he was going to go up to the fire elemental elf and fight hard, the guy directly performed an acceleration skill and immediately ran out of sight. The boss, on the other hand, was quite safe and began to kill the players within its hate range. This strange video was immediately uploaded to the forums by the players, and soon caused a lot of heated discussion among the players. Lubai didn't understand this operation. Is this considered robbing the boss, or does it not count? This is completely targeting the counting bar. How do other players not care? Everyone actually didn't realize a key point: Counting on the Heart can kill the boss, while other players can't. The moment this point was made, it instantly made everyone react. Dude hit the nail on the head. Staying White seems to be protecting the boss.
Holy, this guy is in league with the boss? What does he want? Is it purely for fun?
It shouldn't be. Liu Bai is the type who doesn't have any interest.
Chapter 147, Testing.
At this time, another post was topped, a stone stirring up 1,000 waves.
Important undisclosed information about the event: monsters become stronger after killing players. This one game data bigwig, ID name, 3 years old, can plan the plate.
When several of their teams besieged a boss, all but the few that fled were exterminated.
Waiting for an hour before gathering a group to find this boss.
At this time, he acutely realized that compared to last time, the boss's attack had climbed by a small margin. This increase wasn't given by skill effects, but rather like a slow increase in attribute values. In response, he made a bold speculation.
The monsters in the event would increase in strength after killing players.
Afterwards, he made some data records, and it confirmed his conjecture. The content behind the post was basically some data comparison tables, which were used to reflect his own scientific and rigorous attitude. Now, many players associated with the strange actions of the speech summoner suddenly cannot sit still, have followed the message. The game company came out to take a beating, so important information actually does not publicize in the end what is the intention. This is forcing the players to be united first clean up the monster otherwise the activity of so many players, let it grow down, the last is absolutely no one can beat.
Liu Bai, this guy has bad intentions he's escorting the boss pre-boss and wants to use everyone to feed the boss.
Disgusting, too disgusting, how could there be such a person? This person is definitely a sociopathic personality in reality. Another video broke out, his chimera stepped in to protect the boss, now it's basically certain that those 3 bosses are the ones staying white to train.
Everyone, don't go send them, we can't let his plot succeed.
At this time, Speechcraft, looking at the player's remarks, put a mocking smile on his face. The strength of the 3 bosses had increased like a snowball. Only in the past 10 hours, the strength has almost increased by 50%, the next activity map is gradually shrinking, by then the players want to hide cannot hide. Speechcraft saw that it was almost time, and directly gave Ling Chen the order to directly begin to charm the boss that she was guarding. Charming this skill and the effect achieved by Pilgrimage of the Spirits, although there are similarities, but the essence is completely different. One makes the target subject to control, but its own nature category will not change. After the control of the monster is still a monster, the characteristics remain unchanged, which is equivalent to a temporary worker. The other is to make the target obtain the official establishment, obtain the golden rice bowl, improve the space for progress. The purpose of starting to try to control the boss now was to reduce the pressure at the end. After all, with 3 overlord levels, for the current Speechcraft, the need to kill them all would definitely take some effort. Driving wolves and tigers away was a good way to save time. While Speechcraft was advancing according to the plan, methodically. Some of the guild leaders had already begun to secretly meet up and directly set up a group chat to conspire about the boss that Speechcraft was cultivating. Everyone, I've made my words clear, this guy Liu Bai is playing a big game of chess, he wants to raise the boss to an extremely high quality right now, and kill it in the end, thus obtaining a high reward. This is using all the players as his stepping stones, such despicable tactics should be resisted by everyone. Young Qin, President Sung Dome, it's not that we're not cooperating, it's that this guy Liu Bai is too scary to be a player, can't you see that even that guy from Planescape was forced to leave in disgrace? Let's not get the object wrong, our goal is not to fight hard against Liu Bai's summons, but to kill the boss he's protecting, this point is a big difference. Right now, several of Liu Bai's summons aren't together, there's one summon beside each of the 3 bosses, as long as we operate properly, we have every chance, otherwise when the boss grows up, we'll just have to watch Liu Bai pick the fruits of victory. Everyone, people out of people and things out of things. Personnel include, but are not limited to, those that restrain summoners and those that have a strong single output ability, and as for items, Qin Dynasty, will first make a sample and directly take out a forbidden spell level skill scroll. When these words came out, the heads in the chat group were instantly startled. Forbidden spell, how is it that such a thing exists in the early stages? Just listening to the name, it is estimated that killing a small boss in seconds is without any pressure. Since Qin Shao is so generous, then we will also help out. My guild has a few players gifted in forbidden type skills, they can definitely come in handy when the time comes. Then we'll also contribute someone, but the effect is not guaranteed. The matter has been sealed, please keep it a secret. By the way, did remember the heart promise? There has been no response. At this point in time, Speechcraft didn't realize that the piglet he had raised had already been targeted. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much, the level of the players now was clear to himself. Wanting to kill a boss that one had carefully selected, and still under the protection of one's summons, was simply a fool's errand.
Unless, of course, there were some rare high-damage consumables.
But the value of such things was just sort of high in the later stages. Unless the person who owned it had a pit in his brain, he would never use such a precious thing here. Older brother, there's something I'd like to ask about the relationship between the game and reality. When Folding Sands saw the message sent by Speechcraft, he was instantly delighted. After all, after the last time there was no talk, both sides didn't contact each other again later. Could it be that this guy, Stay White, had figured it out? Please say. If, as you guys said, the game will merge with reality, then is it convenient to reveal the time you speculate? This. So blunt? Folded Sands smiled bitterly. These things he wouldn't dare to reveal now. If it spreads out it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Specific time don't know, after all, the information told you earlier, a lot of it is also just speculation, and a lot of things can't be spread out. Wordsmith looked at the folded reply and revealed a bitter smile. This guy was obviously very undying. This sentence didn't seem to be a problem, but both explicitly and implicitly, he was saying that he was an outsider, and that these things couldn't be outsourced. To put it bluntly, he still wanted to let himself join Yaoshur. However, one's principles could never change. Since you're tight-lipped, you can only give you a little shock. I found out earlier that the herbs in the game appeared in reality. Folding Pillar's pupils shrunk, and directly by this news, he was shocked beyond words. Chapter 148 Forbidden Spell Scroll. Brother Lubai, this can't be a joke. What have you discovered? At this time, the Folded Sands was shocked and more terrified. The food market are sold. What do you say? If items from the game started to appear in reality, wouldn't that mean that game fusion had begun? Brother Lubai, can you elaborate? Speechcraft didn't explain too much, but just silently sent over the picture of the Monroe grass, the very same one that Speechcraft had taken when he transplanted it. This. Isn't it Spanish? You think I'm a very boring person who came to tease you on purpose? However, I guess you don't have a high level of authority, or else according to your energy power, these anomalies should have been noticed by now. After listening to Speechcraft's words, Folding Sands fell into silence. He suddenly remembered that in the recent period of time, Yao Fong seemed to be avoiding the crowd in researching something, and the game helmet alone had consumed a lot. Could all this be caused by him? Otherwise, according to the original research projections, even if the game would really merge with reality, it would still be a few years later. Then what was Yao Fong's purpose in doing this? There was no reason at all. Folded Sands suddenly thought of Yao Fong's weak footsteps and pale face and suddenly reacted. Could it be that he didn't have much time left and wanted to speed up his research on the game and finish saving himself? Thinking of this, Folded Halberd no longer had the heart for the game and rushed offline. As soon as Speechcraft took a look at Folding Sands' avatar went dark, he knew that he had gone to confirm it. Right now there were just two possibilities. One was that the herbs in the game appeared in reality, and it was possible that there was a relationship with this group of people. In that case it would be more troublesome. As soon as the game descent started, it would be like a floodgate opening, the momentum couldn't be stopped at all. The second scenario was that they were simply unaware of it. In the previous life at the same point in time, it was estimated that they were the ones who discovered the situation and took ways to block it. It was only then that they kept delaying the game's descent until a few years later. Of course, this kind was the more ideal situation. Speechcraft couldn't do anything right now. All he could do was to raise his strength as soon as possible to deal with the upcoming crisis. Having been reborn in his first life, Speechcraft was quite clear. Putting one's own safety on other people's bodies was an extremely foolish behavior. In the event map, because of the unanimity of most of the players, priority was given to clearing out the monsters. At this point, other than some of the more special and difficult monsters, all the others had already been exterminated by the players by more than half, and their numbers had been drastically reduced. A group of people began to gather around the three bosses selected by the hexagram. These people did not attack rashly, but waited in place. Brother Vault, would it be too much of a to-do for us to take on three bosses at the same time like this? The Bearing Bird King said with some concern. Little bird, think of it this way, if we only strike at one of the bosses, after we succeed, Lubai will definitely be alerted, and then there will be no more chances. Killing only one boss won't cause too much damage to him. But Liubai's summons are so strong, with the power spread out, I'm afraid that it will only affect the success rate. Bearing Vault waved his hand. We've prepared for so long, with so many restraints. It wouldn't be reasonable to not be able to take down a boss like this. At the same time, this is also a competition between my hegemony and Qin dynasty, so we can't be looked down upon by that guy Qin Fei. The words were said to this point. The Bering Bird King also stopped speaking. It just quietly looked at the one in the distance, the dark green miasma beastman. In reality, what the Bering Bird King wanted to say was why he chose this boss. Not to mention the fact that this place was guarded by, but the summon creature called Spirit Qian from Speech Arts had quite a bizarre skill. At the same time, the miasma beastman would recover its blood after killing its target. The crowd waited in place for a while longer. Bering Song Dome saw that several major characters had arrived, after communicating with the people inside the group. He directly waved his hand and made an offensive gesture. In an instant, 200 to 300 people emerged around each of the three bosses. As soon as this situation appeared, it immediately caused the summoners to be alerted. Speechcraft received a prompt from the summoners and immediately switched viewpoints to check. He saw that Qin Fei, Bering Song Dome, and some small guild leaders had each surrounded the three bosses they had cultivated. It immediately made Speechcraft laugh. After knowing that the three summons were under his protection, he still dared to come and engage in such a mess, completely thinking that he wouldn't get angry. First, it was the Rock Guard side. A group of people directly launched a fierce attack on the boss, throwing out dazzling skills of various colors, causing a series of damage of varying sizes. 1242, 784, 3421, 1071, 234. The damage was quite considerable. After all, this was the best of several guilds picked out. Before the boss could release its skills, a few more people pulled out a pentagram directly around the boss, trapping the boss in it. A black exclamation mark symbol also appeared above its head, which was actually an extremely rare silence combo technique. At this time, the boar clashed, directly knocking over a dozen people away. But the next moment, the ground suddenly sank in front of them, and a huge mud puddle appeared, sinking the boar deep into it. Seeing this scene, Qin would directly clap his hands in excitement. Who said that Liu Bai's summons are invincible? It's just a beast, it's still at one's mercy. Young Qin, it can only last for a maximum of 20 seconds, so please hurry. The player who had set up the mud swamp trap was named Get-Tied Little Turtle, a relatively rare hidden profession earth spirit. It was hired by Qin Fei at great expense just to specifically restrain the boar. Didn't you say at least a minute? His attributes are too strong, being able to control it for 20 seconds is already the limit. Just now, Little Turtle's forehead was already sweating at this point, and only when he actually got his hands on it did he realize how strenuous it was to control such a behemoth. What's worse is that this boar's attributes are too strong, and the control time is further shortened. On weekdays, some ordinary bosses, Tied Little Turtle can control it 2 minutes or so. It was the first time that such a difficult target had been encountered since the transfer. Qin Fei's eyes glared, and he immediately stopped delaying, directly pulling out the long-prepared forbidden spell scroll. Originally this was prepared to kill the hidden boss, throwing it at you Rockman is considered a bullseye. Qin Fei locked onto the rock guard and directly tore open the scroll. A spatial rift immediately appeared around the rock guard. The boss was as if it was immobilized by the crack-covered space, unable to move at all. The rough stones on its body were directly turned into pieces when they touched the cracks. 110,210. 109,845. 126,521. Chapter 149. We're going to start killing people. As the cracks became more and more numerous, a high amount of damage continued to pop out from the boss. Moreover, the damage was white in color, ignoring the true damage of defense. This was one of the reasons why Qin Fei had to choose the rock guard as his target. Under this forbidden spell scroll, the so-called super strong defense was null and void and could not play any role at all. In the end, the boss was like an insect trapped in amber, and as the space shattered, it immediately disintegrated into one stone block after another as it dismembered. 1540410. This final blow, moreover, caused millions of damage. Ahaha, cool. What a penny for a penny. Qin Fei directly threw his head back and roared. At this moment, it was as if he had spat out all the pent-up anger. System announcement: congratulations to player Qin Feng breaking the waves, killing the boss, rock guard, rewarded with free attribute points plus 200, unsealed skill book, plus 2, gold coins plus 300, game reputation plus 500. Brothers, objective complete, withdraw. Speechcraft, who was on Little Black's back, had his eyes slightly narrowed and had become enraged to the extreme. Through the boar's perspective, the entire process was seen by Speechcraft. When Qin Fei pulled out the scroll, he himself felt bad, completely not expecting Qin Fei to actually have this kind of great killing weapon in his hands. A forbidden spell scroll of the space system, and one that could still deal single damage. This was an extremely rare existence even in the later stages. Just by virtue of Qin Fei's attributes, he could burst out with such damage. If the scroll was in his own hands, the power was simply unimaginable. Silly X thing, dealing with an ordinary boss actually willing to put down such a large amount of money. At this moment, Speechcraft admired Qin Fei a little bit. Thanks to the scrolls, if Qin Fei had used his own skills, this kind of damage would have only taken a few hits, and he would have been countered by the boss in seconds. Little Black, boost your speed, we're going to start killing people. Speechcraft at this time gave the boar the order to kill Qin Fei and the others, then quickly rushed towards Ling Qian's side. She seemed to be in trouble. Although he himself did not believe that there was such a thing as a forbidden spell scroll. But the other party had used all their means, then they themselves had to show up. Otherwise, it would appear to be impolite. At this time, the boar that had gotten out of its trap was also in a state of rage. Even the bristles on its body stood up one by one, directly charging towards the direction Qin Fei had fled from. His master had given him such a simple task, but he had failed to do it properly, which made the boar's heart, for the first time, feel guilty, and it was quite hard to bear. Qin Fei, who was running ahead, simply couldn't suppress the smile on his face. To him, being able to make speech art suffer once was simply more enjoyable than doing the great treasure sword 10 times. However, at this moment, the ground trembled slightly. Qin Fei twisted his head and instantly saw the wild boar with reddish eyes, running wildly towards him, and the distance was still drawing closer. This scene infuriated Qin Fei so much that he cursed. Are you knights fools? Letting you guys block, dozens of people taunting a pig can't even pull it off. Young Qin, we've released all our skills, but it doesn't work at all. It's like this pig is eye to eye with you, it's only staring at you. Damn you. In the next moment, Qin Fei was directly knocked out and killed in seconds. The corpse rolled several times on the ground before stopping. Then the resurrection aura on its body activated, and in the next moment, it directly stood up. Before Qin Fei could react, he suddenly felt a dimming of the light in front of his eyes, and the boar's body, which was the size of a small mountain, had already smashed down on his head, and was directly spiked out. The rest of the crowd saw that Qin Fei was dead, and immediately fled in all directions. The wild boar, on the other hand, was staring at the tide of small turtles to continue to kill. A minute ago, at the miasma orc. Ling Qian's eyebrows were tightly furrowed together as her entire body stood still. Two streams of consciousness seemed to appear in her mind as they fought with each other. An impulse actually arose in her own mind to go and find the speech art to fight one-on-one. In fact, Ling Qian knew very well that she was definitely affected by some kind of rule-based skill that gave her this strange feeling. Bailing Sangdao looked at Ling Qian, who didn't make a move, and while breathing a sigh of relief, he patted Su Chungyuyan's shoulder. How about it, with the wish potion's boost, the skill determination is 100% successful. In principle, it's the summoned object of a god-level summoner that has to be hit. Su Chungyuyan let out a bitter smile. He didn't want to find trouble with Lu Bai anymore at all, but this guy actually threatened his hand with reality. There was no other way but to follow their arrangement. Anyway, Su Chungyuyan had also figured out that on one side was the #1 person in the game, and on the other side was the infamous Game Guild. One couldn't offend either side. Since this was the case, one could just swing for the fences, and if Lu Bai came to his door, feel free to let him kill him. President Song Dong, although the skill has been judged successful, I always feel that there's something strange about this summon state. Let's just fight quickly. Go on, curse, lower its blood recovery rate, and everyone will use their strongest skills and then immediately retreat back. Right at this moment, the system prompt of Qin Fei killing the boss rang out. It instantly made Bearing Vault a little jealous. Mard, forbidden spells are just bullish. This thing is completely wasted in that guy Qin Fei's hands. Brothers, use all your means, but don't give Qin Dynasty's people a bad look. Let's take a boss first kill for fun too. Good. Must. Nearly a minute had passed, and the miasma orc's blood level had dropped to 1/3. Although the side led by Bearing Vault didn't have any powerful forbidden spell scrolls, it had a whole bunch of various things that increased damage and negative statuses. The various negative buffs that inhibited the strength of the boss had stacked up more than 20 layers. At this point, Bearing the Vault had already revealed an expression of victory in sight. At the beginning of the operation, he had already explored the location of the speech art. According to the projections of the senior stats guy, it would take at least 2 minutes for Speechcraft to arrive here. the boss had definitely been taken down in this amount of time. Now if the poison mist ghost, which those guilds were dealing with, was also taken down, it would really be a heavenly victory. Bearing the vault of heaven was still fantasizing when an eagle cry came from the sky. At this, the faces of everyone present suddenly changed. How did Lu Bai arrive? Keep killing. Don't stop. Ba Ling Song Dome roared. At this point, the people had already been offended. If the boss still didn't get it, it would be a big loss. At this time, Ling Qian, who was in the same place, suddenly disappeared and was directly collected by Speechcraft. The language arts that Ling Qian in here should be foolproof. Unexpectedly, the other side have come up with a way to cope with one by one. Deliberately avoiding the boss's body, Speechcraft sent a shower of meteor fire down on the spot. Many players didn't even have time to dodge before they turned into a white light and disappeared in place. Hegemonic Vault, you actually hit your deader father with your idea, how brainless. Chapter 150. Did I let you go? Ba Lin Song Dome immediately held his face red. Saying such words in front of so many people. With his good face character, it was similar to being asked for a debt at the door at a wedding site. At this time, one could only brush aside the topic. Staying white, you are also too double standard. Just you can rob our boss, but we can't rob yours? Not to mention that this event is obviously encouraging everyone to kill each other. As this call was spoken, Bearing Sangdao unconsciously straightened his body. He felt that he was speaking quite reasonably. Speechcraft wasn't annoyed either. First, am I not your debtor? Secondly, you are allowed to come and rob but you are wrongly assessing your own strength. This is not brainless. What is it? Did I speak wrongly? At this point, Speechcraft also stopped looking at his stifled expression and directly re-summoned the Wolf King and the Bee. They had gotten dozens of people to specialize in dealing with the fire elemental elf. The specific skills used Speechcraft was too lazy to check, but it was nothing more than finding some rare talents, or special consumables to seal the fire elemental elf's skills. Imprisoning it in place. Anyway, they all knew that the fire elemental elf was a summoned object that could be revived, and they didn't waste their output on it. The several guilds that were besieging the boss had gathered almost 1,000 so-called experts. However, due to not figuring out the mechanics of this boss in the early stages, so many hostile targets almost pulled the boss's dodge value full. At this moment, all these people they had surrounded the boss were acting anxious. Especially the several presidents, their foreheads were already sweating. In the original plan, the time left for each of them was about 3 minutes. If they couldn't kill the target in that long, the mission could basically be declared a failure. Chairman, how is this boss so difficult to deal with? Skills thrown up are all evasive. Yeah, how can I fight this? I've only hit him once so far, and that was at the beginning. This experience is too bad. Every time is the feeling of hitting hard on the air. At this time, the several presidents were quite helpless as they listened to the complaints of their brethren below. In order to be able to kill the boss as soon as possible, they had also spent a large amount of money and prepared a lot of things that strengthened and benefited themselves. Those that increased temporary attributes, shortened skill cooldowns, various increased potions and some magic scrolls. Although it wasn't as powerful as Qin Fei's space-based forbidden spell, it wasn't small either. So many things with great firepower, but they couldn't hit the target. This feeling was like picking up a sniper rifle on the battlefield but without a scope. At this point, they already understood why Qin Dynasty and bullying had prioritized the rock guards and miasma orcs. The main reason was that this poison mist specter just didn't necessarily hit even when counting forbidden spells. Damn! They must know that this boss is the hardest to deal with. By letting us choose this place, it's just to distract us from staying white. There was just no expectation that their own group would be able to kill the boss at all. This time, it was a good thing that he had offended staying white, and things hadn't been accomplished yet. Right at this moment, several chairmen received messages from the other two sides. Their faces instantly became ugly. Just as they were about to give the order for everyone to evacuate, they immediately saw a small black dot in the distant sky change from small to large, and in just a few breaths, it arrived at the top of the boss's head. The players saw the small blackness hovering above the boss's head, and the hex art stood above it with its arms folded. All of them became a bit flustered at once. Big brother Lu Bai, we are under the compulsion of Ba Lin and Qin Dynasty. No. I should say threatened. We'll let go of your summons now. Speechcraft just smiled faintly. Looking at them, it did not speak. The players below saw that speech art did not make a move. Immediately, the thought of escaping arose. Did I tell you guys to leave? A few guild leaders froze. This didn't strike everyone and didn't let them leave. What did this mean?
A large group of people didn't dare to move and just stood in place. They were very clear about how terrifying Speechcraft was, being able to defend the city for the two major guilds with the power of one person. Compared to that, this boss in front of them was really like a domesticated pet. At this time the boss will not stop. The players did not resist after the killing efficiency greatly improved. Especially the front row of melee players, without the priest's blood, simply cannot hold out for a few seconds, fell in place. The crowd remembered the speculations on the forums at this time, and their hearts were all starting to grow a little fuzzy. This guy, Lubai, was trying to make his players serve as fodder for the growth of the boss. After figuring this out, many players were instantly unable to accept it. The main thing was that this method of death was also too suffocating and insulting. At that moment, they wanted to pick up their weapons and fight back, while some turned to escape. At this moment, Speechart's slightly cold voice continued to ring out again. Those who stay here, today's matter is written off, otherwise all of you can only be added to the list of enemies by me one by one. As soon as these words came out, many of the people who were dumb enough to move immediately quieted down. Some even revealed expressions of relief. The few hundred people that were now left in the room were all very clear in their hearts. Speechcraft's words were not alarmist talk. This game was different from the traditional endgame. It was completely possible to directly frame all the targets within the field of view and then pull them into the enemy list. The summons of Speechcraft had already begun to dominate the wild area. In the future, they might come across them in the field one day, and as enemies, they would be like fireflies in the dark night sky, so conspicuous that it would be difficult not to die. Instead of taking this risk, it would be better to hang up now and go out. Anyway, death within the active map does not lose levels. Several guild presidents at this time as also a heart, directly began to swing. At the same time, in their hearts, they greeted the immediate family members of Bering Song Dome and Shin Fei. Now in this situation, those things they started promising, they simply couldn't deliver. Chapter 151, Being a Bodyguard for Boss. Up to this point, a classic scene in the Apocalypse game was born. A man stood on the Black Eagle with his arms folded, hovering above the boss's head. And the players below were motionless, like a crop of wheat being harvested by the boss. In a short amount of time, these several hundred people hung out all together. Speechcraft watched as the boss below was out of combat and began to bleed back again. A scrying technique was used. After that, it was discovered that the opponent's attributes had increased by almost 5% compared to the beginning. Although these people were all considered elites and had quite a few points on them, this hadn't even started killing players on a large scale. The future was promising. After this, Speechcraft was also ready to adjust his strategy. Relying on this kind of waiting for rabbits to kill players was still too inefficient. Next, Yen Shu was ready to let Ling Qian and the boar grasp the distance, control the hatred, and directly pull the two bosses all over the map. Now many players knew they were using players to feed the boss, and at this point the coordinates were blown out. If you don't take this approach and just wait for the map to shrink on its own, the boss growth rate is too slow. It was estimated that it would take ages to advance to the elite level. Now that there were still 2 days left in the event, it was time to pick up the pace. For the next few hours, the two bosses were dragged around like pet dogs by Ling Qian and the boar, while Little Black acted as a scout. As long as he found a large number of players, he would guide them in the right direction. Anyway, both bosses were now moving faster than most normal players, so as long as they were targeted, a single swarm attack skill would be able to kill a piece of them. Moreover, the strength of the two bosses was still snowballing, and the efficiency of killing them was getting higher and higher. If they encountered a player who was a threat to the boss, or a group, Spirit Qian and the boar's role was reflected, in the spirit of chewing up and feeding the boss, the principle of picking out the hard bones first, and directly went up to solve the problem. Anyway, always let the blood level of the two boss exist above the safety line. As time passed, this operation was implemented and immediately caused players to complain. How can this guy, Lubai, be like this? I'm just an ordinary player, I just want to mix up some points and get more rewards, am I wrong? Stay white, you're standing against all the players. Cultivating boss kills like this to gain profit, be careful of playing with fire. I've been playing the game for my whole life, this is the first time I've seen someone acting as a bodyguard for a boss, it's really a pocket knife scratching his ass an eye-opener. I suspect that this guy is not a player at all, but a system NPC pretending to be one, so keep your eyes peeled, he might be the ultimate boss in the game in the future. Speechcraft looked at the messy message channel and directly chose to block it. Oh, Glassy Heart, this is too much to bear? There will be more shocks in the future. By this time, apart from the two bosses, the monsters within the active map had basically been cleared out.
Compared to the beginning, the entire map had shrunk by nearly half. And the players began to kill each other. Another hour passed. The two bosses suddenly stopped right where they were, and in the next moment, their bodies glowed with red light. Each of their bodies pulled up a notch. Speechcraft was overjoyed at this sight. The two bosses had finally advanced. Immediately, he rushed over to the miasma orc side and began to check its attributes. Miasma orc, elite. Level, 22. Life value, 2102W. Magic value, 384W. Physique, 5411. Strength, 2541. Intelligence, 6245. After the advancement, the strength had risen greatly, and the full attributes had almost doubled. And in addition to the original 4 skills, an additional new skill was added. Green poison armor, immunity to 30% elemental damage, and when receiving an attack, there is a certain chance of applying a poison state to the attacker. This boss was already hard, and now with this skill, it was even harder to die. You have to know that the current output main force is the mage class profession, with a strong burst, and the skills, in addition to the intelligence bonus, will mostly cause elemental damage. This was another insurance policy. If one were to follow this kind of math, the increase in the poison mist ghost's attributes should be about the same. In addition, the biggest change in the feeling given by the two bosses was that their expressions were starting to be animated. Next, the summons don't need to be so laborious to haul, the boss themselves will go to the player's trouble, the whole process, only need the boar and Ling Qian to follow on the line. Xiao He can be liberated at this time. Then now I wonder if the experts on the leaderboards are ready. Speechcraft revealed a cruel smile at this time. The players on the leaderboard, although they are unable to position themselves. But it was enough to give Xiao He a standard, and that was to specialize in staring at players with fancy equipment. Equipment of different qualities would show a different luster. According to the logic of the game, generally speaking, players with good equipment, the strength will not be poor, and the corresponding activity points, also relatively high. It doesn't matter if you kill low points ones during the whole process, the size is meat anyway. With Xiao He flying into the sky, the beheading operation officially began. Brother Yao, this heavy armor gram of yours is really handsome, how much did you buy it? The man known as Brother Yao was the berserker in this team. He wore a black heavy armor with intricate patterns, a two-handed sword on his back that was encrusted with jewels, and an exaggerated Taotai mask on his face. The whole body's equipment was also glowing with a faint purple light, which was considered to be a complete set of gold equipment. Just this line of work is already more than the game 99.99% of the people. When Yao Yangtian heard the people around him ask about the price of his equipment, the corners of his mouth under the mask turned up in an exaggerated arc. However, he still put on an extremely indifferent tone. Not much, just 20 to 30,000 gold coins. The moment these words came out, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in from the surroundings. Worthy of being a famous kryptonite big brother in the small circle, he was really broad-minded. Brother Yao is just bullish, that much money in my place, I'd have to save up until level 100. That's right, for us it's a huge amount of money, but for Brother Yao, it's just a sprinkle. Thanks to Brother Yao, our squad has gained so many points, when we go out, the settlement rewards will definitely not be small. As Yao Yangtian listened to everyone's compliments, he felt a lot lighter as he walked. Now he felt more and more that he was right to break up with his girlfriend, sell off the assets in his realizations and invest in the game. What house, car, bride price, these are just clouds in the eyes of smoke, maybe even after marriage every day to be angry. Now, in such a brother you atmosphere, keep the mood comfortable, even if it is to gnaw on instant noodles every day is also worth it. Everyone, follow me in the future, brush more bosses, and sooner or later, everyone will have a set of this kind of equipment.